Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 14. Just as he had refused to yield even at the moment of his death, after being converted into a netherworld being, he slaughtered his own descendants cleanly and efficiently, without a hint of hesitation. Those who dared to venture deep into the abyss were all peak upper gods of the 5th or 6th rank and above. Therefore, the total number of the two clans within the abyss amounted to only 200 or 300. This number of people was simply not enough to satisfy the Blood Ancestor and Wolf Ancestor, who could teleport infinitely with the help of the Death Vortex. Before long, these two World Master level netherworld beings had personally hunted down every single powerhouse of their own clans. As for the Goblin clan, which ranked at the very bottom of the myriad races list, they were all slaughtered the moment the netherworld army descended into the abyss. Their strength was simply too weak. The only reason they had entered the depths and even the core of the abyss was that they had been forced down by the constantly descending giant vortex. The increasingly dense, abnormal aura of death alone was already making them extremely uncomfortable. Sumubai merely dispatched an ordinary netherworld being with the combat power of a peak upper god, and it easily finished off all the goblins. Is the overall strength of the netherworld beings actually this powerful, terrifying, simply terrifying? It seems Bai Yi has already converted all the special undead within the abyss into netherworld beings. No wonder he was able to create such a powerful netherworld legion so quickly. So that's how it is. Although the rankings of the top tier races will not change, the rise of the human race is already unstoppable. In fact, after Bai Yi created the netherworld beings, the human race had already risen. It seems the myriad worlds are about to change. No, it should be that they have already changed. The other powerhouse is not on the death list. Watching the netherworld legion hunting everywhere, gathered together inside, under normal circumstances, rule lords here cannot communicate with the outside world. Therefore, the news of the netherworld army's appearance had not yet spread throughout the myriad worlds. Only the powerhouses of various races within the abyss knew just how strong the netherworld beings created by Bai Yi truly were. On the battlefield where the 4 top-tier races were located, the violent energy fluctuations attracted a large number of onlookers. The undead race, demon race, titan race, fallen angel race, and god race, the 10 top-tier races, with the exception of the dragon race, were all gathered here, watching the powerhouses of the 4 clans falling one after another. The expressions of the other top-tier races varied. The happiest were undoubtedly the fallen angel race. They were eager to see the holy light angel race suffer, especially after the light sovereign Huazhou showed his true colors and attempted to forcibly unify the 2 angel races. They found the holy light angel race even more intolerable. Now, watching their former mortal enemies fall one by one, they were overjoyed. Suddenly, a figure appeared, instantly attracting the gaze of all the fallen angels. It was not just the fallen angels. All the powerhouses in this area immediately cast their eyes over. This even included many figures who were currently in the midst of intense combat. Because this figure, both in appearance and aura, made all the powerhouses feel it was inconceivable. Chapter 1048, Building Momentum. The figure that had suddenly appeared was a stunningly beautiful woman of the angel race. But what puzzled all the powerhouses was that she possessed both the holiness of the holy light angel race and the dark aura of the fallen angel race. Not only that, but beyond the 2 opposing elements of light and darkness, the aura she radiated contained even more elements. This was the aura of chaos. And it was not the kind of aura possessed by those who had acquired the rule of chaos later in life. It was an innate, integrated aura. Her appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. The powerhouses of various races present trembled, looking at this suddenly appearing figure in disbelief. Even among the 4 top-tier races locked in fierce battle, many powerhouses could not help but cast their gazes toward her. Who is she? I didn't even sense her rival at all. Since when has the angel race produced such an angel, a hybrid? No, it's definitely not just as simple as being a hybrid. Natural dark gold and bright purple angel wings, it's clearly strange. So why does it give me a feeling that it should be this way? No, that's not right. There is another pair of pitch black wings at the very bottom. She She is actually a 12-winged angel, 12 wings, an angel at the Rule Sovereign Realm. This figure who had suddenly appeared was naturally Lan Yu, whom Sumyubai had sent to the Chaos Realm not long ago. With her strength at the pseudo-main god realm, combined with the efficiency of a sovereign-level private spacecraft, she had already completed her mission and arrived within the Nether Abyss. Amidst the countless discussions, someone suddenly noticed that beneath the 5 pairs of dark gold and bright purple wings on Lan Yu's back, there was actually another, slightly smaller pair of pitch-black wings, a 12-winged angel. This was the symbol of the Rule Sovereign Realm. After realizing this, the battlefield instantly fell into a deathly silence. Even the Nether army stopped their hunting at this moment, appearing as if they had been intimidated by the suddenly appearing Lan Yu. Greetings, Sovereign. All the powerhouses present bowed and saluted Lan Yu, including the 4 top-tier races that had just ceased their fighting. Although Lan Yu's cultivation base remained at the peak of the upper god realm, her divine soul and combat power had already reached the pseudo-main god realm. As long as she did not wish for it, no creature present would be able to see through her information. Coupled with the 12-winged mark, it immediately led the powerhouses of various races to preconceived notions that she was a rule sovereign. As for why the Nether army stopped their actions, it was naturally because of Sumyubai's command. Otherwise, even if a true rule sovereign descended, they would have endured the pressure of a main god to continue fulfilling the creator's orders. Among all the living and dead things present, only Bot could see Yuan's information. At this moment, although he still had not revealed himself, he finally lowered his arms that had been crossed over his chest, nodded at Lan Yu from afar, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. A Chaos Angel. The handiwork of Lord Creator is truly terrifying. Originally, he had thought that he was the strongest existence under Lord Creator, but he had not expected there to be a Chaos Angel like Lan Yu. In his memory, the myriad worlds had never had an existence like a Chaos Angel, nor was there a realm called Pseudo-Main God. Even he himself had only reached this realm by chance after absorbing massive amounts of anomalous death energy upon becoming a special undead with only combat instincts remaining. Now that he had seen another existence at the Pseudo-Main God realm, Bot could not help but feel a sense of mutual sympathy. In the God Race camp, Suzu bowed slightly, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. The 2 great angel races. When did they produce such a strange rule sovereign? As the powerhouse of the God race second only to the rule sovereign, Suzu held a very high status and had followed the God race's main gods many times, having seen the main gods of other top-tier races. But he had never seen this one before him. Besides this, Suzu had another doubt in his heart. This one before him, did she belong to the Holy Light Angel race or the Fallen Angel race? More confused than him were naturally the powerhouses of the 2 great angel races. Before Lan Yu spoke, they did not dare to raise their bowed bodies, but they were frantically communicating via divine soul among themselves. This Lord Sovereign, why have we never seen her before? I don't know. Could she be from the Holy Light Angel race? She won't attack us. Will she? Probably not. Rule sovereigns cannot attack lords of lows at will. No, she also has the aura of my fallen angel race on her. She absolutely cannot be a sovereign of the Holy Light Angel race. Among the powerhouses of the fallen angel race, those at the realm master level had all seen their own race's rule sovereign, but the suddenly appearing Lan Yu made them feel incomparably unfamiliar. Yet, the other party did not seem like a sovereign of the Holy Light Angel race either, which left them incredibly confused. And the thoughts of the powerhouses of the Holy Light Angel race were exactly the same as theirs at this moment. Just as the angels of both races were at their wits' end, Lan Yu suddenly parted her red lips and spoke slowly. Bai, give me some face and let them leave with me. As soon as these words were spoken, the powerhouses of all races present were shocked. As expected of an existence at the Rule Sovereign Realm, she asked Bai to release people the moment she arrived. Many people immediately had the idea of watching a good show, preparing to see what Bai would do. At this moment, however, Lan Yu's heart was pounding like a deer, calling the Lord's name directly for the first time. How shy. Although this had been discussed beforehand, Lan Yu still felt her heart thumping. The gazes of the powerhouses of all races fell upon the Nether army, waiting for Bai's response. The next moment, the anomalous death energy at the core of the Nether abyss suddenly vibrated, as if it had become enraged. The crowd present trembled in their hearts. It seems Bai Yi is not planning to agree. Does he already have the strength to contend against a rule sovereign? Let's go. Leave this area quickly. If Bai Yi really fights this rule sovereign, we won't even be able to withstand the aftermath. 1. Is it meaningful? We can't leave the nether abyss anyway. In a battle at the rule sovereign realm, it's useless no matter how far you run. Just as the powerhouses of the various races were feeling uneasy, the vibrating anomalous death energy suddenly calmed down. Following that, Sumyu Bai's voice rang out from all directions. I naturally have to give face to the only chaos angel in the myriad worlds. The angel race was not on my death list to begin with. The Holy Light branch was merely following Huozhou's orders. Their crimes do not warrant death. You may take them and go. This explanation was something Sumyu Bai had thought of long ago. Lan Yu had already secured the position of one of the 3 realm masters of the Chaos Realm, and the next step was to become the acting domain master. But that was not enough. The reason he specifically had her appear in the Nether Abyss was naturally to help her build momentum. As Sumyu Bai's voice fell, the Nether army that had been besieging the Holy Light Angel race immediately flew toward the other 3 top-tier races. However, his words left the powerhouses of all the races present frozen in place. The only one in the myriad worlds, Chaos Angel, the Angel race, a branch of the Holy Light. The amount of information here was, perhaps, a bit overwhelming. Chapter 1049 Earthquake. Due to the unique nature of the Nether Abyss, although the existence of Rule Sovereign Realm experts had the ability to send messages inside, the Lords of Laws within the Nether Abyss had no way to actively contact the Rule Sovereigns. Therefore, the information from within the Nether Abyss could not yet be transmitted out. But as the Nether army hunted down the powerhouses of various races, it brought a massive shock to the entire myriad worlds outside the Nether Abyss. The entire myriad worlds were being swept by a terrifying storm. This storm had nothing to do with energy collisions, but rather stemmed from the wailing of the most fundamental rules. Every world lord was closely connected to the great world they controlled. Their fall was like throwing a giant boulder into a calm lake, stirring up inescapable, heaven-shaking ripples within their respective realms. The myriad demon realm, this vast, ancient territory where demonic energy soared to the heavens, was now completely shrouded in sorrow. The sky, which had originally been as clear as washed jade, dimmed without warning. Thick, impenetrable blood-colored clouds gathered from all directions, pressing down heavily over countless worlds. Following that, a drizzling rain of blood began to fall. At first, it was only sporadic drops, but it soon turned into a torrential downpour, washing over the earth with a splashing sound. Emerald forests were stained a glaring scarlet, and rushing rivers surged with blood-colored waves. This was merely the beginning. Accompanying the blood rain, wails filled with endless unwillingness and despair suddenly tore through the sky. As the clouds churned, one massive phantom of a demonic beast after another appeared in succession. However, these majestic phantoms only lasted for a few breaths before, under the horrified gazes of countless demon clansmen, they shattered with a boom, turning into specks of miserable, brilliant blood-colored light that dissipated into the blood rain. One by one, the life-bound phantoms representing different demon world lords appeared in the firmament, wailed, and finally marched toward their ultimate destruction. Each phantom signified the fall of a world lord level powerhouse from the myriad demon realm. And since the entire myriad demon realm was under the control of the demon race, this meant that the demon race had lost a massive number of world lord level powerhouses in a short period. The blood rain continued, covering the entire myriad demon realm. The thick scent of blood and the sorrowful atmosphere brought about by the collapse of laws permeated the air, causing countless demon players to have their spirits shattered, involuntarily prostrating themselves on the ground and emitting fearful whimpers toward the sky. They knew that the pillars of their race were collapsing one after another. The destruction realm, this mechanical kingdom composed of countless metallic stars and cold creations, was also experiencing successive collapses at this moment. In a certain core star region, there was a giant mechanical fortress with a volume comparable to hundreds of stars, the Purgatory Fortress. The deep blue energy conduits on its surface, which had been operating stably for hundreds of millions of years, suddenly overloaded all at once, erupting with blinding white light. Deafening explosions occurred one after another, and out-of-control torrents of destructive energy, like ferocious beasts breaking free from their restraints, surged wildly in all directions, instantly vaporizing countless industrial companion stars in the nearby orbits, leaving not even debris behind. From within the Purgatory Fortress came the hair-raising sound of metal twisting and deconstructing, as if something correlated was dying. In the end, after a brief moment of extreme brilliance, this massive fortress, like a warship crushed by an invisible giant hand, turned into a boundless, slowly drifting cloud of metallic dust in an explosion that swept across the starry sky, losing all activity forever. This was not an isolated case. At almost the same time, similar major collapses occurred at many important energy nodes and strategic fortresses within the Destruction Realm. The firelight of the explosions bloomed silently in the cold starry sky, like the cruelest funeral fireworks offered to the fallen world lords. For all mechanical units that received these abnormal signals, their logic cores experienced violent fluctuations. It was the highest level crisis alert calculated based on survival instinct. The Life Realm, a sacred land symbolizing vitality and vigor, was now shrouded in a thick aura of decay. Above the skies of countless worlds, the phantom of the Fountain of Life emerged, but the emerald green that originally represented life was now stained with the gray-white of death. Following closely behind, the phantoms of a vast number of life flowers began to wither without warning. The petals, which had originally been dripping with emerald green and contained majestic life force, turned scorched yellow and curled up in just a few breaths, as if they had been burned by a raging fire, falling off in droves. One of the rules that the Zerg world lords were most proficient in was the rule of life. Their massive fall caused sorrowful cries to ring out one after another across the vast life realm. The Light Realm, a kingdom eternally bathed in holy light, had now also ushered in an unprecedented moment of dimness. In the sky, the phantom of the glorious divine kingdom, constructed purely of holy light and revered by hundreds of millions of angels, emerged. Immediately afterward, the eternal light core at its very core, which radiated light and heat like a sun, began to flicker violently without warning. The light was unstable, rapidly becoming dim, as if it were a candle flame about to run out of energy. Following that, the smooth surface of the divine kingdom was instantly covered in countless fine, spiderweb-like cracks, and the pure holy light energy became muddied and impure, finally, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound that seemed to come from the level of the soul. The eternal light core completely extinguished and exploded. The entire glorious divine kingdom shook violently and collapsed, and countless magnificent buildings condensed from holy light turned into specks of flowing light and dissipated. Within the Light Realm, all sacred places were simultaneously covered in dust, and the melodious hymns were replaced by deathly silence and wailing, as if foreshadowing that the holy light angel race was about to face its twilight. The miserable state of these four great realms was merely a microcosm of the tragic encounters of the 174 races on the death list. The Soul Realm, the Power Realm, the Darkness Realm, terrifying omens representing the fall of realm lords and the collapse of natural laws spread like a lethal plague, rampaging through every realm. The chat channels of every world were long since submerged by a massive deluge of information, with panic and disbelief spreading like a virus. By my ancestor of 10,000 demons, the blood rain in the myriad demon realm hasn't stopped yet. Just how many great demon experts have died? Look at the battle reports from the Destruction Realm. The Purgatory Core has actually exploded. That was the flagship of the Furnace Realm Lord. How many is that now? These omens haven't stopped at all. Is a massacre taking place in the Nether Abyss? Besides Bai and his Netherworld, who else has the ability and the guts to pull off something like this in the Nether Abyss? Is he insane? The Bounty Hunter's home already has news. The races with the highest number of fallen realm lords are the demons, the insects, the machines, and the holy light angels, the four top-tier races. There is no room for reconciliation now. These four top-tier races will definitely fight the entire human race to the death. The Netherworld. How on earth did Bai create such undead creatures? And in such vast numbers, with such terrifying strength? The rankings. Look at the real-time myriad race rankings. The prison race, the heart-devouring race, and the iron-blooded race have already fallen out of the top 100 so quickly. Falling out of the top 100 is nothing. Races like the vampires and the werewolves have already plummeted to over 8,000th place. No, why has my goblin race fallen off the myriad race rankings again? The world has changed. The structure that the myriad worlds have maintained for countless epochs is being shattered by a single man. Bai, Chapter 1050, The Lucky Ones. While players of all races across the myriad worlds were engaged in heated discussions, the omens caused by the fall of the realm lords continued. All players, regardless of race or strength, clearly perceived through these celestial phenomena spanning the myriad worlds that a cataclysmic shift capable of overturning their understanding was taking place. The player named Bai was using the bloodiest and most direct method to announce his existence and his unquestionable, absolute power to the entire universe. Furthermore, because almost all of their ecchi gods had been wiped out in one fell swoop, the goblin race had once again fallen off the myriad race rankings. This time, falling off the rankings was completely different from being pushed out by the humans last time. Although those dozen or so ecchi gods were weak within the nether abyss, they had accounted for the vast majority of the entire goblin race's strength. Their fall also meant that the overall strength of the goblin race was far inferior to what it once was. If the last time they were pushed to first place by the re-emerging humans, then this time, after falling off the list, their ranking would likely be well beyond 12,000th place. Coupled with the loss of the bloodline bonuses provided by the myriad race rankings, it was now almost impossible for them to ever climb back onto the list. Meanwhile, another race that had originally been close to making the list became the lucky ones who suddenly ascended to the myriad race rankings due to the goblins' misfortune, thereby triggering a myriad world announcement. Myriad world announcement. Congratulations to the slime race for ascending to the myriad race rankings. This is hereby announced. We hope that races not yet on the list will continue to strive and aim to ascend as soon as possible to receive generous rewards. Although this announcement seemed to have nothing to do with Bai, all players knew clearly that the only reason the slime race was able to ascend to the myriad race rankings was because Bai had slaughtered the vast majority of the goblin race's peak. High gods, praise Bai, gratitude to Bai. I never thought our race would have a day where we could ascend to the myriad race rankings. Is this the boost brought by bloodline power? It feels amazing. As expected of the myriad race rankings, I feel like I could take on 3 of my past selves right now. Ha 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 ha. The upper limit of my devour talent has increased. In various worlds, a large number of slime players cheered and jumped for joy, celebrating their race's first ever appearance on the myriad race rankings. They knew very well that if it weren't for Bai, the slime race might never have made it onto the list. Even though they were only at the very bottom in 10,000th place, the gap between being on the list and not being on it was immense. In the past, the slime race had no presence in the myriad worlds whatsoever. They were a completely obscure and weak race. But from this moment on, everything had changed. After ascending to the myriad race rankings and gaining the bloodline power bonus, the overall strength of the slime race would inevitably see a qualitative leap in a short period of time. Of course, a short period of time here is relative to the endless ages of the past. It was completely incomparable to the light speed rise of the human race. It was also from this moment on that the vast majority of slime players began to view Bai as their benefactor. Many slime players had even begun to build statues of Bai. Although they did not know Bai's specific appearance, they were able to view the avatar of his scourge of the myriad race's identity through the bounty hunter's home platform. The greatest purpose of a statue was to allow believers to worship it, thereby condensing the power of faith. If a large number of Sumubai's statues appeared within the territory of the slime race, then over time, many players of this race would naturally become his believers. However, there was a prerequisite for this. Under normal circumstances, an existence at the Realm Lord stage could not develop believers or collect the power of faith. But Sumubai was different, possessing the Death Scripture. He had long since gained the ability to develop believers. Later, he had even ignited the fire of faith in advance, allowing him to refine and absorb it. That was why Sumubai was able to start developing believers while still at the Realm Lord stage. The humans saved within his internal world were the first batch, and now, by a twist of fate, the slime race had become the second. It was just that faith was not so easily established. it would still take some time for a large number of slime players to begin believing in Sumubai. But this was undoubtedly a good start. The slime race was the first alien race to have a large number of players begin to believe in Sumubai. But it would certainly not be the last. At the same time, in the dark world leading to the Death Realm, the Slaughter Sovereign Kang Li was tearing through space, traveling at a speed that defied all logic. The demonic energy boiling around his body had already transformed into a tangible, dark red rage, incinerating every speck of dust and remnant of energy in his path into nothingness. Beside him, the Sovereign of Ruin Zero Entropy had complex data streams flashing through his pupils, while his skin was covered in patterns pulsing with dark purple light of destruction. The Sovereign of Procreation Nideo wore a cold, stern expression, surrounded by billions of insect shadows, appearing like a demon god descended upon the world. The strength of these three, among all the sovereign-level main gods, stood at the very pinnacle. The Sovereign of Light Huajo, though slightly inferior in strength, was the strongest of the Holy Light Angel race and also belonged to the first tier. His gaze was icy, and his eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. Behind them, many other rule sovereigns followed closely. The demon race's Sovereign of Wind Ancestor Kumpeng, Sovereign of Fire Huanchan, the insect race's Sovereign of Withering Vanivia, Sovereign of All Souls Veronica, the mechanical race's Sovereign of Collapse Entropy Q, Sovereign of Annihilation Shiyao, the Holy Light Angel race's Sovereign of Protection Nina, Sovereign of Purification Basha. The four top-tier races had mobilized the vast majority of their power this time, nearly 20 rule sovereigns, carrying the will to crush everything, headed straight for the abyss of the underworld. Bai Yi must die, however. In the midst of this final judgment, one after another, emergency messages transmitted across realms at any cost through the secret arts of each race, pierced into the minds of these supreme beings like the coldest of daggers. Ray reporting to the demon ancestor, our race's world lords and Pekai gods who entered the abyss. Their life-bound soul lamps have more than half extinguished. Lord Fengren's soul lamp is flickering violently, its light dimming. I fear there is a mishap. The tearful transmission from the world lord left behind by the demon race echoed in Kang Li's mind. Holy light be above God Lord, we have sinned. Nearly half of the holy emblems of the world lords who went to the abyss have completely lost their radiance. The heavy voice of an angel race world lord reverberated in Huajo's heart. Mother, the imprints of the world lords and Pekai gods who entered the abyss have more than half dissipated. The sorrowful voice of an insect race empress rang out in Nidia's soul. Lord First True Sovereign, the powerhouses we sent, our mechanical clones have collapsed on a massive scale. The losses are heavy. The voice of the mechanical race world lord remained clear and rational, but it brought devastating news to Zero Entropy. One piece of tragic news after another, like a volcano that had been building up for 10,000 years, erupted violently within the consciousness of these rule sovereigns. They were in the dark space and did not yet know that the outside world was already filled with anomalies. Now, suddenly receiving the news, they instantly lost their composure. I had diarrhea today until I was almost exhausted. So there is only one chapter. My patrons, I apologize. Chapter 1051. The Enraged Sovereign. The loot filling the screen. Roar. The demon ancestor Kang Li suddenly let out a terrifying roar that shattered the starry firmament. His eyes instantly filled with ferocious bloodshot veins and violent killing intent. The dark red rage around his body soared into the sky, illuminating the dim dark space as if it were a blood-soaked hell. Bai Yi, how dare you slaughter my kin like this? I swear here, I will surely extract your soul and refine your spirit, turn you into a soul lamp, and make you suffer the agony of being burned by demonic fire for billions of years, never to be reincarnated. It was clear that Kang Li had truly snapped. His roar resounded throughout the entire dark space. How many epochs has it been? Never has an ant dared to trample upon the dignity of the insect race like this, slaughtering my bloodline descendants. The voice of the insect race mother, Nidia, was terrifyingly low, and the billions of insect shadows around her all let out hair-raising hisses in unison. Bai Yi, damn you! The data streams in Zero Entropy's eyes instantly went berserk, and violent killing intent swept through the surroundings, blaspheming the light, slaughtering the messengers of God. This crime can only be redeemed by eternal purification. Huajo's voice remained grand and holy. but his eyes were already burning with rage, revealing the turmoil within. When had the four top-tier races ever suffered such a loss? If all the world lords and peak high gods who entered the abyss were to fall this time, the top combat power of their races below the rule sovereign level would be reduced by at least half. This was something the many sovereigns could not accept under any circumstances. At the bottom of the abyss of the underworld, Sumyubai sat up from the throne of death, a look of interest flashing across his face. In front of him, small death vortices were spinning crazily, and a massive amount of loot was being continuously teleported over from all corners of the abyss. His system notification panel was also constantly scrolling. Notification: you have obtained the law level treasure Sorrow of the Black Soul. Notification: you have obtained the law level treasure Spear of Annihilation. Notification: you have obtained the law level treasure Blade of God Slaying and Demon Slaughtering. Notification: you have obtained the law level treasure Holy Sword of Sanction. The vast majority of these were merely ordinary law level treasures. For the current Sumyubai, these ordinary law-level treasures did not hold much significance. Law-level treasures, whether ordinary or high-grade, were the same tier of items for the catastrophe talent. After being upgraded for free by one tier, both would become rule-level supreme treasures. However, ordinary law-level treasures could almost never withstand the massive energy infused by catastrophe. The result of a free upgrade was usually being blown apart by the energy and completely annihilated. Even high-grade low-level treasures were not guaranteed to be successfully upgraded for free. The materials used to initially forge the treasures played a decisive role. Even so, Sumyubai was still prepared to upgrade all these low-level treasures for free. Admittedly, so many low-level treasures were enough to arm the entire Nether army and provide a large number of treasures for the human race. But no matter how many low-level treasures there were, they were not as valuable as a single rule-level supreme treasure. For powerhouses at the peak of the high god realm, the improvement brought by ordinary low-level treasures was very limited. As long as one or two of these low-level treasures could be successfully upgraded for free, then everything would be worth it. No matter how low the probability of a successful upgrade is, it is still possible to succeed. Looking at the mountains of low-level treasures piling up once again, Sumyubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With a flicker of his divine sense, he swept them all into his internal world. If he didn't collect them, this place would soon be overflowing. So what if the probability of a free ride promotion for ordinary low-level treasures was low? He had plenty of treasures. Even if the success rate for a free promotion was only 1 in a million or even 1 in 10 million, it was still enough to catastrophe into sufficient rule-level supreme treasures. This was because the number of powerhouses attracted to the Nether Abyss by the news of the Death Sovereign's inheritance was simply too vast. Although the targets hunted by the Nether army were limited to the 174 races on the death list, the number of peak high gods and world lords among these races was by no means small. Sumyubai had already harvested nearly 10 of the rare, high and low-level treasures found across the myriad worlds. As for ordinary low-level treasures, there was no need to even mention them. Which peak high god didn't have a few of those on them? Even a race at the very bottom of the rankings, like the goblins, had sent over a dozen peak high gods. The higher the ranking, the more the number of peak high gods increased exponentially. For powerful races originally in the top 100, such as the Prison Clan, the Heart Eater Clan, and the Blood Iron Clan, the number of peak high gods and world lords entering the Nether Abyss this time exceeded 10 million. As for top-tier races, the Demon Clan, the Insect Clan, the Machine Clan, and the Holy Light Angel Clan, the numbers were even higher. While the number of powerhouses in any single one of these races might not compare to the Nether army, their combined total far exceeded the size of the Nether army. One could only imagine how many peak high gods and world lords there were in total across those 174 races. The reason they collapsed so quickly when facing the Nether army was entirely due to the environmental suppression and their lack of understanding regarding the true nature of the Nether. Of course, in terms of overall strength, the quality of the powerhouses in the Nether army was still a cut above. After all, throughout the endless years, those who dared to venture deep into the Nether Abyss to explore were all powerhouses confident in their own strength. This time, however, because of the allure of the Death Sovereign's inheritance, the peak high gods of various races had entered in organized formations. and their individual strength naturally could not compare to those who dared to venture alone. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that they provided Sumyubai with a massive quantity of law-level treasures. With his clones, Sumyubai no longer needed to sink his divine sense into his internal world. The Sea of Death clone had already begun its work as soon as the first batch of law-level treasures was collected into the internal world. Back when he controlled the bodies of Yuyi and the others, Sumyubai had been able to use the catastrophe talent. Naturally, he could use it through the Sea of Death clone as well. Whoosh! The soul power of the Sea of Death surged. The seawater roaring and churning, kicking up waves. Catastrophe, target, Obsidian God Armor prompt. Please select the promotion tier 1 here to or choose to imbue it with a catastrophe trait. Click to view details. Promote to tier 1. As Sumyubai's divine sense moved, a vast amount of energy instantly appeared out of thin air, pouring madly into the Obsidian God Armor. However, this ordinary low-level treasure clearly could not withstand such terrifying energy. In just a few breaths, a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the Obsidian God Armor. Crack! Following that, the low-level treasure erupted with blinding black light, unable to escape the fate of being blown apart by the energy forced into it by catastrophe. Chapter 1052 Batch Free Writing, An Unexpected Joy. Bang! After a crisp sound, the Obsidian God Armor completely disintegrated, and even its fragments turned into basic energy, ceasing to exist. The expected failure did not affect Sumyubai in the slightest. Because he didn't have the time to pay attention, the low-level treasures floating on the Sea of Death had already piled up into mountain ranges. Catastrophe, target, God-slaying magic sword, prompt. Please select the promotion tier 1 here to or choose to imbue it with a catastrophe trait. Click to view details. Promote to tier 1. Bang! Failure again. Catastrophe, catastrophe, catastrophe. Sumyubai did not pause for even a second, frantically using the catastrophe talent in rapid succession. The infinite nature of the Sea of Death's soul power allowed him to use the talent almost without stopping. The moment his gaze swept over a treasure, catastrophe was already activated. Afterward, Sumyubai didn't bother to watch the treasure undergoing promotion. Looking directly at the next one, the number of treasures needing promotion was too vast. He had no intention of using the Mystic Heaven Divine Eyes to predict the outcome. There was no need for it either. As long as the success probability wasn't zero, treasures that successfully promoted would definitely appear, if nothing else. The authority of luck would speak for Sumyubai. Batch promotion, that's just how willful he could be. Bang, bang, bang. However, the possibility of an ordinary low-level treasure successfully promoting was simply too low. The sounds of shattering rang out one after another, as one ordinary low-level treasure after another completely dissipated between heaven and earth. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. Before long, over 1 million ordinary low-level treasures had turned into basic energy, vanishing into thin air. If 100,000 isn't enough, then 1 million. If 1 million still isn't enough, then 10 million. Sumyubai was not discouraged in the slightest. Continuing to frantically use the catastrophe talent, outside, a massive amount of low-level treasures were still being continuously transported over. The hunting by the Nether Army had not yet reached its end, and the number of low-level treasures Sumyubai had harvested had already reached several 100 million. Such a number might seem exaggerated, but the Nether Abyss at this moment was home to nearly half of the powerhouses from the myriad worlds. The low-level treasures possessed by the powerhouses of the 174 races on the death list alone far exceeded this number. It was only logical that Sumyubai would have such a harvest. Failing a mere 100,000, it was but a drop in the bucket. He didn't care at all. However, the moment the number of shattered low-grade treasures reached 1 million, Sumyubai suddenly froze. The vortex at the center of his Sea of Death avatar contracted sharply, reflecting the shock in Sumyubai's heart. It is common knowledge that when using the catastrophe talent to freeload and upgrade items, the energy is forcibly seized and plundered from the myriad worlds. However, the catastrophe talent is a thief with principles. As long as the freeloading upgrade fails, the plundered energy is returned to the myriad worlds. The logic is simple. If you take, and then return, it's not hard to take again. But those low-grade treasures that shattered completely, leaving not even a scrap of material behind and dissolving into raw, fundamental energy were different. Sumyubai had originally assumed that the energy from these failed upgrades would return to the myriad worlds as it always had, but the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. This fundamental energy was being directly absorbed by his internal world, leaving it no chance to return to the myriad worlds at all. When the quantity was small, Sumyubai hadn't noticed. It wasn't until the number of failed low-grade treasures surpassed 1 million that he clearly felt his internal world suddenly expand by a noticeable margin. By some twist of fate, did I end up robbing the myriad worlds again? If his Sea of Death avatar had hands, Sumyubai would have wanted to rub his nose in embarrassment right now. Theoretically, the energy derived from these low-grade treasures belonged to the myriad worlds, but now, his internal world had intercepted it, leaving absolutely nothing for the myriad worlds. Previously, he only plundered the energy of the myriad worlds when a catastrophe freeloading upgrade was successful. Now, it seemed that even when the upgrade failed, he took everything. If this continued, Sumyubai feared he might eventually fleece the myriad worlds bald. Worrying was one thing, but after a moment of distraction, Sumyubai began the freeloading upgrades once more. How far had he even come? A mere few 100 million low-grade treasures were nothing compared to the sheer scale of the entire myriad worlds. After freeloading for so long, only the time he had upgraded 360 billion godheads in one go had caused a perceptible decrease in the total energy of the myriad worlds. That was something only those at the Rule Sovereign realm could sense. Sumyubai had only guessed at the time, and it wasn't until he received confirmation from Yumu that he knew for sure. The total energy of a few 100 million low-grade treasures was far less than that of 360 billion godheads. Therefore, Sumyubai didn't need to worry about fleecing the myriad worlds bald just yet. I'll just borrow the myriad worlds energy for a while. With a thought, Sumyubai continued his batch freeloading upgrades. Catastrophe, 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 bang, bang. The sound of shattering echoed through his internal world once more. The energy released by these low-grade treasures could significantly accelerate the growth of his internal world, and the World Tree and Sea of Death could benefit from this as well. These two rule-grade creations had long since merged with Sumyubai's internal world. The three were mutually reinforcing, growing together. The Sea of Death had even become Sumyubai's avatar, and its growth would feed back into Sumyubai's own soul. Death was, after all, one of the supreme rules. With the energy from these low-grade treasures as nourishment, the speed at which his Sea of Death avatar's soul realm reached the Supreme God realm would inevitably be greatly shortened. And the breakthrough of the Sea of Death avatar meant the breakthrough of Sumyubai himself. When that time came, his own soul realm would naturally and smoothly break through to the Supreme God realm. The energy from the low-grade treasures being absorbed by his internal world was an unexpected bonus. However, what Sumyubai wanted most right now was to successfully upgrade a few new rule-grade treasures. Bang, bang! He had become numb to the sound of shattering. The success rate was far lower than he had imagined. Nearly 1/5 of the mountain of low-grade treasures had been depleted. Yet not a single one had been successfully upgraded. His internal world, however, had expanded by a large margin because of it. I refuse to believe it. Sumyubai was stubborn. His gaze swept over a low-grade treasure, and his divine sense moved once again. Catastrophe target. God slaying and demon slaughtering blade prompt. Please select the upgrade tier, first tier, second tier, or add a catastrophe trait. Click to view details. Upgrade to first tier. The moment the catastrophe talent took effect, Sumyubai felt a surge of joy. He could feel that his long-dormant authority of luck had finally been activated. Rumble. The next moment, the great Tao of the Death Rule descended majestically into his internal world. Chapter 1053. What exactly is Bai's trump card? The giant death vortex that had sealed the nether abyss had now receded to the core area. The abnormal death aura here was incredibly dense. Even the combat power of a top-tier world lord would be suppressed to a certain degree. Lin Yu's sudden appearance caused the fighting in this area to temporarily subside, and the words Sumyubai had spoken earlier left the minds of all the powerhouses present in a state of system crash. The stunningly beautiful angel race Rule Sovereign before them was the only chaos angel in the myriad worlds. But when had the myriad worlds ever had a creature like a chaos angel, including the god race's space god, Suzu? No one knew of the existence of chaos angels. Moreover, Judging by Bai's tone, this rule sovereign seemed to want the two angel races, which had been divided for countless epochs, to reconcile, it seems. The two angel races are going to have a major movement soon. Space power swirled in Suju's eyes as he harbored a few guesses. He did know the name Huozhou, which Bai Yi had mentioned. That was the strongest of the Holy Light Angel race, the current light sovereign of the myriad worlds. From the two sentences Bai Yi had just spoken, it was clear that he had a conflict with the light sovereign. Otherwise, the sovereign of light would never have allowed the powerhouses of the Holy Light Angel race to form an alliance with the demon race and the machine race, the two mortal enemies of humanity. As for the Zerg, Suzu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the large number of Zerg powerhouses in the distance. Clearly, ever since Bai Yi and Huijian joined forces to slay the Zerg symbiotic sovereign, Heidi, the number of mortal enemies among the top tier races had increased by one. The existence of a sovereign of rules is of vital importance to any race. Killing a sovereign of rules is a blood feud. Just look at the dragon race back then. Didn't they break away from the demon race and establish their own faction precisely because of the fall of the pale dragon god? The Zerg would certainly not let this matter rest, unless Bai Yi or the human race possess strength far exceeding that of the Zerg, making them too terrified to even harbor thoughts of revenge. Obviously, neither Bai Yi nor the human race possess such strength at the moment. Even after the appearance of the Nether Army, Suzu still held this opinion, because no matter how strong the Nether Army was, it could not compensate for the fact that the human race lacked combat power at the Sovereign of Rules level. Bai Yi, what exactly is your trump card? A look of confusion flashed through Suzu's eyes. Although he believed that as long as Bai Yi was given time, she would definitely be able to lead the human race back to its peak. But didn't that still require time? Now that such a massive commotion had been stirred up, the sovereigns of rules from the four top-tier races, including the demon race, would inevitably take action. Thinking of this, Suzu couldn't help but shake his head, let alone Bai Yi. If the sovereigns of rules from these four top-tier races were to arrive together, even the god race would have to temporarily avoid their edge and would not choose to clash head-on. What could Bai Yi possibly use to block so many sovereigns of rules? Suzu's doubts were the same as those of all the powerhouses present. However, it was clear that no one would answer their questions, and Len Yu didn't even spare a glance at the powerhouses of the various races. After receiving Sumu Bai's consent to let the Holy Light Angel race leave, she did not enter the battle circle immediately. Instead, she turned to look at the peak upper gods and realm lords of the fallen angel race. You all, come with me. Len Yu spoke softly, her words plain. But this was clearly not a negotiation, it was an order. Sovereign, you, the leader of the fallen angel race this time, the goddess of darkness, Sarna, had just opened her mouth when her pupils suddenly constricted, because she saw the sovereign's gaze suddenly fall upon her. At the same time, a powerful pressure descended, causing her to tremble all over, unable to muster the slightest courage to resist. This was the terrifying pressure that only a sovereign of rules could possess. She had once felt it from the projection avatar of the Shadow Sovereign. In an instant, all her questions were swallowed back. She immediately bowed respectfully to Len Yu and replied, I shall strictly obey the Sovereign's command. Entering the Nether Abyss was originally intended to compete for the inheritance of the Death Sovereign. Ever since she learned that this was all a trap set by Bai Yi, she had wanted to leave. It was just that the giant death vortex sealing the Nether Abyss was still there, so she had no choice but to stay and continue acting as a witness to the emergence of the Nether Army. Now that she could leave with the Sovereign, she was actually very willing. The reason she had hesitated was that the Sovereign also wanted to take that group of hypocrites from the Holy Light Angel race with her. Thinking about having to stay with that sissy Gabriel, Sarna felt disgusted, but she had to obey the Sovereign's order. Open your minds, do not resist. Len Yu nodded slightly, and the power of the world rippled out, drawing a large number of fallen angel powerhouses into her internal world. Although her internal world was still at the level of a law master, with her strength as a pseudo-main god, she could completely mask the perception of these powerhouses and limit their range of activity to a specific area. In this way, there was no need to worry about being exposed. After all, a pseudo-main god had never appeared before. Currently, only Len Yu and Bach had reached this realm. as long as they didn't actively reveal it. These low master level angels would never be able to see the slightest clue. After taking all the fallen angel powerhouses into her internal world, Lan Yu took a step forward and entered the battle circle directly. The Nether Army had already opened up the encirclement and was no longer attacking the powerhouses of the Holy Light Angel race. Gabriel looked at the stunning figure that had suddenly appeared before him and immediately bowed, saying, "Thank you, Sovereign, for your assistance. Greetings, Sovereign." At the same time, the powerhouses of the Holy Light Angel race all bowed in succession. At this moment, they were filled with immense excitement. Great! They had finally survived. The Nether Army was simply too terrifying in the short time that had passed. Nearly half of the Holy Light Angel powerhouses who had entered the Nether Abyss had already fallen. Now that the Sovereign had appeared, it was like a ray of light shining into the dark and desperate abyss. Compared to the powerhouses of the other three races, they were already very lucky. Open your minds, Lan Yu remained concise, with a thought. She drew the powerhouses of the Holy Light Angel race into her internal world as well. Immediately after, she looked up at a certain death vortex, her gaze seemingly piercing through it, locking eyes with Bai Yi. With a smile on her lips and a slight nod, Lan Yu's figure vanished from the spot instantly. Chapter 1054. We haven't boarded the vehicle yet, from beginning to end. She had never once looked at the powerhouses of the other races. Her departure was just as sudden as her arrival, leaving behind the bewildered powerhouses of the three top-tier races. Wait, she just left like that? Lord Sovereign, did you forget something? We haven't boarded the vehicle yet. How could this happen? Didn't our four races already form an alliance? So were we abandoned? Feng Ren was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had just opened his mouth, not even managing to say the words Lord Sovereign, when Lan Yu suddenly vanished from the spot. Originally, he had intended to ask the other party for help. After all, the demon race, insect race, machine race, and the Holy Light Angel race had already formed an alliance. In his view, while the other party was taking away the Holy Light Angel race, they could surely save them as well along the way. As for the death list mentioned by Bai Yi, before a ruler of rules, what was Bai Yi worth? Had he not seen how Bai Yi had obediently released the captives after this ruler had spoken a single word? Yet, why had this ruler left so suddenly? A flash of despair could not help but cross Feng Ren's eyes. Was he truly destined to fall here? He did not fear the siege of Yu Yi and the other two, but the figure of Bai Yi in the distance had remained there the entire time. Even if Bai Yi did not make a move, once the Nether Army was free, he would still be unable to avoid the fate of falling. After activating the Divine Descent state, the 10 great god-level Nether beings were all powerhouses at the peak World Lord level. Feng Ren, however, could not activate the Divine Descent state because the Chaos Ruler he worshipped had long since fallen. The fire of faith had already been extinguished, and his calls received no response. Furthermore, within the Nether Army, there were hundreds of other Nether beings whose combat power reached the World Lord level, without a ruler to step in and save him. Feng Ren did not believe there was any possibility of him surviving. No, I absolutely cannot fall here. A flash of madness crossed Feng Ren's eyes. Now, the only thing he could do was to continue holding on. This was because the demon ancestor Kang Li and more than a dozen other main gods would arrive soon. As long as they arrived, neither the Nether Army nor Bai Yi, nor even the Bai Yi behind the scenes, would be anything to fear. Although the angel race ruler who had just been here had left, they had also brought a piece of good news. That was that the massive death vortex sealing the Nether Abyss could not stop the existence of a ruler of rules. In this way, as long as he could hold out until the demon ancestor arrived, all problems would be easily solved. However, before that, he could not allow too many of the demon race's powerhouses to fall. As the leader of the demon race and the allied forces, he bore an inescapable responsibility for excessive losses. Feng Ren watched helplessly as his clansmen and allies fell one after another. His eyes were splitting with rage, and his heart was burning with anxiety. He knew that if this continued, let alone waiting for the ruler's rescue, they would likely be slaughtered to the last man before the ruler arrived. Bastards! All of you, get lost! With this thought, Feng Ren went completely mad. He no longer paid attention to the formation of Yu Yi and the other two. instead locking his target onto Dowling and Zai, who were currently slaughtering the demon race on a massive scale. He had to break the command nodes of the nether beings to buy a moment of respite for his surviving kin. As for the powerhouses of the machine race and insect race, they would have to fend for themselves. Although he was a god of chaos, he was only at the level of a lord of laws in this war. His capabilities were limited. However, how could Yu Yi and the others let him have his way? Your opponent is us. Yu Yi forcibly gathered his divine power, and the shattered three talents nether formation condensed once more. Although dim, it still stubbornly blocked Feng Ren's path. Jinni and Mingri also launched attacks simultaneously, binding him tightly. Feng Ren roared in fury, his peerless war halberd dancing wildly. The power of the main god surged on his body, and the chaos fire prison burned crazily, repelling Yu Yi and the others time and time again. But the three were like maggots on rotting bones, relying on the powerful characteristics of their nether bodies and the support of the three talents nether formation. They managed to drag him down. Feng Ren watched helplessly as another demon race world lord was surrounded and killed by several nether world lords. Under the suffocating power of eternal sleep from Dowling and the omnipresent interference of bad luck from Zai, the desperate and unwilling gaze of that world lord before death was like a red-hot branding iron, searing Feng Ren's heart. No, he let out a heart-wrenching roar, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes replaced by a frantic sense of resolve. He could not wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the elites of the demon race would be wiped out. You forced me to do this. Feng Ren's face was ferocious, his eyes filled with blood, and the aura on his body suddenly became violent and unstable. He's going to risk his life. Yu's gaze sharpened. Stop him, Jinmi roared, the destruction fire on his war blade instantly burning to the extreme. Mingri did not speak, but continuously drew his bow and fired arrows, instantly shooting out several arrows containing destiny curses, attempting to interfere with Feng Ren. They could all see that this guy was preparing to risk everything. The strength of a peak world lord could be increased significantly in three situations. The first, naturally, was using the power of a main god. This was the means of eruption for the vast majority of world lord powerhouses. The second was activating the divine descent state. But after the great upheaval last time, too many rulers of rules had fallen across the myriad worlds, and even among the supreme gods, only Luyin remained. Therefore, only a small portion were able to activate the divine descent state. For those without faith, it was not difficult to worship a ruler, but for those who already had faith, changing it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Feng Ren's faith was in the chaos ruler, so naturally, he could not activate the divine descent state, and he had already used the power of a main god. Therefore, the only way left for him to increase his combat power again was the third method, forbidden arts. Although the forbidden arts of each race were different, their essence was the same. Almost all forbidden arts achieved a surge in combat power in a short period by burning one's divine soul and divine body. However, just as Feng Ren was about to use the demon race's forbidden art, a sudden change occurred. A vast and majestic fluctuation of rules swept across the entire nether abyss without warning. This was the fluctuation of the death rule Great Tao. This time, when Sumobai used his catastrophe talent, he had not set up the Zhuanqian formation in advance. Therefore, the moment the death rule Great Tao descended, the entire nether abyss felt this powerful fluctuation. Even the abnormal death aura within the nether abyss became much calmer the moment the death rule Great Tao descended into Sumobai's inner world. Although this made the powerhouses of various races feel much better, they clearly had no mind to pay attention to the weakening of the erosion at this moment. This is the fluctuation of the death rule Great Tao. With such a strong rule fluctuation, what on earth has happened? A supreme treasure has manifested. It is absolutely a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering supreme treasure of the death rule. Could it be the death canon? It must be. I heard that a while ago. The books of death belonging to many powerhouses went missing for no reason. Bai Yi has indeed obtained the inheritance of the death sovereign. Now, even the death canon has reappeared in the world. The sudden arrival of the fluctuations of the great Tao of the death rule caused the powerhouses of all races to instantly boil over. Chapter 1055. Again, The sudden arrival of the fluctuations of the Great Tao of the Death Rule caused the powerhouses of all races to instantly boil over. However, the powerhouses of all races speculated that it was the death canon reappearing in the world, rather than the birth of a new supreme treasure of the rule. This was because they were in the nether abyss, and Bai Yi had clearly already obtained the inheritance left behind by the previous Death Sovereign. Moreover, how many epochs had it been since a new supreme treasure of the rule had appeared? Therefore, the treasure that triggered the arrival of the Great Tao of the Death Rule was, in all likelihood, the Death Canon. But soon, all the powerhouses within the nether abyss became dumbfounded. Even the powerhouses of the 3 top-tier races, who were currently locked in fierce combat, were distracted, and many of them suffered heavy injuries as a result. Only the Nether Army, as if nothing had happened, continued to frantically hunt down the races on the death list. The previously arrived fluctuations of the Great Tao of the Death Rule had not yet dissipated when a second, equally vast and boundless wave of rule fluctuations descended once again. However, this time it was not death, but destruction. The fluctuations of the Great Tao of the Ultimate Destruction Rule seemed as if they wanted to end all things and return everything to nothingness. Again, how is this possible? Did the previous Death Sovereign leave behind two supreme treasures of the rule? That's not right. Aside from the Death Canon, I have never heard of any other supreme treasure of the rule belonging to the death element. This fluctuation, it's not the death rule, it's the destruction rule. What? Why would the Great Tao of the destruction rule descend to the bottom of the nether abyss? Could it be that a new supreme treasure of the rule has truly been born? Before the crowd could recover from the shock of the death rule, they were once again stunned by the suddenly arriving fluctuations of the Great Tao of the destruction rule. When the Great Tao of the Death Rule arrived just moments ago, they still believed it was the Death Canon reappearing in the world, but this time, it was the Great Tao of the Destruction Rule, which had nothing to do with the Death Sovereign. A new supreme treasure of the rule must have been born. In an instant, all the powerhouses in the nether abyss became excited. This was a supreme treasure of the rule, and it was a supreme rule, far stronger than ordinary supreme treasures of the rule. If one could obtain it, wouldn't they be able to soar to the heavens in a single bound? Brother Suzu. Kai Shell looked at Suzu with a restless expression. The latter's eyes seemed to contain thousands of shifting spaces as he lowered his head to look below. Let's go. The next moment, the group of God race powerhouses flew rapidly toward the bottom of the nether abyss. No one could resist the temptation of a supreme treasure of the rule, even if they couldn't keep it for themselves after obtaining it in full view of everyone. Bringing such a treasure back to their race and handing it over to a rule sovereign to use would also earn them unimaginable rewards. It is no exaggeration to say that a single supreme treasure of the rule could completely allow a race to rise to power. Quick! Don't let the God race get there first. A supreme treasure of the rule is obtained by those with destiny. Although the God race is strong, we are not without a chance. This object is destined for me. The movement of the God race was like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire nether abyss. In an instant, the powerhouses of all races rushed frantically toward the bottom of the nether abyss. As for the 3 top-tier races being besieged, a supreme treasure of the rule had been born. Who cared about them anymore? Whoever wanted to watch this battle could watch it. They were going to snatch the supreme treasure of the rule. Even Bai Yi could not monopolize a newly born supreme treasure of the rule under such circumstances, unless he was truly insane and wanted to make an enemy of the entire myriad of worlds. No one believed that Bai Yi would do such a foolish thing. Sure enough, regarding their actions, the Nether Army turned a completely deaf ear, continuing to hunt down the races on the death list as if they were on their own. Damn it! Why can they go and compete for the supreme treasure of the rule, while we can only be hunted down? A world lord of the prison race had a ferocious expression as he fled wildly. At this moment, he only hated that he was born into the prison race. Otherwise, he could be like the powerhouses of other races, going to compete for the supreme treasure of the rule. It was just a pity that the name of the prison race was on the death list. That he had lived until now was already a stroke of extreme luck. Regret, curses, and unwilling roars echoed throughout the nether abyss. The powerhouses whose race names were on the death list felt like dying at this moment. But facing the hunt of the Nether Army, they had to muster their full focus to cope. Dying was just a thought. How could they actually go and die? They only wanted to hold on for as long as possible, waiting for a turning point to appear. Facing a freak like Bai Yi and such a powerful nether army, they truly had no other options. But the powerhouses of these races believed that the rule sovereigns of the demon race, the insect race, and the machine race would absolutely not sit idly by. How could the three top-tier races allow so many powerhouses to perish in the nether abyss? As long as they could hold on until the rule sovereigns descended, they would have hope of survival. Compared to the races on the death list, the powerhouses of other races were exceptionally excited at this moment. The birth of a supreme treasure of the rule was an opportunity that even many rule sovereigns had never encountered. Although there were many powerhouses here, and a freak like Bai Yu was present, they had all been blinded by the extreme temptation of the supreme treasure of the rule. How could they care about so much? Even the most rational person would become crazy when faced with a supreme treasure of the rule. The odds of winning the lottery are so small, yet aren't there so many people buying tickets every day? A supreme treasure of the rule is not something a lottery can compare to. As long as the dust had not settled, the powerhouses of all races would not feel that they had absolutely no hope. Even the god of space, Suzu, was completely captivated by the rule treasure at this moment, charging ahead at the very forefront. However, everything that followed completely shattered the worldview of every powerhouse present. The fluctuations of the Death Rule Grand Dao and the Destruction Rule Grand Dao had not yet dissipated when a third wave followed in quick succession. This time, it was the ethereal and unpredictable Fate Rule, which seemed to manipulate the trajectories of all living beings. Fate. It is the Fate Rule, Death, Destruction, Fate. Three Supreme Rule Grand Daos descending in succession. Could this abyss be the treasure vault of the Supreme Gods? Is there a possibility that after the Supreme Gods fell, their treasures were all left at the bottom of the abyss? Yes, it must be so, otherwise, there is simply no way to explain this. That makes sense. I was wondering how the abyss could give birth to a destruction-type rule treasure. Regardless of whether that is the case, at the very least, destruction-type and fate-type rule treasures have definitely emerged, right? Why worry about so much? The most important thing now is to seize the treasures. Chapter 1056. Those who block me shall die. The three consecutive descents of the Supreme Rule Grand Daos caused the entire abyss to fall into complete madness. Powerhouses from all races, their eyes bloodshot, began to charge recklessly toward the direction from which the fluctuations originated. That was the bottom of the abyss, the most dangerous place in the entire abyss, and also the place where the abnormal aura of death was most concentrated. In that place, even the strength of top-tier world lord level powerhouses would be severely suppressed. But at this moment, no one cared about these dangers anymore. In the face of a rule treasure, nothing else was worth mentioning. What the powerhouses of all races never expected, however, was that the successive descents of the three supreme rules were not the end, but merely the beginning. Less than 10 minutes after the Fate Rule Grand Dao descended, another vast wave swept across the entire abyss. This time, it was the fluctuation brought about by the descent of the Chaos Rule Grand Dao. Another Supreme Rule Grand Dao, it is confirmed. After the Supreme Gods fell, their treasures were all left at the bottom of the abyss. Is there a possibility that at the bottom of the abyss, there are not only rule treasures, but also the legacies left behind by the Supreme Gods? Don't say it. You really shouldn't say it. It is not impossible. Charge. Bai Yi has already obtained the legacy of the Death Sovereign, so we definitely have a chance at the remaining legacies. The legacy of the Destruction Sovereign is mine. Get out of my way. The powerhouses of all races were completely numb, their reason entirely occupied by the rule treasures and the legacies of the Supreme Gods. At this moment, they only wanted to reach the bottom of the abyss as quickly as possible to witness the emergence of so many rule treasures. Everything that happened next further confirmed their suspicions. Almost every 10 minutes or so, a fluctuation of a Rule Grand Dao would sweep across the entire abyss. The Power Rule Grand Dao, the Time Rule Grand Dao, the Space Rule Grand Dao, and even the Life Rule Grand Dao, which stood in opposition to death, all descended to the bottom of the abyss. Madness, complete madness. What is more maddening than the appearance of one rule treasure? It is the successive emergence of many rule treasures. Such a grand spectacle had never occurred in the history of the myriad worlds. However, the next to rule Daos to descend left the powerhouses of all races somewhat confused. Suzu, who was charging at the very front, saw his pupils constrict, a strange look flashing in his eyes. This is the fluctuation of the fortune rule Grand Dao and the creation rule. Kaisho also widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. The fortune sovereign has not fallen, and the creation rule only returned to the myriad worlds not long ago. How could rule treasures of these two types appear at the bottom of the abyss? Roxy could not help but exclaim. Her question was also the question in the hearts of the powerhouses of all races at this moment. The descent of the fortune rule Grand Dao and the creation rule Grand Dao completely overturned everyone's previous speculations. In other words, what appeared at the bottom of the abyss were not the rule treasures left behind by the former supreme gods, but newly born ones. But how could so many rule treasures be born here in succession? What kind of secret existed at the bottom of the abyss? The doubt did not stop the powerhouses of all races. Instead, it made them even more frantic and excited, regardless of the situation. The most important thing now was to enter the bottom of the abyss. Once they arrived there, everything would naturally come to light. However, the abyss was simply too vast, and no one knew the distance between the abyss core and the bottom of the abyss. Even with the speed of the many world lord level powerhouses, they had been flying for so long and still had not reached the bottom. If it weren't for the fact that the various rule fluctuations were becoming clearer and more intense, the powerhouses of all races would have almost thought that the abyss had no bottom. Compared to the powerhouses of these races, those on the death list were far more miserable. Every descent of a rule Grand Dao made their hearts ache like they were being stabbed by knives. These were all rule treasures of the supreme rule system, yet they had no chance to participate in this feast, because the attacks of the Nether Army were becoming more and more intense as time passed. If it weren't for the fact that the powerhouses of many races had gathered together, they would likely have been wiped out by the Nether Army long ago. Even so, they could only struggle to resist the attacks of the Nether Army. Their defensive lines were collapsing bit by bit, and their defensive perimeter was shrinking. With no hope of survival in sight. Rule sovereigns. Only if the rule sovereigns of the demon, Zerg, and machine races descended could they break the deadlock. This was their only remaining hope. Beneath the giant death vortex, the eyes beneath the sealed blade flames were filled with greed. If he could obtain that chaos-type rule treasure. Thinking of this, he looked at Dowling and Zai, who were slaughtering the demon race in the distance, and then glanced at the direction from which the fluctuations were coming, his heart struggling violently. Using a forbidden technique to break through the blockade of Yuyi and the other two, and abandoning these two netherworld beings, would indeed save a portion of his kin. However, if he were to compete for the supreme treasure, once successful, his future would be limitless. It might even be possible to glimpse the realm of a sovereign through it. In the end, greed overcame his responsibility toward his kin. Ants, I shall spare your lives for now. Feng Ren glared fiercely at Yuyi, chanting incantations under his breath. Burn my soul, incinerate my divine body. Forbidden technique 9 prisons burning heaven, a terrifying aura, far exceeding what he had displayed before, erupted violently from Feng Ren's body. He had truly begun to burn the divine soul origin and the foundation of his divine body, which he had painstakingly cultivated for endless ages, in exchange for a frantic surge in power over a short period. The peerless war halberd, sensing its master's resolve, emitted a deafening hum. Upon the blade of the halberd, pale flames and chaotic energy currents fused completely, radiating destructive fluctuations that made even Yuyi and the other to feel a sense of dread. Get lost. Having used the forbidden technique, Feng Ren let out a single roar, and the sound wave, imbued with the power of a main god, shattered Mingri's arrows. He then swept his halberd horizontally. Crack! The 3 talents netherworld formation that the 3 of them had been struggling to maintain shattered instantly. As if it were made of paper, the 3 of them were struck as if by a heavy blow, vomiting blood simultaneously as they were sent flying backward. The netherworld divine power on them fluctuated violently, and they nearly failed to maintain their divine descent state. The side effects of the forbidden technique were immense. Once used, Feng Ren would be unable to exert his peak combat strength for a very long time to come. Even using numerous treasures would not shorten this duration by much. This was because the burned origin and foundation required long, arduous ages to slowly recover. Precisely because of this, the boost provided by the forbidden technique was equally immense, although it was not enough to bring Feng-Ren to the combat strength of a pseudo-main god realm. Yu Yi and the other two, without activating their own forbidden techniques, were no longer a match for him in a single exchange. Those who block me die. Feng-Ren did not pursue his victory. Instead, his figure suddenly veered, transforming into a streak of fiery light as he rushed toward the bottom of the nether abyss at a speed faster than before. He, too, had to compete. He had to seize that heaven-defying opportunity. Chapter 1057. An outsider who breaks the rules of the realm. The fluctuations caused by the descent of multiple supreme rule paths, although confined to the scope of the nether abyss and not spreading outward, caused all the rule sovereigns of the myriad worlds to change their expressions at this very moment. The divine realm, the cradle of gods. On the fourth level of the pantheon, several giant human faces hung high in the sky, their expressions extremely grave. The energy of the myriad worlds has decreased once again. The giant face projection at the lead narrowed its eyes, lost in thought. This is the second time. The void has yet to break its seal. So why have such situations occurred one after another? Xing Heng's voice carried deep confusion. The last time the overall energy of the myriad worlds suddenly dropped, they had yet to find any clues, and now, only a short time had passed, and it had decreased again. Although the energy lost in these two instances was insignificant compared to the total energy of the myriad worlds, the nature of the event was severe. This meant that the energy of the myriad worlds was being plundered by an unknown entity. Once or twice might not have much of an impact, but if this continued in the long term, the myriad worlds would eventually face a day of near collapse. Once the total energy dropped to a certain level, the upper limits of all living beings would decrease accordingly. Even the rule paths themselves would become unstable until their origins dissipated and ceased to exist. This was, without a doubt, catastrophic news capable of destroying the entire myriad worlds, even compared to the threat of the void. It was no less significant, seeing that the void's seal breaking is less than 10,000 years away. I never expected such an unexpected situation to rise. Is the myriad worlds destined to head toward destruction? What kind of existence is stealing the energy of the myriad worlds? Why can we not find even a trace of evidence? Every corner of the myriad worlds has been searched, and there is absolutely no lead. Even within the gaps of nothingness, no information can be found. The group of god race sovereigns furrowed their brows. Ever since the last sudden drop in the myriad world's energy, they had been thoroughly investigating the matter. It was not just the god race. Almost all rule sovereigns were extremely concerned about this, because they were the beings standing at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, and the myriad worlds were the home to them and their respective races. If the myriad worlds were destroyed, they would lose their foundation. Even the rule sovereigns of the demon race, insect race, machine race, and holy light angel race, while planning to slay Baiyi, were constantly monitoring this issue. They stifled Baiyi and targeted the human race all so that they could continue to enjoy their glory. If, in the end, they killed Baiyi and wiped out the human race, only to lose the myriad worlds, what would be the point? To a certain extent, the outside plunderer was a greater threat than the void. Every corner has been searched. The giant face at the lead had divine light flickering in its eyes. Its gaze seemed to traverse endless space, looking toward a certain place, as it whispered, "I am afraid that is not necessarily true. Big brother, do you mean the bottom of the nether abyss?" The group of rule sovereigns saw the answer in the other's eyes, and their hearts were shaken. The bottom of the nether abyss was indeed a place they had not stepped foot in recently, and during this period, that place had indeed been quite lively. The commotion caused by that little fellow from the human race is indeed not small. Xing Heng suddenly shook his head, however. That place was created by Lord Mingtu after all. It is impossible for there to be no measures to guard against outsiders. Speaking of this, its voice paused, as if it had suddenly remembered something. Besides the bottom of the nether abyss, there are actually some places we have not inspected. Some places, even the river of time has not been overlooked. So where else could there be? Could it be the origin land? That is absolutely impossible. If an outsider had entered there, the myriad worlds would have ceased to exist long ago. Second brother, what time do you think it is? Stop keeping us in suspense. The group of sovereigns looked toward Xingheng one after another, and the latter immediately spoke. Actually, it is not that we did not investigate, but rather, we cannot investigate it. As these words were spoken, all the sovereigns were slightly taken aback. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the giant human face at the lead, and it spoke abruptly. The forbidden lands of the gods. Their divine soul power was indeed unable to directly probe the forbidden lands of the gods, because those places were protected by the myriad worlds game. Even beings of their level, the rule sovereign realm, could not influence the forbidden lands of the gods. If they were to enter, even they would only be able to exert combat power at the early stage of the saint extinction level. If the outsider has broken into the forbidden lands of the gods, shouldn't they also be restricted by the prohibitions? A certain sovereign spoke up suddenly, voicing the doubt in their heart. How could they possibly steal the energy of the myriad worlds while their strength is suppressed to the saint extinction level? No, there is another possibility. Xingying and the giant human face at the lead exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming unprecedentedly grave as they spoke in unison. The outsider's strength has reached the rule-breaking realm. As these words fell, the entire fourth floor of the pantheon fell into a deathly silence. Every rule sovereign had a look of worry flash across their faces. The rule-breaking realm, as the name suggests, is an existence capable of breaking even the rules themselves. Only by reaching this realm could one ignore the prohibitions of the myriad worlds game and exert power surpassing the saint extinction level within the forbidden lands of the gods. If an outsider of the rule-breaking realm had truly appeared, what could the current myriad worlds use to resist them? They had all witnessed with their own eyes just how strong the space-time sovereign was after breaking through. Even if the outsider were suppressed by the myriad worlds and unable to exert their full strength, they were definitely not someone that these main gods could deal with. This is only a conjecture for now, but it is one we must guard against. The giant human face at the lead swept its gaze over the crowd and spoke rapidly. Number 2. You are almost at the abyss of the underworld, aren't you? Almost there. Hearing this familiar title, the corner of Xingying's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he nodded immediately. As the second strongest of the god race, he seemed born to be a workhorse. He had only just left the death realm not long ago, and now, because of the commotion stirred up by Bai, he had to make another trip. However, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. He could take the opportunity to inspect the bottom of the abyss of the underworld as well. Relatively speaking, Xingying hoped more that the outsider had broken in from the abyss of the underworld rather than the forbidden lands of the gods, because if that were the case, the opponent might not necessarily be in existence in the rule-breaking realm. I will leave the inspection of the abyss of the underworld to you. The giant human face at the lead swept its gaze over the remaining sovereigns. You all need to inspect every one of the many forbidden lands of the gods. Having said this, it paused, then continued. Wake up those fellows who are in seclusion as well. Understood. The group of sovereigns nodded one after another. The abyss of the underworld and the forbidden lands of the gods, they had to use a two-pronged approach. They must find the outsider who was plundering the energy of the myriad worlds. As for me, the giant human face at the lead spoke slowly. I will go to meet Lord Liuyan. My foster fathers. I'm getting an IV drip today, so I'm asking for leave. I can only update one chapter. Chapter 1058. Sumyu Bai's ambition. In the core area of the abyss of the underworld, beneath the giant death vortex, the three of you stabilized their figures, watching Fengren, who had suddenly abandoned his attack to rush toward the bottom of the abyss of the underworld, as well as the experts of various races swarming in like sharks that had smelled blood. They couldn't help but reveal meaningful smiles. They don't actually think some supreme treasure has appeared, do they? Jinmi sneered. A bunch of idiots. Ningri coldly put away his longbow. Yui, however, looked toward the direction of the bottom of the abyss of the underworld, absolute reverence flowing in his eyes. Lord Sovereign is about to create a miracle again. This time, the myriad worlds will witness Lord Sovereign ascending to the peak. There was an irrepressible excitement in Jinmi's words. But we can't let this guy run off either. Yui nodded, his gaze fixed on Fengren, who was rushing toward the bottom of the abyss of the underworld at high speed. As his voice fell, A death vortex appeared beneath the three of them. The next moment, Yue and the others blocked Feng Ren's path once again. Since you want to die, then this deity will grant your wish. Feng Ren was instantly enraged. The long halberd in his hand wrapped in terrifying power as he swept it toward the three. Having used a forbidden technique, if he couldn't seize that chaos-type rule supreme treasure, it would be a huge loss. He had originally not intended to pay attention to the three of Yue, as he didn't want to waste time on them. As long as he snatched the rule supreme treasure, wouldn't dealing with these three fellows be as easy as turning over his hand. But since the other party was so persistent, he could only deal with them first. Otherwise, having these three fellows dragging him down was too much of a hindrance. The powerful strength brought by the forbidden technique gave Feng Ren confidence that he could kill these three troublesome fellows in a short time. But before his long halberd could land on the three, his entire body stalled. His pupils dilated instantly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, not only him, but all the experts in the entire abyss of the underworld suddenly turned to look here. Although they couldn't truly see due to the suppression of the abyss of the underworld's special environment, the powerful aura that had suddenly appeared deeply attracted everyone. Not long ago, at the bottom of the abyss of the underworld, the fluctuations of the rule Great Tao descending were naturally leaked by Sumyu Bai on purpose. This time, the reason he no longer concealed it was that he wanted to bring true shock to the myriad worlds. In the past, the human race lacked top-tier combat power and core strength, so he had to be cautious in everything he did. But now it was different. In terms of top-tier combat power, Sumyu Bai's combat power was fully unleashed, no longer weaker than a true main god. Coupled with Yumo and Huijian, that made three main god-level combatants. Moreover, with Sumyu Bai there, Yi Yuan could also prepare formations capable of dealing with main gods in a short time. Rule-level materials are hard to collect. In the face of the catastrophe talent, this was not a problem at all. What's more, standing behind Sumyu Bai was Lian, the only supreme god in the myriad worlds today. In the past, he wasn't sure if Lian would help him unconditionally, but the experience in the Tree Heart world earlier had given him a bit more understanding of the Unity contract. Ever since this contract was signed, he and Lian had become bound by a shared destiny. However, his current strength was not yet enough to comprehend the true significance of the Heart Link contract. Regardless, the existence of this contract was a good thing for both Sumyu Bai and the human race, with Lian, the sovereign of fortune, acting as a safety net. The vast majority of obstacles preventing humanity from ascending to the pinnacle of the myriad worlds would be removed. As for the core strength, there was also the reinforcement of the Netherworld. The current Netherworld army alone was enough to rival, or even surpass, the core strength of the god race. Not to mention, Sumyu Bai had powerful subordinates under his command such as Bak, Lanyu, and Doramed, all of whom transcended top-tier world lords. As long as Sumyu Bai was there, the current human race could be said to have absolutely no fear of any top-tier race. Precisely because of this, Sumyu Bai wanted to play a big game this time, rise slowly. There was no need for that. He wanted to shock all the races of the myriad worlds at once and truly step onto the center stage. Since he was going to establish his prestige, he would do it thoroughly. The Netherworld army hunting down the 174 races on the death list was merely an appetizer. Sumyu Bai's true prey were the rule sovereigns like Kangli, who had always wanted to nip him in the bud. He was certain that once they realized the Nether Abyss was a trap he had set, they would rush over immediately. Beyond wanting to save the powerhouses of their respective races, it was also because they had run out of time. Even if they knew Sumyu Bai might have a backup plan, the sovereign gods like Kangli would definitely come. The longer they dragged it out, the lower the probability of them being able to stifle Baiyu would become. And the other powerhouses attracted to the Nether Abyss would be the witnesses to all of this. This was Sumyu Bai's ambition. This time, he would make the human race stand once again at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Races of the myriad worlds. Are you prepared to welcome a true shock? Feeling another low-grade treasure within his internal world withstand the energy of its promotion. The corners of Sumyu Bai's mouth could not help but curl upward slightly. The fluctuations of the Death Rule Dao had not yet dissipated when the fluctuations of the Destruction Rule Dao followed in its wake. At the same time, a vortex of death emerged, and Lanyu stepped out from within. "My lord," I have successfully fulfilled the mission. Lan Yu knelt on one knee before Sumyu-bai, her hands raised gently. 3 World Lord tokens hovered in her palms, shimmering with chaotic light. During this time, she had traveled on a sovereign-class starship, slaying the 3 World Lords Sumyu-bai had mentioned, and become the new World Lord of those 3 great worlds, thinking that she was about to become the domain lord of a supreme domain, just like Lord Bai. A flash of excitement could not help but cross Lan Yu's eyes. It was not because of the authority of a domain lord, but because she was about to possess the same status as Lord Bai. In this way, the distance between her and Lord Bai would be a little closer. Thinking of this, Lan Yu felt a little thrill in her heart. Well done. Sumyu-bai nodded slightly. Put them away for now. The matter of upgrading the domain lord tokens will have to wait a while. At this moment, his Sea of Death avatar was using the catastrophe talent without a moment's pause. And Sumyu-bai simply had no time to upgrade Lan Yu's World Lord tokens. However, this matter was not urgent, and upgrading them later would make no difference. Upon hearing this, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Lan Yu's beautiful eyes. It seems that if I want to have the same status as Lord Bai, I still have to wait. Get up. Sumyu-bai raised his hand slightly, and a gentle force helped Lan Yu to her feet. Let's resolve the matter of the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race first. Hearing these words, Lan Yu immediately regained her spirit, and her figure instantly split into 2. My lord, although the top powerhouses of both races within the Nether Abyss have been taken into our internal worlds, trying to make them cast aside their grudges and hatred to reconcile. As she said this, a look of difficulty flashed across Yulin's face. She did not know why the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race had turned into enemies, but she was well aware of how hostile the 2 races were toward each other, because she and Ling Yu had suffered deeply from it, and like Yulin's worries, Ling Yu did not think so much. She immediately trotted to the throne of death, naturally wrapped her arms around Sumyu-bai's arm, and while shaking it, all okay at Sumyu-bai expectantly. Lord Bai, you definitely have a way. Right, chapter 1059, why not reveal yourself? For the longest time, ending the division of the 2 angel races and reuniting them had been the greatest wish of the 2 sisters, because they had been expelled and even hunted down in the past due to the rift between the 2 races. Even their parents had fallen because of it. Now that they saw their wish was about to come true, how could they not be excited? Looking at the anticipation in Ling Yu's beautiful eyes, Sumyu-bai smiled, pulled his arm from between her breasts, and chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I naturally have a way. As he spoke, Sumyu-bai slowly raised his other hand, and a precious scroll appeared out of thin air, hovering above his palm. A powerful fluctuation of soul rules immediately permeated the area, causing the angel sisters' souls to tremble. My lord, this is. Both women curiously examined the suddenly appearing scroll. This was their first time seeing the Phantom Dream Divine Scroll, a rule-grade supreme treasure. But the moment they felt the aura of the treasure, the 2 sisters confirmed that it was a soul-type rule supreme treasure. If they had seen such a treasure elsewhere, they would certainly have been extremely shocked. But since it was brought out by Lord Bai, it was quite ordinary. Lord Bai possessed many rule supreme treasures of the supreme rule category. A mere soul-type rule supreme treasure was nothing to make a fuss about. The reason the 2 sisters were somewhat excited was entirely because this rule supreme treasure would very likely become the bridge for the 2 angel races to reunite, to make the 2 angel races cast aside their grudges and reconcile in a short period of time. What could be more suitable than a soul-type rule supreme treasure? Go on. With this supreme treasure, the powerhouses of the 2 angel races within your internal worlds will soon be able to let go of their past grievances. Sumyu-bai flicked his finger, and the dream illusion scripture instantly flew into Ling Yu's soul. At the same time, he used the power of his soul to teach the 2 sisters how to use this soul-type rule treasure and granted them the authority to mobilize the power of the dream illusion scripture. Back then, it was by using the power of the dream illusion scripture that Sumyu-bai had reshaped the cognition of those human members who had been kept in captivity for generations in a short period of time. Not only that, but he also made these human members naturally become his believers within the dream world. Now, Yulan and Lingyu could naturally use the dream illusion scripture to help the two great angel clan powerhouses within their inner worlds bury the hatchet. Although the strength of these angel clan powerhouses was immense, far beyond that of the human members who had once been kept in captivity, the strength of Lanyu, after the two sisters merged, was also significantly greater than that of Sumyubai back then. The existence of a pseudo-main god realm, combined with the power of a rule treasure, was not something that peak upper gods or world lords could resist. "Thank you, my lord. We will go at once." A flash of undisguised excitement crossed the sisters' eyes, and their figures instantly merged into one. Lanyu, possessing 12 wings, appeared before Sumyubai once again. However, this time she did not linger. Directly taking the dream illusion scripture and entering her own inner world, the split between the Holy Light Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan would officially begin to come to an end at this very moment. As long as the vast majority of the powerhouses of both clans could be reconciled, this trend would be unstoppable. Even the rule sovereigns of both clans would have to go along with the general trend. Because although they were powerful, they were, after all, only a minority. The rule sovereigns would surely not go so far as to kill all of their own clansmen, would they? For this day, Yulan and Lingyu had waited far too long. She could not wait to see the day when the complete angel clan would reappear across the myriad worlds. After Lanyu entered her inner world, Sumyubai suddenly stood up from his throne, looked ahead, and spoke slowly. "Lord Kingston, since you have come, why not reveal yourself?" The moment his voice fell, the dense, impenetrable aura of abnormal death ahead was suddenly torn apart as if by an invisible hand, rolling back and retreating to both sides. A pure and overbearing aura of profound darkness surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping the area. Immediately following, a figure as burly as a mountain stepped out from the source of that darkness. His figure was tall with perfect proportions, and his skin possessed a deep, dark metallic luster, as if carved from the hardest dark crystal. The surface of his body was not smooth but covered in a layer of extremely fine, shadow-scale armor that writhed slowly like a living creature, each scale autonomously devouring the surrounding light. His expression was as cold as an eternal iceberg, his facial features sharp enough to seemingly slice through one's vision. A head of long hair, like flowing shadows, moved without wind, drifting behind him, with points of starlight being devoured and annihilated at the tips of his hair. Most striking were the pair of huge, upward curving horns growing from the sides of his forehead. The horns were not of bone texture but resembled a condensed dark universe, with phantoms of stars being born and dying flowing within them, and the space at the tips of the horns naturally collapsing to form miniature black hole vortices. He simply stood there without deliberately radiating pressure. Yet his very existence was like a dark singularity constantly collapsing inward. The person who had arrived was none other than the Dark Sovereign of the Demon Clan Kingston. He had been the first rule sovereign to arrive at the Nether Abyss, but he had been unable to break through the blockade of the giant death vortex silently on his own. It was not until the God of Luck arrived that Kingston hid his figure and entered the Nether Abyss. In reality, he had already reached the bottom of the Nether Abyss long ago. Sumyubai was well aware of this, but he had only chosen to point it out now. Normally, although Sumyubai's combat power was strong, his cultivation realm was only at the Lawmaster level. He should not have been able to discover the hidden rule sovereign, Kingston. Although the Mystic Heaven divine pupils were powerful, they had not yet transformed into a rule-level ocular technique. And even if he could discover the hidden Kingston, it would have required a certain amount of time. The reason Sumyubai was able to perceive him immediately was entirely because the Nether Abyss was already completely under his control. Being on his home turf, a rule sovereign like Kingston had nowhere to hide in his eyes. He had known the moment Kingston entered the Nether Abyss. This was not the first time Sumyubai had seen him, but it was the first time he had been alone with him at such close range. Previously, in the ruins of the undead realm, although Kingston's true body had arrived later, there were many sovereigns present at the time, and Kingston was not the strongest among them. Now, Sumyubai could clearly feel the power of this dark sovereign. Of course, he was no longer the person he had been back then, although not much time had passed. Sumyubai was now fully confident that he could fight him. However, the two were not enemies. On the contrary, they were allies. Kingston looked at Sumyu, his expression somewhat complex. Should I call you Bai, or the Calamity of All Races, Chapter 1060, The Confession? Should I call you Bai, or the Calamity of All Races? Kingston had already arrived at the bottom of the nether abyss. Due to Bai's identity as the Calamity of All Races, and the fact that the Nether Army had not attacked the Demon Clan, he had not taken any further action, simply observing silently from the sidelines. Therefore, he knew clearly that all of this had been done by the young human before him, controlling the aura of abnormal death, mobilizing the Nether Army, summoning the descent of the Supreme Rule Great Tao. Regarding the first two, in the eyes of others, Bai must have obtained the inheritance of the Death Sovereign. But Kingston was different. He had seen the projection avatar of Mingtu with his own eyes, and the Calamity of All Races, which was Bai, was the current spokesperson for the Death Sovereign. Therefore, in Kingston's view, it was perfectly normal for the other party to be able to control the abnormal death or within the Nether Abyss. As for successfully creating the Nether, it must have been accomplished under the guidance of Lord Mingtu. The only thing Kingston could not fathom was how exactly Bai had managed to summon the descent of the Supreme Rule Grand Tao so many times. He couldn't possibly be capable of creating a rule-level treasure, could he? That was something even a rule sovereign could not achieve. Even if he were beaten to death, Kingston would not believe that Bai was truly capable of creating a rule-level treasure. But soon, the worldview of this dark sovereign of the demon race would be completely overturned by Sumyu. A name is merely a form of address, don't you think? Sumyu smiled and shook his head, then suddenly cupped his hands toward Kingston, apologizing. Brother Kingston, I must offer you an apology. I had no choice but to deceive you previously. In just 2 short sentences, his form of address for Kingston had naturally shifted from the initial my lord to brother. Come to think of it, because of Seniorin, Kingston had become Patty's elder brother. Since Sumyu and Patty were brothers, it was only fitting to address Kingston as brother as well. Kingston did not pay much attention to the matter of titles. Back when Bai and Hui Jian had joined forces to slay the symbiotic sovereign, Heidi, he had already begun to view this young human as an equal. Moreover, given Bai's monstrous level of talent, his strength must have certainly improved significantly during this period. After all, the Myriad Worlds announcements would not lie. Since that time, the number of Myriad Worlds announcements triggered by Bai had been quite substantial. What Kingston cared about more was the content of Sumyu words. Had no choice but to deceive me. He and Bai had only met twice, right? The first time was at the Death Domain Bank headquarters, and the second was during the battle in the ruins of the Undead Realm's Starry Sky. But during those 2 times, they hadn't really conversed much, had they? So, what exactly had Bai deceived him about? Thinking of this, Kingston could not help but frown and ask, what is it? Sumyu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Senior Mingtu has indeed already fallen. Coming clean to Kingston was a decision he had made after careful consideration. As time passed, this layer of window paper would eventually be pierced sooner or later. Mingtu's projection avatar was a major sovereign-level combat force. Sumyu could not keep it hidden forever. Rather than letting someone else expose it, it was better to take the initiative and disclose it himself. Compared to the sovereigns of the undead race, confessing to the dark sovereign of the demon race first was clearly a better choice. Because although they were both main gods of the death system, the demon race and the undead race held different sentiments toward Mingtu. The previous death sovereign was, after all, the creator of the undead race. If Sumyu gave Robin hope first and then personally extinguished it, the other party would surely find it difficult to accept and might even resort to violence immediately. But Kingston was different. Regardless, there was still a certain connection between Sumyu and him. Letting him accept this fact first, and then telling Robin together, might make things go a bit smoother. At the very least, Kingston could mediate the situation then to avoid a fight. Although Sumyu did not fear Robin, the other party had helped him after all, so avoiding a conflict was naturally the best outcome. From the moment he entered the Myriad Worlds game and changed his profession to Death Sovereign, he had been closely linked to the undead race. If the monster race and the machine race were destined to be the mortal enemies of the human race due to the past, then the undead race, as a top-tier race, would naturally become an ally of the human race because of Sumyubai's existence. As for the demon race as an ally, that was more due to Patty and Sumyubai's words were brief, but they struck Kingston so like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. How could Lord Ming to have fallen? The Dark Sovereign's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Previously at the Death Domain Bank. As he said this, his voice came to an abrupt halt. Immediately after, he took a step forward, arriving directly in front of Sumyubai. His massive demon god body instantly shrank to about 3 meters, and his deep, dark pupils stared at Sumyubai in disbelief. You mean, all of this was directed and acted out by you? Even though he had figured everything out, there was still one point Kingston could not understand. Since Lord Mingtu had already fallen, how did his projection avatar appear at the Death Domain Bank? That was not a projection without any power, but a true projection avatar. With the main body fallen, how could a projection avatar still exist? Yes, in order to seize control of the Death Domain Bank, I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Sumyubai nodded, simultaneously raising his hand. The next moment, the death scripture condensed and appeared in his palm. The pages turned slowly without any wind, and an extremely dense aura of death immediately permeated the area. The abnormal death aura in the surroundings seemed to have suddenly found its home, gathering toward the death scripture of its own accord. This is Lord Mingtu's death scripture. No, that's not right. It's somewhat different. Looking at this familiar yet strange rule-level treasure, a look of doubt flashed in Kingston's eyes. It was familiar because he had seen this treasure many times when he followed Lord Mingtu. And it was strange because he keenly sensed that an extremely special power had been added to the death scripture. This was a power he had never felt before. This is indeed the death scripture left behind by Senior Mingtu. Sumyubai explained. However, compared to before, its power is even greater. As he spoke, the death scripture suddenly erupted with a blinding gray-white divine light, and a power filled with the aura of death descended. Supreme Death Divine Power, Death Rule Grand Tao, Power of the Death Authority. The 3 types of power merged with one another, and a terrifying pressure radiated outward, though it was confined to the immediate vicinity and did not spread to the entire nether abyss. Sumyubai did not want to frighten the players of various races within the nether abyss. Lord Mingtu, Kingston's divine body trembled, his gaze fixed intently on the majestic figure manifesting from within the gray-white divine light. That figure, seemingly forged from extinguished stars and the origin of death, appeared as the embodiment of death itself walking upon the world. Who else could it be, if not the former Lord of Death Mingtu? Chapter 1061, Kingston's Choice. No, this is not Lord Mingtu. Looking at the projected avatar of Mingtu, Kingston suddenly furrowed his brows, because the eyes of this projection were hollow, appearing to lack any self-awareness whatsoever. Thinking of this, he abruptly turned his head to look at Sumyubai, his expression instantly darkening. The power of the main god of darkness surged around him as he said in a deep voice, "Why are you able to summon a projected avatar of Lord Mingtu?" Facing the aggressive Kingston, Sumyubai's expression remained calm as he explained, "Naturally, it is because of the power Lord Mingtu left behind within the death scripture before he fell." Honesty was one thing, but Sumyubai had no intention of being completely transparent. The catastrophe trait was the greatest secret and the most powerful force of his unique forbidden grade talent. Catastrophe. Once a treasure of the same rank was imbued with the catastrophe trait, it could no longer be spoken of in the same breath as its original form. To a certain extent, the improvement brought by the catastrophe trait was even greater than an increase in rank. At the very least, Sumyubai had never seen a treasure with infinite energy before. Back then, the curse of extinction was merely a saint extinction grade item. Yet because of the existence of the catastrophe trait, it possessed endless death energy. In the past, Sumyubai's perspective was limited, and he only thought that catastrophe was unique among the myriad worlds. But he did not know what this uniqueness truly signified. Now, he had a vague suspicion that the talent catastrophe, even if placed outside the myriad worlds, was highly likely to be unique. Because even Luo Wuan, the ancestor of the Zhuanshan lineage, had never seen such a heaven-defying talent. Therefore, unless it was an absolute last resort, Sumyubai would never expose the full effects of his talent. Merely increasing the rank of a treasure was not considered to heaven-defying. Such talents already existed within the myriad worlds. Just like Sumyubai's initial S-rank talent, promotion, however, the upper limit that Catastrophe could reach was incomparable to any other talent. Even if Sumyubai exposed his ability to increase the rank of treasures, even if it were to reach the level of rule-grade treasures, it was not an entirely unacceptable matter. This limited exposure could, on the contrary, bring great benefits. Which race would not want to possess more rule-grade treasures? There was no existence within the myriad worlds capable of creating rule-grade treasures. Not even the main gods. Even the supreme gods could not create them just because they wanted to. Opportunity, resources, and materials were all indispensable. Even Zuxingchen, an existence at the rule-breaking realm, had to cross the river of time several times and collect a vast amount of resources and materials from the turbulence of time and space to successfully build the Tower of Time and Space, the treasure that protected the human race. One could imagine that if the rulers of rules of the myriad worlds knew that Bai Yi could upgrade items into rule-grade treasures, they would absolutely flock to him, even if it meant paying a great price. At that time, apart from enemies with blood feuds, all other rulers of rules would try every possible means to befriend Sumyubai, because they could absolutely not withstand the temptation of rule-grade treasures. Of course, the premise for such a development was that Sumyubai himself possessed sufficiently powerful strength. To say nothing more, he at least needed to be able to stand on equal footing with a main god. Otherwise, once exposed, he would be destined to be controlled and become a tool for one or several rulers of rules. In the past, Sumyubai did not dare to expose it because his strength was insufficient, but now, his strength was already enough. After merging the great Tao of the life rule into the realm of the nine-pattern ultimate, the incomplete heart of reincarnation had become a bit more complete. The power that this unknown great treasure fed back to Sumyubai had also grown slightly stronger. This gave Sumyubai the confidence to face any main god. What's more, he now had an extra trump card. The Sea of Death Avatar. Soul Undying was not just a figure of speech. Lord Mingtu has already fallen. Why has the power he left behind not dissipated? Kingston stared fixedly at Sumyubai, his voice still terrifyingly low. At the same time, the eyes of Mingtu's projection gained a glimmer of spirit. I do not know how Lord Mingtu managed it, but this projection is entirely under my control. These words were spoken from the mouth of Mingtu's projected avatar. The voice was completely different from Sumyubai's. A sharp glint flashed in Kingston's deep pupils. His eyes, like black holes, absorbed the light, seemingly trying their best to discern something from Mingtu's projected avatar. It was this voice. This was entirely the voice of Lord Mingtu, back at the Death Domain Bank headquarters. It was precisely because the projected avatar had the exact same aura as Lord Mingtu, combined with this voice, that he had preconceived the notion that Lord Mingtu had not truly fallen. Every living being possessed inherent cognitive biases, and even existences at the ruler of rules realm were no exception, because they were not omniscient or omnipotent beings either. In Kingston's understanding, once one fell, there was no power left to maintain the existence of a projected avatar. Therefore, he and Robin had easily believed everything Sumyubai orchestrated back then. It was not that they were stupid, it was just that the catastrophe trait was, to them, a complete dimensional strike. It was like that then, and it remained the same now. No matter how Kingston utilized his ocular techniques, he could not discern the slightest clue from this projected avatar, whether it was appearance, aura, or any other aspect. It was exactly the same as the Lord Mingtu of the past. Even the glimmer in the eyes, after Sumyubai took active control, was identical to how it had been. At this moment, Kingston was completely dumbfounded. After a long silence, the main god power on him slowly subsided, and his expression was no longer dark. This was not because he fully believed by his words, but a helpless choice made after weighing the pros and cons. Does the truth even matter anymore by now? The demon race and the human race have already become deeply intertwined. The monstrous level of Bai's talent is truly unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed. The best choice now is to make the best of the situation and continue to maintain this alliance. Not only must it be maintained, but it must be taken even further. Just as Kingston was deep in thought, The fluctuations of the third rule Dao descended once again, sweeping across the entire underworld abyss. This was one of the reasons why he was determined to form a deep bond with Bai Yi and the human race. Feeling the powerful fluctuations of the fate rule Dao, Kingston turned to look at Sumubai and spoke slowly. You asked me to appear. Surely not just because you wanted to apologize, right? Naturally. Sumubai smiled slightly. With a thought, he opened the entrance to his internal world and gestured with his hand, inviting him in. Brother, please. There are some things I don't know if Seniorin has told you, but I think you ought to know. Chapter 1062, Kingston's Loss of Composure. Brother, please. There are some things I don't know if Seniorin has told you, but I think you ought to know. Sumubai's words made Kingston pause slightly. He then looked at him with some surprise and asked reflexively, Seniorin. He suddenly recalled that the relationship between Bai Yi and Patty seemed quite good. Back when the issue of the two World Master tokens arose, Patty had even spoken up for Bai Yi during a high-level meeting of the demon race. It was precisely during that time that he had, by chance, sensed the aura of Seniorin on Patty. Seniorin's remnant soul had been attached to Patty's spirit all along. Bai Yi must have gotten to know him through Patty. After figuring this out, the confusion in Kingston's eyes did not dissipate. Instead, it grew even more intense. What exactly was it that Seniorin had not told him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep look at Sumubai. The latter remained in that inviting posture, clearly intending to discuss this matter only after entering the internal world. It seemed to be a matter of great importance, otherwise, why would Bai Yi be so cautious? The more this was the case, the more curious Kingston became. As one of the few rule sovereigns in the myriad worlds today, there were very few things he did not know. And since this matter involved Seniorin, he was even more eager to find out. In that case, let us go. Kingston withdrew his gaze and stepped into Sumubai's internal world. Seeing this, the corners of Sumubai's mouth curled up slightly. He knew very well how powerful his internal world was. Even if Kingston was a rule sovereign, he would inevitably be stunned. However, he did not follow him in. Instead, he sat back down on the throne of death and continued to methodically collect the spoils of war sent by the vortex of death into his internal world. It was as if Kingston had never been there, as if nothing had just happened. The main internal world, just as Sumubai had anticipated. After entering, Kingston froze on the spot. His black hole-like eyes widened, and his mouth hung open. Such an expression, under normal circumstances, would absolutely never appear on a rule sovereign. But one could not blame Kingston. It was simply that Sumubai's main internal world was too spectacular, far exceeding the imagination of any law lord or even a rule sovereign. The moment he entered, he felt as if he had crossed some invisible boundary. This was not at all within the scope of what an internal world should be. How could this be a small world or an internal space? It was clearly a nascent yet vast and boundless prototype of a universe. Beneath his feet was not solid ground, but a surging, roaring gray-white ocean. Above the ocean, faint golden ripples shimmered, adding a touch of the divine. Although there were no real stars overhead, endless phantom stars moved slowly along mysterious trajectories, casting a hazy, clear radiance. The vastness of the space far exceeded any divine kingdom of a rule sovereign that Kingston had ever seen. It had even reached the scale of a realm. However, this jaw-dropping vastness was merely an appetizer. What truly caused this dark sovereign, Kingston, to lose his composure was the aura of two rule-level creations that filled this world, diametrically opposed yet strangely coexisting. His gaze was first drawn to that towering giant tree that could not be ignored. It was rooted in the void, yet its canopy seemed to prop up the entire world. The trunk was so thick it resembled a pillar supporting the heavens, standing between heaven and earth. The sheer size of that giant tree was breathtaking. Even the veins on every leaf were comparable to continuous mountain ranges. Ancient and mysterious emerald patterns flowed across the bark, exuding a majestic vitality that made even Kingston feel refreshed in body and mind. The world tree. And such a complete, such a vibrant world tree. How is this possible? Kingston muttered to himself, his voice filled with incredulous shock. This was not the first time he had seen a world tree, and Sumubai's world tree was still far inferior to the one the life sovereign once possessed. But the world tree belonging to the Life Sovereign had long since vanished from the myriad worlds following the Life Sovereign's fall. Where on earth did this one of Bai's come from? Could it be that he had not only obtained the inheritance of Lord Mingta but also the inheritance of Lady Lingxi? But this was just too unbelievable. Given Bai's monstrous level of talent, Kingston would not be surprised if he obtained the inheritance of two rule sovereigns. But life and death were two completely opposing supreme rule Daos. How could they possibly coexist within the same person? Even he, a rule sovereign, could not bring himself to believe it. Yet now, he had no choice but to believe it, because within Bai's internal world, there existed another force, one that was diametrically opposed to this vibrant vitality, yet equally vast and boundless. This force exuded an extremely dense and pure aura of death. Kingston looked down blankly. There lay a sea. An endless, boundless ocean formed from the purest power of death. The seawater was not liquid, it was more like death itself, churning and roaring, whipping up waves thousands of feet high composed of the phantoms of wailing souls. Above the surface of the sea, a sense of ultimate, deathly stillness permeated the air, enough to freeze one's very soul. Yet, the faint wisps of golden light drifting across it lent an uncanny feeling to this deathly silence. What is this? Another rule-level creation. And it seems there is something not quite right about it. Even with Kingston's vast experience and temperament, he was utterly shocked at this moment. He felt his perception of reality being violently washed away. If it were merely two rule-level creations, he would have been surprised. But certainly not to the point of losing his composure. However, the vibrant world tree, capable of sustaining a universe, and the sea of death, which represented the end of all things and seemed ready to devour everything, were different. These two supreme powers of rules, which should have been as incompatible as fire and water, were now achieving a subtle, inconceivable balance within this internal world. Their powers were not clashing, rather, under the mediation of some higher-level force. They had formed a strange domain where life and death cycled back and forth. This domain was nourishing and expanding this nascent universe at a slow but steady pace. How is this possible? How on earth did he achieve this? Kingston stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long time. His ancient and changing dark state of mind was now surging with massive waves, because from within the sea of death, he sensed an extremely powerful aura of life. This death-attributed rule-level creation was like a living being. It sounded contradictory, a death-attributed rule-level creation possessing an aura of life. But this was indeed Kingston's personal experience, and there could be no mistake. Most crucially, the intensity of that life force was not a whit weaker than his own as a dark sovereign. In terms of soul power, it was even significantly stronger than his. Only at this moment did Kingston deeply understand that Bai Yi could not be described by words like genius or monster. What he possessed was the cornerstone of a complete world. Chapter 1063. As you can see, I indeed possess such ability. Kingston stood blankly in midair, unable to help but whisper to himself, Bai Yi, it seems the entire myriad worlds has always severely underestimated you. He could clearly feel that his divine sense was being heavily suppressed within Bai's internal world, unable to probe many areas at all. In other words, whether it was the world tree or the sea of death, the only reason he could see them was because Bai wanted him to see them. Whether there were other, even more earth-shattering things hidden here, he had no way of knowing. Aside from the two rule-level creations, the only other things Kingston could see were the dense ranks of the Golden Scourge Legion at the bottom of the Sea of Death. However, compared to the Sea of Death, while the Golden Scourge Legion was numerous, their strength was far too weak to catch Kingston's eye. The only thing that struck him as strange was that these Scourge skeletons all possessed a peculiar vitality. But thinking of how Bai Yi could even create dead things like the Netherworld, Kingston suddenly felt that these Golden Scourge skeletons were no longer surprising. Brother Kingston, welcome to my world. The sudden voice caused Kingston's pupils to shrink, and he whipped around. Sumu Bai's figure had appeared behind him without him noticing. When Kingston was shocked, he hadn't perceived when the other party had arrived at all. Now, this orates the Sea of Death below. After sensing it carefully, Kingston suddenly realized, because at this moment, Bai's aura was identical to the Sea of Death, as if they were one and the same. It was precisely because of this that he had completely failed to notice how the other party had appeared. After all, this world was saturated with the aura of the Sea of Death. This figure was not Sumyubai's true body, but merely a vessel condensed by a clone of the Sea of Death. Facing Bai Yi at this moment, Kingston suddenly felt a sense of confusion as to who was the true sovereign of rules. He felt as if all his many epochs of existence had been lived in vain. But how did Bai Yi achieve such terrifying accomplishments in such a short time? Just as Kingston was pondering, yet another Supreme Rule Great Tao suddenly descended. This time, he witnessed the descent of the Chaos Rule Great Tao with his own eyes. Right there in Bai Yi's internal world, in the region his divine sense could not probe. What exactly was happening there? Looking at the direction Kingston's gaze was fixed upon, Sumyubai smiled slightly. Since you are so interested, brother, why not go and take a look? Sumyubai had intended to reveal the effect of his catastrophe talent, which could upgrade the rank of treasures this time anyway. The reason he had restricted Kingston's divine sense earlier was purely to demonstrate his own strength. After all cooperation is built upon the foundation of possessing equal strength, even if they were already allies. Showing some strength was quite necessary. You'll really let me see? Kingston looked at Sumyubai with some surprise. He had originally thought that since the other party had restricted his soul from probing that area, he naturally didn't want him to know. Why had he suddenly changed his mind, however? Kingston only felt confused for a fleeting moment before he understood. Bai Yi was showing his fist. Naturally. I wouldn't hide anything from you, brother, would I? Sumyubai laughed heartily and, with a flick of his divine sense, directly lifted the restrictions on that area. Hearing this, the corner of Kingston's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. When it comes to the art of speech, it has to be you. I don't even know who just apologized for lying to me a moment ago. The thought flashed through his mind, and the moment Bai Yi lifted the restriction, Kingston extended his divine sense toward it. The detection range of a rule sovereign's divine soul is vast, far beyond what any master of laws could ever compare to. If not for this, Kingston would never have been able to perceive the full scope of the world tree through his divine sense. However, when he saw that previously hidden area, he was left completely stunned, frozen in place. This is a new rule supreme treasure being born before his eyes. Countless ordinary law-level treasures floated in the sky above that region. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many such treasures there were, they would not be enough to attract the attention of a rule sovereign. Only high-level law treasures could make a rule sovereign take even a slight interest. But the law treasures here were different. In just a single glance, Kingston saw dozens of law treasures shattered by an inexplicably appearing energy, dissolving into their most fundamental essence. Most crucially, 4 of these treasures were clearly withstanding the infusion of energy, radiating the powerful aura belonging to Rule Supreme treasures. After regaining his senses, Kingston could no longer restrain himself. He took a single step forward and arrived in the area where the 4 Rule Supreme treasures were located. Feeling them at close range, the shock in his eyes grew even more intense. It was all real. These 4 items were genuine Rule Supreme treasures, and they were all treasures that had never been heard of in the past. Bai Yi, brother, you possess the ability to create Rule Supreme treasures. Kingston looked at Bai Yi, who had arrived at some point, in utter shock. Deep within his eyes, a flicker of intense fervor involuntarily flashed. These were Rule Supreme treasures. Ever since the Great Cataclysm, the entire demon race had only to left. In such a short time, Bai Yi had actually created 4 whole pieces, plus the death cannon he already possessed, along with the world tree and the Sea of Death in this world. That was equivalent to 7 Rule Supreme treasures. Was this not a display of absolute power? Kingston's form of address toward Bai Yi had also changed unconsciously. As you can see, I do indeed possess such an ability. Sumyubai shrugged. At the same time, another Supreme Rule Great Tao descended. Among the countless law-level treasures, a power-type law treasure stood out, rapidly transforming into a Rule Supreme treasure. This scene left Kingston dumbfounded. Another one. That made it the 8th Rule Supreme treasures, which even Rule Sovereigns treated as priceless gems. This guy Bai Yi could actually mass-produce them. If this continued, the number of Rule Supreme treasures Bai Yi possessed alone would soon exceed the total held by all Rule Sovereigns combined. Is this even reasonable? Chapter 1064. The heavens and earth resonate together. A double-length chapter. With you and the human race. It seems it won't be long before you stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Kingston took a deep breath, finally calming the shock in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this moment, his gaze towards Sumubai was extremely complex. As a rule sovereign, although he had long regarded Bai Yi as an existence on the same level, deep down, he couldn't help but still view him as a junior. But from this moment on, Kingston understood that he could no longer treat this young man of the human race as a junior, possessing the power to create rule supreme treasures. The other party's status was already far higher than his own, however. How exactly did Bai Yi achieve all this? Kingston thought for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and slowly asked, "You? The cost of upgrading law-level treasures into rule supreme treasures like this, how great is it?" The cost he referred to was not the large number of law-level treasures that shattered because they couldn't withstand the energy infusion. In the eyes of a rule sovereign, such treasures were not worth mentioning, because law-level treasures could be refined in large quantities. But rule supreme treasures were rare and hard to come by. Even if one were to trade hundreds of millions of law-level treasures for a single rule supreme treasure, it would still be a profitable deal. Although Kingston knew very well that Bai Yi exposing this ability meant he intended to cooperate with the demon race, and that by speaking first, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position in the upcoming negotiations. He truly had no choice. The temptation of rule supreme treasures was something the demon race could not refuse under any circumstances. Looking across the myriad worlds today, only Bai Yi possessed such an ability. This was a seller's market. The initiative and pricing power were already completely in the other party's hands. The cost is naturally quite high. Sumubai nodded. After all, this energy doesn't just appear out of thin air. As he spoke, he pointed to the massive energy pouring into the treasures, a flash of heartache crossing his eyes, and then added, "If the upgrade fails, energy is also lost. That is only natural." Kingston nodded in deep agreement, acknowledging Sumubai's words. It wasn't because he was easy to deceive, but because the Cataclysm Talent's method of seizing and plundering was simply too inconceivable, except for those in the know. Who would ever imagine that a talent could actually plunder energy from the myriad worlds, even if someone said so, unless they saw it with their own eyes? No one would dare to believe it. The consumption required to successfully upgrade one rule supreme treasure is immense. Sumubai spoke slowly. Being able to upgrade so many at once this time is thanks to the foundation left behind by the human race in the past. Beyond that, it also requires consuming a massive amount of soul power. As he spoke, his divine sense stirred, and a gap suddenly tore open in the space in front of Kingston. On the other side of the gap, his divine soul projection was sitting cross-legged amidst a pile of soul spirits, absorbing them tirelessly. The image flashed and vanished, and the spatial gap closed quickly. At the same time, piece after piece of law-level treasures continued to shatter and disappear. Now, Sumubai was also certain that ordinary rule-type law treasures basically had no possibility of withstanding the infusion of cataclysm energy. Only treasures of the law level belonging to the supreme rule system had even the slightest chance. Therefore, he simply filtered out all the law-level treasures of the ordinary rule system, keeping them to equip the Nether Army or the Lords of Law of the human race in the future. Not only does it require a massive amount of energy, but it also requires soul power. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, Kingston had already seen everything inside that spatial rift just now. After brewing for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Oh brother Bai Yi, just tell me straight, if my demon race wants to ask for your help in upgrading a supreme rule treasure, what do we need to provide?" At this moment, where was there even a trace of the Dark Overlord in this demon god? He was terrified that saying the wrong thing would lead to Bai Yi's refusal. "Brother Kingston, the matter of helping the demon race upgrade supreme rule treasures is easy to discuss." "Very easy." Sumubai grinned. Hearing this, Kingston was overjoyed. As long as he didn't refuse, it didn't matter if the price the demon race had to pay was high, there would be no problem at all. But immediately after, his smile froze on his face. He heard Sumubai change the subject, however. "We shall discuss the specific terms of the trade later. Before Sumyubai could finish his sentence, Kingston hurriedly spoke up, "Brother Bai, don't be like that. Since there's nothing going on right now, why don't we settle it now?" Looking at his expression, it was as if he were deathly afraid that Sumyubai might go back on his word. "No rush, no rush." Sumyubai shook his head. "The foundation left behind by my human race can still be used to upgrade a few more Supreme Rule treasures. No matter how anxious you are, Brother Kingston, there is no need to be in such a hurry." When it came to negotiating deals, Sumyubai was not an expert. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. He was only responsible for agreeing and using catastrophe to freeload the upgrades. As for the specific conditions, that naturally had to be left to the most suitable person, and that, naturally, was the specialty of Fujiu-chanjia. "Brother Bai, there is no need to be in such a hurry to upgrade, but we can talk about it first." Kingston clearly wasn't going to give up so easily. A verbal promise had no binding force, and he was itching to hand over the necessary items to Baiyu right now and sign a contract. "Rest assured, Brother Kingston." Sumyubai smiled and patted Kingston on the shoulder. "Our two races are allies, after all. Since I have promised, I will definitely help you upgrade them, and it will certainly not be just one." Once these words were spoken, Kingston felt a surge of joy in his heart. More than one. Doesn't this mean that he might even have a chance to obtain an extra Supreme Rule treasure? "Brother Kingston, let's discuss this in detail after the events in the Nether Abyss conclude." Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hicks, please watch a good show, brother." As soon as his voice fell, the three Supreme Rule treasures that had finished upgrading began to vibrate. Immediately after, the three treasures vanished from the spot instantly. At the same time, the scene inside the Nether Abyss appeared within Sumyubai's inner world. Kingston's pupils constricted slightly. "Brother Bai, your methods are truly astonishing." He couldn't help but be shocked, because the three Supreme Rule treasures that had just disappeared were now appearing inside the Nether Abyss. "It's nothing much." Sumyubai waved his hand with a smile, a flash of coldness crossing his eyes as he spoke slowly. "It is time for the structure of the myriad worlds to change." Hearing this, Kingston felt a jolt in his heart. As expected, the target of Bai and the human race this time was not just those peak high-level gods and world lords of the monster, insect, and mechanical races, the rule overlords of the three races. No, the four races were the ones truly being targeted in this chess game. Although the powerhouse of the Holy Light Angel race had been rescued, given Bai's personality, how could he possibly let Huozhou, who had once attacked him? Once the rule overlords of the four races arrived at the Nether Abyss, that would be when the real show began. Thinking of this, Kingston took another deep look at Sumyubai. No wonder this guy suddenly chose this moment to expose his ability to upgrade Supreme Rule treasures. He had calculated me into this as well. Even so, Kingston did not feel resentful, because he knew very well what Bai wanted him to do. Isn't it just to act as a lobbyist and a middleman? What of it? In any case, neither he nor the demon race would suffer any losses. Perhaps this might even allow the demon race to be the first to start upgrading their Supreme Rule treasures. If he could make the cost of the upgrade a little lower, that would be even better. "Brother Bai, is this Nether race something you perfected? Or was it Lord Ming too?" Kingston asked with some curiosity as he watched Yui and the others on the sky screen. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have asked this question, because in his view, the Nether race must have been created by Lord Ming too. No matter how monstrous Bai was, he was still too young. How could he possibly be involved in a field like creating life? But now, Kingston's thoughts were completely different. If Bai could even manage to upgrade Supreme Rule treasures in batches, what was there that he couldn't do? Senior Mingtu had already researched it to the final step. "I am merely standing on the shoulders of a giant." Sumyubai smiled modestly. However, this statement also implied that the Nether race was indeed perfected by him. Before Kingston could speak, Sumyubai suddenly continued, "Brother, what do you think the current Nether race is missing?" Kingston was slightly stunned, then shook his head. "I cannot tell." Creating life was not a field that a main god could touch. He knew absolutely nothing about it. However, from his answer, Sumyubai also understood that the other party was unaware of the matter of reincarnation. "Before we came in, I said there were some things you should know." Now, it is time to tell you. Sumyubai looked at Kingston with a solemn expression, and the latter immediately perked up. The impact of creating Supreme Rule treasures in batches was so great that he had momentarily forgotten the purpose of entering Bai's inner world. At this moment, Sumyubai took the initiative to bring it up, and Kingston suddenly remembered, hurriedly asking, "What exactly is the matter?" Sumyubai did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the three figures in the moonlit night on the celestial screen and repeated the words once spoken by the projection of Ming-Tu. In truth, what is lacking is not the netherworld, but the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds are lacking something. Kingston's expression shifted violently. He turned his head sharply to look at Sumyubai. His eyes filled with confusion. If the myriad worlds wish to become complete, they must establish a cycle of reincarnation. Sumyubai's eyes were profound. As he spoke, the power of 6 great laws surged from within his body simultaneously. Kingston, standing to the side, was instantly stunned. The power of the law of death, the power of the law of fate, the power of the law of time, the power of the law of space, the power of the law of creation, the power of the law of life. How is this possible? Although he knew that Bai Yi had already fused the 6 great law paths to the peak of the 9 pattern realm, Kingston had never imagined that every single one of them was a supreme law path. Due to the existence of the Death Codex, even he, a sovereign of darkness, had been unable to see through Sumyubai's power. Only now, as Sumyubai actively displayed it, did Kingston suddenly realize that Bai's talent was countless times more powerful than he had imagined. He stared blankly at Sumyubai, his mouth agape, but no sound emerged. Clearly, he was so shocked that he did not know what to say. Sumyubai did not pay attention to Kingston's reaction. Instead, he pointed to the Netherworld army on the celestial screen and continued. Reincarnation is the channel that connects the living and the dead. With reincarnation, once a living being falls, provided their soul is not completely annihilated, they can transform into a netherworld entity, waiting to enter the cycle and obtain a new life. Hearing this, Kingston's eyes widened. So, this was the truth behind the netherworld. No wonder the Myriad Worlds game had issued a new netherworld ranking due to the birth of the netherworld. The current netherworld army was already no weaker than the core strength of any top-tier race. If, in the future, every living being that perished were to transform into a netherworld entity, what a magnificent sight that would be. In that case, how supreme and exalted would the status of Bai Yi, the creator of the netherworld, be within the myriad worlds. Such an achievement was something even the original 9 supreme gods could not compare to. Just as Kingston was reeling in shock, Sumyubai's next words made him gasp in cold air. The myriad worlds have less than 10,000 years left. When that time comes, if the cycle of reincarnation cannot be established, there will be no need for the void to invade. The entire myriad worlds will be doomed to eternal destruction. And establishing the cycle of reincarnation is a goal that all the supreme gods have plotted for a long time and have always sought to achieve. Senior Ming-Tu established the Nether Abyss back then with the intention of creating the Netherworld, also to further perfect the myriad worlds and prepare for the establishment of reincarnation. Having said this, Sumyubai paused. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and his entire aura was fully revealed. And I am the one born to fulfill this destiny, the one who will establish the cycle of reincarnation after all these plans have been laid. The moment his voice fell, the 6 supreme laws surging within Sumyubai's body vibrated in unison, and the incomplete heart of reincarnation within his chest beat rhythmically. Every heartbeat tugged at his entire inner world. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Not only that, but all the law paths that had descended into his inner world began to churn at this moment. Whoosh, rustle. The sea of death roared and surged, and the world tree swayed incessantly. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated together. Everything seemed to be paying tribute to Sumyubai. Sumyubai's entire body shimmered with divine light. Although his physical form had not changed, in Kingston's eyes, his image had become incomparably tall. He was like a deity occupying the entire world, the one who will establish the cycle of reincarnation. Kingston stared blankly at Bai Yi in this state, unable to stop himself from whispering. Although it was the first time he had heard of this, he already believed the other's words. It was not because Bai Yi's words were so persuasive. but because he had heard a long-lost system notification sound. Ever since he had broken through to the Sovereign of Lo's realm, this was the first time he had heard it. Notification. You have accepted the Great Quest Assist in establishing the cycle of reincarnation. The update owed from yesterday has been made up. There will be another update later. Don't miss it, my dear patrons. Chapter 1065. Pacify the internal before resisting the external. Warm reminder. What was owed from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Patrons can read the previous chapter first. It is a combined 4-0-word long chapter. Main text below. Notification. You have accepted the Great Quest Assist in establishing the cycle of reincarnation. The long-lost quest acceptance notification left Kingston feeling a bit dazed, almost thinking he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Ever since he had broken through to the Tier 12 Sovereign of Lo's realm, he had never heard such a system notification again. The existence of a Sovereign of Lo's already possessed sovereign authority, making them equivalent to an administrator of the Myriad Worlds game. A quest. What kind of administrator needs to do quests? It would be more like them issuing system quests. But at this very moment, he had indeed received a quest, and it was even a Grade 1. This also meant that everything Bai Yi said was true. Otherwise, the Myriad Worlds game could not have issued such a quest. After Kingston regained his composure, he immediately opened his long-sealed quest list. Assist in establishing the cycle of reincarnation. Quest difficulty and known quest content within 998 years. Assist the player Bai Yi in establishing the cycle of reincarnation, allowing the Myriad Worlds to become completely whole. Quest reward, failure penalty, and known. 9,998 years is the final deadline. The Myriad Worlds require reincarnation, or they will face eternal destruction. 9,998 years. Kingston muttered this number, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The void that had been sealed by the Sovereign of Time and Space back then was set to have its seal broken in exactly 998 years from now. Thinking of this, he could not help but suddenly realize. It seems that the reason Lord Star acted this way was to buy the final bit of time for the Myriad Worlds. At that time, they, the surviving rulers of rules, did not understand. Many supreme gods had paid such a heavy price, yet they could only delay the void invasion by 10 epochs. What was the point of doing this, after all? With so many supreme gods present, and even with the ruler of time and space having broken through to the next realm, the Myriad Worlds still hadn't won. Could a mere 10 epochs really give birth to an existence stronger than all those supreme gods and the ruler of time and space combined? Now, Kingston finally understood. Only by establishing reincarnation could one truly defeat the void, and Bai Yi was the one to break the deadlock for the Myriad Worlds. Thinking this far, Kingston took a deep breath and looked at Bai Yi. Brother Bai Yi, tell me, what must this brother do to lend you a helping hand, to repel external threats? One must first settle internal troubles. Sumubai grinned. The rulers of rules from the top-tier races, such as the demon race, are the greatest internal threat to the Myriad Worlds right now. Only by resolving them first can I focus on establishing reincarnation. Brother Jin, what do you think? System quests were not issued without reason. The quest Kingston had accepted was naturally issued to him by Sumu by using his supreme god-level ruler authority. This was a function he had just researched. Much like the ruler authority he had used previously to expel and freeze the main gods like Kangli in the Void Rift, the supreme god-level ruler authority had infinite wonderful uses, and Sumubai still needed to research it further. However, issuing system quests was not something Sumubai could do entirely at will. The fact that the quest assist in establishing reincarnation could be issued, and was accepted by a ruler of rules like Kingston, meant that the Myriad Worlds game had confirmed this quest as true. If the Myriad Worlds were the carrier of the Myriad Worlds game, then the system of the Myriad Worlds game was the will of the heavenly Tao of the Myriad Worlds. Establishing reincarnation was saving the Myriad Worlds. How could it refuse to issue such a quest? Hearing Sumubai's words, Kingston could not help but nod. That is indeed the case. After a moment of thought, he spoke again. Rest assured, there will be no problems with the demon race and the undead race. Having said this, he paused, then continued to add, as for the other top-tier races, I will also do my best. Then many thanks, brother. Sumyubai cupped his hands toward Kingston, then pointed to the sky screen in midair and smiled. For now, let's watch the show. In the core area of the Nether Abyss, beneath the giant death vortex. Since you are seeking death, then this deity shall grant your wish. Feng Ren was suddenly enraged, the long halberd in his hand carrying terrifying power as he swept it horizontally toward the three. After using the forbidden technique, the powerful energy within his body gave him full confidence that he could kill these three troublesome fellows in a short time. Regarding Feng Ren's current strength, Yu Yi and the other two were naturally well aware, but they had no intention of retreating in the slightest. Still unwilling to let him leave, overestimating yourselves, Feng Ren snorted coldly, as if he had already seen the scene of these three god-level nether beings being severely injured by his halberd. But the next moment, his expression stiffened, his figure stalled, and his pupils widened instantly, as if he had seen something incredible. At this moment, not only him, but all the powerhouses in the entire Nether Abyss suddenly turned to look here. Although they could not truly see due to the special environmental suppression of the Nether Abyss, the powerful aura that had suddenly appeared deeply attracted everyone. They saw miniature death vortex, radiating a heart-palpitating aura, quietly emerge before Yui and the other two. The death vortex rotated, and three treasures slowly emerged from within. In the vortex on the left was a light sword, gray-white all over, containing an endless aura of death. The blade was flickering in and out of existence, yet it radiated an extreme sharpness capable of severing everything, as if it could devour all life. In the middle vortex was a dark red armor with a ferocious design, covered in fine dragon scales. The surface of the armor flowed with the light of destruction, emitting characteristics completely different from ordinary armor. It seemed that compared to defense, it was better at destruction. In the vortex on the right was a slowly opening eye, which seemed to be constructed from the purest power of the rule of destiny. Within the eye, there was no brilliance, only endless coldness and an indifference that looked down upon all living beings. The moment these three treasures appeared, the boiling rule fluctuations around them seemed to be forcibly suppressed by them. An invisible but suffocating pressure spread out like mercury pouring onto the ground. Feng Ren's attack stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on the three items that had appeared out of thin air. A sense of crisis, unprecedented and stemming from the instinct of life, poured over him like ice water, instantly extinguishing the madness burning within him due to the forbidden technique. Rule, supreme treasures, all three of them. Feng Ren clearly heard his own dry voice trembling. It wasn't just his voice, even his divine body could not help but tremble violently. Not knowing if it was out of fear or excitement, the entire Nether Abyss seemed to have been pressed with a pause button at this moment. All the powerhouses rushing toward the bottom of the Nether Abyss could not help but stop their movements, turning to look upward in shock and suspicion. Even from a great distance, they could see what was suspended there: a sword, an armor, an eye. Your hardworking author is frantically typing on his phone. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 1066. Otherwise what? This is the aura of Rule Supreme Treasures. Death, destruction, destiny. Three of them. All three are Rule Supreme Treasures. What is going on? How could Rule Supreme Treasures appear above? Didn't the Rule Great Tao just descend to the bottom of the Nether Abyss? Is there a possibility that after Rule Supreme Treasures are born, they randomly teleport to somewhere in the Nether Abyss? Damn it. Then what was the point of me desperately rushing to such a forward position? It counts as you being fast. Forget it. Kill your way back. The Death-type Rule Supreme Treasure must be mine. The moment the three Supreme Treasures appeared, all the powerhouses rushing toward the depths of the Nether Abyss were dumbfounded. Immediately after, countless people turned around and flew toward the giant vortex in the sky, like a school of fish swimming against the current. Since the Supreme Rule Treasures had manifested and were not at the bottom of the Nether Abyss, what point was there in continuing downward? Whatever inheritance might exist, it was all meaningless in the face of the Supreme Rule Treasures that had already appeared. Furthermore, by not continuing deeper, they would no longer have to endure the increasingly intense suppression. After all, the further down one went, the denser the abnormal aura of death became, making it extremely uncomfortable even for powerhouses at the peak World Lord level. At the very bottom of the main group, The expressions of the God Clan powerhouses turned incredibly ugly. Originally, they had been the closest to the bottom of the nether abyss. But now that the supreme rule treasures had suddenly appeared above, they had become the ones furthest from the treasures. Who could they even complain to about this? This is F King playing us for fools. Chixiao's anger burned, and flames seemed to rise within his eyes. As the strongest high god of the fire rule, possessing the divine title of God of Fire, his temper was as violent as a raging inferno. Brother Suxiu, should we go back too? Although more than 3 great Tao of rules had descended, the 3 supreme rule treasures had already manifested at this moment. How could he possibly stand by and watch others snatch them away? Beside him, Roxy's eyes rippled like water as she softly reminded him. What if the next supreme rule treasures appear at the bottom of the nether abyss? After all, the death, destruction, and fate-type rule treasures are not compatible with us. It had to be said that what she pointed out was indeed a problem. The sudden appearance of the 3 supreme rule treasures had thrown the entire nether abyss into chaos. No one knew where the subsequent rule treasures would appear throughout the abyss. Therefore, the God Clan powerhouses closest to the bottom of the nether abyss had become the most conflicted. Then what should we do? Chixiao scratched his crimson hair in frustration, his gaze fixed on Suxiu, waiting for an answer. He was the type who disliked thinking about these problems the most. Compared to thinking, he preferred fighting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have clashed with the famous undefeated god of war, Sikongyu. Back at the starry graveyard, however, Suxiu seemed to have not heard a word they said. He did not look up at the giant vortex, but instead kept his head lowered, staring at the bottom of the nether abyss with furrowed brows, seemingly deep in thought. How could this happen? Manhwa, dressed in a white gown, whereupon her delicate brows and looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat puzzled. Wasn't she the goddess of luck? How did she suddenly become so unlucky? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but close her eyes. The divine power of luck within her surged, and she began to attempt to mobilize the authority of luck. But at this moment, Suxiu suddenly spoke. Manhwa, don't bother. It's useless. Only then did he look up toward the sky. Within his eyes, countless layers of space overlapped, and his gaze seemed to traverse the endless distance, seeing everything surrounding those 3 supreme rule treasures. Useless. Manhwa opened her beautiful eyes, a flash of realization crossing them. You mean, yes. Suxiu nodded slightly, then sighed and said, let's go. We should head up to snatch those 3 supreme rule treasures. Chixiao's eyes lit up. There's no need to snatch them. These 3 supreme rule treasures already belong to those 3 god-level nether spirits. Suxiu shook his head, and his words caused Chixiao, who was preparing to soar into the sky, to freeze. What do you mean? The 10 god-level nether spirits correspond to the 10 inverted supreme rule great Taos. Suxiu spoke slowly, and the 10 rule great Taos that just descended happened to be the 10 supreme rule great Taos. Having said this, the group of God Clan powerhouses understood his meaning completely. According to Suxiu's speculation, the reason why 10 supreme rule treasures had been born in the nether abyss all at once was entirely due to the existence of the 10 god-level nether spirits. In other words, these rule treasures were already claimed. They had no chance at all unless they snatched them from the 10 god-level nether spirits. But with what would they snatch them? Not to mention the powerful nether legion, or the fact that Bai, that freak, was behind the nether spirits. Just the fact that the 10 god-level nether spirits had obtained the rule treasures meant they were no longer opponents they could contend with. The 10 god-level nether spirits, who were already capable of reaching peak World Lord combat power, clearly exceeded the limits of the Law Lord realm after being empowered by the supreme rule treasures. Let alone them, even the former Death God Bok and the Slaughter God Ashes would not be a match for the 3 of them. Yi and the others, at this moment, of course. This was assuming the 3 of them had activated their divine descent state, because their original combat power had not yet reached the World Lord level. Are we just going to come here for nothing? Chixiao's eyes widened. Could all of this also be Bai's doing? Impossible. Suxiu shook his head decisively. If Bai could orchestrate the birth of 10 supreme rule treasures at once, that would be too terrifying. It better not be him, otherwise. Chixiao gritted his teeth. But before he could finish, He was interrupted by a glare from Manhwa. Otherwise what? Do you think you could actually beat him? Suxiu also glared at Chixiao. Watch your tongue. Hearing this, Chixiao froze, an embarrassed look appearing on his face, and his voice became quieter. Otherwise, even if he is powerful, although he was furious, he knew clearly that he could never be a match for that freak, i.e., better to be a little cowardly than to lose his life for nothing. He didn't think Bai would be afraid to kill him. That freak had even wiped out the symbiotic overlord of the Zerg. Would he be wary of the God Clan? Although the God Clan was much stronger than the Zerg, a rule overlord was not something he, a mere god of fire, could compare to. Let's go. Although we won't gain anything, we can at least watch a good show. Suxiu stretched, and the fervor in his eyes, originally sparked by the rule treasures, returned to clarity. Following that, he led the group of God Clan powerhouses and flew toward the giant vortex. But before they could arrive, a shrill, harrowing scream had already echoed throughout the entire Nether Abyss. Chapter 1067. The Fall of Fengren. No, I am not reconciled. How could this? After the shrill scream, the entire Nether Abyss fell into a moment of silence. The powerhouses of every race were intimately familiar with the owner of that scream, the chaos god of the demon race Fengren, a powerhouse who truly stood at the pinnacle of the Law Lord realm. Even the space god of the god race Suziu would not dare to claim he could steadily defeat him. Yet, such a powerhouse had now vanished, not even a trace of his ore remaining, having fallen within the Nether Abyss so quickly. And the ones who had struck him down were not that monster Bai, but merely his 3 god-level Nether subordinates. Fengren just died like that? Kai Xiao's figure faltered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he was also a top-tier world lord-level powerhouse, there were significant gaps even among those at the same level. Even if he were to join forces with the water god Ruoshi, they would still fall short if they wanted to challenge Fengren, the chaos god. After all, the latter was the strongest among the many world lords of the demon race. Is the boost provided by the rule artifacts truly this immense? Ruoshi's beautiful eyes trembled. She was clearly in disbelief at Fengren's fall. She had anticipated that Fengren might be defeated, but she never expected him to lose so quickly, and to die directly at the hands of those 3 god-level nethers. One must remember, just moments before, Fengren had been suppressing all 3 of them. If it weren't so, why would the rule artifacts drive countless powerhouses to such madness? Suziu shook his head, a look of deep apprehension flashing in his eyes. And this is only 3 of them. All 10 god-level nethers will possess a rule artifact. The situation of the myriad worlds will inevitably be reshuffled because of their existence. Indeed, but to be precise, the reshuffling of the myriad worlds is because of Bai's existence. Manhwa nodded, ripples forming in the divine light of her beautiful eyes as she whispered, "That guy is truly a mystery." When the top powerhouses of the god race arrived, they happened to see a death vortex swallowing Fengren's corpse, though it was only a fleeting glimpse. The tragic state of Fengren left them shaken to their core. Before being swallowed by the death vortex, Fengren had been kneeling in midair, his divine body covered in dense, intricate cracks. Violent power of the destruction rule flowed between the cracks like black-red magma. On his chest, there was a sword wound exuding an endless aura of death, piercing from his right chest straight through to his back. The wound eroded by the aura, leaving a gaping hole. He held his head high, his face filled with unwillingness, 2 trails of blood tears having long since dried on his cheeks. His pupils were wide open. He had died with his eyes wide open, unable to find peace. Beyond that, at the center of his brow, there was a small hole that had pierced through his entire skull, the power of the fate rule continuously overflowing from it. The power of the 3 supreme rules had firmly suppressed his divine body, preventing him from even returning to his original form after death. Suziu and the other top powerhouses stared blankly at this scene, their hearts filled with a complex mix of emotions, and for a moment, they all fell into silence. A powerhouse who once had the potential to contend for the title of the #1 high-level god of the myriad worlds had fallen so easily. If Fengren were replaced by any of them, the result would be exactly the same. Clearly, the combat power of a god-level nether possessing a rule artifact had already transcended the realm of Law Lord. In particular, The conversations of other race powerhouses nearby made the hearts of the god race powerhouses sink even further. It's too terrifying. Did you see that just now? One move. Yu Yi and the others each only used one move, and Feng Ren didn't even have room to resist. He was instantly killed. No, I saw it clearly. That god-level nether called Jinmi didn't even attack. It was Feng Ren's war halberd that landed on him, only to be heavily damaged and sent flying back. You still didn't see it clearly enough. In the Titan camp, a giant standing several hundred meters tall shook his head. As soon as he spoke, someone immediately took offense. A peak high-level god with a horizontal eye in the center of his brow shouted aggressively, "Are the Titans so great? You dare say Brother Boer didn't see it clearly? Don't you know that our god I race is best at?" But before he could finish his sentence, the first-rate world lord of the god I race, known as Boer, barked a sharp command, "Shut up." He then immediately bowed slightly toward the giant hundreds of meters tall Lord Leopold. "Please do not take offense. I apologize to you on his behalf." Hearing the name Leopold, the peak high-level god of the god I race who had been shouting earlier suddenly became as silent as a cicada, not daring to utter another word. Because this name represented the god of power. Although the god of power was nothing compared to Bai Yi and the current god-level nethers, he was far from someone he could afford to offend. Leopold waved his hand at Boer, saying nothing more. Ever since Doramide was expelled by the Titan race, he had been the undisputed #1 world lord of the Titans. Yet, even with Leopold's reputation, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and asked directly, "What did you see?" It wasn't that they each used one move. Leopold glanced at the newcomer and immediately said, "Before Yu's attack landed on Feng Ren, he had already fallen. If it were anyone else, he certainly wouldn't have bothered. But the person who came was Suzu, an existence of equal standing to him, which made all the difference. That guy called Mingri." A look of shock flashed in Sushu's eyes, and the image of the small hole in Feng Ren's brow instantly surfaced in his mind. Compared to Boer of the god I race, he clearly trusted Leopold's judgment more. The boost brought by the rule artifacts was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. The degree of rule fusion for Yu Yi and the others was only at the 6th pattern realm. Previously, their ability to possess top-tier combat power relied entirely on the boost from the god descent state and the advantage of fighting on their home turf. Even so, the three of them combined had still been firmly suppressed by Feng Ren. Furthermore, Feng Ren had been affected by the abnormal death aura of the Nether Abyss, rendering him unable to exert his strength at its peak. However, the moment one obtained a rule-level treasure, even without being familiar with it, it could cause earth-shattering shift in the balance of power between the sides. Rule-level treasures are truly terrifying, according to Leopold. Mengri alone had killed Feng Ren, that arrogant god of chaos, in a single strike. Thinking of this, Suzu couldn't help but sigh. It seems the powerhouses sent by those three clans this time are all finished. Indeed, Leopold and the other top-tier powerhouses nodded in unison. The many experts exchanged glances, all seeing a deep sense of shock in each other's eyes. Feng Ren's fall had taught them a profound lesson. If Yu Yi and the others were already this strong after obtaining rule-level treasures, then what about Bai Yi? Rumors had long circulated throughout the myriad worlds that he possessed a rule-level treasure. This was thoroughly confirmed after the announcement of him slaying a symbiotic overlord across borders. On top of that, that guy had already fused 6 rule douse to the 9-pattern ultimate realm, earning massive rewards from the myriad worlds game. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly powerful Bai Yi had become. Thinking of this, a thought couldn't help but arise in the minds of the various clan experts present. Could Bai Yi's strength already be enough to go head-to-head with a main god? Chapter 1068. Leave none behind. What? Even Lord Feng Ren is dead. Bai Yi actually dared to kill even Lord Feng Ren. Is he truly not afraid of Overlord Kang Li? What the hell time is it? And you're still spouting such stupid nonsense. If Bai Yi had even a shred of hesitation, he wouldn't have set this trap. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so greedy for the legacy of the Overlord of Death. Why did I? Someone who fused the Wind Rule Dao, come here to join in the fun. Run, we can only leave it to fate now. If Overlord Kang Li can arrive quickly, we might still have a chance, otherwise, just wait for death. Lord First True Master, why haven't you arrived yet? Matriarch Nydia, save us. The fall of Fangren caused the morale of the three-clan coalition to completely collapse. Seeing Yu Yi and the other two charging in with 3 rule-level treasures, how could they still care about anyone else? The defensive line that had been barely holding on now crumbled in an instant. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone flies apart. The only thought in the minds of the 3-clan experts now was to escape. Never mind allies. No one could even care about the survival of their own kin anymore. Running might delay the inevitable. As long as one died slower than the others, there might still be a hope of survival. If they continued to hold their ground here, there would truly be no way out. But how could Sumubai let them go? Since he had declared that not one would be left behind, it was impossible to let a single one of them escape. The blood debts owed to the human race over so many epochs must be repaid in blood. These top-tier experts were merely the beginning. Only by wiping them all out first could the subsequent racial war proceed more smoothly. Just as the 3-clan coalition's defensive line collapsed and the surviving experts fled in all directions like headless flies in despair. Hum 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 hum, 7 consecutive clear vibrations, like the funeral knell of the Grim Reaper, resounded throughout the entire nether abyss. 7 death vortices, each only the size of a millstone, suddenly appeared at key nodes on the periphery of the encirclement without any warning. Though small, the vortices emitted a terrifying aura that made even top-tier world lords feel palpitations. Within each vortex, a treasure radiating the vast and majestic fluctuations of supreme rules was slowly emerging. In the first vortex, an hourglass that constantly shifted between reality and illusion was suspended. At one end of the hourglass, brilliant golden sand flowed like a galaxy, representing acceleration, and the future. At the other end, dark silver sand that seemed to have been frozen for eternity settled, representing stagnation and the past. The aura of the time rule permeated the area, causing the light in that region to undergo bizarre distortions and fractures. Time-type rule-level treasure time hourglass. In the second vortex was a seemingly and remarkable multifaceted Rubik's Cube. The cube rotated slowly, but its trajectory was not planar. Instead, it constantly sliced and folded the surrounding space, as if guiding the path to every corner of the myriad worlds. Space seemed to lose its meaning before it. There was only absolute order and control. Space-type rule-level treasure space cube. Inside the third vortex was a pair of gauntlets with an archaic design, covered in mysterious dark golden patterns. The gauntlets emitted no dazzling light, yet they radiated a sense of absolute power capable of shaking the foundations of the universe. Its mere existence made the surrounding void groan under the unbearable burden. Power-type rule-level treasure endless fist. In the fourth vortex floated a branch, lush and green, as if it had just been snapped off. On the branch were only 3 crystal-clear leaves, each vein seemingly expounding the ultimate mysteries of life's birth, growth, and reproduction. A life aura, concentrated to the extreme, radiated outward, forcibly carving out a small, vibrant sanctuary in this deathly silent nether abyss. Life-type rule-level treasure life scepter. In the fifth vortex was a mass of chaotic energy that constantly rolled and changed form. It had no fixed color, no fixed shape. At times it swirled like a nebula. At others it collapsed like a singularity, emitting an extremely dense aura of chaos. Chaos-type rule-level treasure chaos source flow. Inside the sixth vortex hovered a seemingly ordinary carving knife. The blade flowed with a luster as warm as jade, but the void pointed to by the tip of the knife saw specks of starlight condense out of thin air, only to vanish in an instant. It represented the rule of creation, the ability to create something from nothing. It was the manifestation of miracles. Creation-type rule-level treasure carving knife of creation. In the seventh vortex was a die flashing with a mesmerizing, iridescent 7-colored luster. The die rotated slowly in the air, the numbers on each face constantly changing, following no discernible pattern. It radiated an unfathomable, ethereal aura, as if all the coincidences and fortunes of the world rested upon its whim. The rule-level supreme treasure of the luck attribute the luck dice. 7 rule-level supreme treasures. Each corresponded to one of the 7 supreme rule douse, supreme treasures. Rule-level supreme treasures again: time, space, power, life, chaos, creation, luck. My God. 7 of them, added to the 3 from before. That makes 10 rule-level supreme treasures in total. Bai Yi, Who on earth is he? How could he possibly possess so many rule-level supreme treasures? This is impossible. The myriad worlds would never allow such an overpowered existence to exist. The lingering powerhouses of the three races, whose faint glimmer of hope had just been ignited, were utterly crushed by the simultaneous appearance of these 7 rule-level supreme treasures. Despair, like the deepest frost, froze their hearts and souls, and the next moment, a scene even more despairing unfolded before them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 figures exuding powerful netherworld auras, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Each reached out and grasped the treasure most compatible with their own rule. Youngu picked up the space cube, and the space rules around him instantly became as obedient as his own limbs, as solid as iron. Yang took the time hourglass, and the river of time seemed to be flowing backward within his eyes. Popeye donned the endless fist, and the sheer power caused the surrounding space to crack. Dialing grasped the life scepter, and the ultimate vitality in his hands transformed into a prelude guiding eternal slumber. Dingshu integrated the chaos origin into his body, and a giant abyss-like maw that seemed to devour everything open behind him. Jalmo wielded the blade of creation. Wherever the blade pointed, all things met their destined end. Zai toyed with the luck dice, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth that made all things tremble with fear. The moment the 7 god-level netherworld beings obtained the rule-level supreme treasures, their auras surged crazily, making them seem like entirely different people compared to before. They already possessed the terrifying trait of reversing rules, and now, bolstered by the addition of origin-aligned rule-level supreme treasures, their might far surpassed that of ordinary top-tier world lords. Kill, leave none alive. Chapter 1069, Fantasy Becomes Reality. Kill, leave none alive. Ui Jinmi and Mengri also held their respective rule-level supreme treasures, converging with the other 7 god-level netherworld beings. The 10 god-level netherworld beings, wielding the 10 rule-level supreme treasures, were like 10 reapers returned from the netherworld, leading a surging, tide-like netherworld army. They launched a one-sided purge against the collapsed remnants of the 3 races. This was a massacre characterized by an overwhelming disparity in treasures, morale, and numbers. Yongu activated the space cube, and vast swathes of space were directly sliced and sealed, trapping the fleeing enemies in place like lambs waiting for the slaughter. Yang manipulated the time hourglass, causing the enemies' movements to become as sluggish as snails. While the netherworld army's offensive moved as fast as lightning, Popeye threw a punch, and the pure power bolstered by the endless fist directly blasted a demon race world lord along with his rule-level treasure into basic energy. Dialing brandished the life scepter, and as the emerald radiance fell, it brought not healing, but an irresistible eternal slumber, leading the enemies toward death within a beautiful dream. Dingshu invoked the chaos origin. Wherever it passed, all matter and energy returned to primordial chaos before being thoroughly annihilated. Jalmo made a light stroke with the blade of creation, and the incredibly precise divine body structure of a machine race world lord began to collapse from its very core. Heading toward its end, Zai tossed the luck dice casually. As the dice settled, a self-destruct attack that Azir Queen had been brewing for a long time inexplicably detonated prematurely within her own core nest. Yui held the God Slayer Demon Killer, and brilliant sword light poured down like a waterfall, washing over a large area of the 3 races' powerhouses. Every streak of sword light was like a summons from death, claiming life after life. The fate god eye on Mengri's forehead flashed with light. Every powerhouse of the 3 races illuminated by it had everything seen through instantly, rendering all their contingency plans meaningless. Jinmi was the most violent, clad in the destruction god armor. He was like a world-destroying demon god, completely ignoring all attacks as he rampaged through the ranks of the 3 races' powerhouses. Screams, explosions, the sound of rules collapsing, all converged into a final symphony of death. The powerhouses of the 3 races fell in droves, like wheat being harvested. Their resistance appeared so pale and powerless before the 10 god-level netherworld beings wielding rule-level supreme treasures. The nether abyss had completely become their burial ground. In the distance, the hidden Bach watched this scene, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes. Is this the power brought by rule-level supreme treasures? I wonder if I will ever have the chance to possess such a treasure. There was no powerhouse who did not desire a rule-level supreme treasure. Bach watched Jinmi, who was rampaging through the crowd and killing numerous powerhouses simply by relying on the power of the destruction god armor without even needing to strike. And ripples of emotion stirred in his heart. If I had possessed a treasure like the destruction god armor back then, I wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when facing Huang Qian's projection avatar. Would I? Although Yui and the other god-level netherworld beings who possessed rule-level supreme treasures had not yet reached the combat power of a pseudo-main god, they had already far exceeded the limits of the Rule Lord realm. In this regard, even the Bach of the past could not compare. However, things were different now. He had broken through to the pseudo-main god realm. If he could truly obtain a rule-level supreme treasure, he would even have the confidence to clash with an ordinary main god who lacked one. Of course, it would only be a clash. He certainly couldn't defeat them, and at most, it would be against a main god like Heidi, who was not skilled in combat. Such main gods were at the very bottom of the hierarchy among rule sovereigns in terms of combat power. Otherwise, Sumyu-bai and Huaijian would not have been able to kill Heidi so easily when they joined forces back then. After all, every rule sovereign was an incarnation of a rule Dao within the myriad worlds. Wanting to kill one completely was by no means an easy task. At that time, although Sumyu-bai and Huaijian could suppress and even defeat Heidi by joining forces, they were simply unable to kill her. The reason for the success was entirely due to the fact that a projection avatar of the underworld path was still present at the time. I wonder if the creator will. Just as Bach was lost in his hopeful reverie, a miniature death vortex suddenly appeared beside him without any warning. The next moment, a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying everything swept across the entire abyss of the underworld, resonating with the rule treasures held by the 10 god-level netherworld beings. Following this, a grayish-white skull slowly emerged from the death vortex. The skull was etched with dense, intricate inscriptions of laws. The abnormal death energy in the surroundings was also affected, becoming restless and agitated. A death-type rule treasure skull of heaven burial. What is this? Bach was so excited that he nearly revealed his presence. He never imagined that he was merely fantasizing. Yet the creator had actually bestowed upon him a rule treasure. If not for the powerful aura radiating from the skull, he would have suspected he was dreaming. It is time for you to reappear in the world. Go forth and make the myriad realms fear the netherworld even more. Sumyu-bai's voice suddenly echoed within Bach's soul. Bach's expression shifted, and he reached out firmly to grasp the skull of heaven burial, which was exuding endless death energy. At the same time, Bach's long hidden figure appeared before the eyes of the powerhouses from various races for the first time. Boom! Accompanying his appearance was a terrifying pressure capable of suppressing every existence present, including the 10 god-level netherworld beings. The sudden appearance of the skull of heaven burial just moments ago had not caused much of a stir. It was not that the rule treasure lacked appeal, but rather that the powerhouses of the various races within the abyss had already become numb. This was already the 11th one. What was there left to be shocked about? Moreover, none of them had any chance of competing for it. The giant death vortex was still there, and they had no way to leave the abyss. So they could only watch helplessly as others obtained the rule treasures. This was even more agonizing than being killed. However, Bach's sudden manifestation caused the entire abyss to fall into a dead silence. It was not just because of his terrifying pressure at the pseudo-main god stage, but because of his legendary reputation. The death god Bach was the first existence in the history of the myriad realms to achieve the title of the #1 high god of the myriad realms. Since the creator had commanded him to reappear in the world and make the various races fear the netherworld, he naturally had no need to hide his information. When the legendary name of Bach once again appeared before the eyes of the powerhouses, the abyss boiled over once more. Especially the leaders of the top 2 races. They stared blankly at Bach, their eyes filled with disbelief. Whether it was Leopold, the god of strength of the Titan race, Bertram, the god of death of the undead race, or Suzu, the god of space of the god race. All of them kept their eyes locked on the suddenly appearing Bach. Bertram, in particular, possessed strength even greater than Shan, the lord of the undead realm. Otherwise, he would never have been able to become the god of death. But this title of god was only something he became qualified to hold after the original death god. Bach had fallen, but now, the former death god Bach had returned, and he had returned as the commander of the Netherworld Army, Chapter 1070. Is there anyone more Versailles than this? Even an existence like Bach has become a netherworld being. It's over. The demon race, the insect race, and the machine race are completely finished. Bach's strength is not something that god-level netherworld beings like you can compare to. This former number one high god of the myriad realms, now bolstered by a rule treasure, I wonder what terrifying level his strength has reached. Wait, look at Bach's cultivation stage, pseudo-main god stage. Since when has such a stage existed in the myriad realms? What is the pseudo-main god stage? Can any of the big shots explain this? This stage is unheard of. Do you think Bai Yi is also at this stage? Bai Yi, that freak has probably long since surpassed the pseudo-main god stage. After all, even the current Bach is just his subordinate. I wonder when he will show himself. Small fries like us aren't worth Bai Yi appearing for. Just wait. I suspect he will show up once the rule sovereigns descend. Bach's reappearance in the world immediately sparked heated discussions among the powerhouses of various races. In particular, the unprecedented pseudo-main god stage left them completely baffled. Previously, Lan Yu had hidden her information, and with her strength, no one in the abyss could see through her except for Sumu Bai Kingston and Bach. But Bach was not hiding anything at all. He displayed his cultivation stage directly before everyone. At this moment, except for the 3 races currently being slaughtered, the powerhouses of all other races were looking forward to Bach's move, wanting to see just how strong an existence at this stage truly was. Pseudo-main god stage. At the same time, top-tier powerhouses like Leopold, Bertram, and Suzu could not help but murmur the name of this brand new stage. In their eyes, besides deep shock, there was also a hint of excitement. So, between the Lawmaster stage and the Rule Sovereign stage, there existed the pseudo-main god stage. This meant that there was still a path ahead for them to follow. This gave them hope for further advancement within the internal world. Converting Bach into a netherworld being is likely his greatest stroke of fortune. Kingston looked at Bach on the screen, a flash of admiration appearing in his eyes. When Bach first rose to fame, he had not yet broken through to the Rule Sovereign stage. Only after attaining the position of Dark Sovereign did he truly understand how strong Bach had been back then, because until the very moment of his breakthrough, he had never managed to become the number one high god of the myriad realms. Aside from Bai Yi and that Chaos Angel from before, the only high god in the history of the myriad realms who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Bach was the former god of slaughter ashes. As for anomalies like Hui Jian and Yi Yuan of the human race, they were naturally not included. If the myriad realms were to acknowledge it, the former was already in existence at the Rule Sovereign stage. The latter is due to the inheritance of the profound heaven, which also requires a vast amount of time and treasures to be prepared in advance. Now that Bach has been transformed into a netherworld being, his strength has advanced further, reaching the realm of a pseudo-main god. Coupled with having someone as monstrous as Bai Yi as his backer, Kingston felt that it was not impossible for him to reach an even higher level in the future. Thinking of this, Kingston couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Bai Yi. You just gave them all these rule treasures so easily. These were 11 whole rule treasures. Even he, the Dark Sovereign, felt extremely envious. Except for Bai Yi, one could not find anyone else in the entire myriad worlds as wealthy and generous. No matter how precious a treasure is, it is only useful if it is converted into combat power. Sumu Bai spread his hands. I can't use so many rule treasures myself. What? Am I supposed to collect them as ornaments? Hearing this, the corners of Kingston's mouth twitched. Listen to that. Is that even human talk? Rule treasures that even rule sovereigns couldn't guarantee one for each person had become too many to use in this guy's hands. Could he be any more Versailles humble bragging? Looking at Kingston's constipated expression, Sumu Bai hurriedly patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother Kingston, won't worry. Once the matter of the nether abyss is over, the demon race will also have more rule treasures. Having said this, he paused, then immediately changed the subject. But before that, I still need to trouble you for a favor. Fine, I understand. Kingston nodded. The show is just about over. Once Kang Lee and the others arrive, I will come over again. As his voice fell, His figure instantly vanished from Sumyubai's internal world. Talking to smart people is just so much easier. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, and his divine power avatar instantly merged into the Sea of Death. With Kingston as a lobbyist, there would be no issues with the rule sovereigns of the demon and undead races. After all, both of these races were now allies of the human race. Nether Abyss. After Bach appeared, the surviving powerhouses of the three races collapsed like a mountain of sand. Even with hundreds of experts joining forces, they were not a match for a single strike from him. More netherworld armies were liberated, and with the help of the teleportation ability of the Death Vortex, they hunted down the remaining races on the death list across the Nether Abyss. No matter how these experts screamed, regretted, or begged for mercy, it was all in vain. The Netherworld army was like a motionless killing machine, bringing death to every corner of the Nether Abyss. Under the absolute suppression of strength, it wouldn't take long for all the races on the death list to perish here. The experts of the various races in the Nether Abyss were well aware of this. When Baiyi created the Netherworld and triggered the announcement, they had been dismissive. Now that they had truly witnessed the power of the Netherworld, the experts of all races finally recognized the reality. If one did not count the existence of rule sovereigns, the human race, now supported by the Netherworld army, was the strongest race in the myriad worlds. This was because the Netherworld was a species, not something a single race could compare to. They could foresee that as time passed, the Netherworld would only become more and more powerful. This could be seen from the fact that the Myriad Worlds game had launched the Netherworld ranking. The Netherworld corresponded to all the races of the Myriad Worlds. Just as the slaughter in the Nether Abyss was in full swing, the Myriad Demon domain suddenly shook without warning. The phenomenon of a domain lord falling had been continuous in the Myriad Demon domain for some time, never ceasing, and the players had long since become accustomed to it. But a tremor sweeping across the entire domain was a first. War. Just as the demon players were feeling puzzled, a majestic dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire Myriad Demon domain. Chapter 1071. Dragon Sovereign, Myriad Demon Domain, Dragon Abyss Domain. Countless epochs ago, the dragon race had chosen to break away from the demon race due to the fall of the pale dragon god. Before that, they had always been the most powerful race within the demon group. Even after breaking away from the demon race, the territory occupied by the dragon race remained vast, spanning multiple domains. It wasn't until the Great Upheaval more than 9 epochs ago that the rule sovereign experts of the myriad worlds suffered heavy losses, and the supreme god was reduced to only the sovereign of luck. After that Great Upheaval, the experts of the human race either fell or went missing, and the few survivors chose to self-seal and hide. The era of the human race dominating the myriad worlds thus came to an end. It was not until the appearance of Baiyi that the human race rose again, stepping onto the grand stage of the myriad worlds once more. At that time, although the situation of the dragon race was slightly better than that of the human race, it was not by much. The fall of the ancestral dragon left the dragon race severely weakened. Although the ruins of the ancestral dragon were moved into the dragon abyss domain by the sovereign of time and space with supreme power, it was precisely because of this that the dragon race was forced to shrink their sphere of influence. This was because the space of the ancestral dragon's ruins was extremely fragile. Once it lost the suppression of power, it would instantly shift away. All the experts of the dragon race had to suppress it here to ensure that the ruins of the ancestral dragon would not drift away from the myriad worlds. For over 9 epochs, although the dragon race remained among the top-tier races, the prestige of the dragon race had almost been forgotten by the myriad races. However, all of this would change today. Roar! As this majestic dragon roar resounded through the entire myriad demon domain, it also meant that the upper echelons of the dragon race were about to break free from their shackles and reappear in the world, outside the ruins of the ancestral dragon. In the endless starry sky, every massive star here was a coiled divine dragon. For over 9 epochs, they had been here, never leaving. The 2 behemoth stars closest to the ruins of the ancestral dragon had never even awakened. These 2 stars were the only 2 remaining rule sovereign existences of the dragon race. Their power was the key to maintaining the ruins of the ancestral dragon so it would not drift away from the myriad worlds. Roar! The moment the majestic dragon roar sounded from within the ruins of the ancestral dragon, The dragon elders opened their eyes in unison. It succeeded. The first elder's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. His star-like dragon eyes fixed intently on the direction of the ancestral dragon ruins. 9 epochs, 9 whole epochs. The second elder's eyes welled up with tears, his body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, a descendant has successfully inherited the power of the ancestral dragon. That little one, Bing Xuan, truly did not disappoint us, old 6. Since Bing Xuan has successfully obtained the inheritance, he is the new ancestral dragon. How can you still call him a little one? What I call him doesn't matter. What matters is that I am finally going to be free, the 6th elder roared, emitting a dragon cry that shook the heavens. Given his temperament, having stayed here for over 9 epochs, he had long since reached his limit. Now that he was finally about to be free, he naturally could not suppress the excitement in his heart. The other dragon elders were also exceptionally agitated, beyond the ability to leave this place. The most important thing was that Bing Xuan, having obtained the ancestral dragon's inheritance, would surely be able to lead the dragon race back to its peak. As the elders were heatedly discussing, the 6th elder suddenly frowned. Why haven't the 2 dragon gods awakened yet? Upon hearing this, the first elder's eyes shimmered with divine light. Do not be impatient. I presume the dragon god lords will awaken very soon. Rumble. No sooner had he spoken than the ancestral dragon ruins began to shake violently, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space-time. This powerful shockwave even affected the entire myriad demon realm. At the same time, the 2 colossal stars closest to the ancestral dragon ruins suddenly split open. After more than 9 epochs, these 2 pairs of golden dragon eyes finally opened for the first time. The dust that had accumulated on their bodies for countless years dissipated in an instant, revealing their true forms. 2 incomparably massive divine dragons revealed their true appearances in the endless starry sky outside the ancestral dragon ruins. One was entirely golden, with 7 claws on its belly. Every dragon claw carried an aura of infinite sharpness, as if it intended to tear the firmament asunder. He was the current strongest of the dragon race, the golden dragon god Aozhuan. He was also the sovereign of metal of the myriad worlds. The other dragon's scales were blue-purple, also possessing 7 claws on its belly, with lightning crackling around its body like divine punishment. He was the other rule sovereign of the dragon race following the great cataclysm, the thunder dragon god Aokang. He was also the sovereign of thunder of the myriad worlds. The critical moment has arrived. Do not let your guard down, Aozhuan spoke suddenly, his voice resonating within the souls of all the dragon elders. Boom. At the same time, the power of the metal sovereign god within him surged completely, erupting with full force as he attempted to maintain the stability of the ancestral dragon ruins. Suppress for me, Aokang roared, his sovereign god power transforming into blue-purple chains flickering with lightning, which instantly spread across the entire ancestral dragon ruins. Seeing this, the elders stopped their discussion and began to absorb the sovereign god power, mobilizing all their strength to assist the 2 sovereigns. Although they were only at the Law Master realm, every one of them was a powerful world master. The top 6 elders were, in fact, experts at the level of peak world masters, even though their power was far inferior to that of the dragon gods. By utilizing the sovereign god power, all the elders combined could provide some assistance to the 2 dragon gods. Even so, the tremors in the ancestral dragon ruins became increasingly violent, and the space-time cracks in the outer regions grew ever denser. Hold on, all of you, Aozhuan roared loudly. No matter what, we must persist until the end. If the myriad worlds were not incomplete, it would not be this difficult. Aokang gritted his teeth, the sovereign god power within him pouring out continuously, carrying the power of rules and authority as he forged chain after chain. Crack, crack, crack. The speed at which the chains shattered could not keep up with the speed at which he condensed them. With all the dragons working in unison, they actually managed to stabilize the ancestral dragon ruins, although the tremors continued. At least there were no signs of the ancestral dragon ruins breaking away. If it were merely the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, they would certainly not have had to struggle so hard. The ancestral dragon was urgently the supreme god of power of the myriad worlds and would not be rejected by them. However, the inheritance he left behind was not that simple. Because the ancestral dragon did not fall in the war against the void, this was a secret known only to the dragon race and a few rule sovereigns. Long before the Void invasion, the ancestral dragon had already left the myriad worlds, and the ancestral dragon runes he left behind also contained a portion of the inheritance from beyond the myriad worlds. This was the reason why the ancestral dragon runes were so unstable. The inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage was successfully preserved back then. Surely the inheritance of the ancestral dragon can be preserved now. Golden light flared brilliantly on Aozhuan's body as he erupted with all his power and shouted sternly, "Suppress! Roar!" Just at this moment, a loud, clear dragon roar echoed once again from within the ancestral dragon ruins, and this time, it was not just a dragon roar. A dragon shadow flew out from within, growing larger and larger. Chapter 1072 The Pantheon Trembles. Roar. This sudden, resounding dragon roar caused all the dragons present to tremble. The inheritance is over. A look of wild joy appeared on the first elder's face. In his lifetime, he had finally witnessed this moment. But Aozhuan and Ao King frowned. "Do not stop. Continue. The inheritance is not over yet." Hearing this, the elders were slightly stunned. Only then suddenly remembering that it was not just Bing Xuan who had entered the ancestral dragon ruins this time. The sixth elder also saw the dragon shadow flying out of the ancestral dragon ruins at this moment, and immediately puffed out his cheeks and glared. "Why is it you, little brat? You made me get my hopes up for nothing." That was no Bing Xuan. It was clearly a black dragon. It was none other than Aoshin, who had entered the ancestral dragon ruins for the second time. No, wait. It seems Aoshin has also obtained some kind of incredible inheritance. The first elder's expression tightened. His gaze locked firmly onto Aoshin. Although the latter was still only a 5-clawed black dragon, his aura had undergone some indescribable changes compared to before. Most importantly, as a peak world master, the first elder actually felt a deep sense of crisis emanating from Aoxian. Furthermore, there was a sense of suppression in their bloodlines. This meant that Aoshin had not only gained a massive increase in strength from entering the ruins of the ancestral dragon, but he had also made significant gains regarding his bloodline. No way could it be that this kid Aoshin obtained the ancestral dragon inheritance. The sixth elder blinked, wearing an expression of disbelief. The other elders rolled their eyes. "Old Six, when did you go blind? Where is there any aura of the ancestral dragon on Aoshin?" "Oh right." The sixth elder suddenly realized. "Forget it. Once the Frost inheritance concludes, I'll properly question this kid Aoshin. I have a feeling the inheritance he obtained is definitely not simple." "No kidding. Do you even need to say that?" As if anyone couldn't feel it. While the elders were conversing, Aoshin had completely flown out of the ruins of the ancestral dragon. Roar! A resonant dragon roar rang out once more, and his massive dragon body stretched out, his size not the least bit inferior to that of the elders. "Stop shouting and hurry up and help." Aozhuan glanced at him, and a mass of main god power of the metal element instantly condensed, shooting toward Aoshin. The latter didn't waste any words, opening his mouth to swallow it in one gulp. While quickly absorbing it, he released the power of the main god and joined the ranks of those suppressing the ruins of the ancestral dragon. What made the elder's eyes light up was that when Aoshin used the main god power, there was not the slightest bit of dissipation. Perfect usage. This meant that one of Aoshin's rule Daos had already reached the peak of the 9-pattern realm. In other words, he had now become a world lord level powerhouse. If the authority he originally mastered were to advance further, coupled with the enhancement of the high-level low-grade treasure 10,000 dragon armor, the dragon clan would have gained another powerhouse with top-tier world lord combat strength. Moreover, Aoshin's future potential was far above that of these elders. "I wonder how Lord Bai Yi is doing lately." Aoshin mobilized the main god power, driving the strength of the 10,000 dragon armor, and while assisting the 2 dragon gods in suppressing the ruins of the ancestral dragon, he sensed Sumu Bai's situation through the follower contract. However, at this moment, Sumu Bai was leaning back on the throne of death watching the show, so naturally, he couldn't sense anything. No crisis was entirely good news for Aoshin. He couldn't wait to see the surprised expression on Lord Bai's face. His combat strength had reached the top-tier world lord level so quickly. Finally, he would be able to be of help to his lord. Thinking of this, another figure appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into an arc. "You're. The next time we meet, I will definitely reassert my authority as a husband." At the same time, In the God Realm, this was the base camp of the God race and could be said to be the strongest realm in all the myriad worlds. The Pantheon stood in the center of the cradle of gods and was the power hub of the entire God race. However, at this moment, this great hall, which had been silent for over 9 epochs, suddenly began to tremble. The third floor of the Pantheon. The moment the hall shook, a large number of projections condensed, their eyes filled with confusion. Those who could leave a projection on the third floor were all World Lord level existences. However, the number of projections that appeared this time was clearly nearly half less than in the past. Even the chief seat was empty at this moment. What's the situation? Why would the Pantheon suddenly shake? The last time something like this happened was during the Great Upheaval. At that time, many of our God race's powerhouses fell, and even more than one existence at the Rule Sovereign Realm perished. Could it be that there is someone in the myriad worlds today who can cause us such losses? Brother Suxiu led a team to the Nether Abyss. Could it be that something happened to them? The God race world lords looked solemn, their faces filled with worry. If Suxiu and the other powerhouses were to fall, the core strength of the God race would be severely damaged, which was something no one wanted to see. Everyone, don't be nervous. In the second seat, a young man coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. He braced his hands on the table, slowly stood up, and turned to look in a certain direction, a flash of joy appearing on his face. I have already asked the main god. The tremor just now was caused by that little girl Yor. As soon as these words were spoken, the other world lord's eyes all lit up. Yor has come out of the burial ground of gods. I wonder what kind of inheritance she obtained. The burial ground of gods is where the sages of our God race through the ages are buried, and among them are many existences at the Rule Sovereign Realm. For Yor to be able to cause the Pantheon to shake, she must have gained a great harvest. It seems our God race is about to give birth to another dazzling new star. While the first, second, and third floors of the Pantheon were in heated discussion, the fourth floor remained silent. Jiayu Xiaoyu, this God race prodigy, coming out of the burial ground of gods was not enough to make the main gods of the God race specifically condense their projections, because they had more important things to do at this time. The total energy of the myriad worlds was decreasing again, which was a major event concerning the survival of the myriad worlds. Compared to this, Juxiayu coming out of seclusion became insignificant. God Realm. Outside the burial ground of gods, a girl with an indifferent expression suddenly appeared. Although her figure was small, she was like the focus of the world. Powerful energy surged within her body, as if it would erupt at any moment. A moment later, the girl finally stabilized the surging divine power in her body. A flash of brilliance in her eyes. Bai. Now, I should be qualified to be your opponent. The girl was none other than the God race prodigy Juxiayu. Feeling the powerful strength within her body, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. But after opening the system panel and checking the announcements from the recent period, the smile on Juxiaoyu's face suddenly froze. How could the gap not only have failed to shrink, but instead grown even larger? Chapter 1073, Frost emerges from seclusion. A 2-in-1 chapter, God Realm. Outside the burial ground of gods, Juxiaoyu stood alone in the starry sky, her face filled with desolation. She could not fathom it no matter how hard she tried. She had already abandoned her past pride and taken the initiative to enter the burial ground of gods. So how was it that the gap between her and Bai Yi had not only failed to shrink, but had instead grown even wider? It was precisely because she had been stimulated by the trip to the Nether Abyss that Juxiaoyu had chosen to enter the burial ground of gods. She remembered clearly that at the time, Bai's strength had barely reached the level of a top-tier world lord. The reason he had been able to slay Otis so quickly was largely due to the augmentation of rule treasures and supreme divine power. Although her own strength was far inferior to Bai's back then, she had already reached the realm of a peak upper god. At that time, while the gap in strength was certainly not small, Juxiaoyu had not felt discouraged in the slightest. This was because she knew very well that as long as she entered the burial ground of gods, her strength would inevitably advance by leaps and bounds. This was simply because she was the most talented prodigy the god race had seen in countless epochs. The legacies left behind by countless sages would actively choose her. Under the 10,000-fold time dilation of the burial ground of gods, she had absorbed numerous legacies, turning the power of those sages into her own. And her strength had broken through to the top-tier world lord level in one go. She had thought that this would give her the qualifications to challenge Baiyi once again. But a series of announcements on the system panel caused the smile on Juxiaoyu's face to freeze completely, leaving her stunned in place. Igniting the fire of faith ahead of schedule. Comprehending the 10th Supreme Rule Dao. Compensating for the missing data in the Myriad Worlds game. Being the first to simultaneously fuse 5 or even 6 Rule Daos. The divine body breaking through the limits of the Lawmaster realm. How much time had even passed? She had lost count of how many such announcements Baiyi had triggered. But what truly made Juxiaoyu find it hard to believe was the announcement that Baiyi, in conjunction with Hui Jian, had crossed realms to slay the symbiotic sovereign Heidi, a Lawmaster realm cultivator slaying a rule sovereign. Juxiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened, her body trembling slightly as she murmured, "Baiyi, just what kind of monster are you?" The later announcements, such as the creation of the Netherworld, were in a domain that Juxiaoyu could not comprehend at all. She simply could not understand how Baiyi, who had not even reached the rule sovereign realm, had managed to create life. No, it was not life. Because the Netherworld was an entirely new species, a dead entity that stood in opposition to all living beings in the myriad worlds. It seems that catching up to Baiyi is impossible. Juxiaoyu clearly realized this issue. After a moment of dejection, she finally abandoned the idea of viewing Baiyi as her rival. Perhaps there had been hope of catching up in the past, but now, there was no need to go and invite humiliation upon herself. Although Juxiaoyu had a strong personality and was competitive, her heart was also extremely resilient. The blow dealt by Baiyi would not cause her to sink into despair. So what if she couldn't catch up? She still had to walk her own path with unwavering determination. The Nether Abyss. Is it? After finishing the information from this period, a hint of curiosity flashed in Juxiaoyu's eyes. I'll go and see for myself what exactly this netherworld is. As her voice fell, she waved her hand to summon a sovereign-grade small private spaceship and vanished from the spot. Before heading to the Nether Abyss, she still needed to return to the Pantheon. Besides that, she also wanted to see if Aoshin had emerged from the ruins of the ancestral dragon. Thinking of that fiancé who was always submissive in front of her, the corners of Juxiaoyu's mouth could not help but curl into an arc. She wondered how that guy was doing now. If he knew that he couldn't even take a single move from her anymore, he probably wouldn't have the face to see her. Right. Myriad Demon Domain. Dragon Abyss Realm. Wumble. The tremors in the ruins of the ancestral dragon continued unabated. Despite the all-out suppression by two great rule sovereigns and numerous dragon clan elders, the space-time rifts in the outer regions were becoming increasingly dense as time passed. Bing Shuang, you must not let Lord Baiyi down. Aoshin was pushing the myriad dragon armor to its limit, his gaze fixed intently on the ruins of the ancestral dragon. Although he had been inside before, he had not been in the same space as Bing Shuang. Within the ruins of the ancestral dragon, there were not only the legacies left by the ancestral dragon but also some legacies that originated from beyond the myriad worlds. And what Aoshin had obtained was precisely such a legacy. Although he had not yet fully digested the legacy and did not know exactly how strong the other party was, the fact that he could participate in the battle of the ancestral dragon and gain the combat power of a top-tier world lord meant that the existence who left the legacy must have been immensely powerful. As a follower of Baiyi, Aoshin was arguably the most worried about Bing Shuang's safety. If the latter failed to successfully obtain the legacy before the ruins of the ancestral dragon detached from the myriad worlds, he would likely vanish along with the ruins. When that time came, how would he answer to Lord Baiyi? Aoshin knew very well that the bond between Bing Shuang and Lord Baiyi was the deepest of all. Others might just be subordinates, but Bing Shuang was viewed by Lord Baiyi as a brother. Just as the group of dragon clan powerhouses was filled with anxiety, another majestic dragon roar resounded throughout the entire myriad demon domain. And immediately following this, the violently shaking ruins of the ancestral dragon suddenly stopped. In its place was an endless divine light. Brilliant golden divine light instantly filled the entire starry sky, and the ruins of the ancestral dragon gradually faded within the radiance. At the same time, A massive dragon shadow emerged amidst the golden light. The ancestral dragon. This is the aura of the ancestral dragon. Although it is far inferior to his prime, this is definitely the aura of the ancestral dragon. He succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Heaven blesses my dragon clan. The group of dragon clan elders looked excited and could not help but laugh out loud. Because Bing Xuang successfully obtaining the ancestral dragon's legacy meant that the dragon clan would return to a position of strength in the future. If the ancestral dragon had not left the myriad worlds back then, how would the other rule sovereigns of the demon clan have dared to let the pale dragon god be killed? This debt would eventually have to be repaid. 9-clawed golden dragon. It seems the bloodline within this little fellow has been completely awakened. A hint of gratification flashed in Ao Kang's dragon eyes. Beneath the winding golden dragon body of Bing Xuang, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, there were, unexpectedly, 9 dragon claws flickering with a chilling radiance. In the past, the ancestral dragon was the only 9-clawed golden dragon in all the myriad worlds. But now, there was a second Bing Xuang. Combat power at the pseudo-main god realm. It is truly worthy of the legacy left behind by the ancestral dragon. Ao Zhuan gazed at Bing Xuang amidst the golden light, the corners of his mouth curling upward involuntarily. Today could be called a triple blessing. First, Ao Shen had obtained a powerful legacy of some kind. Second, naturally, was Bing Xuang successfully receiving the ancestral dragon's inheritance. As for the third, it was that the high-ranking members of the dragon clan were, from this moment on, finally regaining their freedom. Because the ruins of the ancestral dragon no longer existed, there was naturally no need for them to continue suppressing this place. After a long while, the golden light completely dissipated, and Bing Xuang shrank his form. Immediately approaching the 2 dragon clan main gods, he first bowed to the 2 main gods. Then his gaze slowly swept across all the dragon clan elders in this star field. Nodding to each of them in turn, Bing Xuang is here to thank you, seniors. Given Bing Xuang's past temperament, it would have been impossible for him to say such things. But after entering the ruins of the ancestral dragon and accepting the legacy left by the ancestral dragon, he fully understood what a great price the dragon clan had paid to preserve this inheritance. This favor had to be acknowledged. Moreover, he was already a member of the dragon clan, and now, as the future ancestral dragon, he and the dragon clan were one and the same. Having grown up following Sumu Bai, Bing Xuang's attitude toward his own people was naturally influenced by Sumu Bai, of course, except when facing Brian, to whom his tongue was a bit sharp. This was also because when they first met, Brian had tried to bewitch him. No need for such formalities. You are, after all, the future hope of our dragon clan. Ao Zhuan examined Bing Xuang and nodded with satisfaction. He had originally thought that Bing Xuang, having just accepted the legacy, would at most reach the level of a top-tier world lord. He never expected him to break through directly to the pseudo-main god realm. This realm was one that had never appeared in the myriad worlds before. Only recently had that monster, Bai Yi, broken through the vitality limit of the Lawmaster realm. Other than that, even he, the Master of Thunder, had never heard of anyone reaching such a state. The information regarding Lan Yu and Ba He was currently still confined within the nether abyss and had not yet spread out. Therefore, Ao Kang was unaware of it. Little one, now that you have returned to the dragon clan, shouldn't your name be changed? Ao Kang spoke suddenly, voicing the inner thoughts of all the powerful dragon clan members present. Pure-blooded dragons all carried the surname Ao. Yet this little one who had obtained the ancestral dragon's legacy had taken such a bizarre name as Bing Xuang. For the proud dragon clan, this was difficult to accept. Although this was not Bing Xuang's fault, as he had been drifting outside since he was young and was only brought back to the dragon clan by Ao Shen after obtaining the legacy of the pale dragon god. However, this name still needed to be changed. Hearing this, Bing Xuang blinked, not agreeing immediately, but instead saying to masters, honorable elders, regarding the matter of my name, may I have some time to consider it? In reality, to him, a name was merely a code. What he was called did not matter. But the name Bing Xuang had been given to him by his master, so how could he change it on his own? Even if it were to be changed, it would have to be with his master's consent. Although Sumu Bai had long since dissolved the mount contract between them, in Bing Xuang's eyes, his master would always be his master, even if they now addressed each other as brothers. That was still his master brother. What did it matter if he had obtained the ancestral dragon's legacy? He would always be his master's mount, of course. He could never say these words in front of the Dragon Clan's high-ranking members. Otherwise, these old fellows would be so angry that smoke would pour from their 7 orifices. Regarding Bing Shuang's request to consider it, Ao Zhuan and Ao King nodded. In their view, this was perfectly normal. Since both rule masters had agreed, the remaining elders naturally would not say anything more. Only Ao Shin's mouth twitched slightly, because he alone knew what Bing Shuang was truly thinking. However, he had no way to deal with this and even had to help cover for Bing Shuang. As a follower of Sumu Bai, his relationship with Bing Shuang was naturally deeper than the latter's relationship with other members of the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, the reason he was able to obtain a legacy from beyond the myriad worlds was thanks to Bing Shuang. When Ao Shin entered the ruins of the ancestral dragon for the second time, although he was in a different space than Bing Shuang, the two could sense each other's aura. At times, they could even have brief exchanges and meetings due to the overlapping of spaces. And the 10,000 dragon armor, that high-level low-grade treasure, was given to him by Bing Shuang when their spaces overlapped. Had it not been for good luck and Bing Shuang's decisiveness, Ao Shin might have already perished within the ruins of the ancestral dragon. After all, the danger of entering for the second time was far greater than the first. However, only by entering a second time was it possible to obtain a legacy from beyond the myriad worlds. Therefore, Bing Shuang could now be considered Ao Shin's savior. The moment Bing Shuang emerged from the ruins of the ancestral dragon, every pure-blooded dragon in the myriad worlds felt a tremor in their hearts and suddenly looked up toward the firmament. Although there were no strange phenomena, they could clearly feel that the power of their bloodline was slowly rising. There was no system prompt, nor was it a reward from the myriad worlds game. Yet the bloodline power of all pure-blooded dragons had increased to varying degrees, regardless of which world these pure-blooded dragons were in. Their gazes were fixed in the direction of the Dragon Abyss world. That was the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, and also where the ruins of the ancestral dragon were located. At this moment, in the eyes of every pure-blooded dragon, it was as if a scorching sun had risen. Their heartbeats became increasingly strong and powerful, and the dragon blood surging within them boiled along with the rising sun. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, deafening dragon roars echoed across countless worlds. All pure-blooded dragons roared toward the sky, as if welcoming the arrival of their king. From their inherited memories, they all understood that there could only be one reason for them to have such a feeling. That was that a new ancestral dragon had been born. Death Realm, Undead World, Dragon Mountain Empire. This was one of the few divine kingdoms completely controlled by the dragon race outside of the Dragon Abyss realm after the dragon race's territory had shrunk. This was simply because the Pale Dragon Tomb existed within the borders of the Dragon Mountain Empire. The Pale Dragon Tomb was, in reality, the corpse of the Pale Dragon God. Back then, it was precisely because Bing Shuang had triggered the inheritance spell left behind by the Pale Dragon God that Ao Shin had been drawn to him. No one knew why the dragon race would allow the corpse of the Pale Dragon God to remain outside. But no race dared to covet this place. Even if the dragon race's power within the Dragon Mountain Empire was not particularly strong, the prestige of a top-tier race was enough to deter everyone. This remained true even now, when the dragon race was only ranked 10th on the myriad races ranking, placing them at the very bottom of the top-tier races. Because of the fall of the Pale Dragon God back then, the dragon race had withdrawn from the monster race entirely. One could imagine how much they valued this. The other top-tier races would naturally not completely burn bridges with the dragon race just for a corpse. Rumble. The moment Bing Shuang flew out of the ruins of the ancestral dragon, the entire Pale Dragon Tomb began to shake violently. What happened? Why is the Pale Dragon Tomb suddenly experiencing such a disturbance? It is said that the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God is here. Could it be that the inheritance has manifested? I'm making up for what I owed yesterday. There will be another update later. Don't miss it. My patrons. Chapter 1074. The Origin of Bing Shuang. Friendly reminder. What was owed from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Patrons can read the previous chapter first. It is a 4,000-word combined chapter. Main text below. I never expected that we would have such an opportunity. Those top powerhouses have all gone to the Nether Abyss to compete for the Death Sovereign's inheritance. It's a pity that it's rumored to be a trap set by Baiyi, so we might as well take this opportunity to see if we can obtain the Pale Dragon God's inheritance. Although it doesn't compare to the inheritance left by the Death Sovereign, the Pale Dragon God was also a sovereign of rules. If one could obtain his inheritance, they would truly take off. Are the guys from the dragon race crazy? Why are they all roaring? Doesn't that just prove even more that the inheritance has appeared, right? Hurry and search. Even though we aren't of the dragon race, it's not like we have absolutely no hope. While the other powerhouses haven't arrived yet, we have the advantage of being close to the source. The players of various races searching for opportunities here were full of excitement, frantically beginning their search in an attempt to contend for the inheritance left by the Pale Dragon God. But how could they know that the inheritance here had long since been obtained by Bing Xuan? These players were destined to gain nothing. All the players' attention was drawn to the potentially manifested inheritance, and no one noticed that on the 12th level of the Pale Dragon Tomb, at the center of the dragon head, a pale purple light flashed and vanished without a trace. Myriad Monster Realm, Dragon Abyss Realm, Ruins of the Ancestral Dragon. Bing Xuan, did the Ancestral Dragon leave any words behind? Aojuan and Ao King looked at Bing Xuan with some nervousness, asking the question that every member of the dragon race cared about most. Regrettably, under the expectant gazes of the dragon race's high-ranking members, Bing Xuan finally shook his head gently, sighed. Very well. Aojuan closed his eyes and sighed. After opening them again, he changed to a different question. The inheritance you obtain should contain things that do not belong to the myriad worlds. Right, yes. This time, Bing Xuan did not shake his head, but instead gave a definitive answer. But just as the high-ranking members of the dragon race were listening intently, Bing Xuan suddenly froze in place. A faint purple light suddenly flickered in his eyes, and his aura began to undergo certain changes silently. This aura is, whether it was the two main gods or the high-ranking dragon elders. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Bing Xuan in disbelief. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking elders and Aoshin were filled with confusion, completely unable to understand what was happening. No wonder you were able to obtain his inheritance. Golden light flickered in Aojuan's eyes. Although he did not understand how that person had managed to do it, he was incredibly excited inside. After a long while, the pale purple light in Bing Xuan's eyes finally dissipated completely. At this moment, his eyes held a different kind of luster than before. So that's how it is. Bing Xuan murmured, finally understanding his own origin. The Frost Dragon race was entirely composed of non-pure-blooded dragons that had fallen in the Death Realm. Their corpses, after being eroded by the death energy of the Death Realm for years, eventually ignited a soul fire, giving birth to a brand new soul. Therefore, Frost Dragons belong to the undead race, not the dragon race. As for the corpses of pure-blooded dragons, unless they were refined by a powerful death attribute expert, they would not transform simply due to the erosion of death energy. Given the strength of the dragon race back then, no one dared to risk being hunted down to refine the corpse of a pure-blooded dragon. Even in the last 10 epochs, as the dragon race's territory shrank and they became silent, no one dared to do such a thing openly. Bing Xuan had originally thought that he was the same as all other frost dragons, born in such a way. It was only after meeting his master that he had such a legendary life. But at this moment, he finally realized the truth. From the very beginning, he was fundamentally different from other frost dragons, because his birth was orchestrated by the Pale Dragon God himself. This did not mean that Bing Xuan was the reincarnation of the Pale Dragon God, because the myriad worlds were incomplete and reincarnation did not exist. But the reason Bing Xuan was able to be born was so different, and could be elevated by Sumyu Bai's cataclysm, was all due to the contingency plan left behind by the Pale Dragon God. Otherwise, he would never have been able to withstand the power infused by Sumyu Bai's cataclysm and rise from an epic-level creature to a demigod level 1. Given his uniqueness, even without the appearance of Sumyu Bai, he would have eventually been able to break through and grow step by step. It just wouldn't have been this fast or this smooth. And this contingency plan did not belong to the myriad worlds. It came from the means the ancestral dragon obtained from beyond the myriad worlds. It was not just the ancestral dragon, the master of time and space had even intervened in this. Of course, when the pale dragon god left this contingency plan behind, it was only so that after Bing Xuan grew up, he could inherit the power left behind. Because the power left behind was a part of the ancestral dragon's own power. Precisely because of this, after Bing Xuan received the inheritance of the pale dragon god, what he comprehended were the laws of the power system. After dissolving the Mount contract, the SSS grade talent he awakened was one force breaks 10,000 laws, which clearly belonged to the authority of power. Only in this way did Bing Xuan have a certain possibility of accepting the ancestral dragon inheritance within the ruins of the ancestral dragon and becoming the second ancestral dragon in the myriad worlds. Even the pale dragon god of that time could not have predicted that everything would go so smoothly, without even the slightest setback. This was all because the appearance of Sumu Bai accelerated everything, allowed Bing Xuan to possess an unreasonable cataclysmic characteristic, furthered his atavism, and directly awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline. This was what made the pale dragon god's plan proceed so smoothly. It could be said that the process was completely different, but the ending was perfect. Knowing all of this did not cause any impact on Bing Xuan, nor would his personality change. He was still the same Bing Xuan, only that his inherited memories now contained more information regarding the pale dragon god. On this point, Bing Xuan was already very familiar, because after obtaining the ancestral dragon's inheritance, his inherited memories had also gained a lot of information. And it was information about what lay beyond the myriad worlds. After digesting everything, Bing Xuan looked at Aozhuan and Aokang, then continued. The myriad worlds are not complete, so it is almost impossible for you to advance any further. Speaking of this, he paused, then suddenly changed the subject. But I can sense that the current myriad worlds are becoming more and more complete. As he spoke, Bing Xuan raised a dragon claw, and the power of the law of power instantly emerged. However, the pupils of Aozhuan and Aokang shrank sharply. This power, why does it feel a bit off? They were extremely familiar with the power of the law of power, but at this moment, they felt a trace of unfamiliarity with the power on Bing Xuan's dragon claw. Both were existences at the rule sovereign realm. The next moment, thinking of something, they exclaimed, could this be the inverted law of power, correct and also incorrect? Bing Xuan first nodded, then shook his head. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 1075. The key from beyond the myriad worlds. Bing Xuan, don't keep us in suspense at a time like this. Aoshin, who couldn't wait to know the answer, spoke up hurriedly. Aozhuan, Aokang, and the Dragon Clan elders also looked at Bing Xuan in unison, waiting for the rest. Although this was content regarding the Rule Sovereign Realm and didn't have much to do with the elders at the Lawmaster Realm, they were equally curious, because even the information that the myriad worlds were incomplete was something they were hearing for the first time. Even the two main gods, Aozhuan and Aokang, had only known a little bit about it before. Looking at the gazes of the high-ranking Dragon Clan members thirsting for knowledge, Bing Xuan grinned and explained quickly, to be precise. This is the fusion of the law of power and the inverted law of power. It is the complete great Tao of the law of power. In other words, the rule sovereigns within the myriad worlds have not reached the limit of this realm. Even the supreme gods of the past were the same. These words plunged all the high-ranking Dragon Clan members present into shock. But soon, Aozhuan discovered something wrong. He frowned and asked, what? The myriad worlds announcement once said that if one comprehends the inverted law great Tao, the vitality within one's body will continuously drain away. And even if one only fully comprehends one of the inverted laws, one will completely become a member of the netherworld. Why have you not become a member of the netherworld? As an existence at the Rule Sovereign Realm, he could clearly feel that what was on Bing Xuan's dragon claw was definitely the power of the inverted law, not the power of a regular law. That is to say, Bing Xuan had now fully comprehended all the laws under the inverted law of power and had begun to fuse the inverted law great Tao. But he had not become a member of the netherworld as the myriad worlds announcement had stated. This point left Aozhuan completely baffled. Netherworld. Bing Xuan was slightly stunned. Is this what the myriad worlds calls the dead? It is quite fitting. Having just come out of the ruins of the ancestral dragon, he hadn't had time to check the system announcements. So he didn't know that the netherworld had been created by Sumubai and what kind of monstrous waves it had already stirred up in the myriad worlds. The reason the myriad worlds announcement gives such a warning is because even the will of the myriad worlds does not know how to balance the two opposing rules. Bing Shuang continued. Just as I said before, the myriad worlds are not complete. As he spoke, he clenched his dragon claw and retracted the power of the rule, and from the inheritance left by the ancestral dragon, I have mastered the method to balance the positive and negative rules from beyond the myriad worlds. This is the key to advancing further in the rule sovereign realm. Ecchi. Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang's eyes lit up. They had been at the rule sovereign realm for countless epochs, but apart from repeatedly strengthening their application of the law Great Tao and the power of authority, they had made no progress in terms of energy and the power of rules. All along, all the rule sovereigns of the myriad worlds believed that reaching this realm was the peak. It wasn't until the invasion of the void and the appearance of that man that their thinking changed. To this day, no rule sovereign understood how the master of time and space had taken that step back then. After hearing Bing Shuang's explanation of the complete rules, the doubts in Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang's hearts not only did not decrease, but instead grew even more. When the master of time and space broke through back then, there was no netherworld in the myriad worlds, nor was there an inverted law Great Tao. So, how exactly did he break through to the next realm, however? This question was not the main point right now. What they cared about more was the key that Bing Shuang had mentioned. Correct. The key. Bing Shuang nodded. His massive dragon claws made a grasping motion in the air, and the inverted power rules and the original power rules intertwined and swirled between his claws like two agile fish. Far from annihilating each other, the two actually formed a more stable and powerful balanced structure. The inverted rules represent the side completely opposite to the existing rules of the myriad worlds. To touch them rashly is like throwing a red-hot iron into ice water. The result would only be the ice water evaporating and the iron cooling down. Both sides would suffer, and our life force would dissipate, leaving us to become what you call the netherworld. He paused, looked at the thoughtful dragons, and continued. But what if one could find the correct method to control this opposition instead of being devoured by it? It is like water and fire. They seem incompatible, but with the right container and control, they can coexist peacefully, or even erupt with greater power. The key lies in balance and control. Of course, wanting to fuse the rules of positive and negative is far more difficult than simply merging water and fire. Bing Shuang's voice carried an inexplicable power of persuasion. But this is the complete Great Tao of rules. It is a path that transcends the roads taken by all current rulers of rules in the myriad worlds, a true, supreme path leading to the ultimate. He looked at Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang. You should be able to feel that the rules you govern always seem to have an invisible barrier, as if there is still a path ahead, but it is shrouded in fog, unreachable. Hearing this, both sovereign gods nodded. How could they not want to advance further? But the path ahead was simply invisible. This was not because their aptitude was insufficient, but because the myriad worlds themselves were incomplete. Even now that the Great Tao of inverted rules existed, even the will of the myriad worlds did not know how to balance it. So how could they comprehend it? That is not an illusion. It is because the path you are walking is only half a path. Only by completely fusing the positive and the negative into one can you truly reach the limit of the ruler of rules realm. These words exploded like a thunderclap in the hearts of the two sovereign gods. So that was it. The path that they, the rulers of rules, were walking was incomplete in itself. The so-called erosion by the inverted rules was because the method was wrong and the key was missing. Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock and enlightenment in the other's eyes. The bottleneck fog that had plagued them for countless epochs seemed to have been blown away a little by Bing Shuang's words, revealing the more vast and supreme Great Tao behind it. Of course, this still required Bing Shuang to hand over the key to them. Regarding this, Bing Shuang was naturally not stingy. With a movement of his divine sense, he branded the method of fusing the positive and negative rules into the soul of every high-ranking member of the Dragon Clan. The method was not difficult. What was difficult was whether one could truly apply it after mastering the method. Wanting to fuse the positive and negative Great Taos of rules into one was far more difficult than fusing normal Great Taos of rules. Even for Bing Shuang, who was created by the pale dragon god and possessed the characteristics of a catastrophe. It had taken a very long time of seclusion within the ruins of the ancestral dragon, where time flowed extremely fast, to finally master it. In that case, after a long while, Ajwan opened his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulence in his heart. Bai Yi creating the netherworld can also be considered as opening a door for the myriad worlds. Wait, Bing Shuang's pupils shrank. Who did you just say? Chapter 1076. Everyone, follow me to march on the nether abyss. 2 in 1 chapter. Wait, Bing Shuang's pupils shrank. Who did you just say? Aojuan's words caused his emotions to suddenly become agitated. Although from the perspective of the myriad world's time, the time Bing Shuang had been separated from Sumu Bai was not long. He had been in the ruins of the ancestral dragon where time flowed at over 10,000 times the normal rate. Therefore, to him a very, very long time had passed since they parted. This was the first time he had been separated from Sumu Bai for such a long time. Master, Sumu Bai's figure appeared in Bing Shuang's mind, and he immediately opened the system announcement interface. With a sweep of his pseudo-sovereign god realm soul, he instantly understood what achievements Sumu Bai had made during this time. Although he had not experienced it personally, Bing Shuang could fully imagine how shocked the myriad races must have been when these announcements rang out. As expected of my master, Bing Shuang smiled and closed the system announcement interface, raising his head to speak. But a figure suddenly flew over. The person who arrived was Ao Xin, who had already transformed into human form. He looked at his communicator, his face filled with intense nervousness. Lord Dragon God, to what stage has the matter of the nether abyss developed now? Upon hearing this, Bing Shuang immediately looked at Ao Xin. The latter hurriedly used his divine sense to inform him of everything that had happened recently. He had also just learned about this matter and was very worried about Bai Yi's safety. Not long ago, news broke out in the nether abyss that the inheritance of the Death Ruler was about to appear, attracting a large number of powerhouses from the myriad races. Later, because of the birth of the netherworld and the anomalies caused by the fall of a large number of world lords, all races confirmed one thing. The strange movements in the nether abyss were entirely a trap set by Bai Yi. His goal was to lure the powerhouses of those races that had deep blood feuds with the human race into the nether abyss and wipe them all out. With Lord Bai Yi's strength, Ao Xin naturally would not worry that the peak upper gods and world lords of the various races could pose any threat to him. After all, when he entered the ruins of the ancestral dragon for the second time, Lord Bai Yi already possessed the combat power of a top-tier world lord. What Ao Xin was truly worried about was that the rulers of rules from the demon race, insect race, machine race, and the holy light angel race would not let this opportunity pass. Although he did not believe that Lord Bai Yi would not have thought of this, that was the combined force of at least a dozen sovereign gods at the ruler of rules realm. As a follower of Bai Yi, how could he possibly set his mind at ease? After Bing Shuang understood all this, he was instantly enraged, and the power of the pseudo-sovereign god realm surged out from his body. His relationship with Sumu Bai was far deeper than Ao Xin's. Therefore, upon learning that his master might be in danger, he was completely unable to control the killing intent in his heart. If it weren't for the two main gods, Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang, stepping in to annihilate this surge of power, the surrounding dragon clan elders would likely have been injured as a result. Bing Shuang, calm down. Ao Zhuan frowned. Although he knew that Bing Shuang had been with Bai Yi ever since he returned to the dragon clan, he still hadn't expected the bond between them to be so profound. Judging by this, Bing Shuang would undoubtedly go to his aid regardless of the cost. Fortunately, the dragon clan had already decided to commit to this path. Firmly standing with the human race, they had made this resolution the very day the human race re-entered the myriad races ranking. Therefore, Bing Shuang's desire to support Bai Yi did not conflict with the interests of the dragon clan. They shared the same sentiment. Bai Yi was the future hope of the human race, and also a powerful future ally for the dragon clan. He absolutely must not fall midway. They had not gone to support him before because they were suppressing the ruins of the ancestral dragon and could not leave this place. Now that Bing Shuang had successfully obtained the inheritance left by the ancestral dragon, and the harvest was even more bountiful than expected, his strength had surged in one breath to the pseudo-main god realm. It was time for the Dragon Clan to make a name for itself across the myriad worlds once again. However, Bing Xuan's current emotional state was clearly off, and Aojuan had to remind him to be rational. The situation is not as dangerous as you imagine. Ao Kang, standing to the side, also looked at Bing Xuan and interjected. Given your understanding of Bai Yi, do you really think he wouldn't have accounted for the rule sovereigns of those for top-tier races before setting his plans in motion? It was my concern that clouded my judgment. Bing Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and nodded toward the two dragon gods. It was only natural for him to lose control of his emotions when his master's safety was at stake. But after the reminders from Aojuan and Ao Kang, Bing Xuan quickly calmed down, soothing the restless power within his body, though the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Perhaps he was not yet a match for a main god, but as long as Sumyu Bai needed him, he would rush in without hesitation, regardless of the consequences. However, while he was calm, he still had to go to the nether abyss, and he would not be going alone. After all, his opponents were more than a dozen entities at the Rule Sovereign realm. With his current combat power at the pseudo-main god realm, he was not enough to face them. Thinking of this, Bing Xuan took a deep breath, looked at the two dragon gods before him, and spoke slowly. Before he could even finish his sentence, Aojuan interrupted him, saying directly, "No need to say more. The Dragon Clan will support any decision you make. Little one, do not underestimate your current status within the Dragon Clan." Ao King also smiled and said, "You are the future second ancestral dragon. Your importance to the Dragon Clan even exceeds the status Bai Yi currently holds within the human race." Clearly, both dragon gods knew exactly what Bing Xuan wanted to say. As soon as their words fell, Bing Xuan was slightly stunned. In his view, he had only just returned to the Dragon Clan, and even after receiving the ancestral dragon's inheritance, it was impossible to reach the top in one step. He had expected that persuading the two dragon gods to head to the nether abyss would require some effort. After all, that involved the combined forces of the rule sovereigns from for top-tier races. The danger of such a trip went without saying. While it was true that the Dragon Clan were allies with the human race, Bing Xuan did not know how far the Dragon Clan would go for this ally. For Bai's sake, he had even prepared himself to use his life as leverage. But the two dragon gods' response had completely exceeded his expectations. Is my status in the Dragon Clan already higher than my master's status in the human race? Bing Xuan was momentarily dumbfounded. His mindset clearly hadn't adjusted yet. Previously, aside from his bloodline, he hadn't felt much sense of belonging to the Dragon Clan. The reason he agreed to Ocean's request to return to the Dragon Clan and enter the ruins of the ancestral dragon was mostly to rapidly increase his strength so he could once again become his master's right-hand man. Ever since leaving the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land and entering the myriad worlds, Bing Xuan had felt that he was increasingly unable to keep up with his master's pace of progress. Even later, when he was promoted to a demigod-level creature by Cataclysm, it was to no avail. He had tried his best to close the gap between himself and his master, but he was powerless to do so. It wasn't until he obtained the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God in the Pale Dragon Tomb and met Aoshin that Bing Xuan finally saw hope. That was why he had decisively agreed to Aoshin's request to return to the Dragon Clan. But at this moment, Bing Xuan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of belonging to the Dragon Clan. From now on, in addition to his master, Bai Yi, there was one more thing in his life that was of the utmost importance. The Dragon Clan. This was his kin. Watching the light gradually brightening in Bing Xuan's eyes, the two dragon gods nodded with satisfaction. They understood that this little one before them finally had a true sense of identification with the Dragon Clan. Aoshin, who had transformed into human form, took a deep breath, looked at Bing Xuan with a respectful gaze, and said loudly, "Lord Bing Xuan, give the order." At the same time, with a movement of his divine sense, the 10,000 dragon armor within his body emerged, instantly transforming into countless dragon scales that flew up and rapidly merged into Bing Xuan's body. The latter's originally golden dragon scales flashed with various colors in an instant. This was the condensation of the power of countless Dragon Clan powerhouses. Only the most gifted dragons were qualified to possess it. The 10,000 dragon armor had originally been bestowed upon Bing Xuan when he entered the ruins of the ancestral dragon. Now, Aoshin was merely returning it to its rightful owner. In his view, Bing Xuan was undoubtedly more qualified to possess this 10,000 dragon armor than he was. At the same time, a long-lost system notification sounded in Bing Xuan's ears. Notification. You have obtained the high-level low-grade treasure 10,000 dragon armor. Notification. Congratulations to player Bing Xuan for becoming the new Dragon Clan Prodigy. The title of Prodigy was no longer important to the current Bing Xuan, but the meaning represented by this title was different. With this title, it would be much more convenient for him to command the members of the Dragon Clan. After all, the time he had spent back in the Dragon Clan was simply too short. Even apart from the Dragon Gods and Elders present, the rest of the Dragon Clan members were completely unaware of his existence. Only when he breaks through to the 12th tier Ruler of Rules stage will this title completely lose its meaning. Lord Bing Xuan, give the order. All the elders spoke in unison, bowing their heads toward where Bing Xuan stood. The two Dragon Gods, Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang, also looked at Bing Xuan and nodded. Give the order. Very well. A divine light flashed in Bing Xuan's eyes. As his gaze swept across all the high-ranking members of the dragon race present, a heroic spirit surged within him. Roar! Everyone, follow me to march upon the nether abyss. As his voice fell, all the dragon elders tilted their heads back and roared in unison. Their eyes filled with excitement. Roar! They had not left the ruins of the ancestral dragon for far too long. They had long been impatient to get out. The sixth elder was the most excited of them all. Given his temperament, being trapped here for over 9 epochs was truly a great hardship for him. Even the two dragon gods, Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang, had fighting spirits surging in their eyes at this moment. The dragon race had been silent for too long. Now that the ancestral dragon's inheritance had finally appeared, they no longer needed to cower in this tiny dragon abyss realm. The death of the pale dragon god's fall had yet to be avenged. A thick killing intent flashed through the eyes of Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang. It was the rulers of rules of the insect race who had besieged the pale dragon god back then. Such deep hatred and blood feuds were things they would never forget. And there was also the demon race's main god who had chosen to stand by and watch. This trip to the nether abyss would be the perfect time to settle both old and new scores. Depart, at Bing Xuan's command. All the dragons instantly transformed into human form. Ah Kang waved his hand to summon his ruler-class dragon-shaped starship, taking all the dragons aboard. With a flash of light, the starship instantly accelerated to the speed of light, disappearing into the vast starry sky, a tributary of the river of time and space. For ordinary people, entering this place was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even though there was an entrance in the ruins of the undead realm's star sector, not just anyone could enter. However, as the strongest ruler of rules of the god race, Dongfang Li possessed a method to enter the tributaries of the river of time and space without needing an entrance. This was because the god race was created by the joint efforts of the original time ruler, Zhou, and the space ruler. Precisely because of this, the probability of members of the god race awakening time and space talents was far higher than that of other races. Suzu and Kyujuksai were the outstanding ones among them. Of course, the latter's talent was even higher than Sushu's. That was why she had become recognized by all worlds as the individual with the most hope of becoming the next time ruler. Ever since the All Worlds game and the All Race ranking list were created, the god race had always occupied the top spot and had never fallen. This was because the original supreme god did not belong to any race. Even the former time and space ruler, Zhu Xingchen, no longer belonged to the human race because he had absorbed both time and space divine bloodlines. Therefore, although he led the human race to a powerful rise, with an overall strength that surpassed the god race, he could not shake the god race's ranking on the all-race list. Even after the great upheaval back then, the god race had lost a large number of powerhouses, but they still sat firmly in the top spot. As the strongest ruler of rules of the god race, Dongfang Li was naturally the most powerful main god in all the worlds today. The only one stronger than him was the elusive luck ruler, Liu Yin, the only remaining supreme god in all the worlds. Yet, such a powerhouse was currently standing respectfully by the tributary of the river of time and space, bowing slightly and weeping quietly. Who else could make him act this way, other than Liu Yin and the two ferrymen? The tributary he had entered was different from the one accessed via the entrance in the Undead Realm's ruins, which was why he had not directly encountered the three of them. However, he did not call out loudly, simply waiting patiently where he was, because he knew very well that the moment he entered this place, the two ferrymen would have already known. Sure enough, the mist on both sides of the river of time and space tributary suddenly began to churn. Immediately after, 3 ships of time and space slowly sailed out from the mist and arrived at the bank. Zhou, Yu, and Liu Yin stood at the bow, looking toward Dongfang Li. Liu Yin glanced at the two ferrymen before speaking to Dongfang Li. You have come because the total energy of the all worlds has decreased again, haven't you? Greetings to the 3 lords, although he was anxious. Dongfang Li still bowed respectfully first before getting straight to the point. Yes, but this time we have made a different discovery. Oh, what discovery? Liu Yin was somewhat curious, as were the two ferrymen. They naturally sensed the decrease in the total energy of the all worlds. It was just that they had not taken this matter to heart, and like main gods like Dongfang Li, they were in the know and clearly understood that this was all caused by Bai's talent. Could it be that Dongfang Li had discovered it too? Under the gaze of the 3, Dongfang Li's expression turned grave as he said in a deep voice, the decrease in the total energy of the all worlds is very likely the work of an outsider. Let me make up for what I owed yesterday first, and I will try my best to finish today's 4,000 words. Chapter 1077. You want to go to the nether abyss. The decrease in the total energy of the all worlds is very likely the work of an outsider. Dongfang Li's expression was extremely serious, and his voice was very low. For the entire all worlds, this was clearly terrible news. Otherwise, he would not have entered the tributary of the river of time and space to seek out Liu Yin, the only supreme god. Dongfang Li naturally could not know where Liu Yin was. That was why he had to come here first to ask the two ferrymen. It was just that he had not expected the luck ruler to happen to be here as well. It saved him quite a bit of trouble. An outsider. Hearing this, Liu Yin and the two ferrymen exchanged a calm look. What they had been discussing earlier was precisely the matter of the universe continent. Now that they had suddenly heard this news from Dongfang Li, they really did not know what to say for a moment. Although the 3 of them were well aware that this entire matter was caused by Bai, it was impossible for them to tell Dongfang Li. Because this matter was the highest secret of the myriad worlds, the fewer beings who knew about it, the better. If it were to be exposed by accident, it would absolutely be a catastrophic disaster for the myriad worlds. Even though Dongfang Li was currently the strongest main god in the myriad worlds, he was not qualified to know. During that great upheaval back then, it was not as if there hadn't been main gods who were eroded by the void and turned traitor. Among them, there was no lack of beings who were on par with Dongfang Li. Furthermore, the universe continent was a place even more terrifying than the void. The powerhouses there very likely possessed methods to control main gods or even supreme gods. Therefore, the matter of Bai Yi must absolutely not be exposed. However, since it concerned an outsider, they still had to provide some sort of explanation. If they appeared too indifferent, it would be inevitable that something might be guessed. After all, Dongfang Li was no fool. Liu Yin's gaze sharpened, and the pressure of a supreme god instantly enveloped Dongfang Li as she said in a deep voice, "Is this a guess? Or have you already discovered something? For now, it is only a guess." Dongfang Li spoke quickly, however, apart from an outsider, I truly cannot think of anyone else who could silently siphon the energy of the myriad worlds. This is something even the void cannot achieve. Immediately following this, he laid out his speculations and arrangements one by one. The last time the total energy of the myriad worlds decreased, they, the main gods, had already conducted a thorough investigation. Now, only the bottom of the abyss of Hades and the various forbidden god lands remained unexplored. The forbidden god lands, you say? Liu Yin pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "That is indeed a possibility. You have done quite well. We will also keep an eye on this matter." Zhou suddenly spoke up, however. Even we cannot directly investigate the forbidden god lands. So, we will have to trouble you all. It is no trouble at all. Dongfang Li was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. The myriad worlds is our home. After all, it is only right that we contribute. Go now. If you find anything, notify us immediately. Yu waved his hand at Dongfang Li, and before he left, he added a reminder regarding the matter of the outsider. Do not spread it for now. There is no need for those below the ruler of Rule's realm to know, lest it cause turmoil. I understand. Dongfang Li nodded, turned, and left the tributary of the river of time and space. The purpose of his trip had been achieved. The supreme gods were now aware of the matter. As long as they could find clues, they could leave the rest to the supreme gods. When facing an outsider, one could never be too cautious. It is good to let them investigate. When we created the Forbidden Godlands, it was originally just to provide space for weak races to develop. I never expected they would eventually become a hidden danger. Joe sighed and spoke slowly. Back then, when they, the supreme gods, joined forces to create the Myriad Worlds game, it was to allow the myriad races to grow faster, and the Forbidden Godlands were meant to protect the weak races. Only when more than 5 supreme gods simultaneously exercised their ruler authority could the restrictions of the Forbidden Godlands be lifted, allowing the use of power exceeding the 10th tier saint extermination level within them. However, it was now impossible to lift the restrictions of the Forbidden Godlands because of the 10 supreme gods. Those who had fallen had long since fallen, and those who had gone missing were nowhere to be found. Zhou and Yu, the 2 former supreme gods, had also lost their supreme god level ruler authority long ago when they fell. Their state was extremely unique. They could only exist by attaching themselves to the river of time and space. Nowadays, even if Liu Yan were to enter a Forbidden Godland, her strength would be suppressed to the early stage of the 10th tier saint extermination level, and she would be unable to mobilize the power of rules or authority. Therefore, if an outsider had truly entered one of the Forbidden Godlands first, even they would be unable to detect it. Although the decrease in the total energy of the myriad worlds was entirely caused by Bai and the possibility of an outsider invasion was not high, it was not a bad thing for Dongfang Li and the other main gods to investigate. Thus, the 3 of them did not stop them, but instead allowed them to continue. That is all the information I have gathered regarding the universe continent. Liu Yan left behind these words and lightly leaped from the bow of the boat. Her jade-like feet hovered 10 centimeters above the ground near the shore, remaining unstained by dust. Are you going to the abyss of Hades? Zhou and Yu spoke simultaneously, clearly having discerned Liu Yan's intentions. When Dongfang Li was explaining his arrangements earlier, he had mentioned the recent events in the abyss of Hades in passing. Moreover, one of the places the main god suspected was at the bottom of the abyss of Hades. Therefore, the moment Liu Yan moved, the 2 of them guessed where she was headed. Since that little thief Bai has caused such a huge commotion, I certainly have to go and watch the show. Liu Yan smiled playfully, and at some point, she had already taken a lollipop and placed it between her red lips. As her voice faded, her figure vanished from the tributary of the river of time and space. I hope this young lady doesn't play too roughly. Zhou and Yu exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Anyone with eyes could see that Liu Yan was concerned for Bai's safety, but this young lady insisted on being stubborn. The 2 of them could only offer a silent prayer for the main gods of those 4 top-tier races. Of all people to provoke, they just had to provoke the bane that was Bai. Zhou and Yu were well aware of the grievances between the human race and them. They knew this was an irreconcilable blood feud. Although the myriad worlds currently needed power, what it needed was not main gods, but true powerhouses capable of leading the myriad worlds to resist the void. It needed beings with strength exceeding that of the former ruler of time and space. Because even the ruler of time and space could only barely seal the void monarchs, he could not completely resolve the crisis brought by the void. Therefore, compared to Bai, the main gods of those 4 top-tier races were insignificant. Whether they fell or not did not affect the overall situation. But Bai's life and death concerned the future of the entire myriad worlds. Although they knew he was certainly not a reckless person and would never put himself in danger, Liu Yan going there could be considered an insurance policy. As long as she was there, there would be no existence within the myriad worlds capable of threatening Bai. Zhou and Yu could not leave the river of time and space, and could not even project their power outward, so they could only act as spectators. After a moment of silence, the 2 of them steered the ship of time and space and turned to leave. Although their figures had vanished into the mist upstream and downstream, their conversation remained uninterrupted. The universe continent is even more powerful than we imagined. What we know now is still just the tip of the iceberg. I wonder if Xingqian can find a way to avoid being rejected by the myriad worlds before then. First update of the day. I Xixiang will continue to write. I should be able to put out another chapter later. Chapter 1078. The barrier about to shatter. Northern border divine kingdom. Center of the far north star domain. Within a small secret realm. On the stone platform outside the Tower of Time and Space. 10 figures stood side by side, their expressions extremely grave. Aside from Haijian, these were all the top-tier combatants at the World Lord level that the human race had left. Even Yumu, the sovereign of rules, had appeared here. Let's go. It's time for us to move. Yumu took a swig from his wine gourd, tossed it back to his waist, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Yuan nodded and spoke to Q, who was standing to the side. Senior Q. The future of the human race is entrusted to you. The future he referred to was not Sumubai, but the batch of human geniuses who had previously entered the Tower of Time and Space to cultivate, for the human race to rise. Relying on Bai Yi alone was far from enough. Even with the support of the Netherworld, the human race needed to become strong on its own. The human geniuses within the Tower of Time and Space were the future pillars of the human race. Why don't you take me along? Sikonyu's eyes were filled with eagerness. As the undefeated war god, he loved to join in on such excitement. If he could find some powerful experts to fight, perhaps his strength could advance even further. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to go and get beaten up. The enemy this time is at the level of a sovereign of rules. It is too dangerous. You had better stay here, in case the demon race has other tricks up their sleeves. Yi Yuan shook his head, decisively rejecting Sikonyu's proposal. The reason they had gathered here was because of the announcement triggered when Sumubai's soul had previously ascended to the peak of the main god realm. At that time, everyone understood that the sovereigns of rules from the demon race and other top-tier races would surely be driven to desperation. Therefore, everyone had rushed back from their respective realms, preparing for a life or death struggle. Here, there was a formation that Yi Yuan had prepared for countless epochs, far more extensive than the one he had set up at the entrance to the tributary of the River of Time and Space. Even when facing an existence at the Sovereign of Rules level, it could hold out for a period of time. However, the situation had later undergone a massive shift. Bai's layout in the Nether Abyss caused the Sovereigns of Rules of the 4 top-tier races to unanimously decide to change their itinerary and head directly to the Nether Abyss. Because their ultimate goal was to slay Bai Yi, the greatest hidden threat. And since the place where the humans were hiding was right there, they wouldn't be able to run away in the short term anyway. Even if the Nether Abyss was just a ruse, they would still have time to turn back and attack the core secret realm of the human race. As long as Bai Yi cared about the survival of the human race, he would never be able to escape their grasp. That guy Bai Yi, he just has to make things so thrilling. Without a shred of pity for my old bones, Yi Yuan nodded toward Q and the others, then vanished from the stone platform along with Yumu. The reason they had waited until now to depart was the fear that Kang Li and the other sovereigns were intentionally releasing smoke screens. Most importantly, a sovereign-level starship with infinite energy could reach the Nether Abyss much faster. Now that it was confirmed that Kang Li and the other sovereigns had headed to the Nether Abyss, Yumo and Yi Yuan naturally had to go as well. Although Bai Yi had spoken with absolute certainty that nothing would go wrong, how could the two of them possibly be at ease? As a notoriously cunning old fox of the myriad worlds, how could Yi Yuan not have laid out plans in advance for a place as special as the Nether Abyss? He had lived for so long and had few idle days. Otherwise, he could never have researched the incomplete Zhuanshan Great Formation to such a degree. Damn that guy. He's caused me to miss out on a fight again. Sikonyu looked depressed. Having been in hiding for nearly 10 epochs, he had finally been liberated, only to find himself forced to guard the secret realm again because of the demon race and other top-tier races. To him, this was nothing short of torture. Enough. Once we deal with them, are you afraid you won't have any fights left? Yuchu rolled her eyes, walked to a stone platform to the side with lotus-like steps, glanced at the Tower of Time and Space, then sat cross-legged and slowly closed her eyes. The other human world lords also went to their respective floating stone platforms and began to close their eyes and rest. These stone platforms were part of a grand formation set up by Yuan. As long as they channeled their power into them, it could be activated instantly. Bai Yi had to be protected, and the underhanded tactics of the four top-tier races had to be guarded against. The Tower of Time and Space was the treasure that protected the human race. And now it contained a large number of human geniuses. No mistakes could be allowed. Forbidden Land No.07, Divine Dragon Empire, Imperial Capital. Inside the high tower of the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters, in a mysterious valley, the Divine Dragon Emperor, whose soul was being controlled, and the Vice Hall Master of the Divine Dragon Palace still stood before the stone platform. Purple light flickered in their eyes, as if some powerful force was circulating within their pupils. At the same time, a large number of inscriptions condensed from their hands, continuously falling onto the barrier in front of the stone platform. The barrier rippled from time to time, appearing and disappearing. However, the aura it emitted was becoming weaker and weaker. What a nuisance! The Divine Dragon Emperor frowned. If not for the existence of this restriction, this barrier wouldn't even be able to withstand a single breath from my true self. Hurry up! The Vice Hall Master's face remained expressionless as he spoke slowly. As long as we break this barrier, we can seize part of the authority here. Having said this, he paused, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, and continued, at that time, when our true bodies descend and we lead our armies to invade this world, everything here will be nothing more than grass and dogs. That is true. The Divine Dragon Emperor nodded. Once this barrier is broken, everything in this embryonic universe will be within our grasp. Once we take this place, fire will surely no longer refuse me. How many people across the entire universe continent have ever refined a nascent universe? Every one of them stands at the absolute pinnacle. As long as we succeed, fire will surely throw herself into your arms willingly. The Vice Hall Master curled his lips into a smirk, as if he could already see a bright future ahead. When luck arrives, it truly cannot be stopped. Who would have thought we would discover such a passage? Ha, big brother, what you said has me feeling impatient. The Divine Dragon Emperor saw Fire's alluring figure flash through his mind. He had even thought of what to name their future offspring. And the Zhuanshan inheritance will also be ours for the taking. While the two conversed, their hands never ceased their movements. Inscription after inscription condensed and landed upon the barrier. Gradually, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. Relying on their strength at the early stage of the Saint extinction level, the two were actually grinding down the barrier left behind by Yuan until it was on the verge of shattering. Phew, that wore me out until I was dizzy. I finally finished writing before the day ended. My foster fathers, it's been a long time since I've asked for gifts, so I'm asking for a wave now. Chapter 1079, The Dead Are Supreme, Death Domain. Death Continent, Underworld Abyss. After Sumyu Bai agreed to let Bok take action, the survivors of the three races, who had already been rooted, no longer had the slightest ability to fight back. The Nether army that had originally been besieging them was now freed up to step into the death vortexes, rapidly hunting down the remaining members of the races on the death list. The Goblin race had long since been wiped out, and during the time the Rule Treasure appeared, more than a dozen other races had followed in their footsteps. This naturally included the Blood race and the Werewolf race, the two groups with the deepest connections to Sumyu Bai. Compared to the other races, their fates were clearly even more miserable, because those who slaughtered them were the former strongest members of their two great races, the Blood Ancestor and the Wolf Ancestor. Behind the names of these races on the death list, a suffix of extinct had been added, signifying that all the powerhouses they had sent into the underworld abyss had fallen. Currently, there were still 147 races that had not yet been completely wiped out. However, among them, dozens of races had very few powerhouses left. They were merely lingering on their last breaths, with the 10 great god-level nether beings like Yi holding the Rule Treasures. Combined with Bok's intervention, more and more of the Nether army was being freed up. It wouldn't be long before every race on the death list would be thoroughly purged, including the top-tier races like the Demon race, the Machine race, and the Insect race. Sumyu Bai had long since marked their lives for death. even if the Heavenly King himself came, he wouldn't be able to save them, of course. This would take some time. Although the Nether Army was extremely powerful, they were still at a massive disadvantage in terms of numbers compared to the powerhouses of over 100 races. Fortunately, with Sumu, by manipulating the abnormal death aura from behind the scenes to open up one death vortex after another for them, it gave the various races the feeling that the Nether Army was everywhere. As time passed, more and more names on the death list had the extinct suffix added behind them. The lower-ranked races were wiped out faster because the number of their powerhouses entering the underworld abyss was vastly smaller compared to those of the powerful races. But following that, the speed at which the extinct suffix was added not only failed to slow down, but even showed signs of accelerating. This was because as more races were wiped out, the forces of the Nether Army became increasingly concentrated. The powerhouses of the remaining races stared fixedly at the death list, their faces filled with shock and terror. Bai, he really isn't planning on leaving anyone alive. That's the 100th race. He truly fears neither heaven nor earth. Forget it. Bai isn't even planning to let the 3 top-tier races go. So how could he possibly spare these races? I'm starting to admire Bai, just for the fact that he's willing to risk his life to avenge the human race. He deserves a toast from me. Stupid. What does killing these guys accomplish? When the rule sovereigns of the demon race and the other top-tier races arrive, what will Bai have left to survive with? Indeed, Bai is ultimately too young. He's made the mistake that all young people make. He's simply too impulsive. That's right. Even if he slaughters everyone on the death list, it can at most be considered venting some anger for the human race. It doesn't count as true revenge. If I had talent as heaven-defying as Bai's, I would definitely lay low and cultivate until I was invincible before emerging. By then, wouldn't revenge be as easy as reaching out and grabbing something? Clearly, Bai doesn't understand the principle of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young because they are poor. HMPH, being timid and fearful, how can one reach the pinnacle? If Bai were like you described, he could never have achieved such accomplishments. Still talking about not bullying the young. And then what? Do not bully the middle-aged for being poor. Do not bully the elderly for being poor. The dead are supreme. A bunch of losers. Who gave you the courage to criticize Big Brother Bai? Ever since Bai entered the Myriad Worlds, the Myriad Worlds announcements triggered by him had almost never stopped. Naturally, there were many players who felt annoyed by him because of this, whether out of jealousy or something else. Such creatures were not few in number, but at the same time, a large number of players regarded him as an idol and a goal to pursue. Such creatures often possessed a pure heart of a powerhouse. Even if the gap between them and Bai grew wider and wider until they couldn't even see his back, they would still firmly continue on their own paths. Juxiaoyu, Ashen, and Pei were like this. And there were many more such creatures in the Myriad Worlds. For a time, the players of various races who were idling in the underworld abyss split into 3 factions. One faction believed that Bai was too arrogant and impulsive, and would soon die at the hands of the rule sovereigns of the demon race and other top-tier races. The other faction believed that there was nothing wrong with Bai's actions. If one had the ability to take revenge, why not do it? And the people in this faction firmly believed that Bai must have a backup plan to deal with those rule sovereigns. Otherwise he would never have set up this trap. In their view, if Bai were truly this impulsive, how could he have grown to such a level? Had those rule sovereigns not thought of strangling him in the cradle? Obviously, it was not that they did not want to, but that they could not, although no one had seen it with their own eyes. The powerhouses of every race knew clearly in their hearts that the rule sovereigns of the several top-tier races must have already made a move against Bai, only to end in failure. Otherwise, Heidi, the symbiotic sovereign of the insectoid race, would not have fallen. Now that some time had passed, given Bai's monstrous level of talent, his strength would certainly not have remained stagnant, since he dared to set up a trap in the nether abyss to slaughter the powerhouses of these races. He must have anticipated that the rule sovereigns of top-tier races like the demon race would not sit idly by. Therefore, they were all waiting to see what kind of trump card Bai possessed that could deal with the joint strangulation of at least a dozen rule sovereigns. Battles at the rule sovereign level were not something that could be seen so easily. Even for existences at the peak World Lord level, it was difficult to have the opportunity to witness a battle of this caliber with their own eyes. For them, this was also a rare opportunity. As for the final faction, they belonged to the neutral party. They neither felt antipathy toward Bai Yi nor had any particular fondness for him. The only reason they remained here now was simply because they could not get out. The only thing they could do now was to stay quietly in the Nether Abyss and wait for the dust to settle. After this forbidden land, the Nether Abyss, was completely controlled by Sumubai. The crises that had existed in the past no longer remained. Whether it was the elusive special undead or the death whirlpools that frequently launched surprise attacks, they were all gone. Therefore, as long as the powerhouses of those races whose names were not on the death list did not take the initiative to attack the nether spirits, they would not be in any danger. The so-called Forbidden Land was now only directed at those races on the death list, facing the ever-increasing army of nether spirits. Their faces held nothing but despair. They had no idea how they could possibly survive. Even the powerhouses of the demon race, insectoid race, and mechanical race were the same. They were even more miserable, because neither the 10 god-level nether spirits who wielded rule treasures nor Bach were existences they could resist. Chapter 1080. The Descent of the Rule Sovereigns. The Nether Abyss was gloomy and sunless all year round, but time still passed mercilessly. Gradually, the players of all races from the 3 factions became silent. Because now, on the death list, only the last 3 remained whose race names were not followed by the word extinct. Death List 1, Demon Race Dead 2, Insectoid Race Dead 3, Mechanical Race Dead 4, Prison Race Dead Extinct 5, Heart Eater Race Dead Extinct 6, Iron-Blooded Race Dead Extinct 32, Blood Race Dead Extinct 33, Werewolf Race Dead Extinct 174, Goblin Race Dead Extinct. Except for the 3 top-tier races that still had a small number of members barely clinging to life. The powerhouses of the other 171 races who had entered the Nether Abyss had all fallen here. Not a single one left. He didn't even leave their corpses behind. This was Sumubai's style when dealing with enemies. Since he was going to kill, there was no need to leave any room for mercy. He was no saint. On the contrary, he understood one principle very clearly. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to one's own people. Solving the problem of so many powerhouses from 174 races in one fell swoop this time could be said to have paved the way for future crusades and revenge. Although the powerhouses of many races had not all been lured to the Nether Abyss, such heavy losses were enough to shake their foundations. Despite not falling off the 10,000 races ranking directly like the Goblin race, their rankings on the list had undergone tremendous changes. Therefore, it was not just the spectators in the Nether Abyss who were silent, but also the players of various races in the outside world, especially the players of those races whose names were on the death list. At this moment, they felt as if the sky had collapsed. Although there was no world announcement, various wails, screams, and curses filled the chat channels of every world. It's still dropping. Our prison race's ranking has fallen out of the top 100. Falling out of the top 100 is nothing. Our race has fallen out of the top 1000 directly. No, my bloodline bonus effect has decreased. Bai Yi. It's all Bai Yi's fault. If it weren't for him, how could we be like this? Damn it. I had already made all the preparations to break through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm. Now that the ranking has plummeted and the bloodline power bonus has decreased significantly, the base attributes that urgently met the requirements are no longer enough. Damn it. I was fighting a mythical level boss, but because the bloodline power decreased and my attributes dropped, I died instantly. Fortunately, I'm only an 8th tier legendary level, so I can still resurrect. Both of my older brothers fell because of this. From this day on, I am a sworn enemy of Bai Yi. Bai Yi, you deserve to die. Acting so arrogantly. I want to see how much longer you can live. On the 10,000 races ranking, the enhancement effects of bloodline power differ across different ranking stages. Top 10, top 100, top 1000, top 2000, and so on, within each stage. Although there were certain differences, the gap was not large. However, the gap between 2 stages was massive. The slaughter by the Nether Army caused the races on the death list to suffer heavy losses. and their rankings on the 10,000 races ranking dropped by 1 or even 2 or 3 stages directly. This also led to the world game reclaiming some of the rewards from the players of these races, causing the effects of their bloodline power to drop suddenly. For true gods at the Law Lord realm, the impact of bloodline power was not yet significant, but players below the Law Lord realm were miserable. Their attributes dropped by a chunk in an instant. Many players were in the middle of combat, and this sudden change caught them off guard. A large number of players could not react in time and died in battle. Players below the 9th tier mythical level were fine, as they at least had a chance to resurrect. Thus, the 9th tier mythical level and 10th tier saint extermination level players of these races became the biggest victims of this incident. According to incomplete statistics, the number of players from these races who completely perished due to their rankings falling reached a staggering trillion. It must be said that this is a sad story. But apart from these races, who would even care? A trillion tier 9 and tier 10 players certainly sounds like a lot. But when viewed across the entire myriad of worlds, it doesn't even count as a drop in the ocean. In the many realms, countless great worlds, and small worlds, a mere trillion is as inconspicuous as a single drop of water in the sea. It is fortunate that Sumubai does not know this. If he did, he would only clap and cheer, because these races were, by nature, the mortal enemies of the human race. In the core region of the abyss of the underworld, beneath the giant vortex of death, the names on the death list were reduced to only the 3 top-tier races: the demon race, the insect race, and the machine race. The massacre had officially entered its final stage, and the powerhouses of the other races had gathered here, waiting to witness this final moment. The remaining survivors of the 3 races now had eyes filled with despair, with no light of hope left. The rule sovereigns they had been waiting for had not descended until now. Kill Box stood side by side with the 10 god-level netherworld beings, looking at the remaining tens of thousands of powerhouses from the 3 races. He waved his hand and issued the final command. Just as the last batch of desperate powerhouses was about to be swallowed by the tide of the netherworld army, and the allied forces of the 3 races were on the verge of total annihilation, the reinforcements they had been waiting for so bitterly had finally arrived. Enough! A terrifying roar, containing an infinite will to slaughter and shaking the entire abyss of the underworld violently, exploded from outside the abyss like a billion thunderclaps. Immediately following, a majestic demonic aura, indescribable in its vastness and violence, crashed through the thick, heavy clouds of death on the periphery of the abyss like a bursting galaxy, forcibly descending upon this world. Bai, stop this instant! The demon ancestor Kang Lee's massive beast form, which occupied most of the sky of the abyss, loomed within the rolling demonic aura. His 18 blood moon-like eyes burned with a rage that could incinerate everything, locked firmly onto the bottom of the abyss. At the same time, 3 other terrifying auras, equally transcending all things, descended as well. The life fluctuation representing infinite reproduction, and the will of the insect swarm belonged to the insect race's progenitor sovereign Nydia. The cold, absolutely rational soul fluctuation carrying the rhythm of destruction belonged to the machine race's annihilation sovereign Zero Entropy. The pure, scorching, brilliant holy light that seemed capable of purifying all filth in the world belonged to the holy light angel race's light sovereign Huazhou. Beyond that, 13 other main gods at the rule sovereign realm descended one after another behind them. The terrifying pressure of nearly 20 rule sovereigns, like a tangible canopy, completely shrouded the entire abyss of the underworld. Space was completely solidified. Time was nearly stagnant, and even the surging, abnormal death energy seemed suppressed by an invisible force, becoming sluggish. The moment the rule sovereigns of the 4 races descended, their furious shouts resounded throughout the entire abyss. Bai, how dare you! Chapter 1081. Old Kane, thanks, 2 in 1 chapter. The moment the rule sovereigns of the 4 races descended, their furious shouts resounded throughout the entire abyss. Bai, how dare you! If the Death Sovereign Mingta had not yet fallen, this place would naturally not be a place where they could act so wantonly. But the previous Death Sovereign no longer existed, and a new one had yet to be born. The abyss of the underworld, in and of itself, is not considered a dangerous place for those at the rule sovereign realm. Relying solely on the abnormal death energy left behind by Mingtu was impossible to stop them. The giant death vortex that Sumu Bai manipulated with abnormal death energy could indeed block 1 or 2 rule sovereigns. But Kang Li and the others had nearly 20, however. The moment the words fell, the rule sovereigns of the 4 races, who had torn through space to arrive, widened their eyes. Their gazes locked simultaneously onto Bach and the 10 god-level netherworld beings within the netherworld army. The former pseudo-main god's strength was indeed enough to make them take notice. But it was certainly not enough to shock their souls into a stupor. Rule artifacts. That was the aura of rule artifacts. And there were 11 rule artifacts in total. How could there be such a quantity? One must know that the 17 rule sovereigns from their 4 top-tier races combined only possessed 10 rule artifacts in total. Yet, upon arriving at the abyss, they saw 11. Since when did rule artifacts become as common as cabbage? The most critical point was that these rule artifacts were all from the supreme rule system. That spendthrift Bai actually gave such treasures to true gods to use. This was simply a waste of heavenly treasures. The temptation of rule artifacts, even for those at the rule sovereign realm, was irresistible. In an instant, the eyes of the main gods of the 4 races became heated. The fire of desire to claim these rule artifacts for themselves rose up, never to be quelled again. Before coming here, they only wanted to eliminate the hidden threat of Bai and completely cut off the possibility of the human race's rise. But the moment they saw these rule artifacts, they gained another goal. Bai still had to die. There was no doubt about that. In addition, these rule artifacts also had to be pocketed. Such thoughts flashed through the minds of Kang Li, Nydia, Zero Entropy, and Huozhou simultaneously. They had only just arrived at the abyss and hadn't even started attacking. Yet an irreparable crack had already appeared in the alliance of the 4 races. The only reason they had joined forces was because they shared a common enemy. Bai would definitely not survive this time. So the most important thing next was how to distribute these rule artifacts. Each of the 4 harbored their own ulterior motives, and none wanted to be at a disadvantage. Even Huozhou, whose strength was slightly weaker, was no exception. As fellow main gods, although she was indeed a bit weaker than Kang Li, Nydia, and Zero Entropy, the gap was not very large. As long as she obtained more rule artifacts, the balance of power could be reversed in an instant. No one would refuse the chance to possess more rule treasures, even if they had no personal use for them. They could bestow them upon the main gods of their own kin. At that point, their race's ranking might even rise as a result. After all, this was a collection of 11 rule treasures, let alone them. Ever since the great upheaval of the last void invasion, it was likely that even the strongest god race in the myriad worlds could not scrape together 11 rule treasures today. Although Kang Li and the other main gods did not understand how the Nether Army could possess so many rule treasures, this did not in the slightest affect the fact that they had already begun to view these treasures as their own. However, the 4 of them remained very restrained. Even if they were to fight over the rule treasures, that would have to wait until after they had killed Bai. Before that, they absolutely could not engage in infighting. The experience of returning in defeat last time was still fresh in their minds, and Kang Li and the other main gods did not want to fail again. Release my kin, hand over all the treasures, and bind your own soul before coming here to meet your death. Otherwise, this deity will personally shatter this nether abyss and leave you with neither form nor soul remaining. Kang Li's threat, filled with unquestionable authority, echoed like a final ultimatum in the ears of every survivor. Although Nydia and Ling Shang did not speak, their terrifying pressure already bore down upon the depths of the nether abyss. That monstrous killing intent, as if turned into substance, stirred the abnormal death aura of the entire nether abyss into a frenzy. Their clansmen were now less than 1 in 1,000. The losses could be described as extremely heavy. This was far greater than the losses they had anticipated. Huozhou frowned even deeper, his expression turning extremely ugly in an instant, and he sternly demanded, Bai, where have you taken my holy light angel race? With the strength of their divine souls, they were fully capable of covering the entire nether abyss. Yet, Huozhou could not sense the aura of a single law lord from the holy light angel race. While the other 3 races had suffered heavy losses, at least some were still alive. Only the holy light angel race had none left. For a moment, an extremely ominous guess formed in Huozhou's heart. Could it be that my holy light angel race has all been slaughtered? How dare Bai Yi do this? The eyes of the four were filled with fury. They even briefly forgot about the existence of the rule treasures, wanting only to crush Bai Yi to death right there. While the Law Lord level powerhouses of the various races could not see it, they could see it clearly. Deep in the nether abyss, Bai Yi was leaning back comfortably on a throne of death, his gaze meeting theirs with disdain. Not only was that fellow not panicked by their rival, but the corners of his mouth even curled into an arc, as if he had been waiting for their rival all along. And those dying powerhouses of the three races finally saw the light of hope reignite in their eyes. The sovereigns had finally arrived. Many were even weeping with joy, as if they had seen light in an abyss that had never known the sun. In their view, now that the rule sovereigns had arrived, Bai Yi would definitely not dare to continue his assault, let alone attacking. He was likely unable to even protect himself now. The simultaneous arrival of 17 rule sovereign level existences was a grand spectacle rarely seen in the myriad worlds for countless epochs. With so many sovereigns aiming to kill him, how could he possibly survive? However, Bai Yi and Yu Yi and the others acted as if they hadn't heard the threats of Kang Li and the other main gods at all, not even sparing them a single glance. The reason the Nether Army had ceased their slaughter was merely to await Sumu Bai's command. Kill them, leave none alive. The moment Sumu Bai's calm voice resounded through the Nether abyss, the Nether Army instantly transformed into a torrent, submerging the remaining survivors of the three races. Bai Yi and the 10 god-level Nether beings struck personally. The power of the 11 rule treasures pushed to their limits, and the terrifying rule fluctuations instantly shattered the pressure exerted by Kang Li and the other main gods. Bai Yi, you are courting death. Kang Li and the other main gods widened their eyes in fury, clearly not expecting that Bai Yi would dare to continue his attack right in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. 17 terrifying bursts of main god power erupted simultaneously, instantly tearing dense gaps into the space-time around the Nether abyss. Boom. The power of 17 rule sovereigns was simply not something the giant death vortex condensed by Sumu Bai could withstand. This barrier, which had prevented creatures from entering or leaving, dissipated in an instant. Suzu and the other powerhouses of various races narrowed their eyes, each using their own methods to head outside the Nether abyss. When Kang Li and the other main gods arrived, they had already retreated far from the area where the remaining powerhouses of the three races were located. After all, no one wanted to be caught in the crossfire of the enraged main gods. Now that the giant vortex had shattered, they naturally had to leave the Nether abyss immediately. Even if they wanted to watch the battle, they had to be far away to do so. If they were too close, a moment of carelessness would result in being annihilated by the aftermath of the coming battle. Peak upper gods were nothing in front of the rule sovereign realm. Even top-tier world lords were merely slightly larger ants. Not everyone could be as monstrous as Sumu Bai, capable of joining forces to slay a main god while still at the Law Lord realm. However, the true gods of the various races soon discovered that their actions were entirely redundant, because the attacks from Kang Li and the other main gods, after destroying the giant death vortex, failed to reach the core area of the Nether abyss at all. The torrent of terrifying main god power, before it could even rush into the depths of the Nether abyss, collided with an invisible barrier and vanished without a trace in an instant. What? The pupils of Kang Li and the other main gods constricted, a look of fear flashing across their faces. How could Bai Yi possess such a method, capable of annihilating their attacks into nothingness? Following that, they felt a familiar fluctuation sweep across the surroundings. This is the power of space-time sealing. Nidio, Lingshan, Huozhou, and the other main gods instantly turned their heads to look at Kang Li. This power was exactly the same as what the other party had used at the entrance to the tributary of the River of Time. My space-time seal. Kang Li gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Space-time seal. It was a special treasure he had obtained only with great difficulty, although it has a limited number of uses and is not a true rule-level supreme treasure. Its effects are even more powerful than those of ordinary rule-level supreme treasures. After all, it is a rare and special treasure belonging to the two supreme rule systems of time and space. However, this treasure was left behind in the Void Rift the last time Bai Yi drove Kang Li out. Now that it was being used by Bai Yi against him, Kang Li was so furious that he felt as if smoke were pouring from his 7 orifices. But immediately after, Kang Li discovered something amiss. Although the space-time forbidden seal possesses powerful space-time locking capabilities that even rule sovereigns cannot break, it is merely incapable of tearing through space-time within the barrier. It possesses no ability to annihilate attacks at all. Could it be that what Bai Yi is using is not the space-time forbidden seal? Just as Kang Li was filled with doubt and suspicion, that familiar, illusory small seal suddenly emerged above the many rule sovereigns. If this isn't the space-time forbidden seal, then what could it be? At this moment, the locking barrier truly took shape. An invisible spherical barrier completely enveloped the 17 rule sovereigns of the 4 clans. The space-time within the barrier became incomparably resilient, far beyond what any rule sovereign could tear apart. Following this, a vortex of death suddenly condensed, and the figure of Sumyubai slowly stepped out from within. This time, he did not transform into any other appearance, and he even deliberately hid the helmet formed by the death cannon, appearing before everyone in his most authentic form, pointing at the space-time forbidden seal suspended in the air. Sumyubai looked at Kang Li with a smile and said, "Old Kang, thank you. If it weren't for the treasure you generously gifted me, I really wouldn't have known how to round you all up in one go." Kang Li's original space-time forbidden seal indeed only had the ability to lock space-time. Although the locking effect was extremely strong, its utility was limited. This was because whether it was through attacks or physical flight, one could always leave or enter the locked area. Otherwise, the true bodies of Xingheng and the other main gods would not have been able to enter the ruined star domain to provide reinforcements back then. But after this special treasure fell into Sumyubai's hands, things were different. After he consumed 20 million soul power to add the catastrophe trait to the space-time forbidden seal, although the treasure was still limited to only 2 uses, its effects had been significantly enhanced. Catastrophe trait 1. The locking effect is increased tenfold. 2. Unless one possesses the ability to break the seal, no attacks or objects can leave or enter the locked area. Those permitted by you are the exception. The reason why the joint attack from Kang Li and the other main gods had suddenly annihilated just now was precisely because of the effect of the space-time forbidden seal's catastrophe trait. It was precisely because of this special treasure that Sumyubai had the idea to set a trap to lure them here. Otherwise, while it is easy to defeat a rule sovereign, it is not easy to kill one. If Kang Li hadn't locked space-time back then, Heidi would not have fallen in the ruined star domain so easily. The main gods present were naturally unaware of all this, but for Kang Li, this sentence from Sumyubai was truly a psychological blow. Upon hearing this, the latter's expression turned gloomy, and he raised his claw to strike at Sumyubai. Arrogant, a bloody light of slaughter flickered, and his beast claw was covered with a dense layer of blood-colored threads. That was a rule-level supreme treasure of the slaughter system, 3,000 blood rivers. Each blood-colored thread was, in reality, a long river condensed from endless blood, carrying terrifying scouring power and endless killing intent. The moment Kang Li made his move, he used his full strength. As the power of the slaughter main god surged, his authority also erupted violently, swearing to crush Bai Yi to death right here in a single blow. None of the rule sovereigns present believed that Bai Yi could withstand Kang Li's attack, not even if the latter had once joined forces with Huijian to kill Heidi, because Kang Li's strength, among all the main gods in the myriad worlds today, was ranked firmly in the top 3. Only Dongfang Li of the God clan could barely manage to suppress him. His strength was far greater than that of Heidi, a main god who was not skilled in combat. How could Bai Yi possibly block it? Is this the strength of the demon ancestor? It is truly terrifying, even from this far away. I can feel my divine soul trembling. It is hard to imagine what Bai Yi must be feeling, finally seeing Bai Yi's true face. But it's a pity this will likely be the last time. Does Bai Yi really have no backup plan? Where are the human experts? Where are the human allies? Hey, just look at how many rule sovereign level existences from the 4 top clans have come. How could anyone possibly tear their faces off with them for the sake of Bai Yi? It's over. Bai Yi is finished. The human race is finished. In the distance, the true gods of various clans who were watching the spectacle discussed among themselves. But almost none of them were optimistic about Bai Yi. But immediately after, everyone widened their eyes, instantly stunned in place, with expressions on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 1082. Kang Lee scared out of his wits, seeing Kang Lee's sudden, all-out attack. Bai Yi showed no intention of dodging. Even the smile on his face remained. Don't be in such a hurry to throw your life away. Once the prelude below is over, I will send you to reunite with them. Sumu Bai smiled slightly. Not only did he disregard the attack about to land on him, but he even gestured for Kang Lee to watch the slaughter of the Nether army below. Death is at your doorstep. And you're still talking tough. Kang Lee was so angry he nearly vomited blood. The killing intent in his eyes was fully exposed, and the blood-colored threads on his beast claws instantly transformed into a sky-filling river of blood, roaring and surging as it poured down toward Sumu Bai. The terrifying momentum submerged the entire locked area. Even the other rule sovereigns had to mobilize their main god power to resist the aftermath of the attack. However, this attack, which could be called the peak of the myriad worlds, failed to land on Sumu Bai at all. Just as the river of blood was about to touch Bai Yi, a black shadow appeared silently, clang. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, a strangely shaped weapon suddenly appeared, silently bracing itself against Kang Lee's beast claw. The massive, overwhelming force of the 3,000 blood rivers was like a duck whose neck had been throttled. It went silent in an instant, failing to break through the defense of the peculiar weapon. What is going on? What just happened? Who would actually dare to help Bai Yi? The rule sovereigns of the 4 clans looked at one another, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. Kang Lee was even more bewildered. This had been a full-force strike, delivered without holding anything back, and it had been blocked so easily. The collision between the peculiar weapon and the 3,000 blood rivers caused the energy within the sealed space-time region to surge violently, preventing it from sensing who exactly had arrived for a moment. When Kang Lee finally saw that figure clearly, the color drained from its entire face in a flash. The opponent's majestic body seemed to be forged from extinguished stars and the origin of death. Its head was shrouded in a rotating halo, and its black hole-like eyes devoured all vitality. The torso, covered in bone armor, was inscribed with flowing death runes. Its left palm held the death codex in the void, while its right hand gripped a strangely shaped weapon. Its lower body was hidden within churning death energy, with countless pale, skeletal hands floating amidst it. This appearance and aura, which could not be more familiar, belonged to one of the supreme gods of the myriad worlds, the manifestation of the death rule itself walking the earth, the death sovereign, Mengtu. Lord Mengtu. Kang Lee's voice trembled like a winnowing sieve. The beast claws that had been so imposing just a moment ago were now as limp as noodles. Thump! This notorious slaughter sovereign knelt down immediately. It knelt with such crisp, decisive speed. In an instant, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Only the faint, distant screams of the Nether army being slaughtered below could be heard. The other rule sovereigns of the 4 clans also reacted, hurriedly bowing in salute, not daring to even lift their heads. Had Lord Mengtu not already fallen? Yet, this projected avatar before them was clearly Lord Mengtu. So, could this mean Lord Mengtu had actually never fallen at all? No wonder Bai Yi was so fearless. It turned out that standing behind him was one of the supreme gods of the myriad worlds, the death sovereign Mengtu. For a moment, the hearts of the 4 clans' rule sovereigns sank to the bottom of the abyss, and they felt extreme regret regarding this operation. If they had known earlier that Bai Yi's backing was Lord Mengtu, how could they have dared to launch this attack? The deterrent power of a supreme god was truly that terrifying. Even if it were merely an ordinary projected avatar, whose actual combat strength was not much greater than Kang Lee's, it was enough to make all 17 rule sovereigns present submit, because, just like Kingston and Robin before them, they all subconsciously assumed the moment they saw the avatar that this death sovereign had not fallen. Kang Lee and the other main gods dared to surround and kill Sumu Bai because he had not yet fully grown, and the human race was not strong enough. But when facing the Death Sovereign, a supreme god, they dared not be enemies under any circumstances. At this moment, the rule sovereigns of the 4 clans all kept their heads bowed, praying in their hearts that Lord Mengtu would not hold them accountable. In the distance, the true gods of various clans, who had originally been watching the spectacle with a mindset of amusement, now widened their eyes, looking at the suddenly appeared Mengtu projection in disbelief. The reason they had come to the Nether Abyss in the first place was to compete for the inheritance left behind by the Death Sovereign. Now, suddenly seeing the living Death Sovereign, They were all stunned into silence on the spot. Death, the Death Sovereign, is still alive. So this was Bai's trump card. With this person here, no wonder he didn't put the rule sovereigns of the 4 clans in his eyes at all. The 4 clans have kicked a steel plate this time. If Lord Mingtu is enraged, I fear the 10 top-tier races will soon have to replace 4 of them. Look at the expressions of the demon ancestor and the others. They are ugly to the extreme, yet they dare not act rashly. This is the first time I have seen existences at the rule sovereign level look so humble. In front of a supreme god, main gods naturally have to be a bit humble. Besides, the demon ancestor just attacked Lord Mingtu. Surely it must be panicking right now. Watch your tongue. Main gods are not for us to discuss recklessly. Su Shu's expression was grave as he whispered a reminder to Kai Xiao and the other gods. Immediately afterward, a divine light flashed in his eyes, and he bowed toward the front, saying, "Greetings, balanced sovereign." The other true gods nearby, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit and bowed. Whether they were members of the god clan or not, it made no difference, as this was the most basic respect due to a rule sovereign. They saw a figure suddenly tear through space and step out in front of Suzu and the others. The rival was none other than the god clan's eternal second in command, the balanced sovereign Xinghang. He merely waved his hand at the crowd and then vanished from where he stood. The next moment, Xinghang's figure appeared again, but he had been blocked outside the sealed area of the space-time forbidden seal. Feeling this familiar yet strange barrier, Xinghang could not help but frown. Was this not the special treasure that Kang Li had used not long ago? Since when had this thing become so strong? He couldn't even fly inside, but now was clearly not the time to ponder this question. Seeing that he truly could not enter, Xinghang immediately bowed from across the barrier toward Mingtu's projected avatar and spoke respectfully. Xinghang pays his respects to Lord Mingtu. Sumu Bai was not surprised by Xinghang's sudden appearance. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he could not save Kang Li and the other main gods. Moreover, Xinghang was a friend of Yumu. He had even fought alongside Kang Li and the other main gods once before to help him. The rule sovereigns of the 4 clans had no heart to pay attention to Xinghang at this moment. They were all waiting anxiously for Mingtu to speak. And the previously imposing demon ancestor, Kang Li, was like a mouse seeing a cat, so terrified by the suddenly appeared Mingtu projection that it became incoherent. "Lord Mingtu, please spare my life. I truly did not know you were still alive otherwise. Even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I would never have dared to come to the nether abyss to cause trouble." Hearing this, before Mingtu's projected avatar could speak, Sumu Bai took a step forward. Standing shoulder to shoulder with it, he looked coldly at Kang Li, who was kneeling in the air, and shouted sharply, "Oh, so you mean to say that Senior Mingtu shouldn't be alive?" Chapter 1083. Still cursing me while kneeling. "Oh, so you mean to say that Senior Mingtu shouldn't be alive?" Sumu Bai's playful tone made Kang Li's heart tremble, and he hurriedly shook his head, saying, "Lord Mingtu, please don't listen to his nonsense. I could never have such thoughts." As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Sumu Bai. If he allowed him to keep talking like this on purpose, he feared Lord Mingtu would truly not let him off. At this moment, Kang Li wished he could sew this guy's mouth shut. Hearing this, Mingtu's projection avatar remained silent, simply standing with his hands behind his back, watching Kang Li quietly. The more he acted this way, the more unsettled the latter felt. Seeing this, Sumu Bai raised an eyebrow and spoke again. "Is it that you wouldn't have such thoughts? Or that you dare not have such thoughts? Bai, I'll kill you." Kang Li completely broke down, cursing Sumu Bai at the top of his lungs. This human was simply too despicable to pick apart his words in front of Lord Mingtu like this. Wasn't he clearly trying to get him killed on purpose? He was genuinely terrified that Lord Mingtu would take it too hard. But even in such a rage, Kang Li remained kneeling, not daring to stand up. While cursing Sumu Bai, his gaze cautiously remained fixed on Mingtu's projection avatar. If the other party's expression changed even slightly, he would immediately stop. However, to Kang Li's delight, Mingtu's expression didn't change in the slightest when Bai Yu was being cursed. This discovery immediately gave Kang Li a different thought. Could it be that Lord Mingtu doesn't actually value Bai Yu that much? Otherwise, he would have surely spoken up to stop him. The other rule sovereigns of the 4 clans had the same suspicion upon seeing this. which caused them all to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Outside the ceiling barrier, Xingheng frowned slightly at the sight. Before he could ponder it further, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the Darkness Sovereign, Kingston, who had hurried away not long ago. "Why are you only just arriving?" Xingheng asked, puzzled. Logically, Kingston should have been the first sovereign to reach the abyss of Ming, but until now, he hadn't sensed the other's presence. That is a long story. Kingston glanced at Sumubai inside the barrier and the Mingta projection avatar beside him, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. The next moment, the power of the Darkness Sovereign surged from within him, forming a soundproof barrier. And he repeated to Xingheng what he had previously told Robin. With the soundproof barrier in place, the other rule sovereigns had no idea what the two were discussing, but Xingheng's expression shifted from a frown to shock, and then he stared at Sumubai in disbelief. Inside the ceiling barrier, Sumubai looked at the cursing Kang Li and smiled disdainfully. "Old dog Kang, you really are interesting. You're already kneeling before me, so why are you still cursing me?" "This sovereign is kneeling to Lord Mingti," Kang Li reflexively retorted. The reason he had knelt was entirely because he had just attacked Lord Mingtu's projection, but halfway through the sentence, his expression changed drastically. Because although the voice was Bai's, it had come from the mouth of Lord Mingtu's projection avatar. In an instant, a series of speculations flashed through Kang Li's mind, but no matter what, he didn't dare to gamble, until Sumubai grinned and spoke voluntarily. "Stop guessing. Senior Mingta has indeed fallen. This projection avatar is entirely under my control." Sumubai no longer cared whether Mingtu's projection avatar was exposed. Toying with the rule sovereigns of the four clans until now was more than enough, because the audience he had been waiting for had basically all arrived. "Bai Yi!" Kang Li stood up abruptly, his eyes erupting with fury as he shouted, "You dare to play me for a fool!" At the same time, the remaining rule sovereigns of the four clans erupted simultaneously, launching attacks in their rage, all aimed at Sumubai. 17 violent attacks caused the space-time within the sealed area to tremble, but it was merely a tremor. They were far from reaching the limits of the space-time prohibition seal, which now possessed the characteristics of a catastrophe. "I will kill you today." Kang Li's blood-colored beast claws condensed once more, and the 3,000 blood rivers descended. The power of the Slaughter Sovereign, the power of the Slaughter Rule, and the power of the Slaughter Authority all manifested at once. The power of this claw was even greater than before, as Kang Li had also unleashed his Slaughter God realm. The other sovereigns also unleashed their ultimate moves, swearing to tear this boy who had humiliated them into pieces. This thief Bai. Does he know that Big Sister is already here, not far away? Liu Yun crunched her lollipop and prepared to reveal herself to save Sumubai. In fact, she had arrived long before Kang Li and the other sovereigns of the four clans. With the heart link contract she shared with Sumubai, her speed was much faster. However, she hadn't revealed herself, choosing instead to hide her aura and figure, watching the situation unfold quietly. If the thief Bai could handle it himself, she didn't intend to intervene, but the current situation looked like a dead end. Facing the combined attack of 17 rule sovereigns, there was no way the thief Bai could block it. In Liu Yin's view, the reason the thief Bai was so fearless must be because he had sensed her presence through the heart link contract. But then, she suddenly abandoned her plan to reveal herself and intervene, producing another lollipop and watching the show with great interest. Just as the rule sovereigns of the four clans launched their attacks, the space outside the space-time prohibition seal barrier was suddenly torn open, revealing numerous gaps. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of powerful pressure descended, causing the true gods of various clans in the distance to bow once more. More entities at the rule sovereign level had arrived, and there were far more than just one. "Finally, they're here." Kingston grinned and patted Xingheng on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Bai definitely won't be in any trouble today. At some point, the sound-insulating barrier surrounding the two of them had already vanished. After conversing with him, the way Xingheng looked at Sumubai had changed from how it was in the past. "Kang Li, let's end this here. Bai is not someone you can kill." The voice of the Lord of Ice, Robin, rang out, and a powerful pressure swept across the entire nether abyss. Beside him stood 8 other figures. 4 of them belonged to the demon race, and 4 belonged to the undead race, adding Robin and Kingston. These two top-tier races had actually sent 10 main gods in total, and their arrival was merely the beginning. Chapter 1084 Evenly Matched. The 10 rule sovereigns from the two top-tier races, the undead and the demons, arrived one after another, raising the curtain on the grand spectacle to come. In the distance, the true gods of various races watched this unforgettable scene, dumbfounded. At the same time the two races' main gods descended, a dragon-shaped spacecraft suddenly appeared from a spatial rift on the other side. As a white light flashed, divine dragons, resembling beasts of the starry sky, roared as they descended into the nether abyss. Their eyes were like shining stars, filled with various powerful divine energies. Most eye-catching of all were the 3 divine dragons at the very front, whose sizes were significantly larger than the others. One was a 7-clawed golden dragon, every scale shimmering like golden jade. Another was a 7-clawed thunder dragon, its entire body covered in blue-purple scales with lightning dancing across them, carrying a violent aura. Both dragon gods radiated the powerful pressure of main gods, causing the surrounding space-time to tremble. 2 more existences at the rule sovereign realm had arrived, however. What puzzled the true gods of the various races was that these 2 dragon gods were not the leaders of the dragon race. The leading dragon, while slightly smaller in size than the 2 dragon gods, was unmistakably a 9-clawed golden dragon, and his cultivation realm, like that of the Nether Commander Bay, had reached the pseudo-main god realm, a level never before seen in the myriad worlds. Roar! Bing Xuan tilted his head and roared, "Big brother, I've come to support you." He had been separated from Sumu Bai for too long, and now that they were finally reunited, he was naturally incredibly excited. The Lord of Gold, Ao Zhuan, and the Lord of Thunder, Ao Kang, flanked Bing Xuan, their gazes immediately falling upon Sumu Bai, who was trapped within the ceiling barrier. They had heard far too many rumors about this human prodigy, and now they were finally seeing him in the flesh. But it would have been better if they hadn't. At this sight, the pupils of both dragon gods constricted sharply. The 2 were shocked to discover that, with their own realms and strength, they were completely unable to discern any information about Bai. This was simply inconceivable. One must know that they were both top tier among the main gods, with strength on the same level as Kangli. It was precisely because of this that the dragon race, now with only 2 rule sovereigns remaining, could firmly hold its place in the top 10 of the myriad races ranking. Roar! As Bing Xuan spoke, all the dragon race elders roared in unison. The dragon roar, carrying terrifying dragon might, suppressed the nether abyss for hundreds of light years around. Afterward, these dragon race elders, who had originally intended to support the nether forces, flashed away with Ao Shin to stand in the distance alongside the true gods of the various races. Because the hunting by the Nether Legion had already ended, they all knew very well that the upcoming battle was no longer something that those at the Lawmaster realm could participate in. The dragon race has also emerged because of Bai. Suzu watched the group of dragon race elders, a sharp glint flashing deep within his eyes. Then his gaze fell upon Bing Xuan, another powerhouse at the pseudo-main god realm. The most critical point was that he had never seen this pseudo-main god realm dragon before. He hadn't even heard of his name. From the other party's words, it was clear that his relationship with Bai was extremely deep. This left Suzu and other top-tier world lords feeling suspicious. Could it be that only those connected to Bai could break through to the pseudo-main god realm? The true gods of the various races also became restless due to the arrival of the dragon race. The rule sovereigns of the dragon race have actually appeared. The last time they showed themselves was over 9 epochs ago, right? Bai's influence is too great. Even the main gods of the dragon race have come for him. Isn't the dragon race only ranked 10th? Wouldn't it be more impressive to have invited the main gods of the demon and undead races? You're still young, so it's normal that you don't understand. Although the dragon race is only ranked 10th, the strength of the Lord of Gold and the Lord of Thunder is among the very best of all main gods. Before the dragon race separated from the monster race, they were the leaders of the entire monster race. Back then, the monster race even had the hope of pulling the god race down from their pedestal. Is the dragon race really that terrifying? Indeed. The dragon race, which has been silent for over 9 epochs, has suddenly emerged. There will definitely be a good show to watch next. The demon race, the undead race, the dragon race. plus the balanced sovereign of the god race that's already 13 existences at the rule sovereign realm. I never expected to see 13 rule sovereigns at the same time in my lifetime. If they really start fighting, won't the nether abyss be destroyed? Hard to say. I don't think the current distance is safe enough. Let's retreat further away. While the true gods of the various races were heatedly discussing, a cry of surprise suddenly drew the attention of all the powerhouses. Look, there's more. Everyone's gaze immediately snapped toward the direction indicated. They saw the space outside the ceiling barrier being torn open once again, and a small private spacecraft burst out from the dark space. A white light flashed, and two figures stood side by side. The figures were not tall, yet no one dared to underestimate them, because one of them was also radiating the powerful pressure of a main god. The person held a wine gourd in one hand and a long spear in the other. It was the Lord of Wood, Yumu. As for the other person, his reputation in the myriad worlds was in no way inferior to an existence at the rule sovereign realm, because he was the only true god before Baiyu, while at the Lawmaster realm, had forced the main god to retreat and defeat Yuan. The Zhuanshan inheritance is precisely why Yuan's existence has drawn the pursuit of countless powerhouses across the myriad worlds. Young friend Baiyi, we aren't late, are we? Although Yuan appeared as an old man, the divine light in his eyes was not the least bit diminished. The moment his feet touched the space above the abyss of the underworld, the surrounding space trembled violently. In an instant, countless pillars of light shot into the sky. These were signs of various formations being activated. Given the unique nature of the abyss of the underworld and Yi Yuan's typical temperament, he had naturally laid out a vast array of formations here many epochs ago. Now that these formations were fully activated, they immediately granted Yi Yuan the ability to contend with the main god once more. In other words, the human race had also arrived with two main god-level combatants. Their arrival caused the situation on the battlefield to undergo earth-shattering change. So the human race actually has so many allies, it's too exaggerated. I didn't even know when our demon race had allied with the humans. It's the same for me. I don't understand how our undead race ended up standing with the humans either. Regardless, the plans of the four top-tier races, including the monster race, are likely going to fall through. The human race has also brought two main god-level combatants, plus Baiyi and the projection avatar of the Death Sovereign he controls. The two sides are now completely evenly matched. No, it's not evenly matched. If we are talking about top-tier combat power, Baiyi's side seems to have the advantage. It's just unclear if Baiyi's strength can truly contend with a main god. You are all wrong. The monster ancestor and the others might not necessarily fail. What do you mean by that? Could they really kill Baiyi while forcefully resisting so many main gods? That's not it. But don't forget, these main gods who came to support Baiyi are still outside that space-time locked region. Once these words were spoken, the true gods of various races fell into silence, their gazes returning to that restricted area. At this moment, the Death Sovereign's projection avatar had just barely blocked another strike from Kang Li. Delivered with deep resentment, however, the attacks from the remaining 16 rule sovereigns of the four races did not cease because of the arrival of the other sovereigns. Baiyi was already in grave danger. Chapter 1085. The focus of all attention. The arrival of the main gods from the undead race, demon race, dragon race, and human race did not cause the four race main gods under Kang Li to stop their attacks. Instead, it made them even more frantic, because they knew very well that this was their last chance to slay Baiyi. If they waited for Baiyi to lift the space-time lock and allow the supporting main gods to enter this region, their success rate in killing him would be nearly zero. Therefore, the sovereigns of the four races had no intention of stopping. I told you I'd send you to reunite after the prelude ended. Why won't you listen? Sumubai stood behind the projection avatar of the underworld path, shaking his head gently as he glanced downward. He saw the last world lord of the monster race collapse to the ground with a thunderous crash. With this, the powerhouses of the three races who had been lured into the abyss of the underworld by the Death Sovereign's inheritance were completely wiped out. Yu Yi and the other 10 god-level entities, along with Bahi, stood suspended in the void of the abyss, each holding their respective rule artifacts. Their gazes were like torches, and their presence was imposing. Behind them stood the dense, massive army of the abyss, still numbering over 100 million. In this battle, the losses of the Netherworld army were completely negligible. The 174 races on the death list had been caught completely off guard by the elusive and unkillable Netherworld army. As the battle ended, Yi and the 10 god-level Netherworld entities exited their god-descended states. Yet, their ore remained formidable. The existence of the rule artifacts, combined with the unique nature of the Netherworld and reversal rules, allowed them to contend with top-tier world lords even without activating their god-descended states. None of the powerhouses from the various races dared to underestimate them. When the gazes of Bahi, Yi, and the others swept across the true gods of the various races, these powerhouses from the myriad worlds could not help but shiver. The situation of the myriad worlds had changed completely. Perhaps the Netherworld could not yet contend with all living beings. But this was already a visible future. Living beings and dead things were like the two sides of the myriad worlds. Neither could exist without the other. However, for the moment, the Netherworld army was not the focus of the various powerhouses. The region sealed by the space-time prohibition seal was. Everyone wanted to see how Baiyu would manage to escape this catastrophe, block the joint attack of the 16 sovereigns, and he lives. If he cannot block it, he dies. Zero entropy, stop. The dark sovereign of the demon race, Kingston, furrowed his brows, but the barrier before him remained unbroken. Nydia, kill Baiyi, or the insect race will surely face total destruction. The ice sovereign of the undead race, Robin, and the water sovereign, Bruno, shouted in deep, stern voices. They had already been persuaded by Kingston to maintain their alliance with the human race, because only in this way could they get Baiyi to help them upgrade their rule artifacts. Rather than becoming enemies with such an existence, it was naturally better to remain allies. Baiyi, lift the seal already. The balanced sovereign of the god race, Xingheng, was also growing anxious, continuously striking the barrier before him. Kingston had just told him everything, and his thoughts were identical to those of the undead race. He didn't even need to consult with Dongfan Li. He could make the decision himself. Because the god race was currently the strongest race in the myriad worlds, whether it was the void attacking again or the arrival of outsiders, they were the primary targets, just like the human race over 9 epochs ago. Therefore, the god race would not let go of any possibility that could give the myriad worlds hope of surviving the crisis. Not to mention Bai's monstrous growth speed and talent. The mere fact that he could upgrade rule artifacts meant he absolutely could not die. Kang Li, you old dog, if my big brother suffers even the slightest harm, I will spend my entire life hunting you all to extinction. Bing Xuan's face was twisted in a savage snarl, his roar echoing throughout the universe. After so long, he had finally reunited with his master. He did not want this meeting to be their last. Kang Li, Nydia, today, we shall settle all our old and new grudges together. Ao Zhuan, the sovereign of metal, and Ao Kang, the sovereign of thunder, roared toward the heavens. The power of the sovereign gods surged within their bodies, waiting only for the moment the blockade was lifted to charge into the battlefield. Baiyi, hurry, if you're any later, it will be too late. Yi Yuan and Yu Mu were equally anxious, compared to the other races. They were the most panicked. Baiyi was not only the hope for the future of the myriad worlds but also a member of the human race. How could the two of them stand by and watch him fall here? In the crowd in the distance, Ashin clenched his fists tightly, watching the sealed area with a worried expression. He hated that his strength was insufficient, even after entering the ruins of the ancestral dragon for the second time and receiving the inheritance. He still couldn't help Lord Baiyi. Baiyi, you are the only person I admire. Don't you dare die here. A cold, clear voice sounded beside Ao Shen. Zhu Xiaoyu appeared silently at his side, gently taking his clenched fist into her hand, a look of apology on her face. I'm sorry. The other sovereigns of my god race are not here. Originally, she had intended to return to the Pantheon and ask the sovereigns to come to the Nether Abyss together to back Baiyi up. But who would have thought that all the sovereign gods of the god race were unable to spare the time? And only Xingheng, the sovereign of balance, could make it. Thank you. Ao Shen loosened his fist, turned his hand to hold Zhu Xiaoyu's small hand, and a flash of determination crossed his eyes. I believe Lord Baiyi will definitely be fine. Zhu Xiaoyu nodded. her gaze fixed on the sealed area. At this moment, the area was already filled with divine light of various colors. The power of 16 rule sovereigns from the 4 races was bombarding Sumubai simultaneously. Kang Li had just been forced back by the projection avatar of the Sovereign of Death, and the latter was also being held back by him, unable to rescue Bai Yi. In other words, at this moment, Bai Yi had to face the combined strike of 16 sovereigns all by himself. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yi. So what if you called so many sovereign gods here? Kang Li laughed wildly, his eyes filled with madness. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he couldn't save you. Die for this sovereign. He did not believe Bai Yi could block it. Once he successfully killed this guy, would those sovereign gods really risk their lives against them for the sake of a dead man? Even if the humans and dragons would do so, would the undead demons and god races do the same? Without those 3 races, the humans and dragons combined could not pose a threat to them. The prerequisite was that Bai Yi had to die. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying 16 attacks were already before Bai Yi. Could he block it? Naturally, he could not. But Sumubai had never intended to block it, nor had he ever thought about lifting the space-time blockade. Kang Li and the others thought that reinforcements had arrived, but in Sumubai's plan, everyone who had just arrived was merely an audience. In this battle, he wanted to let the myriad worlds witness what a truly insolvable fighting style was. Just as all the rule sovereigns were tense and watching intently, what happened next completely shattered their perception. Chapter 1086. I don't have the habit of hiding behind a woman. This little thief Bai is really reckless. Liu Yin, hidden in the shadows, furrowed her delicate brows, and the lollipop in her mouth vanished in an instant. Along with it, her figure also disappeared. The next moment, Liu Yin appeared right beside Sumubai. She had originally thought that since reinforcements had arrived, there would be no need for her to show herself. Who would have thought that the little thief Bai had no intention of opening the blockade? Although she understood that this guy was by no means a rash person, Liu Yin still couldn't help but intervene. The space-time blockade that had blocked all the sovereign gods was completely useless against her. Moreover, her entry did not break the blockade of this area, because what Liu Yin used was the ability attached to the heart-to-heart contract close as the horizon. The space-time seal imbued with the catastrophe characteristic was indeed very strong. Even a supreme god could not break through the blockade. But in front of close as the horizon, this powerful barrier seemed as if it didn't exist at all. Remember, you owe this sister another favor. Liu Yin glared fiercely at Sumubai, flashed in front of him, and with her supreme god power surging within her, she raised her hand, intending to meet the attacks of Ling Shang and the other 15 sovereign gods. Her sudden appearance left the sovereign gods of the 4 top races in shock, their expressions changing drastically in an instant. Sovereign Liu Yin. Why did she come here? And she was out here protecting Bai Yi. Looking at this, it seems like we are finished. The attacks had already been launched. It was too late to pull them back. The group of sovereign gods could only watch helplessly as their attacks bombarded the Sovereign of Luck, who had suddenly blocked the path in front of Bai Yi. At this moment, their hearts had turned cold. Previously, when Kang Li accidentally attacked the projection avatar of Lord Ming Tu, he was so scared that he knelt and begged for mercy. Now, they were attacking the true body of Lord Liu Yin. Wasn't this the end of everything? Kang Li, who hadn't managed to launch another attack, was also dumbfounded. At this moment, he was staring with vacant eyes at Liu Yin, who was shielding Bai Yi behind her, and muttered in disbelief, "This is impossible. How could Lord Liu Yin protect Bai Yi like this?" He wished with all his heart that everything before him wasn't real, but the supreme god pressure erupting from Liu Yin caused his heart to sink to the bottom of the abyss. The one standing in front of Bai Yi was indeed the genuine Sovereign of Luck. She was the only supreme god in the myriad worlds today. The monster race is finished. Unlike the despairing sovereign gods of the 4 races, the sovereign gods of the various races who had come to support from outside the blockade let out a long sigh of relief at this moment. No wonder Bai Yi didn't lift the blockade, so that was why, with her here, the sovereign gods of the 4 top races couldn't pose a threat to him at all. Just as the sovereign gods of the 4 races were disheartened, what happened next made their expressions turn strange. The audience outside the blockade also widened their eyes in unison. They saw Sumubai suddenly reach out, grab Liu Yin's small hand, and pull her behind him with a sudden force. "I don't have the habit of hiding behind a woman, little thief by you." Liu Yin's beautiful eyes widened abruptly, and a faint blush silently crept across her delicate face. Her mind went blank for a moment, and she didn't even notice that Bai's strength was sufficient to pull her along. Before Liu Yin could finish speaking, Sumyu Bai waved his hand without looking back and said indifferently, "Don't be nervous. They are incapable of killing me." At the same time, a corpse suddenly appeared between the 16 attacks and Sumyu Bai. This scene left all the rule sovereigns feeling utterly bewildered. They were very familiar with this corpse. It was the body of the Zerg symbiote sovereign Heidi. But what was Bai's intention in bringing out this corpse now? Could it be that he thought the corpse of a rule sovereign could block the attacks of so many main gods? That was nothing short of a pipe dream, let alone Heidi's corpse. Even if she were to come back to life right now, it would be useless. Such a terrifying joint attack was something that, apart from the Lux Sovereign, absolutely no one in the myriad worlds could withstand today. Yet Bai, with the Lux Sovereign already standing before him, insisted on acting tough. Seeing this, the main gods of the 4 clans, including King Li, felt a glimmer of hope ignite in their hearts. If this strike could slay Bai, then perhaps there might still be a turning point. Surely the Lux Sovereign wouldn't kill all of them, the main gods, just for the sake of a dead man, right? Taking a step back, even if the Lux Sovereign were truly enraged by Bai's death and chose to execute them, at least it would allow their races to continue. If Bai survived, therefore top-tier races would certainly suffer the most insane retaliation. The atmosphere inside and outside the barrier underwent a polar reversal in an instant due to Sumyu Bai's actions. This time, it was the turn of Yuma and the other main gods to be dumbfounded. They did not understand what purpose this move of Bai's served. However, the ceiling barrier had not been lifted, and they were unable to enter that area at all. They could only watch helplessly as the attacks of the 16 rule sovereigns collided with Heidi's corpse. Meanwhile, the true gods of various races in the distance were all staring at Sumyu Bai's hand, dumbstruck. Whether a rule sovereign's corpse could block the attack, they weren't sure. But they had seen clearly exactly what Bai had just done. Did Bai just hold the Lux Sovereign's hand? Am I seeing things? Lady Lux Sovereign is actually blushing, my idol. I declare that from this moment on, Bai is my idol. Awesome. Simply too awesome. If only I could be 1/10,000th as outstanding as Bai. Why? What virtue or ability does Bai have to be favored by Lady Lux Sovereign? I refuse to accept this. Is this Bai's true confidence? So the Lux Sovereign has always been the woman behind him? No wonder he's so arrogant. If it were me, I'd be arrogant too. The focus of these true gods was truly somewhat unique. However, one could not blame them, because the Lux Sovereign was an extremely special existence. For countless epochs, she had barely appeared, and she had never even taken on any followers. Now, she had become the only supreme god of the myriad worlds, a being who truly stood at the pinnacle of all existence, and yet, such a supreme goddess was blushing at this moment simply because her hand had been held by Bai. This extreme contrast forced them to pay attention. Bai, you're crazy. Heidi's corpse won't be able to block it. Seeing Sumyu Bai release Heidi's corpse, Liu Yin's expression changed instantly, and she prepared to strike without a second thought. In her anxiety, she even forgot to use the nickname Thief Bai. Clearly, Liu Yin, like the other rule sovereigns, believed that Sumyu Bai intended to use Heidi's corpse to block the attacks. I never said I was just using her corpse to block it. Sumyu Bai grabbed Liu Yin's hand again, pulling her to his side to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and smiled softly. Next, please enjoy the most magnificent fireworks show in the myriad worlds. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Heidi's corpse, and his divine sense stirred, death, authority, annihilation. At the same time, the attacks from the 16 rule sovereigns of the 4 clans landed upon Heidi's corpse. Boom, Chapter 1087, an unprecedented fireworks show, a fireworks show. Hearing this, a look of confusion flashed across Liu Yin's beautiful eyes. She had heard of the word fireworks, but in this situation, what did Thief Bai mean by suddenly mentioning a fireworks show? Even as a supreme god, she could not have imagined that Sumyu Bai's so-called fireworks show was to blow up Heidi's corpse. Because according to the common sense of the myriad worlds, This was an impossible feat, let alone the fact that Bai Yi had not yet broken through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. Even the former Death Sovereign could not have detonated the corpse of a main god. But the next moment, she widened her eyes, unable to help but reach out to cover her red lips. Her eyes filled with shock. Beyond that, there was also a different, indescribable emotion. How heaven-defying the catastrophe trait was. No one knew fully except for Sumyubai. When Heidi fell, Sumyubai had immediately stored her corpse for this very moment. The catastrophe trait that came with destroying the corpse and erasing traces could still be triggered now that it had merged with his 9-patterned ultimate death rule Great Tao. For him, as long as it was a corpse, it could be detonated. What did it matter if it was the corpse of a main god? Once it fell into Sumyubai's hands, it was a terrifying weapon of mass destruction, fully capable of threatening existences at the rule sovereign realm. Boom! The moment the attacks of the 16 rule sovereigns from the 4 clans landed on Heidi's corpse, this massive main god corpse suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The intensity of that light was so great that even the true gods of the various races in the distance temporarily lost their vision. Even experts like Suzu, who were at the peak world lord level, were no exception. Outside the entire nether abyss, only the existences at the rule sovereign realm could see clearly what had happened. This is simply incredible. Kingston and Xinghen exchanged glances, both of their faces filled with shock. The other main gods of various races wore the same expression. Even Yumu was stunned by this move from Sumyubai. He was indeed aware of the miraculous nature of the catastrophe trait. For instance, it was the source of the infinite energy found in sovereign-level private starships. However, detonating the corpse of a main god-level existence was something he had never imagined possible. Within the containment barrier, Kan Li's pupils constricted, and he hissed a sharp warning, "Watch out!" The other 16 rule sovereigns also had their expressions change drastically, immediately deploying their strongest defensive measures, because they could all sense the terrifying, world-destroying energy surging within Heidi's corpse. Although they did not understand how Bai Yi had managed this, it was clearly not the time to ponder such questions. Facing a main god's corpse detonated by the authority of death, even they would suffer heavy injuries if they were not careful. Therefore, the most important thing now was to withstand the incoming explosion as much as possible. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the entire sealed area began to shake violently. In that instant, every great world within the realm of death clearly heard the terrifying sound of the explosion. Around the perimeter of the space-time forbidden seal, cracks in space and time appeared instantly. If the catastrophe trait had not enhanced the effects of this special treasure, the moment Heidi's corpse was detonated, this entire region would have been reduced to a void. Even the entire nether abyss would have been destroyed as a result. The detonation of a main god's corpse was something that had never occurred in the countless epochs of the myriad worlds. At this very moment, every living being present became a witness to history. The combined strike of the 16 rule sovereigns from the 4 races was indeed powerful. But the moment it made contact with the explosion, it was instantly annihilated, failing to stir up even the slightest ripple. Boom! The next moment, Heidi's corpse shattered completely, and the terrifying energy, comparable to the self-detonation of a main god, swept across the entire sealed area. Sumyubai stepped forward, shielding Li Yin behind him. Although the energy from the detonated corpse would not harm him or those he considered allies, he did so out of reflex. This guy, is he protecting me? Li Yin couldn't help but glance at Sumyubai's back, her expression complex. She had not felt the sensation of being protected for a very long time, back when her 9 older brothers and sisters were still around. She, the youngest supreme god, had been the object of their doting, always well protected. Coupled with her unique ability to enter dreams, she hadn't traveled much through the myriad worlds, which was how she became the silly, sweet, and lucky main god she was today. Ever since the supreme gods had fallen one after another, this was the first time Li Yin had experienced the feeling of being protected. She slowly raised her hand, but ultimately lowered it again. After taking a deep look at Sumyubai, she turned her gaze toward the fireworks ahead. It had to be said, this unprecedented fireworks show of the myriad worlds was indeed as magnificent as the thief Bai had described. For a moment, Li Yin became so mesmerized that she didn't even notice that one of her hands was still being held by him. To her, This was merely a fireworks show, but Kang Li and the other main gods could not share the sentiment, because they were the primary victims of this explosion. Everything had happened too suddenly, catching the main gods of the four races off guard. The existence of the containment barrier left them with nowhere to run, forcing them to endure the full force of this earth-shattering explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The energy shockwaves, capable of annihilating everything, slammed into the defenses of the four races' main gods, erupting in brilliant, multicolored light that made the fireworks show even more dazzling. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the defensive barriers hastily erected by the main gods of the four races shattered one after another. What terrified them even more was that because the containment effect of the space-time forbidden seal was so heaven-defying, the energy from Heidi's detonated corpse could not break out of this area. Although the energy lost much of its intensity while trying to breach the barrier, the energy that rebounded caused secondary damage to them. Not only that, but the remaining energy was reflected back yet again. The space-time forbidden seal acted like a compression device, firmly trapping the energy of the detonated corpse within this area, repeatedly battering Kang Li and the other main gods. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. When the explosion finally subsided, the main gods of the four races could no longer hold back. All spitting out a mouthful of divine blood, they had clearly suffered significant injuries. The weaker main gods were deathly pale, having been severely wounded. Before the main gods of the four races could catch their breath, their hearts leaped into their throats due to the conversation that followed between Bai Yi and Li Yin. Is it pretty? Not bad. Since you like it, let's do it again. Chapter 1088. You're using our lives to flirt. Since you like it, let's do it again. Sumyu-bai wore a smile, his voice softer than ever before. But these softly spoken words fell upon the ears of the 17 rule sovereigns of the four races like a thunderclap. What did he say? What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean since you like it, let's do it again? Do you really think this is just setting off fireworks? Kang Li and the other main gods hadn't even recovered from Heidi's self-detonation before they were startled by Sumyu-bai's words. Having lived for so many epochs, they had never imagined that one day they would become expendable materials for someone else's flirting. This guy Bai Yi is simply not human. Flirting with the supreme god of luck is one thing, but he's using their lives to do it. This was even more unbearable than being killed outright. However, Kang Li and the other sovereigns had no time to think too much. Even though they glared at Sumyu-bai with resentment, their bodies were very honest. The moment they heard those words, the original plan to endure the explosion of Heidi's corpse and immediately launch a counterattack was cast to the back of their minds. Instead, they frantically activated their defenses. All sorts of defensive treasures and barriers were thrown out as if they were worthless, and some even went so far as to take out their sovereign-class starships and enter them without a second thought. Although a sovereign-class starship could not possibly withstand the self-destruction of a main god and would certainly be destroyed, having the ship destroyed was still better than losing their lives, right? At the very least, this would ensure they could survive the second self-destruction that was about to follow. Surely Bai Yi couldn't possibly detonate a third one, could he? As the few main gods with the weakest strength entered their sovereign-class starships, this thought flashed through their minds. Because they had already seen the projection avatar of the Sovereign of Death take a step forward. If it were the self-destruction of a regular main god's projection avatar, it naturally wouldn't pose any threat to them. But this was the projection avatar of the Sovereign of Death, whose strength was vaguely even superior to Kang Li's. Once it self-destructed, the power would be even greater than that of Heidi's corpse. Bai Yi, you are blaspheming Lord Mingtu. Kang Li's pupils shrank sharply as he roared at the top of his lungs. Ling Shang and Hua Zhou widened their eyes, and while continuously casting defensive measures, they shouted sternly, "Stop! Do you think what you are doing is worthy of the cultivation Lord Mingtu bestowed upon you?" Facing a self-destruction that threatened their very existence, the three were in a complete panic. At a time like this, they were still thinking of threatening Sumyu-bai. Nydia turned her gaze toward the Sovereign of Luck beside Sumyu-bai and pleaded, "Lord Liu Yin, you wouldn't just watch as Lord Mingtu's projection avatar self-destructs under Bai's control, would you?" She pinned her hopes on Liu Yin. As one of the oldest main gods, she knew the relationships between the supreme gods very well. Now, The only one who could possibly stop Bai Yi was the Sovereign of Luck. Upon hearing this, Kang Li and the other main gods also cast pleading gazes toward Liu Yin. Seeing this, Liu Yin frowned slightly, gently tugged at Sumu Bai's hand, and hesitated. Little thief Bai, why don't we just let it go? We don't need to watch the fireworks. If you keep Mingtu's projection avatar, it might still be of some help to you in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the main gods of the 4 clans were completely stunned. Although they dared not speak, they were screaming silently in their hearts. Lord Liu Yin, do you even hear what you are saying? Lord Mingtu is like your own brother, shouldn't you be stopping Bai Yi immediately? What do you mean why don't we just let it go and it might still be of some help to you in the future? Are you sure you aren't just showing off your affection right now? Sumu Bai clearly hadn't expected Liu Yin to say this either. He was slightly taken aback, and the retort he had prepared on the tip of his tongue immediately turned into, "Don't worry, I can summon another one after this one explodes." As he spoke, a faint smile remained on the corners of Sumu Bai's mouth. But to Kang Li and the other main gods, this smile was bone-chillingly cold. He can summon another one after it explodes. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? If you had told us you were this monstrous earlier, would we have come here to throw our lives away? Regret was clearly too late. After hearing Sumu Bai's words, Liu Yin stopped trying to intervene. The reason she acted this way was because she knew very well in her heart that Mingtu had long since fallen. The projection avatar before them was merely a manifestation of the power of the law of death. It had nothing to do with the Mingtu of the past. Since little thief Bai could summon more in the future, then letting it explode was fine. Thinking of this, she immediately looked forward, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. This second set of fireworks should be even more magnificent than the first, right? Liu Yin's attitude left the main gods of the 4 clans feeling as though their hearts had turned to ash, and they could only watch helplessly as Mingtu's projection avatar erupted with blinding white light. At this moment, the true gods of the various clans outside had just recovered their vision. Just as they were preparing to see how the situation would develop, a white light, even more intense than the one before, suddenly exploded. Again, from now on, no matter who you provoke, don't provoke Bai Yi. This guy is truly too ruthless. Don't flatter yourself. Bai Yi is no longer someone we can afford to provoke. That's true, but in the future, it's best to be polite when encountering the human race. Judging by Bai Yi's actions of blood-washing those other races, he is definitely someone who protects his own. That makes sense. The true gods of the various clans lost their vision again for a short while. Although they couldn't see, they could feel what had just happened. At this moment, one thought popped into the minds of all the true gods. That is, if you can avoid provoking the human race in the future, then by all means, do not provoke them. If you were to attract the attention of a malevolent star like Bai Yi, you would truly be finished. The law sovereigns outside the blockade barrier also watched this scene in shock, their mouths slightly agape, not knowing what to say, including Yumu. No one had expected that Bai Yi's method of dealing with the main gods of the 4 clans would be so simple and brutal. But it had to be said, this kind of tactic was indeed insolvable, let alone 17 main gods. Even if the number were doubled, they could only defend with all their might. Boom! Witnessed by everyone. Mingtu's projection avatar exploded violently, and the terrifying supreme divine power of death instantly swept across the entire blocked area. Rumble! In an instant, the space-time at the edge of the blockade barrier vibrated violently, and the continuously appearing space-time rifts were even denser than before. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed once again throughout every great world in the death domain. For a time, all living beings within the death domain looked up at the sky, not understanding what had happened. Sumu Bai reflexively wanted to step forward to shield Liu Yin, but was pulled back by her. And so, the two stood side by side, admiring the second, more magnificent fireworks show. Boom! 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 The violent energy of death was continuously bounced back by the barrier, repeatedly crashing into the main gods of the 4 clans, including Kang Li. Every single main god turned pale. The power of the main gods within their bodies was being consumed at a frantic pace, and they gritted their teeth, silently enduring it all. Boom! Boom! Chapter 1089. The Fall of the Sovereigns. Puff! Puff! The essence blood of the main gods was being spewed out as if it were worthless. Under the impact of Mingtu's self-detonation, the defensive measures of the four clans' main gods were like fragile paper, shattering at the slightest touch. In an instant, the divine bodies of many main gods were covered in cracks and subsequently destroyed by the explosion, although this would not lead to their immediate demise. During the time it took to reconstruct their bodies after they shattered, the souls of these main gods still had to endure the energy shockwaves of the explosion. Their soul power and the power of the main gods were being consumed at an astonishing rate amidst this earth-shattering blast. Shattering, reforming, repeating this cycle. If this were to continue, it wouldn't be long before some main gods could no longer endure it and would perish completely. Boom, boom. During this period, the sovereign-level starships brought out by those few main gods with the weakest strength were also completely destroyed by the explosion, reduced to their most basic energy and returning to the myriad worlds, having lost the protection of the sovereign-level starships. These few sovereigns were directly exposed to the explosion. Previously, the detonation of Heidi's corpse had already left them severely wounded. Now, facing the direct self-detonation of Mingtu's projected avatar, two of the main gods could no longer hold on. Lord Huozhou, save me. No, I don't want to die. Following to desperate screams. One main god from the Holy Light Angel clan and one from the Mechanical clan perished completely in this explosion. Their end was even more miserable than Heidi's. They couldn't even leave behind their corpses or treasures. High-level low-grade treasures could not withstand the self-detonation of a main god. As for low-grade supreme treasures, it was clear that main gods with such bottom-tier strength were not qualified to possess them. Therefore, the treasures of these two main gods had long since been completely destroyed. Only two crystal-clear main god heads remained in place, flickering with dazzling light. The remaining 15 main gods of the four clans stared blankly at this scene, their hearts filled with a complex mix of emotions. Had they known that Bai Yi possessed such monstrous means, how could they have dared to target him? If they had gone all out to kill him the very first time they heard Bai Yi trigger a myriad worlds announcement, how could the situation have reached this point? Annoyance, regret, and willingness. Various emotions flashed through the minds of the four clans' main gods. And along with them, a sliver of relief at having survived the ordeal, because the self-detonation of Lord Mingtu's projected avatar had already ended. The two main gods who had just fallen left no corpses behind. Heidi's corpse and Lord Mingtu's projected avatar were already gone. Surely Bai Yi wouldn't just detonate himself. Right, thinking this, Kang Li and the other 14 main gods couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, though they still felt somewhat uneasy. What would happen next depended on how Lord Liu Yan decided to proceed. Two successive sieges against Bai Yi had led to the fall of 3 main gods. In their view, the price was already high enough. The myriad worlds would still need to face the Void's invasion in the future, and main god-level combat power was indispensable. Perhaps Lord Liu Yan would make Bai Yi stop while he was ahead. Right. The moment the two main gods fell, the entire myriad worlds instantly fell into a deep silence. Across every realm, great world, divine kingdom, small world, planet, and secret realm, all living beings looked up at the sky in a daze, their pupils dilated. Some were even trembling uncontrollably, both in body and soul. A mournful cry echoed deep within the souls of all living beings, like a funeral horn, instantly spreading to every corner of the myriad worlds. Immediately after, the sky of the myriad worlds, in every corner, regardless of whether it was day or night, was instantly stained with a heart-wrenching color. This light was not bright. Instead, it appeared incredibly dim and oppressive, as if the entire universe had been covered in a layer of withering dust. Countless invisible threads of law emerged in the void. They trembled violently, twisted, and then emitted a teeth-gritting snapping sound, breaking inch by inch and turning into gray-green light spots drifting across the sky, like a sorrowful rain of blood. The number of law threads that snapped this time was double that of when Heidi fell, because they belonged to rule Great Daos. The entire myriad worlds fell into a silence filled with the aura of decay and separation. The fall of a rule sovereign meant that the rule they governed mourned for them. The impact reached across the universe, and all living things grieved together. Moreover, this time, 2 rule sovereigns had fallen. At the same time, 2 consecutive myriad worlds announcements resounded throughout the entire world. Myriad worlds announcement. The purification sovereign has fallen. This is to notify that all law lords who have fused the purification rule to the 9-stripe ultimate stage will have the opportunity to become the next purification sovereign. This is to notify, may players of all clans strive to fuse the purification rule Great Tao. Myriad Worlds announcement, the Annihilation Sovereign has fallen. This is to notify that all law lords who have fused the Annihilation rule to the 9-stripe ultimate stage will have the opportunity to become the next Annihilation Sovereign. This is to notify, may players of all clans strive to fuse the Annihilation rule Great Tao. The phenomenon of the rule sovereign's fall, along with the scrolling Myriad Worlds announcements, left the entire world in a state of stunned silence, especially the members of the Holy Light Angel clan and the Mechanical clan, because the ones who had fallen this time were the rule sovereigns of their own clans. After the players in various worlds regained their senses, the entire Myriad Worlds exploded into chaos. 2 rule sovereigns have fallen in succession. What on earth happened? The Ming Abyss. Something incredible must have happened in the Ming Abyss. The Mechanical clan's rule sovereign fell, which was likely by his doing. But how did the Holy Light Angel clan's rule sovereign fall? Did they also participate in the siege against Bai? That must be it. But I still don't understand, how did Bai manage to do it? These are 2 rule sovereigns, not just some nobodies. How could they fall so easily? It is said that the top races, including the demon race, dispatched over a dozen rule sovereigns to kill Bai. Why were 2 of them counter-killed instead? Could it be that the god race intervened? Aside from the god race, I truly cannot imagine anyone else who could allow Bai to turn the tables. The outcome is not yet decided. It is still too early to say Bai has turned the tables. Who knows? There might be another reversal coming up. A reversal. Keep dreaming. I'll put it on the record today. Boss Bai is guaranteed to win. Watch your tongue, or the wind might blow it off. The 4 top races are not to be trifled with. I still don't think it's likely that Bai will survive. Then let's wait and see. I have a premonition that the Myriad Worlds will undergo a world-shaking transformation because of this battle. Just as players from various races were engaged in heated discussion, another Myriad Worlds announcement rang out, completely stunning every living being. Chapter 1090. Who else can you blow up? Just as players from various races were engaged in heated discussion, another Myriad Worlds announcement rang out, completely stunning every living being. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for independently slaying a Tier 12 rule sovereign realm existence across ranks. Creating history. This is hereby announced. Once this announcement was made, the entire Myriad Worlds erupted into a frenzy. No way. Did I hear that right? Bai independently slew a rule sovereign across ranks. Can a lawmaster really be this strong? It's simply unimaginable. The most terrifying part is that the 2 sovereigns from the Holy Light Angel race and the Mechanical race fell at the same time, which means Bai slew 2 main gods across ranks in one go. Thinking about it is terrifying. Just what level has Bai's strength reached? I'm wondering. If Bai breaks through to the Tier 12 rule sovereign realm, how strong will he be? I'm afraid his strength would be comparable to the time-space sovereign of the past. Right, it seems this time, the 4 top races, including the demon race, have truly sought their own destruction. Who told them to court death? Just wait. The Purification Sovereign and the Annihilation Sovereign certainly won't be the last 2 main gods to fall. Serves them right. I've never liked that high and mighty attitude of the demon race. They usually act even more pretentious than the god race. Let's see if they're panicking now. From this moment on, Bai is no longer just a prodigy. His strength already stands at the pinnacle of the Myriad Worlds. The successive fall of 2 rule sovereigns forced the entire Myriad Worlds to re-evaluate Bai's strength. The human race, as a collective, was once again listed by all other races as an entity that must absolutely not be provoked. Meanwhile, above the abyss of darkness, within the space-time locked zone, Kang Li and the other main gods were expressions of those who had narrowly escaped death, their gazes looking at Liu Yin with trepidation. Taking advantage of the fact that Sumu Bai had not launched another attack, they hurriedly began to recover from their injuries. 2 consecutive fireworks shows had exhausted all the defensive treasures these rule sovereigns possessed, aside from the Purification Sovereign and the Annihilation Sovereign, who had fallen directly in the explosions. Nearly 10 other sovereigns were severely wounded, their strength significantly diminished. Even main gods in the first tier of strength, such as Kangli, Nydia, and Lingshang, were not lightly injured by the two explosions. If they wanted to restore their combat power to its peak state, it would require the accumulation of endless years and a vast amount of treasures. Normally, even for first-tier main gods like Kangli, killing a bottom-tier main god was not an easy task. Even if they could kill one, it would take a very long time to exhaust the power of their authority before it was even possible. Battles between rural sovereigns were never something that could be finished in a short time. Fighting for hundreds or thousands of years was an extremely normal occurrence. But who told them that Sumyubai was unreasonable and a cheater? What kind of normal main god starts a fight by playing with self-detonation and doing it twice in a row? Even now, the main gods of the four races still had lingering fears. However, the space-time in this area was completely locked. Even if they wanted to cast aside their pride and flee, they simply couldn't. This was the most desperate part. The main gods of the mechanical race, Zerg race, and the Holy Light Angel race could not help but glance at Kangli.Nidya, Lingshang, and Huozhou did the same. The implication was clear. If Kangli hadn't lost the special treasure, the space-time forbidden seal, would they have been so passive? Without the locking effect of the space-time forbidden seal, the explosion power of Heidi's corpse and the projection avatar of Lord Mingtu would have been greatly reduced. Even if they couldn't block it, they could have quickly avoided the center of the explosion, and the damage they sustained would have been much lower. But the existence of the space-time forbidden seal left them with nowhere to run, forcing them to endure the terrifying energy shockwave produced by the explosion head-on. Seeing this, Kangli immediately blew up, cursing angrily. "What do you mean by that? You know what the situation was back then." In reality, he was the one who felt most aggrieved. Back in the Void Rift, the other main gods were only expelled and had their permissions restricted for a year. Only he had lost an additional, critical special treasure. Now, not only was he severely injured because of this treasure, but he was also suffering the resentment of the other main gods. Who could he go to for justice? He wanted to curse Bai Yi, but he didn't quite dare. Not to mention the psychological trauma from the two explosions just now. Just the presence of the Fortune Sovereign standing beside Bai Yi was enough to make him fall silent. Liu Yin didn't even spare a glance at the anxious gazes of the four races' main gods. After the fireworks show ended, her beautiful eyes locked onto Sumyubai. "Little thief Bai, what rewards did you get?" Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for independently slaying a Tier 12 rule sovereign realm existence across ranks, creating history. Rewarded with 2 additional opportunities to the rule sovereign realm. As the system notification rang in his ears, Sumyubai felt the 2 rule Dao seeds rapidly condensing within his soul. A smile appeared on his face, and he spoke indifferently. "Nothing much. Just 2 rule Dao seeds." His casual tone sounded as if he were talking about the reward being merely 2 soul crystals. "You've gained the advantage and are still acting coy." Li Yin rolled her eyes beautifully upon hearing this. "Do you think rule Dao seeds are just common cabbages? You, of all people, have comprehended so many different rule Daos. You need rule Dao seeds the most. This reward is just right." Indeed. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Rule Dao seeds were, in fact, exactly what he needed most at his current stage. Including the 2 just rewarded, he already had a total of 7 rule Dao seeds within his soul. This quantity had already surpassed the 6 rule Daos he had currently comprehended. However, Sumyubai was well aware of his own situation. 6 rule Daos were by no means his limit. Therefore, 7 rule Dao seeds were still not enough. If he could truly comprehend the reversal rule Dao, then that would be far from sufficient. He certainly wouldn't complain about having too many of these things. However, there would be no more rewards for killing rule sovereigns from here on out. If he wanted to condense more rule Dao seeds, he would have no choice but to enter the Source Sea again and absorb a massive amount of primordial chi. With the Death Realm Domain Master Token and the Source Sea Teleportation Rune, it was simple for Sumyubai to enter the Source Sea. What's more, he still had 2 opportunities to enter the Origin Land, rewarded by the Myriad Worlds game. But before that, he needed to completely resolve the issues with the 4 top-tier races, including the demon race, and erase the greatest obstacle to the rise of humanity. Thinking of this, Sumyubai turned his head to look at the 4 main gods of the Kangli race and the others. a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Lian, do you still want to watch a fireworks show, HMM? Lian was slightly stunned at his words. Who else can you blow up? You shouldn't be able to summon the projection avatar of the underworld path for a while. Right, as long as you want to see it. There will definitely be one. Sumiyubai grinned, then added. But can we discuss one thing? What is it? Lian raised an eyebrow. Stop calling me little thief by from now on. That won't do. Chapter 1091. Are we not even human? That won't do. Lian pouted, her beautiful eyes widening. She could never forget how this guy, little thief by, had stolen her luck authority back then. And what happened later was even more outrageous. Thinking of the heart-to-heart contract, Lian felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate significantly. Sumiyubai shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. Then, do you still want to watch the fireworks? As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly, and two streams of light shot over from the distance. Notification. You have obtained main godhead X2. These two main godheads belong to the purification rule and the annihilation rule, respectively. They were identical to the main godhead left behind after Heidi fell. Although for Sumiyubai, these things could only be considered one-time consumables. They were still rare and precious treasures. After all, there weren't many main gods in the myriad worlds nowadays, and many of them were allies. With Lian present, Lingshang and Huajiu could only watch helplessly as Sumiyubai took away the two main godheads that originally belonged to their races, not even daring to utter a word. At this moment, they were still waiting for Lian to stop Baiyi from continuing his rampage. So naturally, they didn't dare to have a single complaint, especially after Baiyi said, "Do you still want to watch a fireworks show?" The hearts of all the rule sovereigns within the sealed area jumped into their throats. No way, he's doing it again. However, they were now just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They could only gaze longingly at Lian, praying that this only supreme god of the myriad worlds would consider the bigger picture and spare them to resist the upcoming void invasion. Yet, Lian had no such thoughts at all. Her eyes lit up immediately. I definitely want to see it. In fact, compared to the fireworks, she was more interested in seeing who else little thief by could blow up. The two main gods who had just fallen hadn't even left their corpses behind. As for keeping the four races' main gods to resist the void, there was no need for that. If one wanted to solve the threat of the void or even the universal continent, no amount of main gods would be of any use. Since the time of Zushingchen, only little thief Bai was the hope of the myriad worlds. Alright. Sumiyubai took a deep breath. But for the next fireworks show, I hope you won't get too excited. Alright, hurry up then. Lian waved her hand, thinking to herself that she had already watched two shows. So what was there to be excited about? The two of them chatted back and forth, completely ignoring the main gods of the four races, including Kangli. Regarding this, the main gods like Kangli really wanted to shout, "Are we not even human? We are risking our lives to play along with you. And you treat us like air. You're actually flirting over there." And fortunately, they didn't dare to say these words out loud. It wasn't until Sumiyubai gently let go of Lian's hand and stepped forward, arriving in front of them, that the main gods like Kangli could no longer hold back. Baiyi, enough. His gaze was fixed firmly on Sumiyubai, and he gritted his teeth. The price we have paid is already great enough. Are you still not satisfied? Baiyi, stop now. From now on, the mechanical race will absolutely never target humanity again. Lingshang spoke quickly, his eyes filled with chaotic data streams. Through calculations, he had determined that there was an 96% probability that Baiyi would carry out a third explosion, although he wouldn't necessarily fall. If it happened again, the other main gods of the mechanical race would most likely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, facing Baiyi at this moment, he had no choice but to bow his head. Baiyi, there was never any great hatred between our two races. Let's end it here. As for Heidi's matter, my Zerg race admits defeat. Nydia, the Zerg matriarch, was no longer high and mighty at this moment. Even her tone had become much gentler. Beside her, Huajiu begged for mercy directly. Baiyi, I know I was wrong. Please, spare me this once. Back in the ruined star domain, I didn't harm you either. As long as you let me go, the Holy Light Angel race is willing to become a vassal of humanity from now on. No one expected that the dignified Light Sovereign, the strongest of the Holy Light Angel race, would suddenly beg Bai Yi so humbly. He even went as far as to say they would become a vassal of humanity. Even the other two rule sovereigns of the Holy Light Angel race had expressions that became somewhat unnatural at this moment. However, Huozhou did not care at all about the disdainful gazes of the various main gods. At this moment, he only wanted to survive. The angel race had not yet completed its unification, and he did not want to die here, compared to his life. What was mere face worth, in his view? Kang Li and the other two were the ones who were stubborn even when facing death. They didn't even look at the current situation, yet they still harbored the delusion that a single sentence could make Bai Yi let them go. How could that be possible? Is this your final testament? Sumyu Bai raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on Kang Li as he sneered. The price you have paid is far from enough. Only when the demon race is removed from the myriad races ranking will I be satisfied. After speaking, without waiting for Kang Li to retort, Sumyu Bai already looked toward Ling Shang, his eyes carrying a hint of playfulness. The mechanical race will no longer target the human race. Next. It is time for my human race to target the mechanical race. As his voice fell, Sumyu Bai looked at Nydia. You zerg accept the loss regarding Heidi's matter. Speaking of this, he shook his head and continued, however, I do not intend to accept the loss regarding the fact that you and Heidi wanted to kill me. As for you, Sumyu Bai's gaze finally landed on Huozhou. I can spare the Holy Light Angel race. Once these words were spoken, Huozhou's eyes immediately lit up, his heart filled with wild joy. But the next sentence made his expression freeze. However, you must die. Having said that, Sumyu Bai stopped looking at him, and a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from within his body. He did not summon any Rule Supreme treasures, nor did he use the godhead left behind by Heidi to summon her. Instead, he simply spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. The next moment, a blinding white light appeared for the third time in this area. This scene left everyone inside and outside the space-time blockade stunned in place. The true gods of various races, who had only just regained their vision, now had their eyes wide open, their minds blank, and they lost their sight once again. They even suspected that they had hallucinated for that split second. Bai Yi was actually going to self-destruct, but the sharp shout that followed immediately made them realize that it was definitely not a hallucination. Brother Bai Yi, what are you doing? It's not worth it. It really isn't worth it. Kingston was shocked, raising his hand to blast at the blockade barrier, but he could not shake it in the slightest. Bai Yi, stop immediately. Yumu threw away his wine gourd, his long spear thrusting out in an instant. But he also failed to break the blockade. The other main gods who had come to provide support also had their expressions change drastically, their eyes filled with confusion. They did not understand why Bai Yi would choose to self-destruct when the situation was clearly so favorable. Liu Yan even appeared instantly by Sumyu Bai's side, pressing a hand onto his shoulder as she exclaimed anxiously, Little thief Bai, have you gone mad? Stop it now. Chapter 1092. The sovereigns of the 10 races gather. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the blockade area of the space-time Forbidden Seal, the rule sovereigns of the God race, undead race, demon race, dragon race, and human race all erupted into action the moment they saw Sumyu Bai's move. Terrifying, massive attacks landed on the barrier simultaneously. At this moment, they all wanted to break this blockade barrier to go inside and stop Bai Yi from self-destructing. All the main gods could not understand why Bai Yi would make such a decision. The previous 2 explosions had already caused the main gods of the 4 top-tier races to fall, and the remaining ones were all injured to varying degrees. Their overall combat power significantly diminished compared to before. As long as they retracted the space-time Forbidden Seal, they could steadily suppress the remaining rule sovereigns of the 4 races. Furthermore, Bai Yi still had Liu Yan, a supreme god, by his side. The demon race and the other 3 top-tier races could be considered to have already lost. No matter what, Bai Yi should not have chosen to self-destruct. Kingston and the other alien sovereigns were still waiting for Bai Yi to finish this battle and upgrade 1 or 2 rule supreme treasures for them. Moreover, for the myriad worlds to become further complete, they still needed Bai Yi to establish the cycle of reincarnation. Now that Bai Yi had chosen to self-destruct, wouldn't that destroy the hope of the myriad worlds? As for Yumu, he was even more anxious. Ever since Bai Yi left the No.07 God-forbidden land, he had been observing the other party from the shadows. It could be said that he had watched Bai Yi grow up all the way. Seeing Bai Yi wanting to self-destruct at this moment, how could he not be anxious? Besides them, several rule sovereigns who had been hiding in the dark also suddenly revealed their figures, staring fixedly at Bai Yi, their eyes filled with disbelief. Of these 5 suddenly appearing rule sovereigns, 3 had 12 black wings swaying behind them. They were the main gods from the fallen angel race. The other 2 were giants with bodies even larger than stars, only shrinking after they appeared. The Titan race main gods had arrived. The true gods of various races, who had lost their vision again, could not see, but they could clearly feel the pressure coming from the rule sovereigns. The rule sovereigns of the 10 top-tier races of the myriad worlds were now gathered above the nether abyss. Whether they had come to surround and kill, to support, or to watch the show, they had all come because of Bai Yi alone. Bartholomew, Theodore, stop watching the show and hurry up and help. Bai Yi must not die here, Kingston shouted anxiously. Yumu was just about to open his mouth to ask the main gods of the 2 races for help, when Yi Yuan, who was on the side, suddenly shook his head and said, "Senior Wine God, there is no need to panic." Still not panicking. That kid Bai Yi is about to self-destruct right now, Yumu said quickly while continuing to attack the blockade barrier. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Although Yi Yuan had temporarily lost his vision due to the white light of the self-destruction, he had a clear grasp of the current situation. First of all, even if we add the 5 main gods from the Titan race and the fallen angel race, we cannot break this barrier. After all, even the self-destruction of the Death Sovereign's projection avatar could not destroy this thing. Once these words were spoken, the main gods of the several top-tier races felt their hearts sink. That's right, if they couldn't get in, everything was just in vain. The reason they had bombarded the barrier immediately just now was entirely because they were too anxious. For a moment, many of the sovereigns of rules stopped their actions and turned to look at Yi Yuan. The latter pointed toward the sealed area and continued, "Secondly, the sovereign of luck is still inside, isn't she?" "That's right. There is still the sovereign of luck." The eyes of the main gods, including Yumu, lit up. Lady Lian would certainly be able to stop Bai Yi from self-destructing. In an instant, their hearts, previously clouded by anxiety, slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Yi Yuan said no more, only transmitting his final words into Yumu's mind through his divine soul. Most importantly, I believe that Bai Yi would certainly not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Yumu was slightly stunned at first, then narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Sumu Bai, who was already engulfed in blinding white light. Is self-destruction not considered reckless? Could it be that this kid, Bai Yi, has a way to survive even after self-destructing? The group of sovereigns of rules outside the containment barrier were incredibly anxious, while the main gods of the 4 races inside were looking at Sumu Bai, who had chosen to self-destruct, with expressions of utter bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? To kill us? He's even throwing his life away. But haven't we already been defeated? With Lady Lian here, is there any need for you to self-destruct? Could it be that Bai Yi wants to use this self-destruction to force Lady Lian to kill us? And looking at how anxious Lady Lian is, it seems that this possibility might actually be real. Bai Yi's methods are truly too dirty. Thinking of this, Kangli and the other main gods were suddenly panicked and immediately shouted, "Lady Lian, his self-destruction has nothing to do with us." To their cries, Lian naturally turned a deaf ear. At this moment, she only wanted to stop the little thief Bai from self-destructing as quickly as possible. If she were to slow, even if he didn't end up self-destructing, it would still cause irreversible and severe damage to his divine soul and divine body. Therefore, Lian was truly anxious now. She pressed her hand onto Sumu Bai's shoulder and exclaimed anxiously, "Little thief Bai, have you gone mad? Stop it quickly." As she spoke, her supreme divine power surged through her palm and into Sumu Bai's body, attempting to forcibly suppress the divine power that was on the verge of erupting. Logically speaking, for supreme divine power to suppress the divine power within a master of laws should be effortless. But Lian suddenly furrowed her delicate brows, looking at Sumu Bai in disbelief. When her supreme divine power entered his body, it was met with powerful resistance. How is this possible? Could his divine power actually be strong to such an extent, even as a supreme god? Lien was stunned by the peculiar divine power within Sumyubai. Boom, 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 faintly. She seemed to hear a strong and powerful heartbeat. Immediately afterward, an inexplicable force suddenly erupted, forcibly expelling Lien's supreme divine power from Sumyubai's body. Little thief Bai, you? Lien looked at Sumyubai in shock, her voice trailing off. She already understood in her heart. This was the power that created reincarnation. Only that kind of power could expel her supreme divine power. However, this power was clearly not yet complete, both in quantity and quality. It was insufficient. But none of that mattered now. The most important thing was to make Little Thief Bai stop his self-destruction immediately. Li Baiyi, I promise you, I won't call you Little Thief Bai anymore. Please just stop, okay? As she spoke, Lien pointed at Kangli and the other main gods. As long as you stop, I will kill them for you right now. Upon hearing this, the complexions of the main gods of the four races turned as pale as paper, thinking to themselves, it's completely over now. Who could have imagined that the sovereign of luck would be a lovesick fool? For the sake of this pretty boy Baiyi, she's actually disregarding the safety of the myriad worlds. Although they couldn't stop the void invasion, the dozen or so sovereigns of rules would have been a powerful fighting force when the time came. How could she just say she would kill us all just to stop Baiyi from self-destructing? Is this right? Chapter 1093. Huh, you're playing for real. Looking at Lien, who was so anxious she looked like she was about to cry, Sumyubai, as if guided by some unseen force, reached out his hand which had almost turned into white light and touched her cheek. His voice resonated directly in her mind. Don't worry, I can't die. Didn't I warn you just now not to get excited? Watch closely as I set off the third firework for you. As he spoke, the white light became increasingly blinding, and the energy within Sumyubai reached the brink of eruption. Hearing this, Lien's eyes lit up, and she asked reflexively, really, in truth? She didn't need to ask, she already believed his words. Because of the existence of the heart link contract, she could feel Baiyi's heart. When he said those words just now, there was no sadness or the emotion of an impending eternal farewell in Baiyi's heart. In reality, Lien had always been able to feel it. But Sumyubai's self-destruction had been too sudden, so in her panic, she hadn't been able to focus on that. How could I lie to you? Sumyubai smiled slightly, then changed the subject. But don't forget what you just said. As his voice fell, the divine power within him erupted completely, and a terrifying energy storm instantly swept through the entire sealed area. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion echoed through the Death Realm for the third time. Players in every major world, minor world, and secret realm had not even had the chance to lower their heads from looking at the sky. But this time, they all had a premonition. It was likely that another sovereign of rules was about to fall, because after the previous two explosions, two sovereigns of rules had fallen. Now that it had happened again, perhaps another one would fall. Boom. Sumyubai's entire body turned into white light. His divine body and divine soul exploded, transforming into world-destroying energy. But Lien, who was at the center of the explosion, did not suffer from the impact of the energy at all. This was not because Sumyubai was controlling it, but because of the rules of the Myriad Worlds game. Unless the energy intensity reached the level of breaking the rules, it could not bypass the rules of the Myriad Worlds game. Of course, this friendly fire judgment was, for a normal person, a good thing. Stinky thief Bai, I didn't say anything just now. Lien wrinkled her delicate nose and let out a soft huff. That'll teach you to scare your big sister, while muttering to herself. She flashed to a distant spot, her supreme divine power condensed into an exquisite swing extending from the starry sky. With a lollipop in her mouth, she began to enjoy this fireworks show, which had been bought at the cost of Thief Bai's life. Compared to Lien, Kang Li and the other four clan main gods were completely dumbfounded at this moment. How? Are you playing for real? That guy Baiyi, he actually just self-destructed like that? No, brother. What on earth are you doing this for? Although they were utterly baffled, the terrifying energy storm generated by Sumyubai's self-destruction was already rushing toward them like a mad tide. Boom! The defensive barriers set up by multiple main gods shattered instantly. Their divine bodies and divine souls were continuously torn apart, reconstructed, and torn apart again within this energy storm. Only Kangli, Nydia, Lingshang, and Huazhou were still barely holding on. Although Huazhou's strength was slightly inferior to the first three, the powerful protective force of the Light Rule made his defense almost comparable to that of the strongest main gods. Even so, the four of them were like lonely boats on a vast ocean within the energy storm, teetering and on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Although Sumyubai's combat power had reached the half-step main god realm, and with the use of numerous rule treasures, he was no weaker than the strongest main gods like Kangli, but his current realm was still only that of a lawmaster. The greatest gap between a lawmaster and a main god, aside from complete rules and the power of authority, was the very essence of their power. There was an insurmountable chasm between divine power and main god power. Logically speaking, even if a lawmaster were to self-destruct, the torrent of energy formed by the explosive release of all the divine power within their body would not be enough to threaten a main god. But Sumyubai was different. He was a cheater. The existence of the Heart of Reincarnation made his divine power extremely unique. After various types of divine power were absorbed by the Heart of Reincarnation and then fed back out, their essence had already changed. This power, which Sumyubai called Reincarnation Divine Power, was now no weaker than any type of main god power. And this was still while the Heart of Reincarnation was incomplete. Therefore, while Sumyubai's self-destruction might not have been as powerful as the self-destruction of the underworld projection avatar, its power was by no means weaker than the detonation of Heidi's corpse, coupled with the blockade barrier formed by the space-time forbidden seal, which constrained this energy storm to repeatedly collide within this small area. For the main gods of the four clans, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the explosions echoed continuously within the sealed area. To resist the energy storm, the main gods of the four clans pushed all their power to the limit. Various colors of main god power, rule power, and authority power bloomed with brilliant, multicolored light amidst the energy storm. Although this fireworks show was similar to the previous two, Lian watched it with such fascination that she even forgot to lick the lollipop in her mouth. Soon, desperate screams from several main gods rang out from within the energy storm. Lord Lian, I was wrong. Please, save me. Give me a chance, I beg you. Give me one more chance. I will never dare to do it again. Lord Lian, I swear I will be at the very front of the fight against the void in the future. Just please save my life now. Among the demon, insect, and mechanical clans, several rule sovereigns had already reached the brink of collapse. 3 consecutive main god level self-destructions had completely exhausted their strength. Even the strongest main gods like Kangli were unable to protect themselves. The only one who could save them was Lian, the sovereign of luck, and fortunately, Lian was currently swinging her legs, staring blankly at the fireworks feast Sumyubai had created for her, with no intention of paying them any mind. Seeing this, the group of main gods turned ashen, a flash of despair crossing their divine senses. Huan Tian was also on the verge of falling at this moment. The fire rule he mastered was not suited for defense. The Phoenix clan's talent of rebirth from the ashes had lost its meaning at the level of a rule sovereign. In the end, he looked unwillingly at a figure outside the blockade barrier and roared, "No, I am not reconciled." Until the moment he fell, he had failed to kill Yi Yuan to wash away his shame. Boom. The massive phoenix body finally turned into nothingness under the energy of Sumyubai's self-destruction, disappearing completely from between heaven and earth. This laughingstock among rule sovereigns, the fire sovereign of the myriad worlds, had ultimately fallen at the hands of a lawmaster. Falling along with him were several other rule sovereigns from the demon, insect, and mechanical clans. Chapter 1094. How could Baiyi be so strong? I'm actually fine. I remember now. Baiyi seemed to have said earlier that he would spare my Holy Light Angel clan. Within the energy storm generated by Sumyubai's self-destruction, the sovereigns of the 4 clans were either falling or gritting their teeth to hold on. Only Nina, the guardian sovereign of the Holy Light Angel clan, suddenly revealed a look of wild joy on her face, because that energy storm had not caused her the slightest bit of harm. This meant that Baiyi had truly done as he said and was prepared to spare the Holy Light Angel clan. What Nina hadn't expected, however, was that Bai Yu was even prepared to spare her, a rule sovereign. The only one who had to die was Huazhou, the sovereign of light. Thinking of this, Nina silently turned to look at Huazhou, whose divine body was being gradually destroyed by the energy storm, her eyes filled with complex emotions. When it came down to it, there was no deep-seated hatred between the Holy Light Angel clan and Bai Yi. All of this was simply because Huazhou had participated in the siege against Bai Yi last time. The reason she and the Purification Sovereign, Basha, had returned this time was also because Huazhou had used the safety of the Holy Light Angel clan as leverage. Now that Basha had already fallen, and with Huazhou to follow, the price the Holy Light Angel clan had paid was already enough. Thinking of this, a trace of melancholy flashed in Nina's eyes. Even if she survived, the strength of the Holy Light Angel race would be far from what it once was. The days ahead would likely be difficult. After all, the fallen angel race had suffered no losses at all this time. It was all Huazhou's fault. If not for him, how could the Holy Light Angel race have suffered such a catastrophe? At this thought, Nina could not help but close her eyes. The 12 holy wings behind her ceased their fluttering, and she felt a profound sense of despair for the future of the Holy Light Angel race. And those even more desperate than her were, naturally, the various rule sovereigns of the demon, insect, and mechanical races. Sumyubai had no intention of letting them go. The violent energy storms continued to scour the area, and soon, the main gods who could no longer endure began to fall. Meanwhile, the phenomena marking the fall of rule sovereigns swept across the myriad worlds once again. A series of mournful cries rang out directly in the depths of every living soul, one after another, like the horns of a funeral procession, instantly spreading to every corner of the myriad worlds. This time, the phenomenon was even more terrifying than when the previous two rule sovereigns had fallen. The subsequent string of myriad world announcements left players in every world with their mouths agape and their pupils dilated in shock. Myriad world announcement: the sovereign of fire has fallen. Be it known that all lords of law who have fused the rule of fire to the 9-pattern ultimate realm will have the opportunity to become the next sovereign of fire. Be it known, and may players of all races strive to fuse the great Tao of the rule of fire. Myriad world announcement: the sovereign of wind has fallen. Be it known times 20 myriad world announcement: the sovereign of withering has fallen. Be it known times 20 myriad world announcement: the sovereign of myriad spirits has fallen. Be it known times 20 myriad world announcement: the sovereign of collapse has fallen. Be it known times 2 a full 10. This meant that 10 beings at the rule sovereign stage had fallen in the myriad worlds at the same time. The phenomena filling the sky across the myriad worlds were now so thick they felt like the firmament itself was collapsing, creating a suffocating sensation, as if black clouds were pressing down upon a city about to be destroyed. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, there was no sound throughout the entire myriad worlds. Players of all races stared blankly at the heavens, not knowing how to express the shock in their hearts. It had already spread throughout the myriad worlds that the nether abyss was a trap set by Bai Yi, but no one could have imagined that this trap would be so perilous, resulting in the successive deaths of 12 rule sovereigns within the territories of the demon, insect, and mechanical races. Players of the 3 top-tier races were filled with despair. They were dead, all dead. After the previous upheaval, there were already few rule sovereigns left within their races. Now, with so many falling at once, it was as if the sky had collapsed. Was this the price of being an enemy of the human race? An enemy of Bai Yi? The silent myriad worlds were finally broken by the next announcement. Myriad world announcement: congratulations to player Bai Yi for single-handedly crossing borders to slay over 10 beings at the 12th tier rule sovereign stage, creating history. Be it known, when this announcement rang out, the sound of gasping could be heard everywhere in the myriad worlds, causing the temperature in many worlds to rise by several degrees. What? Is this a mistake? These rule sovereigns were all killed by Bai Yi alone. How is that possible? Bai Yi is only at the Lord of Law stage. How could he be this strong? Do supreme gods kill main gods this quickly? Could Bai Yi's strength have already surpassed the sovereign of luck? I don't know about that, but the 4 top-tier races are definitely finished. Strange. Why is there no rule sovereign from the Holy Light Angel race among those who fell? While players in various worlds were shocked and confused. The true gods of the myriad races in the nether abyss were completely stunned at this moment. Bai Yi, just self-destructed like that. What kind of fighting style was this? To think that such a brilliant and talented individual would meet his end in such a way. Xing Heng and the other main gods watched the sealed area where the energy storm was gradually subsiding, their minds filled with complex thoughts. From Yi Yuan's words to the Sovereign of Luck suddenly flashing away and swinging on a swing, everything suggested that Bai Yu would certainly not perish because of this. But they could not fathom how he could possibly survive after a self-destruction. And even if he could truly survive, he would surely have paid a tremendous price. Was it really worth it for Bai Yu to do this? What is that? Just as the main gods of various races were pondering, Xing Heng's pupils suddenly constricted, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. Hearing this, the other main gods also cast their gazes in the direction he was looking. That place seemed to be where Bai Yi had been before his self-destruction, inside the sealing barrier. Of the 17 rule sovereigns from the 4 races, only 5 remained after personally participating in the 3 fireworks shows. Among them, the Sovereign of Protection Nina had been intentionally spared by Sumubai. In the future, both the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race would become subordinates of Lan Yu. He couldn't have the Holy Light Angel race left without a single rule sovereign, could he? The previous fall of the Sovereign of Purification Basho was also something Sumubai hadn't anticipated. He hadn't expected him to be so fragile against the explosions. However, having Nina was barely enough. After the energy storm ended, Nina glanced at Huozhou, who was in the process of reforming his divine body, and without a word, she fluttered her wings and moved behind Liu Yin, silently recovering from her previous injuries while waiting for Bai Yi's next arrangement. She knew very well that the other party had specifically spared her life, and it certainly wasn't out of a sudden burst of kindness. Liu Yin didn't even look at her, her gaze fixed firmly on the spot where Bai Yi had self-destructed. Kang Li and the other 4 main gods reformed their divine bodies once again, the immense consumption and severe injuries forcing them to groan in pain. At least they had finally made it through. Now that Bai Yi had self-destructed, could he possibly be resurrected? Lord Liu Yin shouldn't attack them again, right? However, before they could even catch their breath, a powerful, rhythmic thumping sound suddenly rang out. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Chapter 1095 One Sword, Slaves for Sovereigns, thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. A powerful, rhythmic beating sound suddenly erupted, with every pulse. It seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the entire myriad worlds, compelling everyone to instinctively search for the source of the sound. Outside the abyss of Hades, the gaze of every living creature was drawn to this sudden, rhythmic thumping. They were so captivated that they didn't even spare a thought for the few rule treasures left behind after the fall of the 4 clan sovereigns. It was common knowledge that self-detonation left nothing behind. Yet, Bai Yi had once again shattered conventional wisdom, for at the very spot where he had detonated himself, there now remained a heart that appeared, at first glance, to be incomplete. Thump thump. The beating sound that echoed in the hearts of all living beings originated precisely from this organ. Gulp. In that moment, every creature that beheld the heart, whether they were true gods or sovereigns, couldn't help but swallow hard. The shock brought about by this heart was simply too immense. While the power radiating from the heart was strong, it had not yet reached a level that would shock a rule sovereign. However, etched upon the surface of that heart were countless rule Dao patterns. How is this possible? Death, lifetime, space, fate, and creation. These are all supreme rule Daos at the peak of the 9-pattern realm. Is this the reason why Bai Yi is so powerful? Why would Bai Yi's rule Daos be anchored to this heart? 6 entire supreme rule Daos. How on earth did he manage to achieve this? The heart is still beating. Does that not mean Bai Yi is still alive? To survive a self-detonation, that is nothing short of a fairy tale. After this battle, I fear no one in the myriad worlds will ever dare to provoke this monster. Bai Yi, again. While the true gods and sovereigns of various clans outside the containment barrier lamented, Kang Li, Nidiel, Ling Shang, and Huozhou, who were trapped inside, found their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Bai Yi was actually still alive. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Was this guy even human? Just as the 4 were gripped by terror, the sound of rushing water suddenly echoed, Whoosh! Such dense power of death. What is this now? Kang Lee's pupils constricted, and he immediately mobilized the little remaining strength within his body. Nydia and the other two sovereigns reacted in the exact same way. 3 consecutive explosions, while not enough to kill them outright, had nearly cost them their lives. If this happened again, even if they didn't die, they would certainly be blasted into a deep slumber. Whoosh! A portion of the power from the Sea of Death descended upon the area out of thin air, instantly filling the space within the containment barrier. Following that, the beating heart suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force. In an instant, the power of the Sea of Death converged toward the heart, forming a vortex of energy. Within the vortex, the power absorbed by the heart gradually spread outward, first forming veins and arteries. Immediately after, organs, bones, and flesh began to take shape rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Sumyubai reappeared, completely restored to his original state. The death scripture shimmered with light, its power transforming into battle armor that encased his body. As the energy vortex dissipated, Sumyubai appeared before everyone for the first time in his peak state. The wheel of time and space rotated above his head, casting down black and white divine light that distorted the space around him. He held the death scripture in his left hand, from which a deathly aura of extinction permeated. The sword of creation was gripped in his right palm, radiating a chilling intent to kill. He stood upon the churning, roaring sea of death, his divine body towering within the phantom of the world tree. Inside his chest, the incomplete heart of reincarnation beat with a steady rhythm, providing him with a power no less formidable than that of a sovereign. Aside from the illusionary dream divine seal, Sumyubai was now revealing the full extent of his power to the world. Little thief Bai, is this your true power? Liyun sat on her swing, watching the reborn Sumyubai with a smile, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes. Beside her, Nina stared at the peak state Sumyubai in shock, her eyes trembling. Such overwhelming power. Seeing Baiyu reappear, the 4 sovereigns, including Kang Lee, couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Why are you not injured at all? All 4 wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes filled with terror. It was one thing for Baiyu to survive a self-detonation, but his power hadn't weakened in the slightest. No, he was even stronger than before. Is this even logical? Even cheating shouldn't be this blatant. Before they could continue to process this, wave after wave of soul-shattering impact surged from the Sea of Death. Each wave reached the intensity of the Rule Sovereign Realm. Lion Bai, please spare my life. No, don't. The 4 sovereigns instantly clutched their heads and wailed, their bodies rolling uncontrollably within the Sea of Death, triggering massive, heaven-shaking waves. If they had been at their peak, they might have been able to withstand the soul impact of a portion of the Sea of Death's power. But at this moment, they were at the end of their rope. How could they possibly endure such relentless soul-shattering attacks? The power of the Sea of Death was infinite, continuously tearing at their souls. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, countless emerald green vines shot out from the phantom of the world tree, instantly turning from ethereal to physical, and coiled around the sovereigns like Kang Lee. In an instant, the 4 were wrapped up like Songzi, trembling incessantly. Only then did Sumyubai open his eyes. 2 beams of golden divine light shot forth from his pupils, piercing the firmament. The power of his mystic heaven divine pupils had also subtly advanced a step further due to this self-detonation. System prompt. Congratulations to the player Bai for single-handedly crossing realms to slay 10 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm existences, creating history. You are rewarded with 3 additional opportunities to attempt a breakthrough to the Rule Sovereign Realm. Feeling the 3 Rule Dao seeds rapidly condensing within his divine soul, Sumyubai curled his lips into a faint arc. His left hand ignited with the gray-white divine light of the Death Codex, instantly enveloping the main gods, including Kang Lee. It's time to end this. After a soft murmur, killing intent flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Wielding the sword of creation, he poured 6 supreme divine powers into the blade in an instant and unleashed a single strike. Clang! A crisp, clear sword chime rang out. The brilliant sword light condensed into a galaxy, carrying overwhelming power as it swept instantly across Kang Lee, Nydia, Ling Shang, and Huozhou, who were already bound like dumplings after this strike. The heavens of the myriad worlds were changed. Chapter 1096, The Myriad Worlds Tremble. Sumyubai's full-strength posture completely shocked all the powerhouses inside and outside the ceiling barrier. The true gods of various races stood dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open wide enough to fit a fist. That's the Death Codex. The legendary wheel of time and space is actually in Bai's hands too. And the World Tree. Didn't the supreme treasure disappear with the fall of the Life Sovereign? How did Bai obtain it? The rule fluctuations emitted by this sword are so unfamiliar. Is this the great Tao of creation rules? That ocean that suddenly descended, the power of death it contains is not a bit weaker than the Death Codex. 1, 2, 34, 5. Bai possesses 5 rule supreme treasures all by himself. Did he rob the origin of the myriad worlds? And that heart from just now, I feel its power is even stronger than these rule supreme treasures. Don't make such a fuss. Just think about it. Even the 10 god-level nether beings and bot could each hold a rule supreme treasure. So how could Bai be lacking? Although many rule supreme treasures had appeared in the nether abyss before, most were unfamiliar. However, the rule supreme treasures Sumyubai summoned now included several that had long been famous throughout the myriad worlds, naturally sparking heated discussions among the true gods of all races. Their eyes held surprise, envy, and shock. But there was no greed, because every true god present knew clearly that Bai was absolutely not to be provoked. Had they not seen how he had nearly wiped out the rule sovereigns of the 4 top races? Looking across the entire myriad worlds now, apart from the Luck Sovereign, the only supreme god, perhaps even the god race ranked first on the myriad races ranking, would not have the ability to slay so many rule sovereigns in such a short time. Right. What's more, the Luck Sovereign was the woman behind Bai. Daring to covet the rule supreme treasures of this killing star was like an old man eating arsenic, simply tired of living. Suzu, Leopold, Maojuan, and other top-tier world lords of the first echelon also stared fixedly at the resurrected Bai, their eyes already filled with shock. They knew Bai was strong, but they never imagined he would be heaven-defying to such an extent. It was one thing to be able to resurrect after self-detonating, but for his strength to remain completely unaffected was another. This heaven-defying ability was simply unreasonable. Who could afford to provoke someone who played with self-detonation at every turn? Previously, his consecutive slaughters of so many rule sovereigns had relied entirely on 3 explosions, so they couldn't tell what level Sumyubai's true strength had reached. But now, it was different. Sumyubai, having recondensed his divine body, appeared in his full strength state and, with just 1 sword strike, slew the strongest rule sovereigns of the 4 top races right there. Although the 4 main gods, including King Li, had been severely injured in the previous explosions, they were still existences ranked in the first echelon of power, and they were killed by Bai just like that. They didn't even have time to leave behind a final word. After this battle, Sumyubai left a profound impression on the powerhouses of all races, protective of his own, vengeful, and decisive in killing. In short, anyone who dared to provoke the human race in the future was out of their mind. Before coming here, I actually thought that I might finally be able to help Lord Bai. Alshin looked at Sumyubai, who had slain the 4 sovereigns with a single sword, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Following such a monster was truly enough to shatter one's Dao heart. Ju Xiaoyu held Alshin's hand and said softly, "Don't be discouraged. We have our own path to walk. I believe that one day, you will also stand at the peak of the myriad worlds. Don't worry. I won't give up so easily." Alshin gripped Ju Xiaoyu's small hand in return, a flash of determination in his eyes. Bai, has he actually grown to this point? Xinghen couldn't help but murmur, feeling that his worldview had been completely overturned. How long had it been since the battle in the ruined star domain? Back then, when this guy killed Heidi, he still needed to join forces with Hui Jian to do it. Even so, it had brought great shock to Xinghen, the balanced sovereign, at the time. But compared to this battle, that was not worth mentioning. In such a short time, Bai's strength had undergone a massive, transformative improvement. This was something he could not comprehend at all. A single person, easily wiping out 16 main gods at the rule sovereign realm. Was he really just a lord of laws? To be precise, it should be 17. Nina, the survivor of the Holy Light Angel race, had clearly been spared by Bai Yi on purpose. As expected of my big brother. So cool. Bing Xuan transformed into human form. His appearance 3 parts similar to Sumu Bai's. The smile on his face undisguised. The stronger Sumu Bai was, the happier he became. Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang exchanged glances, both of their eyes flashing with joy. The dragon race had bet correctly. With such a terrifying monster as Bai Yi, plus Bing Xuan who had obtained the ancestral dragon's inheritance, why should the dragon race worry about failing to return to, or even surpass, their peak era? On the other side, Yi Yuan smiled and patted Yumu. Senior wine god, from now on, you won't have to be so tired. You've been much more tired than me over this past period. Yumu picked up his wine gourd, took a hearty gulp, and laughed loudly. But it's fine now. With Bai Yi here, we can finally relax. Indeed. Yi Yuan slowly pressed his hands downward, deactivating all the rays that had been triggered. The battle was over, and he no longer needed to remain on high alert. After relaxing his mind, Yi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. However, the arrival of this day has come much faster than I imagined. Bai Yi's talent is even more extraordinary than Xing Chen's. Yumu set down his wine gourd, looked up at the increasingly dense phenomena in the sky, and laughed heartily. The rise of our human race begins today. The sword strike unleashed by Sumu Bai caused the phenomena across the myriad worlds, which had yet to dissipate, to churn violently once more. Countless invisible threads of law emerged from the void one after another, only to snap and shatter inch by inch, transforming into specks of light that drifted across the sky before slowly vanishing between heaven and earth. Sounds of mournful wailing echoed once again from the depths of the souls of all living beings across the myriad worlds. Although the players of the various races in the myriad worlds had long since become numb, the announcement that rang out this time still caused the myriad worlds to boil over once more. Because the rule sovereigns who had fallen this time were extraordinary, myriad worlds announcement. The slaughter sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced. All lords of law who have fused the slaughter rule to the 9-pattern ultimate realm will have the opportunity to become the next slaughter sovereign. This is hereby announced. All players of the myriad races are encouraged to strive to fuse the great Tao of the slaughter rule. Myriad worlds announcement. The procreation sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced. All lords of law who have fused the procreation rule to the 9-pattern ultimate realm will have the opportunity to become the next procreation sovereign. This is hereby announced. All players of the myriad races are encouraged to strive to fuse the great Tao of the procreation rule. Myriad worlds announcement. The destruction sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced times 20. Myriad worlds announcement. The light sovereign has fallen. This is hereby announced times 20. Although the number of announcements was fewer than before, the shock brought about by the fall of these 4 sovereigns was even greater, because they were the strongest individuals of the 4 top-tier races. Their fall meant that the eras of the demon race, Zerg race, machine race, and holy light angel race had come to a complete end. My dear patrons, I have some matters to attend to today, so there is only one chapter, chapter 1097. Re-entering the ranks of the top 10 races, 16. Bai Yi has killed a total of 16 rule sovereigns. It is truly terrifying. Even existences like the Slaughter Sovereign, the Procreation Sovereign, and the Destruction Sovereign were killed by Bai Yi. The myriad worlds have truly changed. The era of the top 10 races has officially come to an end from this moment on. From now on, the human race will become the most transcendent race, indeed. With a freak like Bai Yi around, the gold content of the God race's #1 ranking is not what it used to be. In every realm, major world, minor world, and secret realm, all players could not help but sigh with emotion. They had to admit that the landscape of the myriad worlds would undergo earth-shattering changes starting from today. Ever since Bai Yi appeared, the myriad races had foreseen that the human race would inevitably rise again, but no one could have predicted that this day would come so quickly. Not even the 4 top-tier races, led by the demon race, had been able to stop the powerful rise of the human race. No, it should be said that they hadn't been able to cause any impact at all. Although the human race had not yet reached the top of the myriad race ranking, all the races knew clearly that this was only temporary. As long as Bai Yi had not fallen, the #1 spot on the myriad race ranking would sooner or later belong to the human race. And as for the current Bai Yi, Who in the myriad worlds could possibly make him fall? In reality, the peak combat power of the human race now already surpassed that of the god race. Because the current god race had no possibility of killing so many sovereign gods in one go so quickly. And in terms of core strength, the human race also had the reinforcements from the netherworld. Therefore, the gold content of the #1 spot on the myriad race ranking could be said to be at an unprecedented low. The human race was now the true #1 race of the myriad worlds in every sense of the word. Yet, for such a powerful race, a large number of players were still living in the forbidden lands of the gods, enjoying the same treatment as races that had not yet made the rankings. Who would believe that if they heard it? Normally, as long as a race produced a prodigy or made it onto the myriad race ranking, all the forbidden lands of the gods where that race resided would have their restrictions completely lifted after 10 years and be integrated into the myriad worlds. But because Baiyi had risen to power less than 10 years ago, this bizarre situation for the human race had occurred. With the human race reaching the top, the players of various races had mixed feelings. Some were joyful, some were distressed, some were envious, and some were indifferent, heaping to themselves. Those who were distressed were naturally the races that held grudges against the human race. And the more than 100 races that had been placed on the death list were now completely plunged into despair. Among them, the most desperate were naturally the 4 top-tier races, the demon race, the Zerg race, the machine race, and the holy light angel race. Upon hearing that the strongest members of their respective races had fallen, the hearts of the players from these 4 top-tier races, which were already hanging by a thread, finally died completely. Even the demon ancestor has fallen. What are we supposed to do now? It's over. Everything is over. Matriarch Nydia is dead too. My Zerg race has no future. Following the 5th True Lord, the 4th True Lord, and the 2nd True Lord, even the 1st True Lord has fallen. The doomsday of my machine race has arrived. The Light Sovereign has fallen. The fallen angel race will certainly not let this opportunity pass. What do we have to defend ourselves with? Resentment, despair, and fear. All kinds of negative emotions flooded the minds of the players from the 4 top-tier races. The players of the Holy Light Angel race did not yet know that Sumyubai would spare them, so they were also filled with despair. For a time, countless spaceships took off from the territories controlled by the 4 top-tier races, heading toward the core worlds of their respective races, with their sovereigns falling one after another and their peak combat power far from what it used to be. Their first instinct was to shrink their defensive lines. One didn't need to think to know how difficult the coming days would be. They had seen clearly the fate of the human race after it had declined, so they could foresee the miserable future of their own races. Most importantly, the human race would certainly not let them off the hook from here on out. The rankings of these 4 top-tier races on the Myriad Races leaderboard also underwent massive changes due to this battle. Because of Sumyubai's existence, the human race once again ascended into the top 10 of the Myriad Races leaderboard. This also meant that one of the original top 10 races had been pushed out of the top 10 rankings. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human race for entering the top 10 of the Myriad Races leaderboard and becoming a top-tier race. This is hereby announced. We hope that races not yet on the leaderboard will continue to strive and aim to ascend the Myriad Races leaderboard as soon as possible to receive generous rewards. Myriad Races leaderboard: first place, God race; second place, Undead race; third place, Titan race; fourth place, Demon race; fifth place, Fallen Angel race; sixth place, Dragon race; seventh place, Human race; eighth place, Spirit race; ninth place, Insect race; 10th place, Machine race; 11th place, Holy Light Angel race; 10,000th place, Slime race. This was the brand new Myriad Races leaderboard. The Battle of the Abyss of the Underworld could be said to have completely altered the landscape of the Myriad Worlds. The 174 races on the death list all saw their rankings drop significantly. The Spirit race, Insect race, and Machine race had each left only one rule sovereign behind to guard the core of their territories in order to hunt down Baiyi this time. As for the Holy Light Angel race, since they only had 3 rule sovereigns to begin with, they had poured out their entire force. Although Sumyubai had specifically spared the Guardian Sovereign, Nina, the Holy Light Angel race was still pushed out of the top 10 top-tier races by the human race. In this battle, Although Sumyubai's combat record far exceeded that of any main god, the rankings on the myriad races leaderboard were determined by panel combat power. Coupled with the fact that the human race currently lacked a strong core, they could only barely rank 7th. Every existence at the Rule Sovereign stage carried a very high weight on the myriad races leaderboard. However, this also meant that Sumyubai's panel combat power had already reached the true main god realm. Moreover, it was even stronger than the 4 remaining main gods of the spirit, insect, machine, and holy light angel races. The brand new myriad races leaderboard did not shock the players of the various races, because this was something expected all along. Everyone knew that the human race's current 7th place ranking was not high. On the contrary, it was far too low. As long as Bai Yu was there, the first place spot on the myriad races leaderboard would sooner or later belong to the human race. Compared to other races, the human players across the various worlds of the myriad worlds were all excitedly shouting the 2 characters Bai Yi at this moment, because after the human race ascended to the top 10 top-tier races, the boost brought by the bloodline power was far beyond anything they had experienced before. Chapter 1098. The bloodline power of a top-tier race. Boss Bai Yi is awesome. Is this the bloodline power that only a top-tier race can possess? It's too strong. I feel terrifyingly powerful right now. So, comprehending laws can be this easy awesome. The mythical grade boss that I could previously only barely handle after my bloodline power increased just now. One actually suppressed it with ease. The gap between 7th place and 15th place is actually this huge in every world. The human players born over these past 9+ epochs were cheering and celebrating, feeling for the first time just how powerful the bloodline power of a top-tier race was. They were incomparably excited. As for those old players who had experienced the prosperous era of the human race, they stared blankly at the new myriad races leaderboard, tears flowing from their eyes uncontrollably. 90,000 years. A full 90,000 years. My human race has finally returned to the ranks of the top 10 top-tier races. This day has finally come. It's great. It's so great. Grandfather, do you see? Under Bai's leadership, my human race has once again ascended to the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. My bloodline power has finally returned. The bottleneck of the Lost Sovereign Realm, break from me. These old players had all once experienced the bloodline power of a top-tier race. However, they were born at the wrong time, before they could break through to the Lost Sovereign Realm. They lost the support of their bloodline power due to the massive changes brought by the Void Invasion. Some of the unluckier ones had even suffered severe backlash due to the decline of their bloodline power at the critical moment of breaking through to the Lost Sovereign Realm, leaving them unable to advance any further to this day. Now that the long-lost bloodline power of a top-tier race had returned, these former unlucky ones also welcomed an opportunity for a breakthrough. In an instant, across the various worlds of the myriad worlds, many people at the peak of the Saint Extermination grade saw their aura surge simultaneously, breaking through directly to the 11th tier Lost Sovereign Realm and achieving the status of True God. The human race's return to the top tier races not only brought a massive boost to human members below the Lost Sovereign Realm, but even all the True Gods benefited immensely. The boost brought by the bloodline power was fed back to every human member the moment the announcement sounded regarding the human race entering the top 10. Myriad Worlds Human Announcement. Because the human race has successfully entered the top 10 of the Myriad Races leaderboard, ranking 7th, and has become a top-tier race, all human players will receive the following bonuses. Myriad Races leaderboard ranking top-tier race bonus, a 7 human race. 1. Awakening of human bloodline power. The more powerful a human member's talent, the stronger their bloodline power, and vice versa, can awaken up to demigod grade bloodline. 2. EXP required for leveling up increased to 1,000 to 10. 0 times. Initial attributes increased to 10,000 to 1,000. 0 points. Basic free attribute points gained upon leveling up increased to 20,000 to 200. 0 points. The specific magnitude of the increase is determined by the grade of the bloodline power. Players who have already leveled up will also receive compensation equivalent to their level. 3. Initial luck come 100. Initial comprehension come 50. 4. Basic lifespan increased to 10,000 to 100,000 years. 5. the quality of awakened talents receives a massive boost. The probability of awakening high-tier talents is greatly increased. Players possessing a top-tier human bloodline will definitely awaken an SSS rank talent, while players with a high-tier human bloodline will awaken at least an S rank talent. The effects of already awakened talents will also be enhanced to a certain degree, including those of SSS rank. 6. Based on the grade of the bloodline power, affinity for laws will be significantly increased, and the difficulty of comprehending the path of laws will be greatly reduced. 7. Based on the grade of the bloodline power, soul quality, soul strength, and attribute bonuses will be significantly increased. 8. The stronger the bloodline power, the lower the difficulty of condensing a divine body and divine soul. 9. Players who awaken a low-tier human bloodline will naturally reach the 7th tier epic level upon reaching adulthood. 10. Players who awaken a mid-tier human bloodline will naturally reach the 8th tier legendary level upon reaching adulthood. 11. Players who awaken a high-tier human bloodline will naturally reach the 9th tier mythical level upon reaching adulthood. 12. Players who awaken a top-tier human bloodline will naturally reach the 10th tier saint extermination level upon reaching adulthood. 13. Players who awaken a demigod tier human bloodline will naturally reach the peak of the 10th tier saint extermination level upon reaching adulthood. 14. Players possessing a top-tier human bloodline, once their comprehension meets the requirements, will have a certain hope of grasping a tiny fraction of the power of rule authority from their own innate skills. 15. Players possessing a demigod tier human bloodline will find it easier to grasp the power of rule authority after the human race return to the ranks of the top-tier races. Even those who only awaken a low-tier bloodline power could achieve at least the 7th tier epic level, making them true epic level beings. And those with the most concentrated bloodline power were even demigod level beings. And this was not even the most critical point. Bloodline power possesses a suppression effect. Back when the human race first rose to power, because a large number of human powerhouses had absorbed the bloodline power of alien races, the highest ranking the human race could achieve was only 10th on the myriad races ranking. The stronger those humans who absorbed alien bloodlines became, the more they would suppress the human race's ranking instead of improving it. Because those who could become top-tier powerhouses almost exclusively absorbed the bloodlines of those original top-tier races. There were also those like Huijian, who by chance absorbed a bloodline from outside the myriad worlds, or like Xingqian, who absorbed the divine bloodline left behind by a supreme god. Therefore, the current ranking of the human race can be said to have surpassed any time in the past, and the bloodline power of the human race has naturally become even more potent. Those affected by this are the few individuals still alive who had absorbed alien bloodlines. Shadow Realm, Dark World, Gloom City. This is a cosmic city composed of countless stars, the core territory of the Shadow race, which was originally ranked 11th and is now ranked 12th on the myriad races ranking. The Battle of the Underworld did not just affect the races on the death list. Powerful races like the Shadow race also dared not take things lightly. At the moment the announcement of the human race returning to the ranks of the top-tier races rang out, the high-level members of the Shadow race were holding their highest-level meeting, and Huijian's amnesiac former lover, the Shadow Empress Caroline, was naturally qualified to participate. Presiding over this meeting was the only rule sovereign of the Shadow race, the Sovereign of Fear Oscar. From now on, no one is to provoke the people of the human race. Do you hear me? Oscar's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice, drawing the meeting to a close. Just as the high-level members of the Shadow race nodded in agreement, a dense surge of bloodline power suddenly erupted from within Caroline, and her entire aura began to change rapidly. Her originally shadow-like body suddenly became solid. This is bloodline power suppression. Oscar stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Caroline, who was enveloped by the dense bloodline power. As someone who was knowledgeable and experienced, he immediately recognized Caroline's current situation. This was her original bloodline power awakening and suppressing her Shadow race bloodline. And what else could this familiar, powerful bloodline power be if not that of the human race? Chapter 1099. I will come to find you soon. Notification. Congratulations to player Caroline for awakening a demigod tier human bloodline. The moment the human race returned to the top 10 top-tier races, Caroline awakened a demigod tier human bloodline, and the top-tier shadow race bloodline that had originally existed within her was suppressed immediately. This also caused some of her shadow race physical characteristics to fade away rapidly, and she returned to being a pure human, Caroline. Perhaps this is the opportunity for my shadow race to establish a connection with the human race. Watching Caroline, who was enveloped in dense bloodline power, a glimmer of light flashed deep in the eyes of the shadow race's sovereign of fear, Oscar. More than 9 epochs ago, Caroline appeared as a member of the shadow race who had been wandering outside, and she quickly made a name for herself as a powerhouse within the entire shadow race. No one of the same tier was her match. If not for her age exceeding the limit, the title of the shadow race's prodigy would have been hers alone. Although the high-level members of the shadow race could all see that she was not a pure shadow race member, but an alien who had fused with shadow race bloodline. This was not a big deal at all. Such situations were common throughout the myriad worlds. Coupled with the fact that she had lost her past memories, she quickly integrated into the shadow race and became one of them. It was just a pity that Caroline seemed to have suffered extremely severe trauma for over 9 epochs. Her strength had hardly progressed. Otherwise, it was highly likely she could have challenged and replaced the God of Shadows. Now, feeling the dense human bloodline power within Caroline, Oscar could not help but form some plans in his heart. The other high-level members of the shadow race also had looks of excitement in their eyes, clearly harboring the same thoughts. Now that the human race had risen strongly once again, it vaguely showed signs of becoming the number one in the myriad worlds. If the shadow race could cling to the human race through Caroline, perhaps in the future, they could return to the ranks of the top-tier races. Come to think of it, it was frustrating. Countless epochs ago, the shadow race was also one of the 10 top-tier races of the myriad worlds. Although they were only ranked 9th, that was still a genuine top-tier race, enjoying the powerful bloodline power bonuses of a top-tier race. Who could have foreseen that the angel race would first split into the fallen angels and the holy light angels, and then the dragon race would break away from the monster race entirely to become a race of their own? The strength of the shadow race, however, happened to be even weaker than these two, causing them to be pushed out of the top 10 of the myriad races ranking, losing their status as a top-tier race. The cataclysm that occurred over 9 epochs ago left the shadow race with only Oscar as their final ruler of rules, leaving them with almost no hope of ever becoming a top-tier race again. But this time, Caroline's awakening of her human bloodline had given them a renewed sense of opportunity. Under the expectant gazes of the shadow race's high-ranking officials, the bloodline power enveloping Caroline rapidly retracted into her body. Caroline suddenly opened her eyes, divine light flickering within her beautiful pupils. At this moment, she had completely restored her identity as a human. Caroline, how do you feel? Oscar was the first to ask, his eyes filled with concern. I feel great right now. Caroline's lips curled slightly, better than ever before. As she spoke, without waiting for Oscar to react, she raised her arm and initiated a long overdue communication. Her actions caused Oscar's expression to stiffen. What kind of communication could be so important that she would leave him, the ruler of fear, standing on the sidelines? Was she really getting this arrogant just because she had awakened her human bloodline? Could it be that while she awakened her bloodline power, her lost memories had also returned? Thinking of this, Oscar immediately felt relieved. Caroline was a human who had experienced that great cataclysm back then. She had witnessed with her own eyes just how powerful the human race was at that time. A mere ruler of rules was, to the humans of that era, almost not worth mentioning. Don't look at how Bai Yi had managed to get the human race back onto the myriad races ranking. Its actual value was far inferior to what it had been back then. This was because, after the cataclysm that occurred over 9 epochs ago, the overall strength of every race had diminished significantly compared to before. The human race had indeed suffered heavy losses in the cataclysm, but that was only relative to other races. In reality, the losses suffered by the top-ranked races were truly enormous. In particular, the existence of those at the ruler of rules realm had seen more than 2/3 of their numbers fall. Back in the day, even the shadow race, which ranked 11th, possessed a total of 6 main gods at the ruler of rules realm. Yet today, only Oscar remained. That Caroline didn't care about him, the ruler of fear, was something Oscar could understand. Caroline, You suddenly reached out to me. Did you remember something? Hui Jian's excited voice came through the communicator. Since their last meeting, this was the first time Caroline had taken the initiative to contact him. Hearing this familiar voice, Caroline's eyes instantly turned red. She took a deep breath, and after a moment of hesitation, she didn't answer Hui Jian's question directly, but instead asked, "Are you still anchoring the space-time nodes?" "Yes, I'm almost," Hui Jian blurted out, but stopped abruptly at these words. The next moment, his voice, filled with extreme excitement, rang out again. "Your memories have all been restored?" "Yes, they have," Caroline nodded. "I will come to find you very soon." She paused for a moment, then turned to look at Oscar, who was waiting quietly. "Once I finish talking with the shadow race, I will come. I'll be waiting for you." Hui Jian nodded repeatedly in excitement, the joy on his face impossible to conceal. Over 90,000 years. It had been over 90,000 years. His Caroline had finally returned. Caroline was not the only one in this situation. Many human powerhouses who had absorbed the bloodlines of alien races in the past were now restoring their human identities. However, there were no particularly powerful individuals among them. This was because the vast majority of the human race's powerhouses had perished in that great cataclysm long ago. In particular, those powerhouses who had absorbed alien bloodlines but still considered themselves human were always the ones charging at the very front lines. It was precisely because of their sacrifice that the 9 pure-blooded human leaders, such as Q, Yi Yuan, and Yu Chu, were able to survive, paving the way for the emergence of Sumu Bai. Then there were those like Hui Jian and Yu Mu, who had absorbed even more powerful bloodlines. Even the current power of the human bloodline was not enough to suppress the alien bloodlines within them. For the current human race, regaining their position as a top-tier race was an explosion of potential, because the geniuses cultivated over the past 9+ epochs were all, at this very moment, awakening even more powerful bloodline forces. Chapter 1100, Crisis Approaches. The Tower of Space-Time. Within this supreme treasure left behind by the ruler of space-time for the human race, there existed a complete world nearly the size of a realm. The environment and rules here were identical to the real myriad worlds, yet it contained a vast number of powerful secret realms that could rapidly enhance one's strength, realm, and even insights into laws and rules. Not only that, but the flow of time in different areas also varied greatly. Even in the place where time flowed the slowest, it was still 10,000 times faster than the outside world. And in the place where time flowed the fastest, it was as high as 100,000 times that of the outside world. Most importantly, the Tower of Space-Time had a certain connection to the origin land of the myriad worlds. Although this connection was faint and certainly not as effective as entering the origin land directly. After the accumulation of so many epochs, the world within the tower had gathered a massive amount of origin ore, allowing those who entered to quickly comprehend various paths of laws and fuse the great Tao of rules. It could be said that this supreme treasure was a catalyst for geniuses, as long as they spent some time inside. A genius could grow into a powerhouse. Moreover, the powerhouses who emerged from it would not lack combat experience. The origin aura absorbed by this supreme treasure was not just used to help the human powerhouses who entered it comprehend laws and rules. It could also condense powerhouses from various races to serve as sparring partners. Therefore, within the various powerful secret realms of the Tower of Space-Time, there was no shortage of opportunities for combat. The world inside the tower was essentially a mini version of the Myriad Worlds game created by Zhu Xingchen through his own efforts. In some aspects of cultivating powerhouses, it was even superior to the Myriad Worlds game, because the Tower of Time and Space did not need to waste too many resources on everyone. Those who were able to enter were the chosen prodigies of the human race. It must be said that the Tower of Time and Space, this clan-protecting supreme treasure, was indeed powerful. It could even be called the strongest rule-based treasure. However, to activate it also required the consumption of vast resources. Originally, it was activated because of the appearance of Bai Yi. But Yi Yuan and the other high-level human leaders never expected that by the time the preparations to open the Tower of Time and Space were complete, Bai Yi no longer needed it. Therefore, those who entered the Tower of Time and Space could only be the geniuses the human race had accumulated over these eras. when the announcement that the human race had become a top-tier race rang out. Within the various secret realms of the Tower of Time and Space, a more powerful bloodline power suddenly erupted from within many geniuses. Their true talents were finally fully blooming. System prompt. Congratulations to player Longzi for awakening a demigod-level human bloodline. System prompt. Congratulations to player Xingjun for awakening a demigod-level human bloodline. System prompt. Congratulations to player Liu Yun for awakening a demigod-level human bloodline. System prompt. Congratulations to player Senkai King Feng for awakening a demigod-level human bloodline. System prompt. Congratulations to player Hong Tabai for awakening a demigod-level human bloodline. System prompt. Congratulations to player Feng Yi Xiao Xiao for awakening a demigod-level human bloodline. Demigod-level bloodlines were extremely rare, even among top-tier races, however, before having bloodline power. Those geniuses who could awaken SSS-level talents almost all had the potential to awaken demigod-level bloodline power. Moreover, the geniuses currently inside the Tower of Time and Space were the result of the human race secretly sharpening their swords and accumulating strength over multiple eras. Many geniuses had even been frozen, only being awakened not long ago. Therefore, in an instant, many peerless geniuses awakened demigod-level human bloodlines. As expected of demigod-level bloodline power, my comprehension of the laws is simply so much clearer than before. The opportunity for a breakthrough has finally arrived. Divine Soul, condense, Divine Body, gather. Law Master Realm, break from me. So this is the essence of authority power. I was walking down a dead end in the past. Commander, once I get out of here, I will surely become the sharpest sword in your hand in every secret realm. The excited shouts of peerless geniuses rang out continuously. They knew very well that all of this was brought about by the human prodigy Baiyi. And knowingly, the name Baiyi had already been deeply imprinted into the divine souls of all human geniuses. After the baptism of the high-speed time flow within the Tower of Time and Space, these human geniuses naturally became believers of Sumu Bai. Among these geniuses, there was one who was currently kneeling on the ground with tears in his eyes, looking up at the sky, muttering to himself, Lord Baiyi, thank you for giving me the chance to be a human again. Clearly, these were tears of joy, because this human genius was named Dunpo Kangkyong, and he came from the 777th Forbidden Land of the Gods. When he first entered the Myriad Worlds game, he not only awakened an SSS-level talent but also inexplicably obtained a demigod-level bloodline. At first, Dunpo Kangkyong only felt that he was the protagonist of this world, which was why he could have such an opportunity. But as Baiyi triggered announcements time and time again, his confidence gradually began to falter. He couldn't even understand the announcements triggered by others. Later, when the human race returned to the myriad races ranking and began to awaken bloodline power, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. Because of the buffs brought by the human bloodline, he was unable to fully obtain them. Not only that, but as his rank increased, they would become fewer and fewer, until he broke through to the Saint Extermination level and achieved true God status. He would completely lose his human identity. He had once asked Yi Yuan if he could clear the bloodline power within his body, but the answer he received was that it was not possible for the time being. Therefore, he had always harbored a resistance in his heart toward breaking through to the Lawmaster realm. Even after entering the Tower of Time and Space and breaking through to the peak of the Saint Extermination level under the blessing of various opportunities, he had long delayed his breakthrough. Born as a human, Dunpo Kangkyong cared deeply about his human identity. He did not want to become a creature of another race, especially after small, curved, strange scales gradually began to grow on his skin. It was not until the human race returned to the position of a top-tier race that Dunpo Kangkyong's concerns finally vanished. System prompt. Congratulations to player Dunpo Kangkyong for awakening a demigod-level human bloodline. The moment the system prompt sounded, he felt that his original demigod-level bloodline was being suppressed. Immediately afterward, the strange scales on his skin gradually fell off until they completely disappeared. Without the worry of losing his human identity, his mental block was finally opened, and he immediately broke through the bottleneck, successfully reaching the Lawmaster realm and achieving true God status. It was also at this moment that Dunpo Kangkyong, this peerless prodigy, became a fanatic believer of Sumyubai without ever having met him. The improvement in bloodline power brought by being a top-tier race benefited everyone who was a member of the human race. Human players within the Forbidden Lands of the Gods were naturally no exception. In the 7th Forbidden Land of the Gods, the Divine Dragon Emperor and the Vice Hall Master, whose souls had already been controlled, were the same. The moment the announcement rang out, the bloodline power within their bodies improved significantly. This also allowed their strength to reach a higher level than before. The Divine Dragon Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, stuck out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, looked at the barrier in front of him, and laughed. It seems that after we break this barrier, we must properly thank Bai Yi. As his voice fell, the barrier, which was already teetering, suddenly developed dense cracks due to their suddenly increased strength. Chapter 1101. Do you want to live or die? Death Realm, Death Continent, outside the underworld abyss. The sword strike Sumyubai unleashed in his prime completely changed the current landscape of the myriad worlds. The three top-tier races, the demon race, the insect race, and the machine race, had officially fallen from their pedestals from this moment on. And the human race, a star that had once shone brightly, rose once more, hanging high above all other races. Even the god race could not compare to the human race led by Bai Yi. The era of the human race has arrived. This was the thought that flashed simultaneously through the minds of the powerhouses of all races outside the blockade barrier. After that sword strike, as brilliant as a galaxy, the demon ancestor Kang Li, the Zerg matriarch Nydia, the mechanical race's first true lord Zero Entropy, and the holy light angel race's patriarch Huozhou had all fallen. These four powerful main gods did not even have the chance to leave behind any final words. Finally, the first objective is complete. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly as he sheathed his sword. The other rule treasures also transformed into streams of light and returned to his body. The sea of death that had filled the blockade zone and the phantom of the world tree that had blotted out the sky slowly vanished from this starry expanse. The human race's most formidable enemies had all been slaughtered. What followed would be much simpler. With the Nether Army present, the rest were nothing more than mere rabble. In the coming period, the 10,000 races ranking would undergo another reshuffling. The races on the death list would not be able to pay for their actions with just this small price. What Sumyubai wanted was for all of them to fall off the 10,000 races ranking. However, these were tasks for the future, and there was no need for Sumyubai to take action personally. For now, he had to collect the spoils of this battle. His gaze swept over the brilliant crystals floating in the starry sky. As his soul power washed over them, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: you have obtained Main Godhead times 14. Notification: you have obtained the Rule Treasure Slaughter Demon Codex. Notification: you have obtained the Rule Treasure Crown of Nativity. Notification: you have obtained the Rule Treasure Blade of Ruinous Heaven Slaying. Notification: you have obtained the Rule Treasure Holy Armor of Light. A harvest, a massive harvest, including the main godheads left behind by the Purifying Overlord and Annihilation Overlord, who had fallen at the very beginning. Sumyubai had reaped a total of 16 main godheads in this battle. As long as he imbued these main godheads with the catastrophe trait, he could produce 16 main god-level combatants at any time. Furthermore, Kang Li, Nydia, Zero Entropy, and Huozhou had even left behind their corpses. Sumyubai collected these as well. This time, he wanted to experiment and see if the corpses of main gods could be used to create nether beings. If it were possible, what level of combat power would a nether being created from a main god's corpse reach? Even if it didn't work, they could still be used as bombs. Beyond that, the four races had used almost all their strongest forces to kill Sumyubai. A full 10 rule treasures had now all become Sumyubai's spoils of war. Although these rule treasures were only of the ordinary rule category, they were still rule treasures. Any one of them was a rare and precious treasure. Although Sumyubai was a cheater who could mass-produce rule treasures, he would never complain about having too many. Moreover, promoting rule treasures required seizing energy from the myriad worlds. The current myriad worlds were incomplete. If he seized too much energy, Sumyubai feared it might cause problems. Therefore, matters like promoting rule treasures required caution. He absolutely could not recklessly promote hundreds of them, unless The energy being seized was not from the myriad worlds. At this thought, the word void immediately popped into Sumyubai's mind. According to the nature of his catastrophe talent, wherever he was located, that was where he would seize energy from. In this way, as long as he could enter the void, he could seize the void's energy to enhance the combat power of the myriad worlds. Of course, this was still just an idea for now, because Sumyubai didn't even know how to enter the void yet. Seeing that Bai Yi had finished collecting the spoils, Lion jumped down from the swing. Her fair, delicate feet took a light step, and she arrived directly by his side. Little thief Bai, your current strength can already be called the #1 person in the main god realm. She looked Sumyubai up and down, her eyes curving into crescent moons. When you break through to the rule overlord realm, won't even your big sister be suppressed beneath you? How could I dare? Sumyubai rubbed his nose. Also, didn't we agree not to call me little thief anymore? Agreed, Lion smiled playfully, putting on a thoughtful expression. When did we agree? Why doesn't big sister know about this? Hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fine, it seemed he would never be able to shake the nickname Little Thief Bai. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. See you next time. Lion held a lollipop in one hand and waved at Sumyubai with the other. The reason she had come was that she was worried Little Thief Bai might be in danger. Now that everything was over, there was naturally no need to stay. The top 10 of the 10,000 races ranking had changed, and the human race had returned to the ranks of the top tier races. Little Thief Bai would surely have many things to deal with next. He had also deliberately spared the life of the guardian overlord, Nina. It was clear he had plans for the Holy Light Angel race. Alright, Sumyubai nodded, watching Lion's figure vanish from where she stood. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He now understood some of the functions of the Heart Link contract. This contract had firmly connected his heart with Lion's. The bond between them would not fade with distance. It would only grow deeper as time passed, and their paths would become increasingly intertwined. He believed that he would be able to see Lion again very soon. After Lion left, Sumyubai nodded toward Yi Yuan and Yumu outside the barrier, but he did not immediately dispel it. Instead, he turned to look at Nina, who was not far away. The latter then swayed her 12 holy wings and flew before Sumyubai. Bai Yi, my lord, I wonder what your orders are. After a flash of hesitation in her eyes, Nina finally bowed to Sumyubai, and her address included the title My Lord. In the myriad worlds, strength was respected. Now that her life was completely in the other party's hands, she had no choice but to be respectful. She knew very well that the reason she was able to become the sole survivor among the 17 sovereigns of the 4 races was not because of her beauty, but because Bai Yi had other plans. Sumyubai stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Nina from above, and spoke slowly. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die, foster fathers? I'm having a bit of writer's block today, so I only managed to write 1 chapter. My apologies. I'll spend the evening clearing my head and polishing the upcoming plot. Chapter 1102. The Future of the Angel Race. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die? Sumyubai asked this question very directly, his voice as calm as if he were asking what to have for dinner. But to Nina's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap. Her body trembled visibly, and her 12 snow-white wings tucked themselves in instinctively. She knew very well that although this was phrased as a question, there was clearly only one answer. Naturally, I wish to live. Nina lowered her head, her voice very soft. The eyes that always carried a holy radiance were now significantly dimmed. What does Lord Bai Yi require me to do? If she could live, she certainly didn't want to die. However, it was obvious that to live, a price would inevitably have to be paid. When she asked this question, Nina had already made her decision in her heart. As long as she could survive, she would agree to whatever Bai Yi asked of her. Very good. Sumyubai nodded, his face expressionless. He took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Nina. The two were very close. Nina could even feel the killing intent radiating from him that had not yet fully dissipated. Since you want to live, then do as I say. Sumyubai extended his right index finger, and a faint grayish-white light flickered at the tip. That light contained the pure power of the authority of death. First, lower your soul defenses. He spoke slowly, enunciating every word clearly. "I'm going to plant a restriction." Nina's face turned pale. A soul restriction meant that from this day forward, her life and death would be completely in Bai's hands. This was not a method to control her soul. After the restriction was planted, she would still be herself, no different from before, and her thoughts would not be controlled by Bai. But once the soul restriction was planted, in the future, Bai would only need a single thought to trigger it at any time, causing her soul to be utterly destroyed. This was equivalent to handing her life over to Bai, and only by completely lowering her soul defenses could the restriction be planted. But did Nina have a choice? She did not. Yes. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, there was a sense of resignation in her gaze. Sumyubai's fingertip gently touched the center of Nina's brow, and the grayish-white light instantly submerged into it, merging with her soul. Nina shuddered, feeling as if something had taken root deep within her soul. It was a cold mark filled with the aura of death. From now on, Bai only needed a single thought, and this mark would instantly detonate her soul. Second, Sumyubai withdrew his hand and continued. "Return to the Holy Light Angel race. Stabilize the situation within your clan first, and gather all the remaining high-level members. Your clansmen should already know that Wojo has fallen. You should know how chaotic things will become next." Nina nodded. The death of a patriarch in battle was a monumental event for any race, especially for a race with such a strict hierarchy as the Holy Light Angel race. Now, she was the only sovereign of rules left who could preside over the big picture. Although she didn't know exactly what Bai wanted to do, Nina could only obey his orders. From the moment the restriction was planted in her soul, she had already sold herself, and perhaps even the entire Holy Light Angel race, to Bai. This was the price of survival. Third, after reorganizing the Holy Light Angel race, contact the sovereigns of the fallen angel race. As he spoke, Sumyubai's peripheral vision swept over the three fallen angel sovereigns of rules outside the sealed area, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Talk naturally. He would have to talk to them, but now was clearly not the time. The fallen angel and Holy Light Angel powerhouses that Lenyu had taken into his internal world were already close to breaking down their barriers and burying the hatchet. Influenced by the Phantom Dream Divine Record, by the time Nina finished integrating the Holy Light Angel race, things on Lenyu's side would be about ready as well. That would be the time to show his hand to the fallen angel race. As for the Holy Light Angel side, with Lenyu, Nina, and a large number of powerhouses present, there would basically be no problems. Is Lord intending to? Nina asked tentatively, though she had already guessed a portion of it in her heart. That's right. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Your two races have been divided for too long. It is time to become one again. He said it very calmly, as if he were speaking of the most ordinary thing in the world. But the weight of these words was so heavy that Nina could barely breathe. This meant that the once mighty angel race would reappear in the world. Wojo had also wanted to do something like this before, but he had been too impatient and made no progress. But Nina did not doubt whether Bai could do it. Just based on the previous battle, would the fallen angel race dare to resist? It was just a pity that even if the two races were united, they would be far weaker than in the past. If the angel race wanted to return to the prosperity of the years before the endless ages, it would still require a vast amount of time. And it also required a prerequisite, that Bai could resolve the impending void invasion. Thinking of this, Nina couldn't help but look up at Sumyubai. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. Bai was already this strong before even breaking through to the 12th tier sovereign of rules realm. If he were to break through, he might truly be able to solve the problem of the void invasion. Less than 10,000 years was indeed a very short time for sovereigns of rules like them. But how old was Bai? With him around, perhaps the myriad worlds could truly win. It was just that, from now on, the unified angel race could only be a vassal to the human race. Could she be considered a sinner of the angel race? As this thought flashed through her mind, Nina couldn't help but sigh. What, are you unwilling? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. No, that is not it. Nina shook her head hurriedly. This subordinate understands. I shall go and attend to it immediately. She bowed once more, keeping her posture very low. Sumyubai waved his hand. Someone will contact you in a while. She will tell you exactly what to do. Understood. Nina performed one final bow, then turned and unfurled her wings. With a gentle flap of her 12 snow-white wings, her figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the starry sky, under Sumyubai's control. The containment barrier did not hinder her departure in the slightest, watching Nina's disappearing back. The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled upward slightly, with this guardian sovereign putting in the effort. As long as Lanyu handles things correctly, the merger of the two races will be a natural progression. By then, the human race will have gained yet another powerful race under its banner. Having finished dealing with Nina's affairs, Sumyubai turned to look outside the barrier. This area, sealed by the space-time forbidden seal, remained in its original state. Neither the three earth-shattering explosions from earlier, nor his own sword strike that had been as brilliant as a galaxy, had managed to break the barrier. It was clear just how high the value of the improvements brought by the Cataclysm trait was. However, the interior of the sealed area was now completely empty, leaving only Sumyubai behind. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred. The illusory small seal hovering above the sealed area immediately dimmed its light, finally transforming into a streak of light that flew back into his hand. The space-time forbidden seal, this special treasure, now had only one use remaining. It had to be used sparingly. Chapter 1103. Reunion after a long separation. It is just a pity that the Cataclysm trait did not increase the number of uses for this thing. Looking at the space-time forbidden seal in his palm, which was covered in cracks and seemed as if it might shatter at any moment, Sumyubai could not help but shake his head. However, this item had been obtained by chance in the first place, so being able to use it twice was already a gain. This first use had already achieved a great merit. If the space-time forbidden seal had not locked down the space-time of this region, even with his strength, Sumyubai would not have been able to slay Kangli and the other main gods. After all, they were not fools. If they couldn't win, they would surely run. It was precisely because their space-time was locked, leaving them nowhere to flee, that they were easily wiped out here by Sumyubai. He flipped his hand to put away the space-time forbidden seal, and the surrounding containment barrier was also withdrawn. As the lockdown was lifted, the powerhouses of various races who had been watching the battle from outside immediately began to stir. However, the true gods of the various races in the distance did not dare to approach at all, merely discussing the matter where they stood. To be precise, they were not qualified to approach. Although Bai Yi had not yet broken through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm, his strength and status already stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Sumyubai's gaze swept over the true gods of the various races without lingering. From the moment the layout in the nether abyss began, these true gods were merely spectators. The significance of their existence was to witness and proclaim the might of the nether, the human race, and Bai Yi. In fact, they were not even qualified enough to be considered spectators, because the audience Sumyubai truly wanted were the rule sovereigns of the various races. In this battle, whether it was the Titan race or the fallen angel race who had been watching the show, or the rule sovereigns of the undead race, demon race, and others who had come to provide support, all were deeply shocked by the terrifying combat power Sumyubai had displayed. As his gaze landed on the dozen or so rule sovereigns at the very front, Robin and Bruno were the first to step forward. These two rule sovereigns of the undead race had helped him a great deal previously, especially Robin, who had contributed significantly during the battle in the ruined starry sky. Bai Yi, congratulations. Robin chuckled, a rare smile appearing on his face composed of icy crystal bones. Bruno also nodded in greeting. This sovereign of water was not one for many words, but his stance was clear. The cooperation between the human race and the undead race had been initiated by him and Yumu. Before arriving, both had learned of Sumyubai's abilities and identity from Kingston. They had already been allies with the human race, and now, having witnessed Sumyubai's true strength, their previous convictions were only further solidified. Many thanks to you all for coming to assist. Sumyubai returned the gesture with a bow, his tone sincere. He was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. He would keep in mind everyone who had helped him. Brother Bai Yi, there is no need for such polite words. Kingston walked over from the side. This sovereign of darkness had always been direct. We didn't actually help with anything at all. He was speaking the truth, from beginning to end. This battle had been fought by Sumyubai alone. They, the reinforcements, hadn't even managed to serve as a deterrent. After all, who could possibly possess a deterrent force stronger than the Supreme God, the Sovereign of Fortune? The fact that you all could come is a favor in itself. Sumyubai shook his head and said, I have noted this favor. In his plan, Kingston and the other rule sovereigns of the various races were always intended to be mere witnesses to this battle. Ever since he had refined the Sea of Death into a clone, Kang Li and the other main gods were no longer a threat to him. An immortal and indestructible soul kept him in an invincible position, and the infinite energy bestowed upon the Sea of Death by the Cataclysm trait allowed Sumyubai to use ultimate methods like self-detonation at will. Therefore, he had never intended to rely on external forces from the start of this battle, including Liu Yin. All the rule sovereigns who had arrived were merely spectators in his plan. However, they did not know that Bai Yi did not require support before they arrived. That was why Sumyubai had spoken those words. This made the rule sovereigns of the various races feel very appreciated. At their level, sometimes a favor was more important than anything else. Little brother Bai Yi, I have long heard of your name. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. A rugged voice came from the other side. Ao Zhuan and Ao King strode over. These two dragon race sovereigns were burly in their human forms, and they walked with a gust of wind. Impressive, 17 against 1. Ao Kang's voice was shockingly loud as he slapped Sumyubai on the shoulder. The force was so heavy that it made Sumyubai wince. The strength of the dragon race was truly no joke. Just a stroke of luck. Sumyubai smiled and rubbed his shoulder. Luck, my foot. Ao Zhuan burst into hearty laughter. Come visit the Dragon Clan another day, and we'll have a proper drink. We won't stop until we're drunk. The Dragon Clan had always been forthright. Once they recognized someone as a friend, they would give their heart and soul to them. I certainly will. Sumyubai nodded. Although this was his first time meeting these two Dragon Clan sovereigns, he did not feel like a stranger to them at all. Beyond the fact that the Dragon Clan had been allies of the human race since the era of Zuxingchen, it was also because of the figure standing beside Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang. Big brother. Seeing Sumyubai's gaze shift toward him, Bing Xuan could no longer hold back. As his voice rang out, trembling with excitement, he lunged directly toward Sumyubai. He was so fast that he was like a streak of light, arriving before Sumyubai in an instant. Then, he opened his arms and pulled Sumyubai into a tight embrace. He held on firmly, clutching him as if he were afraid he might run away. Sumyubai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted Bing Xuan on the back. You kid, big brother, I've missed you so much. Bing Xuan's voice was choked with emotion. Ever since he could remember, he had always been by Sumyubai's side, never once separated. But since they parted ways at the Pale Dragon Tomb last time, the two had not seen each other again. While the time might not seem long, Bing Xuan had spent an unknown number of years cultivating within the time acceleration zone of the ancestral dragon ruins. Meanwhile, Sumyubai had experienced countless life and death battles in the outside world, accounting for the difference in the flow of time. The duration they had been apart far exceeded the years they had spent together. All right. There are so many people watching. Sumyubai patted Bing Xuan again. The latter finally realized the situation, sheepishly let go, and scratched his head. Just a display of true feelings. Just a display of true feelings. He stared at Sumyubai. His eyes filled with adoration. 1 against 17. Big brother, you are truly too strong. You will become strong. Sumyubai smiled. How is the refinement of the ancestral dragon inheritance going? Almost there. Bing Xuan's eyes lit up. Give me a little more time, and I'll be able to master it completely. By then, I'll be able to help big brother. When Bing Xuan said this, his tone was filled with anticipation. Initially, when he agreed to enter the ancestral dragon ruins, it wasn't for the sake of the Dragon Clan, but simply because he wanted to improve his strength to better assist his master. However, after emerging from the ancestral dragon ruins, Bing Xuan had also developed a sense of belonging to the Dragon Clan. Good, I'll be waiting. Sumyubai nodded with a smile. The brothers wanted to chat a bit more, but the occasion was clearly not appropriate. With so many people watching all around them. Chapter 1104. Join first, talk later. We'll talk later. Sumyubai gave Bing Xuan a look, The current scene was indeed not the time for reminiscing. The rule sovereigns of various races were watching with eager eyes, and there was still a pile of official business to handle. Ding Xuan was sharp. He understood the moment he received the look. With a flash, he retreated to the side of the two dragon gods, Ao Zhuan and Ao Kang, but his eyes remained fixed on his big brother, not blinking even once. At this moment, Xing Heng had already stepped forward. This balanced sovereign of the god race always exuded a sense of composure. No matter the situation, Bai Yi, congratulations. His words were concise, but his eyes held sincere appreciation. Your strength has likely surpassed my elder brother's. This statement carried significant weight. Everyone knew that Xing Heng's elder brother was the strongest of the god race and also the most powerful main god in the myriad worlds today. Upon hearing this, Sumyu Bai quickly replied, Senior Xing Heng, you are too kind. He truly respected this man. Previously, in the ruined star sector of the undead realm, if it hadn't been for Xing Heng, a rule sovereign of the god race, things would not have gone so smoothly. Although he certainly wouldn't have died, without Xing Heng, Yumo and Yiyuan would surely have suffered serious injuries. Is what Kingston said true? Xing Heng didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. He was, naturally, referring to the matter of upgrading the rule treasures. The other rule sovereigns focused their attention upon hearing this. This matter was too important. It concerned the future power structure of every race. Sumyu Bai smiled slightly and pointed toward the nether abyss below. Hasn't Senior already seen it? Following the direction he pointed, everyone looked at the nether army within the abyss. Bai He stood at the very front, cradling the death-type rule treasure, Skull of Heaven Burial, in his palm. Yu Yi and the other 9 god-level nether beings were lined up on both sides, each holding a rule treasure in their hands. The aura of these treasures was not concealed in the slightest, clearly declaring their grade. Rule treasures. They are all rule treasures. Bai Yi is truly wealthy and imposing. A true god muttered in a low voice, his tone filled with envy. A single rule treasure was enough to greatly increase the foundation of a race. Yet, under Bai Yi's command, everyone had one. What kind of grand gesture was this? A sharp glint flashed in Xing Heng's eyes, and the last bit of doubt in his heart vanished. He looked at Sumyu Bai and asked in a low voice, how does the process work specifically? Sumyu Bai scanned the circle, his gaze sweeping over the sovereigns of the various races, and spoke slowly. For specific matters, you can talk to Fujia Tianjia. He is at the headquarters of the Death Bank and can fully represent me. The mortal enemies had all been killed. Those remaining were all potential clients. Whether it was creating the cycle of reincarnation to make the myriad worlds complete, or resisting the void that would soon strike again, the remaining rule sovereigns could all become assets. To resist foreign aggression, one must first settle internal affairs, and settling internal affairs involved 2 steps. Now that the first step was complete, what Sumyu Bai wanted to do next was to gradually integrate the various races of the myriad worlds. Beyond the myriad worlds lay a vast expanse, and the existence of the universe continent was an even greater threat. And the best way to deal with threats was to make the myriad worlds increasingly powerful. Once, Sumyu Bai hadn't had much confidence in creating the cycle of reincarnation, but now his vision had become much more far-reaching. Creating the cycle of reincarnation to make the myriad worlds complete was something that had to be achieved. Following that, he would have to completely resolve the threat of the void, and then march against the universe continent. To achieve all of this more quickly, relying solely on himself or the human race would not be enough. He had to gather the strength of all the myriad worlds. As soon as these words were spoken, the rulers of rules from various races understood the implication. They were no longer strangers to the name Rich across the world. Although that chubby-looking merchant's personal strength was not worth mentioning, he was now a prominent figure throughout the myriad worlds. After all, that fatty was currently the person in charge of the dead domain bank. Fine. Xing Heng was the first to nod. Robin and Bruno of the undead race, Kingston of the demon race, and other rulers of rules followed suit and expressed their agreement, as long as it was confirmed that they could upgrade their treasures into rule artifacts. Everything else was negotiable. As for the cost, it was merely a matter of how many resources were acquired. At their level, Resources were not the most scarce commodity. What they truly lacked were opportunities that could enhance their race's foundation. Unlike these few races, the 5 rulers from the Titan race and the fallen angel race were still a bit bewildered at this moment. They looked at the rule artifacts in the hands of the Nether Army, then looked at the reactions of Xing Heng and the others. They had roughly guessed what was going on, but they dared not be certain. After all, this matter was too absurd. Could it be that Bai Yu was capable of mass-producing rule artifacts? This sounded like a fantasy. Yet, the rule artifacts in the hands of those nether beings were all genuine. Bartholomew, the gravity ruler of the Titan race, scratched his bald head and asked Theodore beside him in a muffled voice, "What do you make of this?" Theodore was the shadow ruler of the fallen angel race, dressed in a black robe with his face hidden in the shadows. He was silent for a moment before whispering, "Join first, then we shall see." The two exchanged a glance and looked toward Sumubai simultaneously. Bartholomew stepped forward, his voice booming, "Brother Bai, I wonder if we might have the honor of joining." He did not ask directly if they could upgrade their rule artifacts, but instead asked to join first. This attitude was quite clever. Theodore also looked at Sumubai, indicating the same intention. Except for the rulers of the 4 top-tier races that had been wiped out, and their own 2 races. The rulers of rules from all other top-tier races had participated in this matter. Joining certainly wouldn't be a bad thing. Sumubai looked at the two, a smile appearing on his face. Of course, he had always been interested in these 2 major top-tier races. So, he agreed readily. There was no need to mention the fallen angel race. In the future, when Len Yu sought to unify the angel race, this race would be unavoidable. In a way, they could be considered his own people in the future. As for the Titan race, according to what Du Longmind had said, there seemed to be some great secret hidden within this race. Once he had some free time, Sumubai intended to investigate it thoroughly. Now that they had come to him on their own initiative, he naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, it was business. Who couldn't he do business with? As long as the resources were sufficient, helping the Titan race and the fallen angel race upgrade 1 or 2 rule artifacts was not a big deal. Moreover, he could use this matter to make it easier for the fallen angel race to accept the unification of the angel race. Why not do it? Then many thanks, Brother Bai. Bartholomew laughed heartily, appearing very straightforward. Theodore also nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth beneath his black robe seemingly curling up. With the serious business concluded, the atmosphere in the area became much more relaxed. The rulers of various races began to chat in small groups, their topics revolving around the battle that had just taken place. Namely, the strength and methods displayed by Sumubai were simply too shocking. Enough to keep them talking for quite a while. Just then, Yumo and Yiyuan walked over. The two wore serious expressions, forming a stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere around them. As soon as they appeared, the entire scene fell silent. The true gods of various races in the distance also stopped their discussions, their gazes fixed intently on the location where Sumubai stood. Every powerhouse present seemed to know that they were about to witness something significant. Only Sumubai, the focus of it all, remained completely confused. He looked at Yumu, his eyes filled with inquiry. Chapter 1105 Power and Responsibility. Bai Yumu spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone present. This god of wine was usually always smiling, appearing amiable to everyone he met, but at this moment, he had uncharacteristically restrained his smile, replacing it with a sense of gravity, or perhaps even solemnity. After joint deliberation by all the high-level members of the human race, a consensus has been reached. Yumu paused, his gaze sweeping across the powerhouses of the various races. In those eyes, there was pride, anticipation, and a hint of relief. From this day forward, Bai officially becomes the leader of the human race. Whoosh! These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. Although everyone had anticipated this, hearing the official announcement with their own ears still caused them to stir with excitement. Yumu's status as a human was actually quite unique. The Myriad Worlds game did not recognize it, but the powerhouses of all races knew in their hearts that this ruler of Wood had been a member of the human race from the very beginning. After the great upheaval, the human race withered, and Yumu was the only ruler of rules left. It was he who held the human race together during its most difficult years. Therefore, it was most fitting for him, the former strongest member of the human race, to announce this news. From this moment on, all resources of the human race are at your disposal. Yuan took over, looking at Sumyu-bai with eyes that were sharper than ever before. This old schemer usually kept things hidden, his thoughts so deep that no one could see through them. But at this moment, there was only sincerity and trust in his eyes. All major decisions shall be based on your opinion. The entire human race shall obey your commands. Every word carried the weight of 1,000 tons. Everyone present understood the gravity of these words. From today on, Sumyu-bai was the true helmsman of the human race. In terms of strength, he had long since ceased to be merely a genius of the human race. Even before this battle, he was a true powerhouse of the human race. However, his status and position had not changed much until now. It was not that Yuan and the other high-level human leaders were unwilling, but rather that they did not want to distract him. Everyone knew that Bai Yu was the hope of the human race, and what he needed to do most was to raise his strength to a higher level as quickly as possible. Rather than wasting time on power. After the previous cataclysm, few members of the human race's upper echelon remained. Although the losses were heavy and their strength was far from what it once was, it was not entirely without benefits. At the very least, within the upper echelons of the human race, there was absolutely no sign of power struggles or infighting. Back then, although Sumyu-bai held no official power on the surface, every action taken by the human leadership was aimed at protecting him. Things are different now. Sumyu-bai has grown, and his strength even surpasses that of Yumu, the master of rules. The human race needs him to lead. Becoming the leader of the human race entails not only power and resources, but also profound responsibility. Everything now rests upon his shoulders. Sumyu-bai took a deep breath. He looked at Yumu, then at Yuan. Both were watching him, their expressions complex. There was anticipation, trust, relief, and a vision for the future. They all believed that under Sumyu-bai's leadership, the human race would surely regain its glory, perhaps even surpass the peak of the Zhuxingchen era. If it were anyone else, they might not dare to be so optimistic. But because this person is Bai Yi, it is different. They have all witnessed just how heaven-defying the cataclysm talent is. Under Bai's leadership, the future of the human race will undoubtedly be bright. The current scarcity of human leadership made the process of selecting a new leader extremely simple. From here on, as long as Bai Yi nodded, everything would fall into place. Yuan patted Sumyu-bai on the shoulder and said earnestly, "The human race has been without a leader for too long." Having said that, he paused and looked into Sumyu-bai's eyes. "Are you willing to accept this heavy burden?" Yumu did not speak, but his eyes held the same inquiry, clearly waiting for his answer. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear heartbeats. All eyes were focused on Sumyu-bai. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "I accept." His voice was not loud, but it was incredibly firm. The moment the words left his lips, a system notification rang out in his mind. Notification: you have gained the recognition of all human leaders, and your strength has reached the pinnacle of the human race. Your title Human Prodigy has been upgraded to Human Emperor. Notification: congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the new leader of the human race. You have received the blessing of human luck. An indescribable, majestic power descended from the sky. In an instant, a torrent of luck, so vast it was impossible to describe, poured down from above. It did not come from any specific place, but was the convergence of the beliefs of the billions upon billions of human beings. All positive emotions gathered together, transforming into a tangible torrent of luck. Golden light bloomed in the starry sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The torrent of luck churned and condensed, transforming into a majestic and domineering 9-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon was 10,000 feet long, its scales shimmering with golden light, and within its eyes, it seemed as if the sun and moon were rotating. It let out a silent dragon roar toward the heavens before diving down. In an instant, it merged into Sumyu-bai's body. Sumyu-bai's entire body trembled. He clearly felt his soul undergoing a transformation. His already powerful soul became even more solid, as if it had been plated with a layer of golden light. The power within his body was also surging, not an increase in quantity, but a qualitative improvement. Even that incomplete heart of reincarnation began to beat with greater strength and vigor. Thump thump, thump thump. Every heartbeat seemed to resonate with the luck of the entire human race. Human Emperor. These two words represent not just power, but a heavy responsibility. From this day forward, the rise and fall of the human race will be tied to him alone. If he is strong, the human race is strong. If he declines, the human race declines. Everyone around held their breath. They could feel that majestic luck and see the faint golden halo around Sumubai. This was the unique phenomenon that occurs when a racial leader is born. Moreover, such a spectacular golden dragon of luck only appears when a new leader is born to a top-tier race. Luck is not merely good fortune, but something far more profound. It is something that even the myriad worlds game cannot describe with data, but it exists, and its influence is far-reaching. Sumubai bathed in the golden halo, carefully experiencing the changes. It was a very strange feeling. His strength had not directly increased, but in every aspect, things felt different. He could vaguely perceive the contours of the human territory. He could dimly sense the living conditions of the billions of human citizens. He could even detect the flow of human luck. It was as if he had become the trunk of the great tree that is the human race. The nutrients for all the branches and leaves were transported through him, and he could sense the state of every branch and leaf. However, before Sumubai could carefully savor the benefits brought by the blessing of luck, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Oh no, Chapter 1106, The Tottering Barrier. At the same time that Sumubai received the blessing of human luck, an announcement rang out in the ears of every human member. Myriad World's human announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the new leader of the human race. The original title Human Prodigy has been upgraded to Human Emperor. This is hereby announced. The announcement, broadcast 15 times in a row, immediately caused all human players to boil over with excitement. A leader. Our human race has finally birthed a new leader. That's great. The human emperor has appeared. Our human race shall flourish. Bai becoming the human emperor is well deserved. Many veteran human players who had survived the previous cataclysm were moved to tears. Although their strength was not high, many had not even reached the 11th tier lawmaster stage. They had witnessed the rise, the decline, and now the resurgence of the human race. Once one reaches the 9th tier mythical level, there is no longer any concern regarding lifespan. Unless skilled, they will not die of natural causes. It was precisely because their strength was not high that they had managed to survive until now. Now, witnessing the birth of a new human leader with their own eyes gave these veteran players hope once again. Coupled with the newly awakened, formidable power of their bloodline, many players who had been stuck at bottlenecks for years at both the mythical and saint extermination levels naturally achieved their breakthroughs. The name Human Emperor Bai had already been deeply etched into their hearts. Forbidden Land. No. Every city in the Shenlong Empire was boiling over, like a pot of water brought to a rolling boil. The streets were packed with people, local residents and Blue Star players were intermingled, making it impossible to tell one from the other. Yet, everyone wore the same expression, a wild ecstasy that surged from the depths of their souls. Human Emperor, a bare-chested, burly man leaped onto the pedestal of a statue in the center of the plaza, waving his fist and shouting. His voice was terrifyingly loud, causing the ears of those around him to ring. But no one found him noisy. Instead, they joined in the chant, Human Emperor, Human Emperor. Wave after wave of sound spread throughout the entire imperial capital, East Sea City. City Lord's Mansion. Sichuji stood on the roof, looking up at the sky, his eyes filled with deep emotion as he whispered, "It seems I can no longer call you little friend Bai, Lord Human Emperor." Although he said this, his tone held no hint of dejection. His talent was not considered top tier even within Forbidden Land. No. 7. But through time and effort, he had managed to climb to the peak of the 9th order mythical level. But that was as far as it went. The barrier to the Saint Extermination level stood before him like a natural chasm, impossible to cross no matter how he tried. He had originally thought his life would end there, destined to spend his remaining years living a quiet life in East Sea City. But Bai had brought the human race into the ranks of top-tier races in such a short time. The bloodline power brought by being a top-tier race caused the bottleneck that had trapped him for years to melt away like ice under the sun. This sudden hope made his gratitude toward Bai Yi reach its peak. Who could have imagined you would reach this step so quickly? A flash of memory crossed Sichuji's eyes. When he first met Bai Yi at the teleportation plaza in East Sea City, the other party was merely a blue star player who had just reached level 10. Counting it up, it hasn't even been a year. Truly worthy of being Lord Human Emperor, Sichuji felt as if all of this had happened just yesterday. But now, Bai Yi had become the leader of the human race and had led them to the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Shenlong Palace headquarters, within the valley, due to the enhancement brought by the bloodline power of a top-tier race. The strength of the Shenlong Great Emperor and the Vice Hall Master had also ascended to a new level. The barrier left behind by Yuan was now covered in cracks, looking as if it were on the verge of collapse. Soon, it will be soon. The Shenlong Great Emperor extended his tongue to lick his lips, a flash of excitement in his eyes. As long as we break this damn barrier, we can truly descend into this embryonic universe. When that time comes, we must properly torture that old fellow who left this barrier behind. The Vice Hall Master wore a ferocious smile. If it weren't for that old geezer Yuan, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Just as the two were conversing, the announcement of Sumu Bai becoming the leader of the human race suddenly rang out. The Shenlong Great Emperor laughed disdainfully. Leader? Does this weak race in such a remote corner even deserve to have a leader? Enough. Hurry up and break the barrier. The Vice Hall Master's gaze sharpened. I am becoming increasingly interested in this little fellow named Bai Yi. At the same time, a streak of light tore through the starry sky and stopped outside Forbidden Land. No. The light dissipated, revealing a slender figure. The newcomer wore white gold robes embroidered with intricate golden patterns that glowed faintly under the starlight. His face was handsome to the point of being eerie. His skin was fair, his features as exquisite as a sculpture, and there was a vertical golden mark between his brows. Although he appeared no different from a human on the outside, the newcomer's identity was not human. He was a member of the god race, the 5th-ranked rule sovereign of the god race, the flowing light sovereign Yao. After the meeting a short while ago, he had been ordered by Dongfang Li to begin investigating every Forbidden Land in search of clues regarding the outsiders. The 18th one. Yao looked at the Forbidden Land Node 07 before him, his brows slightly furrowed. He had carefully investigated the previous 17 Forbidden Lands, but he had found nothing. This one would likely be the same. Of course, having no anomalies was also good news. After all, the threat of the outsiders to the entire myriad worlds was no less than that of the void. I hope everything is as usual here. Yao muttered to himself, no longer hesitating. His figure flashed, and he vanished into the entrance. Due to the existence of the restrictions, even as a rule sovereign, he had to enter to conduct an investigation. The moment he entered Forbidden Land No. 7, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Yao's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly returned to calm. It was not his first time experiencing this kind of suppression. The rules of the Myriad Worlds game could not be exempted from, even by a rule sovereign. Inside the Forbidden Land, the strength of all outsiders would be forcibly suppressed to the 10th order Saint Extermination level. And only at the initial stage, only creatures that originally belonged to the Forbidden Land could exert combat power up to the peak of the Saint Extermination level. At this moment, let alone the power of authority, the power of the main god, or the power of rules, Yao could not even mobilize his divine power. Even the power of laws could only be utilized to a very limited extent. How troublesome! Yao felt the emptiness of power within his body and felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Going from a high and mighty sovereign to an end-like Saint Extermination level, anyone would find such a disparity difficult to bear. It was not just his soul, even his divine body was suppressed by the rules, reverting to a physical body of the Saint Extermination level. But soon, he adjusted. Saint Extermination level it is. Then, it would be enough to investigate for clues. In any case, he had made it through the previous 17 Forbidden Lands the same way. Chapter 1107. The barrier shatters. Inside the valley of the Shenlong Palace headquarters, the moment Yao entered Forbidden Land No. 7, the Shenlong Great Emperor and the Vice Hall Master suddenly opened their eyes. Oh, a slightly stronger ant has entered. A trace of contempt flashed in the Shenlong Great Emperor's eyes. A rule sovereign. A mere group of natives who haven't even mastered the true, complete laws. Yet they dare to call themselves sovereigns, even if they were at the same cultivation level. It wouldn't take much effort for him to crush the main gods of the myriad worlds to death. As long as he could descend, these natives would be nothing more than a bunch of weaklings. Even the so-called supreme gods are no different, as long as he doesn't come to interfere. There is no need to pay him any mind, the Vice Hall Master said expressionlessly. The barrier is about to break, the main task is what matters, I know. The Divine Dragon Emperor grinned. Once the barrier is broken, I will let these ants see what true power really is. The place where Yahello landed was a wilderness overgrown with weeds, and the outline of a city could be seen in the distance. The wild monsters wandering nearby, upon sensing the Saint extermination level pressure emanating from him, immediately fled until not a single one remained. Yahello did not choose to enter the city. Instead, he spread out his soul power and began to investigate the 7 God-forbidden land. Although his strength was suppressed, his sensory abilities remained. It was just that the range was much smaller and the precision had dropped. Much like a nearsighted person taking off their glasses, everything looked blurry. He suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look toward the east. There was an abnormal energy fluctuation there. It was very faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment, but it definitely existed. Most importantly, the aura of this energy did not belong to any power system known to the myriad worlds. Yahello's expression changed, and his figure flickered as he rushed toward the location he had sensed. 10 minutes later, Yahello stopped in front of a massive crater. This crater was enormous, hundreds of kilometers in diameter and bottomless. The walls of the crater were as smooth as if they had been polished, reflecting the faint light of the sky. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, revealing nothing, like a giant mouth waiting to devour someone. This was the former Sakura capital, which had been blasted into its current state by the corpse of the Yamato no Orochi. Yahello squatted down and reached out to touch the soil at the edge of the crater. The soil was very firm, as if it had been compressed by some force, and it carried a burnt smell. A faint stinging sensation came from his fingertips. It was the residual energy eroding him. It was very strange, very eerie. Yahello withdrew his hand and looked at the faint alien energy on his fingertips, his expression turning grave. As expected, this energy absolutely does not belong to the myriad worlds, he muttered to himself. The worst-case scenario has occurred. Outsiders have truly broken into the myriad worlds and have already begun using some unknown means to plunder the energy of the myriad worlds. Yahello stood up and walked a circle around the edge of the crater, his mood growing heavier with every step. Judging from the residual energy, the power used to break the spatial barrier was unimaginably strong, let alone the Saint extermination level. Even if a supreme god were to strike with all their might, they could not achieve this level of destruction. But this is the God-forbidden land. Even if a supreme god came here, they would be suppressed to the Saint extermination level. How could such terrifying power erupt here? How exactly was the spatial barrier between this place and outside of the myriad worlds broken? How is this possible? Yahello murmured to himself, utterly baffled. He squatted by the crater for a long time, using various detection methods. He used everything he could, yet he remained completely in the dark. Yahello stood up and looked into the depths of the crater, where the energy was strongest. He hesitated for a moment but did not rashly go down, although he was curious. Reason told him that now was not the time to take risks. The crater might hide dangers, and there might even be living beings from outside the myriad worlds. With his current suppressed strength, going down there would be suicide. Report it first. Yahello made up his mind and prepared to contact own family. Since this concerned outsiders, he had to have his elder brother notify the Sovereign of Fortune. This matter was definitely not something he, a mere main god, could decide. But just as he was about to report the situation here, boom! In the direction of the imperial capital in the distance, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. Immediately following it was the sound of a barrier shattering. Crack. The sound was crisp, like glass being smashed, and it echoed throughout the entire God-forbidden land. Yahello's expression changed, and he whipped his head around to look at the imperial capital. In that very instant, he clearly sensed two auras that did not belong to the myriad worlds. Although they were very faint and vanished in a flash, he could not have sensed them wrong. The outsiders had not left the No. 7 God-forbidden land. They had been here the whole time. Could it be that the strength of the outsiders has not reached the rule-breaking realm? Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of confusion in his gaze. If the outsiders' strength had reached the rule-breaking realm, there would be no need for them to stay here, nor would they need to break that barrier just now. Because for an existence at the rule-breaking realm, such a barrier would make no difference whether it existed or not. During that great upheaval back then, Yao had witnessed the battle between the Sovereign of Time and the Void Monarch with his own eyes. He knew very well just how strong an existence at the rule-breaking realm was. In that case, we are not without a chance of winning. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Yao's eyes, and hope was rekindled in his heart. He had to go over immediately to confirm. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the imperial capital with all his might. Although Yao was burning with anxiety, with his strength suppressed to only the early saint extermination level by the restrictions of the God-forbidden land, this was the only way he could fly there. However, on the way, he had already reported everything he had discovered during this trip to his clan. So there really are outsiders. Dongfang Li's voice came through the communicator. I will inform Lady Lian immediately. Big brother, according to my guess, the outsider's strength definitely hasn't reached the rule-breaking realm, but it still needs to be confirmed. Yao spoke quickly, voicing his hypothesis. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Li was silent for a moment before slowly saying, be careful, and notify me the moment there is any development. Don't worry. Don't you know me by now? I'm famously steady. Yao grinned and ended the communication. For he had already arrived at the imperial capital. The outline of the city walls was clearly visible, and he could even count the flags fluttering on the watchtowers. Deafening cheers erupted from within the city, rolling in waves like a tsunami. Bai Yi, Bai Yi, Bai Yi. Everyone was chanting the same name. Yao, however, had no mind to pay attention to this right now. Determining the strength of the outsider was the top priority. Its target was clear: the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Palace. That was the center of the energy eruption, and also where the outsider was located. Divine Dragon Palace headquarters, inside the valley. Crack! The barrier left behind by Yuan finally could no longer bear the burden and shattered completely. It's finally broken. The Divine Dragon Emperor stood up and stretched. There was only one final step left before his true body could descend into this world. That was to seize the authority of this forbidden godland and allow it to merge with the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. Once that happened, the restrictions would naturally vanish, and their true bodies would be able to descend. That ant is coming. A fierce glint flashed in the Vice Palace Master's eyes. Big brother, I'll leave the matter of seizing the authority to you. The Divine Dragon Emperor wore a sinister grin, rubbed his wrists, and vanished from where he stood. I'll go and play with this ant first. Chapter 1108, Emergency Situation. Open a door. Death Realm, Death Continent. Outside the Nether Abyss, the gazes of the true gods and sovereign gods of all races were focused on Sumyubai, witnessing the birth of the new leader of the human race. With a low hum, the golden dragon of luck completely merged into Sumyubai's body, and the golden halo on his skin faded away. But before Sumyubai could carefully savor the benefits brought by the blessing of luck, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Oh no! Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. This old man, who was always composed, calculating everything and planning with ease, now wore a look of panic. He stared fixedly at the starry sky in the distance, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. What's wrong? Sumyubai's heart tightened as he looked in the direction of Yi Yuan's gaze, but he saw nothing. The rule sovereigns of the various races also looked over, including Yumu. No one knew exactly what had happened. The protective area left at the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters has just been broken. Yi Yuan was concise, stating what had happened in a single sentence. It sounded like just an array had been broken. But Sumyubai was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Forbidden Godland No. 7, and someone was actually able to break your array. Who was Yi Yuan? In terms of raw strength, he might not be the top, but when it came to rays, he was the undisputed number one in the myriad worlds. Even with the guidance Sumyubai had received from Si Qingyu, his application of the mystic heaven array could not surpass Yi Yuan's in the short term. Although his strength had been suppressed to the peak of the Saint Extinction level while he was in Forbidden Godland No. 7, the rays he left behind were definitely not something the creatures of the Forbidden Godland could break. That was why Sumyubai was so surprised. Regardless of who it is, something must have gone wrong at the Divine Dragon Palace. Yi Yuan's face was grim. He formed hand seals, divine light swirling in his eyes, attempting to find the person who had broken the ray through the feedback from its destruction. What does that ray protect? Sumyubai asked, feeling puzzled. Breaking the protective ray allows one to seize partial authority over Forbidden Godland No. 7, Yi Yuan said slowly. Authority? Sumyubai frowned. What use is it for the other party to obtain the authority of Forbidden Godland No? Forbidden Godland No. 07 was, at best, equivalent to a small world. Would the other party go to such lengths to break the ray left by Old Man Feng just for a bit of authority? I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Yi Yuan's brows were locked tight. The ones who broke the barrier were Liu Xiao and Li Lai. Sumyubai still had a slight impression of the names Liu Xiao and Li Lai. Both were vice palace masters of the Divine Dragon Palace, and the former was also the emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire. However, weren't they both nominal disciples of Old Man Feng? Why would they forcibly break the protective ray left by the old man? And where did they get such immense strength? Sumyubai remembered that before he left, both were only at the peak of the 9th rank mythical level, still some distance away from the 10th rank Saint Extinction level. How long had it been? The two of them could now break Old Man Feng's ray. Had they been cheating as well? Even if they were cheating, this shouldn't be a major issue. Just as he was feeling confused, he heard Yi Yuan continue with a grave expression. However, both of them now possess an extremely unfamiliar aura. At this point, Yi Yuan's gaze swept across all the rule sovereigns present, and he spoke word by word. That aura does not belong to the myriad worlds. Boom! The words were not loud, but they struck the souls of all the rule sovereigns like a thunderclap. An aura that didn't belong to the myriad worlds, the void, or perhaps some other place beyond the myriad worlds, regardless of the situation. This was a monumental event. Yi Yuan, are you certain? Kingston asked hurriedly. And the rule sovereigns of the other races stared at Yi Yuan in unison. But before he could answer, Xingheng, who was standing to the side, spoke first. Everyone, my god race has confirmed it. There are outsiders in Forbidden Godland No. As soon as these words were spoken, all the rule sovereigns present erupted into an uproar. What? How could outsiders appear in a place like a Forbidden Godland, Xingheng? This is not a matter to joke about. What is the strength of those outsiders? How do they compare to the Void? Kingston, Robin, Bartholomew, Theodore, Aojuan, and the other rule sovereigns wore heavy expressions. They all knew exactly what outsiders meant for the myriad worlds. Wasn't the great upheaval more than 9 epochs ago caused by the invasion of the Void an outsider? That battle had left the entire myriad world severely wounded. Almost all the supreme gods had fallen, leaving only the sovereign of luck behind. The main gods had suffered massive casualties, causing the overall strength of the myriad worlds to plummet significantly. Now, with their vitality yet to recover, an outsider had appeared once again. What could the myriad worlds possibly use to stop them? Xingheng ignored the questions from the various sovereigns and flashed before Sumyubai, speaking with an urgent expression. Brother Baiyi, please inform Lady Lian about this matter immediately. Although his elder brother, Dongfang Li, could also meet the Sovereign of Luck, he would need to enter the tributaries of the River of Time and contact her through the ferryman. With Baiyi here now, there was naturally no need for such trouble. After the battle that had just concluded, anyone could see that the relationship between Baiyi and the Sovereign of Luck was extraordinary. He surely possessed a way to contact the Sovereign of Luck. All right. Sumyubai nodded. Since it concerned an outsider, he understood the gravity of the situation. If they were even slightly careless, the myriad worlds wouldn't need to wait 10,000 years. They would be doomed immediately. The sudden appearance of an outsider had completely disrupted Sumyubai's upcoming plans. Although his two grandmasters, Si Qingyu and Luo Wuken, hadn't mentioned much about the universe continent, it was clear that the power level of the myriad worlds was far inferior to that place. If the outsider's strength had reached the rule-breaking realm, they would be in serious trouble. Ever since he started using his cheat, This was the first time Sumubai felt that he wasn't leveling up fast enough. Damn it. Why did the outsider appear so quickly? And why did it have to be in the No.07 Forbidden Divine Land? Sumubai clenched his fists tightly. He raised his wrist, preparing to initiate communication with Lien, but his movements suddenly stiffened. In his panic, he had forgotten that he didn't actually have a way to contact Lien. All this time, it had always been Lien who appeared whenever she wanted to. Sumubai suddenly recalled a sentence Lien had said not long ago. With the heart link contract, as long as you think of me, I will be able to sense it. He couldn't help but touch his chest, focusing his thoughts on the outsider. The next moment, a figure appeared instantly by his side. This was the effect of the heart link contract within reach, Lady Lien. The pupils of Xingheng and the other main gods constricted. Clearly, they hadn't expected the Sovereign of Luck to arrive so quickly, and they hurriedly bowed in respect. Lien waved her hand, her expression unprecedentedly grave. The lollipop she usually kept in her mouth was nowhere to be seen. She looked directly at Sumubai and spoke, "The situation is urgent. Open a door." Chapter 1109. Since you're already here, why the rush to leave? The situation is urgent. Open a door. With the main gods of various races present, Lien did not use the nickname Little Thief Bai. However, her words still left the group of main gods slightly stunned. Open a door. Open what kind of door? The fact that Sumubai had become the acting domain lord of the Death Realm had not triggered a Myriad Worlds announcement. Therefore, only Lien, as the supreme god, knew everything through her supreme god-level sovereign authority. The main gods, however, were not qualified to investigate such information, so they were completely confused. Sumubai didn't explain, but simply moved his divine sense. Death Realm Domain Lord Authority Portal. A gateway condensed from the power of death rose from the ground instantly. On the other side of the portal was none other than the City of Silence. Seeing this, the main gods present were all shocked. One had to know that although the City of Silence and the Underworld Abyss were both on the Death Continent, the distance between them was vast. To open a portal between these two places so easily, aside from the Sovereign of Space, only the Sovereign of Death could do it. The former went without saying, while the latter could do so because they held the domain lord authority of the Death Realm. But now was not the time for shock. Following Lien's command, Sumubai and the main gods of the various races filed in one after another, disappearing into the portal. Bing Xuan followed closely behind, stepping into it and vanishing as well. The portal closed behind them. Outside the underworld abyss, only the true gods of the various races remained, staring at each other in confusion, completely unaware of what had just happened. The previous conversation had been shielded by the main gods, so they hadn't heard a word. The true gods were not yet qualified to know information from beyond the myriad worlds. After discussing for a while, the true gods of the various races departed one after another. The battle of the underworld abyss had officially come to an end. Under the leadership of Bai Yi, the human race had risen powerfully, returning to the ranks of the top-tier races. Meanwhile, the demon race, insect race, machine race, and the holy light angel race had suffered heavy losses and fallen from their pedestals. Everyone knew that from here on out, aside from the holy light angel race, the other three top-tier races would only suffer more and more. For the true gods of the various races, the trip to the underworld abyss, while yielding no treasures, was not entirely without gains. Being able to see dozens of rule sovereigns from the 10 top-tier races at once could be considered a stroke of fortune. What exactly happened? Zhu Xiaoyu frowned deeply. She had sent messages to the main gods of her race, but received no reply. Our strength is, after all, still too weak. Aoshin sighed, looking down at the underworld abyss below. Although Lord Bai Yi had already left, the Nether army had not dispersed. Instead, they were gathering. Clearly, this powerful army still had important business to attend to. No, 007 Forbidden Divine Land. Within the Valley of the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters, the Vice Palace Master looked at the spot where the Divine Dragon Emperor had disappeared. This guy, his playfulness is still as strong as ever. As for the so-called Rule Sovereign from the myriad worlds outside, neither of them took him seriously at all. The opponent was not a native of the 7 Forbidden Divine Land, nor were they a player from Blue Star. Here, they could only exert the strength of the early Saint Extinction level. The Divine Dragon Palace Master's current body was more than enough to deal with such a person. Shaking his head, the Vice Palace Master decisively walked toward the stone platform that had always been protected by a barrier. The moment the protective formation shattered, he knew that the old guy Feng Yuan must have already found out. Therefore, he had to seize part of the authority of the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land before the other party returned, allowing this place to merge into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. Otherwise, in this place where strength is suppressed, he had little confidence in dealing with Feng Yuan. After all, that old fellow was very likely a descendant of the Zhuanshan lineage. Furthermore, even they had to admit that the genius Bai Yi had also walked out of the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land. Most importantly, the body he currently possessed was simply too weak. Only by allowing this place to merge with the myriad worlds could their true bodies descend into this embryonic universe and refine it completely. The Vice Hall Master sat cross-legged on the stone platform and began to grasp a portion of the permissions for the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land. Permissions were not something that came with documented instructions, even for him. It required careful contemplation to find a way to make this place merge with the Forbidden Divine Land ahead of schedule. Of course, this would not take too long. Shenlong Imperial Capital. As soon as Yao arrived, several figures soared into the sky, blocking his path. These were the star envoys of the Shenlong Hall. In the past, they possessed the strength of the 9th Order mythical level, and now, they had all reached the peak of the mythical level without exception. In terms of combat power alone, they were now fully capable of dealing with dozens of their former selves. This was the improvement brought about by the power of their bloodlines. Who goes there? The group of star envoys stared fixedly at the rapidly approaching Yao and shouted in a deep, stern voice. They knew all the powerhouses of the No. 07 Forbidden Divine Land, yet they had never seen such a figure. Moreover, the opponents in Nastor had actually reached the Saint Extermination level. However, the Star Envoys were not overly panicked, because the current Shenlong Hall was no longer what it used to be. Even if the old Hall Master and the current Hall Master were absent, both Vice Hall Masters had broken through to the 10th Order Saint Extermination level. Coupled with the improvements brought about by the human race becoming a top-tier race, they did not believe anyone in the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land could still threaten the Shenlong Hall. Although they did not know the reason for the previous shattering of the barrier, the two Vice Hall Masters had not announced a state of emergency, so they had not taken it to heart. Yao had no time to waste with them. Without slowing down in the slightest, he flew straight toward the Shenlong Hall headquarters. Stop! Before the group of star envoys could even attempt to stop him, they were shaken unconscious by the power that suddenly erupted from within Yao. The next moment, Yao arrived outside the Shenlong Hall headquarters. Along the way, anyone who tried to stop him, whether they were star envoys, deacons, or elders, was directly knocked unconscious. But before he could enter the Shenlong Hall, a figure blocked his path. Who exactly are you? Feeling the aura on the opponent that did not belong to the myriad worlds, Yao's pupils constricted, and his nerves tightened instantly. Shouldn't that be my question to you? The Shenlong Emperor looked at Yao with a half-smile, his gaze sweeping over the high-ranking members of the Shenlong Hall who had been knocked unconscious on the ground. You have rashly intruded into my Shenlong Hall. Have you thought about how you want to die? You. As soon as Yao opened his mouth, his expression changed drastically, and he transformed into a streak of light, intending to flee the spot. But the speed of the Shenlong Emperor exceeded his imagination. Since you're already here, why the rush to leave? As the Shenlong Emperor's voice sounded behind him, his arm had already pierced through Yao's chest. Thump thump, thump thump. In that hand covered with divine blood, it was clutching a heart that was still beating. Chapter 1110, The Desperate Gap. Since you're already here, why the rush to leave? The Shenlong Emperor's mocking voice rang out behind Yao, and his arm, covered in divine blood, had already pierced through his chest. In his palm, it was clutching a heart that was still beating. Thump thump, thump thump. A pale purple light flickered in the Shenlong Emperor's eyes, his gaze cold and filled with deep disdain. Such a fast speed. Golden divine blood spilled from the corner of Yao's mouth, his pupils wide with shock. Although his strength had been suppressed to the early stage of the Saint Extermination level by the rules of the Forbidden Divine Land, He was originally a ruler of rules. To be completely unable to see the opponent's movements was something he found impossible to accept. The Shenlong Emperor before him, who was clearly being controlled, was currently only at the early stage of the saint extermination level as well. Even though the human race had now become a top-tier race, the god race was also a top-tier race, and their ranking was even higher than that of the humans. At the same level, how could the gap between him and the opponent be so vast? You are truly weak. The Shenlong Emperor smiled contemptuously and squeezed his palm hard, with a soft sound. Yao's heart was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. Yao let out a muffled groan, a painful moan escaping his lips. How many years had it been? He had forgotten how many years it had been since he last felt such pain. For a true god at the Master of Law's level, their body was already a divine body, let alone for him, a ruler of rules. The restrictions of the forbidden divine land had forced his divine body to regress back into a flesh and blood body, now that his heart had been crushed. While it was not enough to be fatal for a 10th order saint extermination level being, it had still left him severely wounded. No, he absolutely could not die here. Yao gritted his teeth, immediately wanting to use his communicator to send out the information about the opponent. But the system notification that rang in his ears caused his heart to sink to the bottom of the abyss. Notification. Please be aware that the communicator signal has been blocked. Native. You still want to send a message in front of this venerable one. The Shenlong Emperor sneered, his figure instantly moving from behind Yao to in front of him, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. Seeing that the so-called main god within this embryonic universe called the Myriad Worlds was so weak, he didn't even bother to keep up the pretense. What, are you surprised? The Shenlong Emperor held Yao by the throat, as if holding a small chick. He leaned in close to Yao, their noses almost touching. Those eyes, glowing with a pale purple light, were filled with mockery. This is the ruler of rules of your Myriad Worlds. You call yourself a main god, TSK. The Shenlong Emperor shook his head, his tone as dismissive as if he were evaluating trash. Too weak. So weak that you can't even pique my interest. Yao was firmly suppressed by the power of the Divine Dragon Emperor. He tried to break free, but he was powerless to do so. But what caused him even more agony was the humiliation. As the dignified master of flowing light of the god race, he was actually being humiliated like this by his opponent. Let go of me. Yao squeezed the words out through his teeth, his hands desperately clawing at the Divine Dragon Emperor's arm. Even though his suppressed power had erupted to its absolute limit, that arm remained as immovable as an iron clamp. Let you go. The Divine Dragon Emperor laughed, a particularly brilliant smile. Sure, I'll let you go right now. Before the words had even faded, he suddenly flung his hand. Yao's body was instantly sent flying like a broken cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall of the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters high tower. Boom! Despite the protection of the formations, the wall was still smashed into a massive crater, with rubble clattering down. Yao lay limp in the crater, his body riddled with countless broken bones. He struggled to climb up, but the moment he propped up his upper body, he spat out a large mouthful of golden divine blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Is that it? The Divine Dragon Emperor strolled through the air toward him, each step taken with such casual ease, as if he were walking in his own backyard. He stopped in front of the high tower, looking down at Yao from above. Are all the rule masters of your Myriad Worlds this fragile? You can't even take a single strike from me. Yao raised his head with great difficulty, staring fixedly at the Divine Dragon Emperor. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with confusion. He truly could not understand. The same realm, both at the early stage of the Saint Annihilation level. Why was the gap so vast? So vast that it made one feel despair. Is it strange? The Divine Dragon Emperor seemed to see through Yao's thoughts, crouching down and resting his chin on his hand. Strange why I am so strong. He extended his hand, his fingertips glowing with a pale purple light. The light was eerie, wriggling like a living creature. Because we are simply not existences on the same level. The Divine Dragon Emperor tapped his fingertip against Yao's forehead. Yao shuddered, feeling as if something had burrowed into his brain. Immediately after, countless images flashed before his eyes, vast, boundless continents, powerhouses with terrifying auras beyond description, Long rivers where a single drop of water was an entire world. Mountain peaks millions of light years high. Those images flashed by in an instant, but the impact they brought left Yao's mind in deep shock. The world beyond the myriad worlds was powerful beyond his imagination. Do you understand now? The divine dragon emperor withdrew his finger. His smile tinged with pity. This incomplete, embryonic universe of yours was born to be conquered by us. He stood up and brushed the non-existent dust from his hands. You so-called rule masters, who haven't even mastered complete rules, are nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well. When I truly descend, you will know what a real rule realm is. These words were like a blade, stabbing fiercely into Yao's heart. He wanted to retort, wanted to roar. But when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say a single one. Because those images just now, those auras were too real. So real that he had to believe everything the other party said was true. The last shred of pride in the heart of the god race's rule master was completely shattered. So the god race, the myriad worlds, were truly just frogs at the bottom of a well. However, from the other party's words, Yao also keenly grasped some information. First, what the myriad worlds called rule masters were known as the rule realm outside the myriad worlds. And the outsider controlling the divine dragon emperor seemed to be an existence of this same realm. This made Yao feel a sense of relief in his heart. At least he confirmed that the opponent was not an existence that could destroy the rule realm. There was another point. The rule masters of the myriad worlds had not mastered complete rules. But Yao was certain that his own flowing light rule had long since reached a 100% fusion level. But why would the other party say it was incomplete? Wait. He suddenly thought of the reversal rule comprehended by the netherworld created by Bai Yi. Could it be that one must comprehend both the positive and negative sides of a rule to be a truly complete rule? It must be. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Yao's despairing eyes. No matter what, he had to get this information out. For the myriad worlds, this was vital information. However, the divine dragon emperor revealed a cruel smile and added, unfortunately, you won't live to see the moment of my descent. As the words fell, pale purple flames instantly engulfed Yao. You will never succeed. Yao let out a heart-wrenching scream. These flames were not burning his physical body, but his soul. Soon, he completely lost consciousness. HMPH. The divine dragon emperor crushed Yao's skull with one foot and sneered. With your kind of pathetic rabble, you dare to try and stop a chariot with your arms. Chapter 1111 My Life. No one can take it. In the battle of the nether abyss, 16 divine lords of the rule master realm had fallen. The anomalies that swept across the entire myriad worlds took a long time to dissipate completely. Has this battle finally come to an end? That scourge, Bai Yi, is simply too terrifying. These were 16 divine lords. Yet they died so easily at Bai Yi's hands. I still feel like it's unreal even now. Just as the players of all races thought it was all over, the anomalies that had already dissipated came sweeping back once again. The sound of mourning spread once again to every corner of the myriad worlds. Countless invisible threads of laws emerged from the void, then trembled and twisted violently before emitting a teeth-grinding sound of snapping, breaking inch by inch and turning into specks of light drifting across the sky. Although only one rule master had fallen this time, when the announcement sounded, the myriad worlds of all races gasped in unison once more. Contributing further to the warming of the myriad worlds announcement. The sovereign of flowing light has fallen. This is a formal notification. All sovereigns of law who have fused the rules of flowing light to the 9-pattern ultimate realm will be granted the opportunity to become the next sovereign of flowing light. This is a formal notification. All players of the myriad races are encouraged to strive to fuse the great Tao of the rules of flowing light. This time, there was no announcement of the divine dragon emperor crossing realms to slay a sovereign of law. Even though he was being controlled and was only at the 10th order saint extermination level, crossing far more realms than Bai Yi ever had, it still did not trigger such an announcement. This was because the sovereign of flowing light, Yao, had entered the forbidden land of the gods, where his strength was suppressed. Before he fell, he was merely at the 10th order saint extermination level, placing him in the same realm as the divine dragon emperor. If not for this, although the outsider controlling the divine dragon emperor could still have easily slain Yao, it would never have been this simple. The truth was that Yao had absolutely no knowledge of the outsider's methods. However, the players of the myriad races were completely unaware of these circumstances. The moment they heard this announcement, they immediately concluded that the Sovereign of Flowing Light had also fallen at the hands of Baiyi. It was not entirely their fault for being biased. For the past 9 epochs and more, only Baiyi had ever killed entities at the Sovereign of Law Realm, and he had killed over a dozen of them at once. If it had been just one more Sovereign of Law killed, it wouldn't have shocked them so deeply. After all, it would only have increased Baiyi's kill count from 16 to 17, which was not a significant difference. But the identity of the Sovereign of Flowing Light gave this announcement a different meaning. Has Baiyi gone mad? He even killed the Sovereign of Flowing Light. It's over. He was a main god of the god race. Is Baiyi preparing to wage war against the god race? I doubt the god race can do anything about Baiyi now. Can they indeed? Baiyi has killed 17 main gods in succession. The god race doesn't have that many to spare. Regardless, the god race will certainly not let this go easily. I fear the myriad worlds are about to face a catastrophe. If the god race, once ranked first, goes to war against the human race led by Baiyi, the flames of war will surely sweep across the entire myriad worlds. No one will be able to escape. Still don't understand. Why would Baiyi want to kill a main god of the god race? Outside the forbidden land of the gods no. 7. In the cosmic starry sky, Sumyubai and Lion had just arrived with a group of main gods when the myriad worlds announcement regarding the fall of the Sovereign of Flowing Light echoed in their ears. Looking at the continent in the distance, shrouded by a golden barrier, and the strange phenomena covering the firmament, the expressions of the sovereigns were extremely grim. Especially Xingeng. He clenched his fists tightly, murmuring in disbelief, "Yao, how could he have fallen so quickly?" After receiving the message from Dongfang Li, he had rushed over with Sumyubai immediately. They had arrived directly at the City of Silence via a portal and then used an inter-realm teleportation array to get here. The Forbidden Land of the Gods did not belong to any specific realm, so it could be accessed through any inter-realm teleportation array without the need for transit. Yet, in such a short span of time, Yao had actually fallen. This was a result that Xingyin could not accept under any circumstances. Damn outsiders. Killing intent flared in Xingyin's eyes, and he immediately prepared to charge into the Forbidden Land of the Gods now. He wanted to avenge Yao. Senior Xingyin, do not be reckless. Sumyubai frowned and flashed in front of Xingyin to block his path. The fact that the outsider could kill Yao in such a short time meant they were clearly not easy to deal with. If you enter the Forbidden Land of the Gods now, 7, your strength will be suppressed to the early stage of the Saint Extermination level. Let me handle it. Hearing this, Xingyin, who had been blinded by rage, immediately calmed down. Lion also nodded and spoke. He is right. Charging in blindly will not help. As she said this, her gaze swept over the Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 07 in the distance, her aura as a supreme god fully revealed. And she said in a deep voice, "What we must do now is blockade this place." The outsider's purpose in seizing control of the Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 7 must be to force it to merge with the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. Only then can their true bodies enter the myriad worlds without being suppressed. If there was anyone in the myriad worlds who understood the universe continent best, it was undoubtedly Lion. Through her dreams, she had seen beyond the myriad worlds many times. It was also she who had informed the other supreme gods of the news that the void was about to invade. Therefore, upon learning that the outsiders had broken through the protective formation left by Yuan and were attempting to seize partial authority over the Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 7, she had guessed their goal. Xingyin, don't be impulsive. Yuma patted Xingyin on the shoulder. If we go in now, we will only be a burden to Baiyi. I understand. Xingyin closed his eyes, nodded, and suppressed the fury in his heart. I will go with you. Yuan came to Sumyubai's side and nodded at him. And me. Battle intent surged in Bing Xuan's eyes. Among those present, only they and Sumyubai could retain the peak of the Saint Extermination level after entering the Forbidden Land of the Gods now. Other sovereigns of law, including Lion, the supreme god, would be suppressed to the early stage of the Saint Extermination level. The gap between these levels was still immense. Therefore, having the 3 of them enter the Forbidden Land of the Gods no. 7 was the best choice. Lion, I leave this place to you. Sumyubai looked at Lion. The latter nodded slightly, a flash of worry appearing on her face. You be careful. If it really comes to it, just release them, and we will deal with them together. Rest assured. Sumyubai smiled slightly. No one can take my life. Let's go. As his voice fell, 3 streaks of light cut across the starry sky and instantly entered the forbidden land of the gods. No. 7, which was wrapped in a golden barrier. Chapter 11-12. How could I possibly fall at the hands of a native? Prompt. You have entered the forbidden land of the gods. No. Prompt. Power exceeding the saint extermination level cannot be used within the forbidden land of the gods, including but not limited to divine power, soul power, world power, treasures. Prompt. Under the suppression of the rules, your realm has been reduced to the peak of the 10th order saint extermination level. The moment they entered God forbidden land. No. 7. Sumyubai and his 2 companions felt an irresistible force descend upon them. In the span of a single breath, the strength of all 3 was suppressed to the peak of the saint extinction stage by the rules of the Myriad Worlds game. Such weak power. It really has been a long time. Sumyubai reached out and grasped the air, and the sword of creation instantly appeared in his palm. Although treasures of the rule artifact grade could still be used, they were restricted by the rules of the God-forbidden land and could not unleash their original power. It was just like the Wheel of Time and Space and the Book of Death from back then. Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed through the air. Bing Shuang, suppressed to the peak of the saint extinction stage, could no longer maintain his human form and instantly revealed his true form. A 9-clawed golden dragon. His massive body blotted out the sky, golden light erupting from his scales. The tyrannical pressure of the ancestral dragon was so intense that it caused ripples to form in the surrounding air, even though his cultivation realm had been suppressed to the saint extinction stage. Bing Shuang's physical size still reached over 100 kilometers. The Yamata no Orochi from back then would have looked like a mere infant in front of him. His dragon roar was deafening, echoing throughout the entire God-forbidden land and instantly catching the attention of the players. Where did that dragon roar come from? Why did I suddenly drop off the heavenly rankings? Holy crap. Everyone look at who is number 1 on the heavenly rankings right now. This sentence in the Blue Star Sector chat channel instantly stirred up a massive storm. Blue Star Sector level rankings, heavenly rankings, first place, i.e., level 300, Divine Dragon Empire. After several months, this long-lost name had once again appeared on the Blue Star Sector's level rankings. When a large number of players opened the level rankings to check, the entire God-forbidden land No. 7 instantly erupted into a frenzy. Big Brother Bai Yi is back. I never thought I'd live to see the day the Guildmaster returned. Did the Guildmaster come back to check on the Divine Dragon Empire because he was bored after sweeping through the Myriad Worlds? The Imperial Capital. I'm heading to the Imperial Capital right now. I have to see the Guildmaster with my own eyes this time. That's right. Since Big Brother Bai Yi is back, he'll definitely go to the Imperial Capital. I'm going to see him. What are we waiting for? If we're too slow, we won't be able to get into the Imperial Capital. Why wouldn't we be able to get in? Are you stupid? Everyone wants to see the Guildmaster. Do you think the Imperial Capital can hold that many people? Besides, you have to get there early to secure a good spot. Makes sense. Let's go. Although Sumyubai had been gone for a long time, the myths he created had never ceased. Time and time again, the Myriad Worlds announcements made the players of the Blue Star Sector understand that even after going to the Myriad Worlds, Bai Yi remained that heaven-defying existence. Otherwise, why wouldn't people from other races trigger Myriad Worlds announcements? Could it be that they didn't want to? Nowadays, the players in the Blue Star Sector had either joined the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce or were members of the Hegemony Guild. Bai Yi was everyone's guildmaster and idol. Now that they knew of Bai Yi's return, a massive influx of players surged toward the Imperial Capital, all wanting to witness his presence firsthand. Ever since the name Bai Yi reappeared on the Blue Star Sector's level rankings, the lights in the Imperial Capital's teleportation hall had not dimmed once. After the Divine Dragon Empire unified God-forbidden land No. 7, the 200 XP bonus was no mere decoration. Even those players who joined the Divine Dragon Empire later enjoyed a 100 XP bonus. Moreover, since everyone belonged to the same guild, internal strife was virtually non-existent, making leveling up even faster. Therefore, The level 120 requirement was no longer a barrier for the current players of the Blue Star sector. At this rate, even though the Imperial capital had been expanded, it would soon be overcrowded. After all, who wouldn't want to see Bai Yi, the living legend, high above? After being forced to revert to his true dragon form, Bing Xuan immediately shrunk his size down to 100 meters. Following that, a shimmering golden throne instantly condensed between his horns, and he flashed beneath Sumu Bai. Master, it's been a long time since we fought side by side. Come up and see if it's as comfortable as it used to be. Hearing Bing Xuan's words, Sumu Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't we agree that you'd call me big brother from now on? Why are you calling me master again? As he spoke, he sat upon the golden throne and reached out to stroke Bing Xuan's dragon horns, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. They are still at the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters. Yi Yuan's expression was grave as he gazed in the direction of the Divine Dragon Imperial capital. I want to see just how strong these outsiders really are. A sharp, cold glint flashed in Sumu Bai's eyes. With a thought, he activated the Wheel of Time and Space. In an instant, a teleportation portal materialized. Although he couldn't unleash the full power of the Rule artifact, teleporting directly to the Divine Dragon Imperial capital was still no problem at all. Let's go. At his command, Bing Xuan roared and flew into the portal. Yi Yuan, his face as cold as frost, followed closely behind. God forbidden land no. 7 was the territory of the human race, and it was their territory. If outsiders dared to covet it and attempt to enter the myriad worlds through here, then they would die. Divine Dragon Palace headquarters. After the Divine Dragon Emperor had slain Yao, he returned to the valley, toying with the god's main godhead. Big brother, are you not done yet? Watching the Vice Palace Master, who was still seizing control of the authority, the Divine Dragon Emperor tossed the main godhead and left. These natives are really weak enough. This isn't fun at all. Almost there. The Vice Palace Master glanced at him and shook his head. This guy wasn't from God forbidden land no. 7, which is why his strength was suppressed to the early Saint extinction stage. If that Yi Yuan and Bai Yi return, they won't be so easy to deal with. So what if they are at the peak of the Saint extinction stage? They are still just 2 natives. The Divine Dragon Emperor curled his lips in disdain. If they dare to come, I'll just slaughter them while I'm at it. Yao's strength had given him an understanding of the combat power of the myriad world's creatures. In his view, even if Bai Yi was a genius, he was still just a native. After all, I am a powerhouse at the Rule Realm from the Universe continent. How could these natives possibly contend with my methods? What does it matter if I am at the early stage of the Saint extinction level facing someone at the peak of the Saint extinction level? It is nothing more than a task as easy as reaching out to grab something. Do not be careless. The Vice Hall Master spoke slowly, setting aside Bai Yi for a moment. That Feng Yi Yuan is very likely the successor of Zhuanshan. You must not capsize in the gutter, rest assured. How could I possibly fall into the hands of these natives? The Divine Dragon Emperor smiled and waved his hand, putting away Yao's main godhead. Although this thing was not a complete crystal of rules, it still held some value. Just as he was about to turn around, the sound of a dragon's roar suddenly echoed. Both of them looked up at the sky simultaneously, and a curve immediately appeared on the corner of the Divine Dragon Emperor's mouth. Yo, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. I hope this time you can let me have some fun. Big brother, you continue. Leave these 3 natives to me. As the words fell, his figure had already vanished from the valley. The Vice Hall Master frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding lingering in his heart. However, thinking that the authority was almost within his grasp, his brow immediately smoothed out. Even if Feng Yi Yuan really is the successor of Zhuanshan, so what? As long as our true bodies descend, the refining of the myriad worlds will become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 11:13 Shut up. You trash. Look, a dragon. Isn't Boss Bai's mount a gray-black divine dragon? Why is this dragon golden? Are you stupid? The guild leader has been in the myriad worlds for so long, he must have changed his mount. I see the guild leader, right there on the throne atop the golden dragon. That familiar sense of style, truly worthy of Boss Bai. Something's not right. Why do I feel like there's killing intent in the guild leader's eyes? You must be seeing things. Isn't that the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Hall? The Divine Dragon Emperor has appeared. He must be here to welcome the guild leader. Holy crap. Why are they fighting? What's the situation? Has the Divine Dragon Emperor lost his mind? He actually dares to make a move on Boss Bai. The improvement in strength had also greatly expanded the horizons of the Blue Star players. The moment Bing Shuang appeared in such a flashy form, it attracted the attention of a large number of players. But the subsequent development of events left everyone completely bewildered. In their eyes, the Divine Dragon Emperor was truly brave. Had he not heard the announcement about Boss Bai slaying over a dozen rule sovereigns, a mere guy at the early stage of the Saint Extinction level, it would be one thing to show off in front of us ordinary players. But he actually dares to take the initiative to attack Boss Bai. Is he tired of living? Why are there so many people? As Bing Shuang crossed through the portal, Sumyu Bai frowned slightly, because the number of players in the Divine Dragon Imperial capital at this moment was simply too high. It was a literal sea of people. If a fight were to break out later, these ordinary players would not be able to withstand the collateral damage. Just as he was about to speak to disperse these players, the figure of the Divine Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared outside the high tower. You are Bai. Let this deity see if you are qualified to be my slave. As the words fell, the Divine Dragon Emperor had already struck. His style had always been like this, speaking while attacking. His speed was so fast that he vanished from his original spot in an instant. However, the development of the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Sumyu Bai hadn't even made a move when the Divine Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared behind Sumyu Bai. His hand passed through nothing but an afterimage. Immediately following that, a massive force struck, and the Divine Dragon Emperor, who had been full of disdain and considered himself high and mighty, was already firmly gripped in Bing Shuang's claws. What? The Divine Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not understand why he had been caught by this dragon before him. But before he could finish his sentence, Bing Shuang exerted force, glared at him fiercely, and mocked. I thought you might be strong. Is this all the strength you outsiders have? Who gave you the nerve to say that just now? Slap. As the words fell, a golden energy transformed into a palm and slammed into the Divine Dragon Emperor's face, instantly leaving a bright red palm print. You? The Divine Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. He never expected that he would be slapped by a native of the Myriad Worlds. This is simply outrageous. Slap. But the moment he opened his mouth, the golden energy flashed and vanished, and a bright red palm print appeared on the other side of his face, interrupting his words once again. There, now it's balanced. You what? Shut up, you trash. Bing Shuang looked at him with disdain. A piece of work like you. You can't even beat me. And you still have the nerve to talk? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Divine Dragon Emperor shook his head frantically, refusing to believe that all of this was real. He had come from the universe continent, to the natives of the Myriad Worlds. This should have been a dimensional strike. How could he possibly be defeated by a mount? Humiliation, unwillingness, boom. He immediately erupted with all his power and mobilized all the laws mastered by this body, attempting to use a secret technique to break free from Bing Shuang's dragon claws. However, bang! This time it wasn't a slap, but a fist condensed from golden energy. This punch landed squarely on the bridge of the Divine Dragon Emperor's nose, instantly causing his nose to bleed profusely and simultaneously dispersing the power he had just mobilized. It wasn't just the Divine Dragon Emperor who was stunned. Yuan, who had been on high alert and preparing to fight to the death, was also stunned. He stared blankly at this scene, unable to find words for a moment. The power and speed Liu Xiao displayed just now were shocking even to him. This was definitely not something that could be achieved at the early stage of the Saint Extinction level. Clearly, the person controlling Liu Xiao from behind possessed immense strength, but this was also within expectations. After all, the opponent was an outsider from the universe continent. That place was not something the Myriad Worlds could compare to, but the combat power Bing Shuang displayed completely shattered his understanding. To be this strong even while suppressed to the peak of the Saint Extinction level, the claw strike just now, followed by the two slaps and the punch, might have looked ordinary. But their speed and power were absolutely not something a Saint Extermination level entity should possess. I fear that even an average lesser god would be no match for Bing Shuang. If it had been Bai Yi who attacked, that would be one thing, but this was merely his mount. Does this mean that even by his mount can cross ranks to slaughter a law lord at the lesser god level while at the saint extermination level? Is this even reasonable? Yi Yuan was all too familiar with Bing Xuan's aura, back when they were in the No.07 God Forbidden Land. This dragon was quite unremarkable. Although it was later elevated to a saint extermination level creature by Bai Yi, it didn't mean much to Yi Yuan. But he never imagined that in such a short time, this dragon would have grown to such a terrifying extent. If it weren't being suppressed, wouldn't it be able to go toe-to-toe with the main god while at the pseudo-main god realm? Old man, leave this to me. There's another one inside. It wasn't until Sumyu Bai spoke that Yi Yuan snapped out of his daze. He took a step forward and entered the tower directly. In an instant, all the formations at the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters began to operate. The players not far away burst into raucous laughter at this moment. Ha 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 ha. I told you. The Divine Dragon Emperor is simply courting death. Oh my, I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. He actually dared to attack Boss Bai Yi, only to find he couldn't even beat his mount. Has he always been this brave? That dragon is so cool. I really want to have a mount like that too. Go to sleep early tonight. You can have anything in your dreams. Their mocking words reached the ears of the Divine Dragon Emperor clearly. He was instantly trembling with rage, his reason gradually consumed by fury. A brilliant purple light flared in his eyes, and blood-red energy surged across his body as he gritted his teeth and hissed. You all must die. Good news. The manga of the same name is now available on Kwaiken Manhwa. Bad news. Only 2 chapters have been updated so far. Chapter 11-14. The long-awaited system notification. You all must die. The desperate and furious Divine Dragon Emperor's eyes glowed with intense purple light. Blood-red energy surged over his body, and he nearly shattered his own teeth. Boom. It was unknown what secret technique he had employed, but a power far exceeding the 10th tier Saint extermination level erupted from within him, forcibly prying open Bing Xuan's dragon claws. Oh, it seems you aren't entirely trash after all. A strange glint flashed in Bing Xuan's eyes. He was finally showing a bit of interest in the Divine Dragon Emperor. Swish! The next moment, a golden dragon tail, resembling a steel whip, lashed out at his opponent instantly. The terrifying speed and power caused the surrounding space to vibrate violently. Although the No.7 God Forbidden Land contained powerful restrictions that suppressed the strength of any creature, the density of space here was far inferior to that of the myriad worlds. HMPH. Forcing this deity to use this move, are you prepared to suffer endless torment? After using the secret technique, the Divine Dragon Emperor shed his previous humiliation. He didn't even dodge, simply standing in place and raising his arm. Bang! With a thunderous boom, ripples spread through the space where the dragon tail made contact with his palm. Bing Xuan's imposing strike had been effortlessly parried just like that. A secret technique. On the golden throne, Sumyu Bai stroked his chin, his gaze locked firmly on the Divine Dragon Emperor. Upon returning to the No.07 God Forbidden Land, while his strength was suppressed, the data visualization had become detailed once again. However, this was not the case for the Divine Dragon Emperor at this moment. Liu Xiao, top-tier humanoid creature Divine Dragon Emperor, 10th tier Saint extermination level 300 HP, 97, 83 trillion, 108 trillion. Soul early Saint extermination level, combat power early lesser god. Law, wind speed low 1 mark. One of the 2 vice hall masters of the Divine Dragon Palace, and also the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire, but his current state is highly abnormal. This was the Divine Dragon Emperor's current status panel. Everything else looked normal. After all, even before obtaining bloodline power, he had been able to reach the half-step Saint extermination level. So his talent was naturally not bad. Sumyu Bai was not surprised that he could awaken a top-tier human bloodline. The problem lay in the soul realm, current combat power, and laws displayed on the panel. There were question marks after the soul and laws, clearly indicating that the Myriad Worlds game could not quantify the power of the person controlling Liu Xiao. And his combat power had even risen to the level of an early lesser god after using the secret technique. Where in the Myriad Worlds could such a method exist? This was panel combat power, not the Divine Dragon Emperor's true combat power at this moment. When he previously slaughtered the flowing light sovereign Yao Shi, his panel combat power had only been at the early Saint extermination level. Furthermore, There was a entry in Liu Xiao's current status list. This meant that the Myriad Worlds game had absolutely no data on this aspect and could not analyze what method the person behind him was using. Sumyu-bai was very interested in this kind of secret technique. Golden light flared in his eyes, and the vertical pupil on his forehead opened. His yin-yang fish-shaped pupils rotated rapidly, with the powers of life and death flowing deep within them. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. The golden light shone upon the Divine Dragon Emperor. But the result was unsatisfactory. The original question marks did not reveal any information. They remained just question marks. However, some information instantly flooded into Sumyu-bai's mind. The secret technique the opponent was currently using was similar to a method of burning one's divine soul and divine body, but it was more refined and the effects were more powerful. After all, Liu Xiao himself did not possess a divine soul or divine body. Normally, he would have nothing to burn. Sumyu-bai had not yet clearly seen whether this secret technique was burning Liu Xiao's own soul and body, or the divine soul of the person behind him. Just as he was pondering this, an exclamation suddenly rang out. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. The Divine Dragon Emperor looked up abruptly at Sumyu-bai on the throne, his eyes filled with surprise. With just a single glance, he confirmed that Sumyu-bai was using the complete Zhuanshan Divine Pupils. Ha 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 ha. I never expected that this embryonic universe would actually harbor a descendant of Zhuanshan. It is only fitting that I should obtain this fortuitous encounter. The Divine Dragon Emperor laughed toward the heavens, his palms suddenly exerting force. Get lost. I will deal with you later. Boom! A terrifying power erupted instantly, directly blasting the frost dragon's tail away. The next instant, his figure had already appeared before Sumyu-bai. Bai Yi, obediently hand over the Zhuanshan inheritance, and I might still show mercy and take you as my slave. He maintained his habit of speaking while attacking. As he spoke, his hand was already reaching toward Sumyu-bai. This time, Frost's speed was not enough to dodge in time, but just because he couldn't dodge, it didn't mean Sumyu-bai couldn't, even if his cultivation realm was suppressed to the peak of the saint extinction level. So what? In the forbidden land of gods, Sumyu-bai remained an invincible existence. The catastrophe trait would not be restricted by the rules of the Myriad Worlds game. Dodging was naturally something he could do, but was there any need? Watching the Divine Dragon Emperor, who thought he had victory in his grasp, and the massive hand reaching toward him, Sumyu-bai remained leaning against the golden throne, showing no intention of dodging at all. In an instant, a flash of grayish-white light flickered within his golden glowing eyes. The long-absent death gaze reappeared in the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods. Only this time, it was no longer just an SSS rank skill, but a death gaze augmented by the 9-pattern ultimate soul annihilation law. Not only that, but with the addition of the catastrophe trait, its effect was doubled once more. Boom! The moment he was gazed upon by Sumyu-bai, the Divine Dragon Emperor felt as if he were being stared at by a soul-devouring star beast, and a thick sense of fear instantly welled up in his heart. However, this did not cause him to lose consciousness. After only a split second, he dispelled this feeling of fear. But the strongest aspect of Death Gaze had never been the fear effect. The Divine Dragon Emperor discovered with horror that his power had been instantly suppressed by more than half. At the same time, the long-absent system notification sound rang in Sumyu-bai's ears. Notification. You have used Death Gaze on the Divine Dragon Emperor Liu Xiao. Your life level is determined to be higher than the target's, 64.8 trillion. A massive grayish-white number popped up above the Divine Dragon Emperor's head. Sumyu-bai had only ever seen that many zeros trailing behind a number in Chengdu. Only then did the Divine Dragon Emperor's palm reach Sumyu-bai. Bang. The latter didn't even stand up. He simply raised his foot and kicked him, sending him flying backward. Although it was just a simple kick, the speed and power contained within it far exceeded Frost's previous performance. No, this is impossible. The Divine Dragon Emperor, sent flying backward, spat out blood, his face filled with shock and disbelief. You are just a native. You can't even master complete laws. How could you possibly affect me? Sumyu-bai naturally ignored his confusion. After all, he never had the habit of explaining things to his enemies. Do you always talk this much, trash? As Frost's voice rang out, the Divine Dragon Emperor had already been seized by his dragon claws once again. With just you, You dare to covet my master's fortune. Affected by the death gaze, he was no longer able to break free as he had before. Only then did he finally look squarely at the man and the dragon before him, carefully sensing their power for the first time. Following that, the Divine Dragon Emperor's pupils dilated instantly. Chapter 11:15. You are not a native, with just you. You dare to covet my master's fortune. Frost's mockery did not receive a response from the Divine Dragon Emperor, because the latter was completely stunned at this moment, even forgetting for a time to resist the dragon claws that were gripping him tighter and tighter. Are you stupid? Frost looked at the Divine Dragon Emperor with some curiosity, the power in his dragon claws growing stronger. The law of gravity surged, firmly suppressing him. Huge damage numbers kept popping up, causing the Divine Dragon Emperor's HP to drop lower and lower. He didn't find it the least bit surprising that this guy in front of him was shocked by his master. So what if he was an outsider? So what if he came from the universe continent? No matter who it was, they would have this expression the first time they saw his master. Frost had long since grown accustomed to this. He missed this feeling. After all, it had been too long since he had fought side by side with his master. Compared to the status of a Dragon Clan prodigy or even a future leader, he preferred being his master's mount, where he didn't have to worry about anything. However, Frost was wrong this time. The reason the Divine Dragon Emperor had suddenly frozen was more because he had carefully sensed his power. You are not a native. The Divine Dragon Emperor looked at Frost in disbelief, unable to help but exclaim aloud, because after sensing carefully, he suddenly discovered that Frost's law of gravity was actually not incomplete. In other words, the law of gravity used by the dragon before him was complete. Complete here did not mean that Frost's law of gravity had reached 100%, because under the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods, as long as one had not reached the rule-breaking realm, one could only utilize the effect of the 9-pattern ultimate. Complete meant that Frost had not only mastered the normal law of gravity, but had also comprehended the inverse law of gravity. It was precisely because of this that Frost was able to easily suppress the Divine Dragon Emperor, who was capable of killing the Flowing Light Overlord Yao in seconds, because both of them had mastered complete law power. But the Divine Dragon Emperor only possessed the power of the early Saint Extinction level, while Frost was at the peak of the Saint Extinction level. Without using secret techniques, he was simply no match for Frost. In the Divine Dragon Emperor's view, this was something a native could never achieve, even though he was well aware that after Bai created the Netherworld, the creatures of the myriad worlds were already able to comprehend inverted laws and rules. But without mastering the true method, comprehending inverted laws would result in being transformed into another being, and yet, this dragon before him showed no signs of becoming another being at all. To comprehend the law of reversal without being converted into another entity, even a genius of unparalleled talent would require countless epochs of deduction to have any hope of success. It is extremely difficult for such an existence to emerge in a nascent universe. Even if one were to appear, it would be absolutely impossible to deduce the method so quickly. This was why the Divine Dragon Emperor believed Bing Xuan was not a native. But upon second thought, the fact that the opponent could possess the peak of the Saint Extinction level here clearly proved he was a native creature without a doubt. So, how exactly did he master the method to comprehend the law of reversal? Could it be that he possesses a powerful inheritance from the universe continent? At this thought, the Divine Dragon Emperor was suddenly overcome with ecstasy. Beyond the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage, there were actually other gains to be had. This nascent universe was simply a blessed land for him. Looks like he's truly gone senile. He can still laugh at a time like this. Bing Xuan looked at the Divine Dragon Emperor as if he were an idiot. If it weren't for his master's specific instructions, he would have already crushed this guy to death. The Divine Dragon Emperor was, after all, an old acquaintance, now that his soul was merely being controlled by an outsider. Sumyu Bai naturally would not let Bing Xuan deal a lethal blow. The reason he had not acted for so long was that he had been consulting Wo Wun within his internal world on how to help the Divine Dragon Emperor break free from the control. Although the power of the world could not be used within the Forbidden Godland, the internal world still existed. It was just that Sumyu Bai had no way to mobilize the power of his internal world here. As for the universe continent, the two ancestors were more than familiar with it. Come on, kill this vessel that I am controlling. The Divine Dragon Emperor sneered, actually giving up resistance entirely. His gaze swept back and forth between Sumyubai and Bingshuang, his eyes filled with excitement and greed. Once my true form descends, none of you will be able to escape. He did not care in the slightest whether Liu Xiao lived or died, because just a moment ago, his eldest brother had successfully conceived a method to integrate Forbidden Godland No. 7 into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. Once their true bodies descended into this world, everything here would be nothing more than mere ants. The man and dragon before him were indeed strong, but only within the confines of Forbidden Godland No. Unless they could reach the realm of what the myriad worlds called the Supreme God, it was all meaningless. As for the original Supreme Gods of the myriad worlds, in the eyes of the Divine Dragon Emperor, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Hearing his words, Bingshuang bared his fangs, and the pressure from his dragon claws increased once more. Just then, Sumyubai suddenly spoke, "Bingshuang, that's enough." Hearing this, Bingshuang's eyes lit up. He lifted his claw and tossed the Divine Dragon Emperor overhead, landing him precisely in front of Sumyubai. The law of gravity continued to suppress the opponent, leaving him unable to move. "You want to die, is that it?" Sumyubai looked at the Divine Dragon Emperor coldly. "Don't be impatient. I will find you." As his voice rang out, a brilliant golden light surged in his eyes once again. However, this time, the yin-yang fish vertical pupil rotating at the center of his brow had turned gray-white and emerald green. The black and white colors representing time and space had already sunk deep into his pupils. Xuanshan Divine Pupil activate. Both the Great Tao of Death and the Great Tao of Life contain the law of the soul. To help Liu Xiao break free from control, he naturally needed to utilize the law of the soul. Although Sumyubai could only use the law of soul control within the Forbidden Godland, the outsider was similarly restricted here, able to control Liu Xiao only through the law of soul control. Normally, Sumyubai had not comprehended the law of reversing soul control, so he would be unable to forcibly break the outsider's control. After all, what the opponent had comprehended was the complete law of soul control. But he was a cheater. With the enhancement of the Xuanshan Divine Pupil, coupled with the 100% increase in law power brought by the catastrophe trait, everything was possible. The moment the Xuanshan Divine Pupil was activated, a dense beam of purple light instantly submerged into the Divine Dragon Emperor's brow. The latter's gaze instantly turned dull, and the pale purple light within his eyes began to vibrate violently, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Sumyubai's power. Get out. Chapter 11:16. Too late. Outside Forbidden Godland No. Liu Yin and the main gods of various races stood in the void, watching the figures of Bai Yi and the other two enter the continent floating in the starry sky. Outside the continent, there was a golden barrier that isolated their divine soul power, making it impossible to inspect the situation inside. Drunkard, can Bai Yi and the others stop the outsider? Xingheng frowned, his eyes filled with worry. Yao had fallen far too quickly. The strength of the outsider completely exceeded their understanding. If even they cannot stop it, then it is the destined calamity of the myriad worlds. Yumu took a swig of wine, put down his wine gourd, and his expression turned somewhat melancholy. For so many years, he had always been the sole pillar of the human race. Now that a new leader had finally been born, they had ended up encountering an invasion by outsiders. The most helpless part was that the place where the outsiders first appeared was the Forbidden Godland. Even if they, the main gods, wanted to help, they were powerless. The cautionary tale of the god race's sovereign of flowing light Yao was right there. If they entered the Forbidden Godland with their early stage saint extinction level cultivation, not only would they be unable to help, but they would actually become a burden. This feeling of being willing but unable to act made Yumu extremely uncomfortable. Aozhuan and Aokang did not speak, but their eyes were fixed intently on the continent in the distance. The future leader of their dragon race was inside right now. The rule sovereigns of the undead, demon, titan, and fallen angel races also looked tense at this moment. The outsiders were a matter of great importance. If Bai Yi and the others could not stop the opponent's true body from descending, then the myriad worlds would surely face a catastrophe. This was something no one wanted to see. Regardless of whether they had cooperated with the human race or not, they all hoped that Bai Yi and the others would succeed at this moment. Stop just watching. Liu Yin's gaze swept across the group of main gods, and she spoke quickly. It would naturally be best if Bai Yi succeeds. But we must prepare for both possibilities. As the words fell, she began to methodically instruct the main gods of various races to completely seal off the surrounding area. If Sumyu Bai was the leader of the human race today, then Lion, the only supreme god, was the leader of the myriad worlds. At this moment, where was there any trace of the naive, innocent girl she once appeared to be? Space and time surged as one divine realm after another descended, tightly surrounding the 7 forbidden divine land. Beyond that, Lion issued orders for the remaining main gods of all races to rush to this location as quickly as possible. After all, the invasion of outsiders concerned the life and death of the entire myriad worlds. No one could afford to stay out of it. If Bai Yi and his two companions failed to stop them, this place would become the second line of defense. They absolutely could not allow the outsiders to penetrate deep into the myriad worlds and locate the origin land. When the Void invasion occurred in the past, the myriad worlds had adopted the same approach. However, compared to the past, the scale this time was far smaller. More than 9 epochs ago, the Void had launched a massive, large-scale invasion. Whereas these outsiders were more like they had found a crack in the myriad worlds and were sneaking in. At the very least, their true bodies had not yet descended. But even if Bai Yi and the others successfully stopped the outsiders' current plan, it would not mean much. Because in a little over 9 years the 7 forbidden divine land would still merge into the myriad worlds. At that time, their true bodies would no longer be suppressed by the rules of the forbidden divine land and would be able to enter the myriad worlds directly. Therefore, the most critical issue was actually to seal the breach in the space barrier within the 7 forbidden divine land, completely cutting off the passage for the outsiders to enter the myriad worlds. But sealing a breach in the space-time barrier was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. Only if Bai Yi and his two companions successfully thwarted the outsiders' plan could they buy 9 years of time to seal the breach. Little thief Bai, it's up to you. Lion looked at the 7 forbidden divine land in the distance, which was shrouded in a golden barrier, ripples appearing in her beautiful eyes. Dragon God Palace headquarters, inside the valley. After the protective formation was broken, the Vice Palace Master sat on the stone platform, beginning to seize partial authority over the 7 forbidden divine land. However, there were no instructions for this thing, and even though he came from the universe continent, it would still take some time to master. That was why he needed the Dragon God Emperor to buy him time. How could this dragon be so strong? The situation where Bing Xuan had suppressed the Dragon God Emperor upon their first meeting not only shocked Yuan but also stunned the Vice Palace Master inside the valley. He had considered the possibility that Bai Yi and Feng Yuan could contend with the Dragon God Emperor, but he never imagined that Bai Yi's mount alone could easily crush the Dragon God Emperor. How could this be? The Vice Palace Master frowned, his heart suddenly growing anxious. If he didn't hurry and find a way to make this place merge into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule, he would have to wait more than 9 years. Although this amount of time was nothing, who knew if any unexpected situations might arise? Especially since there was a descendant of the Zhuanchen lineage here. Even though what Feng Yuan mastered was only a fragmented Zhuanchen great formation, one could never be too careful. If the breach in the space barrier were to be sealed, it would be all over. If it weren't for that inexplicably appearing breach, the two brothers would never have been able to enter this nascent universe of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few powerhouses from the universe continent who had successfully refined a nascent universe. He did not want such a heaven-defying opportunity to slip through his fingers like a cooked duck. Therefore, he couldn't wait 9 more years. He had to enter the myriad worlds now. Thinking of this, the Vice Palace Master threw himself heart and soul into mastering the authority. This caused him to miss the moment Sumyu Bai used the Zhuanchen divine pupils. If he had seen it, he would undoubtedly have been even more anxious, because the Zhuanchen divine pupils that Sumyu Bai used were clearly complete. At the same time, Yuan also entered the high tower. In an instant, all the formations at the Dragon God Palace headquarters were activated. As the most famous old schemer of the myriad worlds, how could he not have left behind numerous measures here? Although he could only leave behind sane extinction level measures due to the suppression of the rules. Given Yuan's habits, the more, the better. Otherwise, the Dragon God Emperor and the Vice Palace Master, who were being controlled by the outsiders, would not have wasted so much time breaking the protective formation. Get down here, you old bastard. Yi Yuan's figure appeared in the valley, and as he shouted sharply, he raised his hand and clenched it. Boom. The formation beneath the stone platform erupted instantly, blasting the Vice Palace Master, who was sitting cross-legged on top, into the air. The next moment, Yi Yuan appeared on the stone platform, immediately checking the status of the authority being manipulated. Following that, his expression changed, and his heart sank. Old man, I'm sorry, you're too late. The Vice Palace Master wore a sinister smile, his hands forming claws as he tore through the formation's attacks and charged straight toward the stone platform again. This venerable one has already found the method. Bang! His cold, shimmering claws reached Yi Yuan in an instant. The latter raised a finger, and another great formation was activated. Boom. The collision between the two caused the valley to shake violently. If not for the protection of the formations and countless inscriptions, it would have collapsed instantly. But in the end, Yi Yuan and Sumyu had arrived a step too late. The Vice Palace Master had already mastered the method to make the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land merge into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. Chapter 11:17. Trial of the Myriad Races Battlefield. Outside the Dragon God Palace Tower, Bingshuang, go help Old Man Feng. Sumyu held the Dragon God Emperor in one hand, tossed out a token with the other, and spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, Bingshuang shrank her size again, caught the Dragon God token, and her figure vanished from the spot instantly. When he first left the No. 07 Forbidden Divine Land, Sumyu had given this token to Fujia Tiangxia for convenience. Later, as time passed and the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce and the Hegemony Guild grew stronger, they no longer needed to rely on the Dragon God token to facilitate their affairs. Therefore, after Fujia Tiangxia entered the Myriad Worlds, he returned the token to Sumyu as a keepsake. Now, it had come in handy. Sumyu activated the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils, and a dense beam of purple light instantly submerged into the center of the Divine Dragon Emperor's brow. The latter's gaze turned dull in an instant, and the pale purple light within his eyes began to vibrate violently, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Sumyu power. Get out! A sharp shout echoed through the Divine Dragon Emperor's mind, causing his soul to tremble violently. The control seal left behind by the outsider erupted with power, attempting a desperate last stand. But how could it possibly withstand Sumyu cheat-like methods? In less than a breath, the control seal began to shatter silently. Liu Xiao's original consciousness gradually began to recover. The pale purple light in his eyes slowly dissipated, and his gaze gradually became clear. When he saw that he was being held by Bai Yi, he was visibly stunned. Bai Yi, Lord, what happened to me? Before Sumyu could speak, Liu Xiao's expression changed once again. Bai Yi, you really have quite a few secrets. The Divine Dragon Emperor stuck out his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring fixedly at Sumyu with a sinister grin. So what if you can break my soul control? You are ultimately one step too late. Ha 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 ha. Prepare to welcome my arrival. As for this piece of trash, I'll leave him to you. As his voice fell, the pale purple light in the Divine Dragon Emperor's eyes completely vanished. However, just before the control seal deep within his soul was completely erased by Sumyu, the outsider controlling him from behind did one last thing. Suddenly, the power within Liu Xiao's body began to swell, and his entire face turned flushed red. This was a sign of self-destruction. He was immediately anxious and shouted at the first moment, Lord Bai Yi, don't worry. You won't die. With a thought, Sumyu instantly suppressed the power about to erupt within Liu Xiao's body. Although both were at the 10th Order Saint Extermination level, the gap in their strength was like a chasm. Having lost the outsider's power, Liu Xiao couldn't even self-destruct in front of him. Many thanks, Lord Bai Yi. Feeling the power within his body stop its eruption, Liu Xiao was instantly moved to tears. But before he could say anything more, a suddenly sounding system announcement caused the entire No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods to boil over. Announcement of No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods. Vice Hall Master of the Divine Dragon Hall, Li Lai, has chosen to open the Myriad Races Battlefield trial ahead of schedule. This is hereby announced. The Myriad Races Battlefield Trial is the inevitable path for every forbidden land of gods to integrate into the Myriad Worlds. The performance of all players in the Myriad Races Battlefield will affect the position and resources of this forbidden land of gods after it integrates into the Myriad Worlds. Please, all players, give it your all. Hint: the Myriad Races Battlefield will officially open in 24 hours. Please make your preparations. Hint: after the Myriad Races Battlefield opens, regardless of where players are, as long as they were originally members of the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods, they will be teleported into the battlefield. The announcement of the early opening of the Myriad Races Battlefield Trial, along with a series of hints, caused the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods to explode. Whether they were locals or Blue Star players, to the Myriad Worlds game, they were all players of the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods. At this moment, their status was exactly the same. Is it finally opening? I've wanted to enter the Myriad Worlds for a long time. Ha 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 ha. With our current strength, we will definitely pass the trial easily and get good positions and resources. Isn't that obvious? Which forbidden land of gods can be like us, completing unification so quickly and getting a 200 ecchi XP bonus? This is all thanks to Boss Baiyi. With Boss Baiyi here, what is a Myriad Races Battlefield Trial? It's just a formality. Who could possibly be his opponent? The guild leader just returned, and the trial opened early. This must be his intention. It wasn't just them who received the announcement and hints. Senkai King Feng and the others, far away in the Tower of Time, were also faintly looking forward to the start of the Myriad Races Battlefield Trial, even if they couldn't help with the major affairs of the Myriad Worlds. Why would they need the guild leader to take action for a mere trial? They had been in seclusion for so long and were in need of a stage to shine. However, there were still 24 hours until the trial officially opened. For them, located within the Tower of Time, that was roughly 274 years. Thinking of how long that was, Senkai King Feng and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly and re-entered their cultivation state. This time, they were determined to make guild leader Baiyi look at them with new eyes. Divine Dragon Hall headquarters, inside the valley. Yi Yuan's expression changed instantly as he heard the system announcement ringing in his ears. Ding Xuan was also furious, roaring as he swept his tail toward the Vice Hall Master. The Vice Hall Master, however, was laughing crazily at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Cherish your last 24 hours well. As his voice fell, the energy within his body instantly swelled. He had chosen to self-destruct. The Myriad Races Battlefield Trial had already opened, and no one could interrupt the process of the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods integrating into the Myriad Worlds. Even if the players here intentionally lost the trial, it would be useless, as that would only make the position of the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods more remote and its resources more barren. To him, these things were not important at all. All he wanted was to enter the Myriad Worlds. Therefore, this body of Lilai, which had been controlled, no longer had any value. After all, even if he continued to control it, he would not be able to escape from the hands of Yi Yuan, Baiyi, and that dragon. It was better to just self-destruct and be done with it. It even seemed more dashing. Only 24 hours left. Yi Yuan's expression was ugly. While frantically thinking of countermeasures, he mobilized the formation to suppress Lili's self-destruction. Seeing this, Ding Xuan stopped his attack and joined Yi Yuan in suppressing him. Sumyu Bai also entered the valley at this time and asked immediately, "Old Man Feng, don't you also hold administrative authority? Is there any way to stop the Myriad Races Battlefield Trial from opening early?" Chapter 11:18, The Great Calamity Approaches, a double-length chapter. Old Man Feng, don't you also possess administrative authority? Is there any way to stop the trial of the 10,000 Races Battlefield from starting early? The moment Sumyu Bai entered the valley, he asked this question. Yi Yuan had just shaken his head helplessly when the Vice Hall Master, whose self-detonation had been suppressed, burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Baiyi, give up. You cannot stop it. The countdown for the trial of the 10,000 Races Battlefield has already begun. It cannot be shut down. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Yuan, Ding Xuan, and Baiyi with an expression of admiration. Even though he was suppressed, his face still wore that arrogant, high and mighty look. Instead of choosing to make a futile resistance, you might as well surrender voluntarily. This deity might even show mercy and take you in as slaves. You moron. Shut your mouth. Bing Shuang immediately retorted. HMPH, once my true form descends into this embryonic universe, I will definitely tear that foul mouth of yours to shreds. The Vice Hall Master glared at Bing Shuang. He had heard the things this dragon had said outside earlier, setting aside his strength. This guy was truly foul-mouthed to the extreme. Sumubai frowned. Wasting no time on further words, Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. A dense purple light instantly submerged into the center of the Vice Hall Master's brow, beginning to erase the control mark he had left on Lily's soul. Bai. Next time we meet, I believe you will make the most correct choice. The Vice Hall Master grinned, and the pale purple light in his eyes completely dissipated. He was confident that once Bai witnessed his true power, he would eventually submit. If he remained stubborn and unwilling to submit, then the only option left would be to send him to his death. For Sumubai, even if he didn't erase the mark left by the other party, it wouldn't have any significance. Because Lilai was merely a puppet being manipulated, there was no way to threaten the opponent's true body through him. Since no information could be extracted, why keep him around? Soon, Lily's gaze returned to clarity. He hurriedly performed a deep bow towards Sumubai. Many thanks to Lord Bai for saving my life. After speaking, he turned to Yi Yuan and knelt down with a thud. Master, it is all my fault for being too self-righteous, which brought such a crisis upon the myriad worlds. Thud. Liu Xiao, who had followed Sumubai inside, also knelt down with a thud. Master, we've enough. This matter is not your fault. Yi Yuan waved his hand, and two gentle forces lifted them both up. The power of the outsiders is something even we do not fully understand. It is understandable that you fell into their trap. Although the two were Yi Yuan's nominal disciples, their status was limited to the 7 God-forbidden land. Their talent had not yet reached the threshold to enter the Tower of Space-Time. Therefore, neither of them knew much about the myriad worlds, let alone what lay beyond them. If not for the factors from outside the myriad worlds, their way of handling things would not have been problematic at all. After all, in everyone's understanding, when outsiders entered a God-forbidden land, their cultivation level would be suppressed to the early stage of the 10th Order Saint extinction level. Liu Xiao and Li Lai had been quite cautious, waiting until they had both broken through to the Saint extinction level before going to investigate. After all, in their view, there was no need to disturb their master over minor matters in the God-forbidden land, especially since Yi Yuan had been extremely busy during that period. How could they have anticipated beforehand that the strange energy actually originated from outside the myriad worlds? However, even though Yi Yuan did not blame them, the two still felt very self-reproachful in their hearts. If they hadn't rashly gone down to investigate, how could things have developed to this point? Enough. Self-reproach after the fact is meaningless. Remember this lesson. Go down for now. This matter is no longer something you can participate in. Yi Yuan waved his hand. With only the final 24 hours remaining, he had to seize the time to think of a countermeasure. Do not be fooled by how easily Bing Shuang had defeated the controlled Divine Dragon Emperor earlier. That was not the opponent's true power. Those two outsiders were still so confident even after knowing that Bai Yi had killed over a dozen main gods single-handedly. Their strength was clearly formidable. If they were truly allowed to enter, the myriad worlds would be in grave danger. In other words, once the trial of the 10,000 races battlefield ends, they will be able to enter directly, right? Sumyu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind lost in thought. Correct. Yi Yuan frowned. Once the time ends, this place will no longer be a God-forbidden land, but will become one of the countless small worlds within the myriad worlds. Seeing Bai's thoughtful expression, he hurriedly added, even if the trial fails, the result is the same. Hearing this, Sumyu Bai frowned. So there was no way to exploit a bug here. He had originally intended to let the 7 God-forbidden land intentionally lose the trial. In any case, with the current strength and status of the human race, the location and resources of a single small world were not important at all. Even if the 7 God-forbidden land were remote after merging into the myriad worlds, it could still develop quickly. If that is the case, then the only path left is to seal the breach. Sumyu Bai murmured. And with a thought, He summoned the Wheel of Space-Time. A portal instantly rose from the ground. On the other side of the gateway, there was nothing but a pitch-black abyss. The three of them entered the portal simultaneously, and when they reappeared, they were already hovering above the bottomless pit. Yi Yuan's great combat power came from his formations. His soul perception was still only at the Law Lord realm. But Sumyu was different. His divine soul had already reached the peak of the main god realm. Although he was currently suppressed, his perception remained sharp. The anomalies that Yi Yuan could not sense previously were detected by him the moment he entered the No. 7 God Forbidden Land. So it is here. Yi Yuan looked at the bottomless pit below, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had not personally come to inspect this place back then. He had only heard from Shichuji that the Sakura King had been blasted into a giant crater by the self-detonation of the Yamada no Orochi. Now it seemed that this was clearly not something that a peak mythical level boss like the Yamada no Orochi could have caused. To destroy the land of the Forbidden God Zone to such an extent, the self-destruction of the Yamada no Orochi could indeed accomplish that. However, to shatter the spatial barrier between the universe continent and the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone, that was absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan could not help but look at Bai Yi. In the entire myriad worlds, only Bai Yi had the capability to pull off such a feat. The scene from not long ago, where he detonated the corpse of the symbiotic sovereign, Heidi, was still vivid in his mind. Clearly, Bai Yi had not been entirely truthful back then, but that was understandable. How long had it been since he first entered the Myriad Worlds game? Without knowing anything about the world, how could he possibly have shared everything without holding something back? Yi Yuan looked at Bai Yi, intending to see if he had any solutions. After all, this bottomless pit was his own doing. Bing Xuan was curiously examining the depths of the pit. The abnormal energy that did not belong to the Myriad Worlds intrigued him, because he had felt that same energy when he received the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. Noticing Yi Yuan's gaze, Sumyu couldn't help but rub his nose and offer an awkward smile. I didn't expect that explosion back then to actually tear open the spatial barrier. Who could have imagined that the catastrophe currently plaguing the Myriad Worlds was caused by the mere explosion of a peak mythical grade boss's corpse? It was caused by the catastrophe trait, wasn't it? Yi Yuan looked at the bottomless pit below and spoke softly. The Yamada no Orochi was merely a peak mythical grade boss, and one created by the Myriad Worlds game at that. Not a true living creature. Its corpse could never have shattered the spatial barrier between the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone and the universe continent. But if it were the catastrophe trait, it would make perfect sense. He was one of the few who knew about the catastrophe trait and was well aware of how heaven-defying this talent of Bai's truly was. If nothing else, the catastrophe trait of the sovereign-grade private spaceship, which provided infinite energy, already defied all conventional logic. Therefore, the breach in the spatial barrier here was inevitably linked to the catastrophe trait. Yeah. Sumyu nodded. This place must be a node where the spatial barrier is relatively weak. He had detonated quite a few corpses, and the vast majority were existences far stronger than the Yamada no Orochi. Among them was even the corpse of the symbiotic sovereign, the main god Heidi. Why was it that the spatial barrier only breached here in the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone? It was obvious that a weak node already existed here. The explosive power of the Yamada no Orochi's corpse might not have been enough to open a breach, but the specific nature brought about by the catastrophe trait had happened to meet the requirements to break the spatial barrier. Thinking of this, Sumyu soul power immediately probed downward. However, the energy from the universe continent at the bottom of the pit isolated his soul power, and he could perceive nothing. We still know far too little about the universe continent. Yi Yuan frowned. If we could understand more, we wouldn't be so passive. His soul power had also been blocked. It's not that there are no channels to learn about the universe continent. Hearing this, Sumyu smiled slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a jade slip appeared in his palm. This is what I gave you before. Yi Yuan spoke with some confusion, but immediately realized something was wrong. No, this jade slip seems different. The jade slip he had gifted to Sumyu had not changed in appearance after being upgraded, but its contents were worlds apart. Yi Yuan keenly sensed this. It is indeed different. Sumyu raised an eyebrow. I upgraded the jade slip you gave me. This can be upgraded too. Yi Yuan's eyes widened, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. By his talent always managed to shock him. Inside this jade slip now are all the insights and experiences regarding the inheritance of the Zhuanshan grand array from Si Qingyu. A descendant of the Zhuanshan lineage, Sumyu Bai laughed. Old man Feng, I have already memorized everything inside. What I need now is to integrate and master it. Having said that, he paused, handed the jade slip to Yuan, and continued. So, it is your turn to comprehend it now. Zhuanshan descendant Si Qingyu. Yuan murmured the name. Just as he regained his composure, he saw the jade slip already in his hand. He exclaimed in surprise, "You're just giving it to me, in the way of arrays. Your talent is beyond doubt. This is the inheritance most suited for you, if not to you. Who else could I give it to?" Sumyu Bai nodded. Although old man Feng's strength wasn't top tier, his mastery of arrays was truly beyond reproach. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to stand his ground against a main god while at the Law Lord stage. The surprise came so suddenly that Yi Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. He gripped the jade slip tightly, wanting to check its contents immediately. "Don't!" Sumyu Bai quickly stopped him. Senior Si Qingyu left behind too many insights and experiences. With your current soul, you wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone while being suppressed by the rules of the Forbidden God Zone. Is that so? Yi Yuan frowned, feeling a bit regretful. Then I suppose I'll have to wait until I leave the Forbidden God Zone to comprehend it bit by bit. As he spoke, he prepared to put the jade slip away. If the matter of the outsiders wasn't so critical, he would have left the No. 7 Forbidden God Zone right now to go into seclusion and fully comprehend the contents of the jade slip. He was already obsessed with the way of arrays, otherwise, he wouldn't have spent countless years laying down a vast number of arrays all over the myriad worlds. That won't be necessary. Sumyu Bai pointed at the jade slip. Why don't you take a closer look? Hearing this, Yi Yuan finally examined the interface description of the jade slip carefully. Before, he had been so focused on wanting to comprehend it quickly that he hadn't had the chance to check it. It was fine if he didn't look, but one glance made his eyes widen, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? It can actually summon a divine sense projection of Senior Si Qingyu to teach me personally." Yi Yuan looked at the jade slip in his hands in shock, then raised his head to look at Sumyu Bai. "Your talent is simply omnipotent." Immediately after, he suddenly realized, so that's it. Senior Si Qingyu is the channel you mentioned for understanding the universal continent, correct? Sumyu Bai nodded slightly. He was unwilling to say much before, but now that the outsiders have appeared, I believe Senior Si Qingyu will be willing to share some information with us. I'll give it a try. Yi Yuan immediately injected energy into the jade slip. In reality, his energy was merely a trigger. The divine power required to summon Si Qingyu's divine sense projection had already been filled by Sumyu Bai long ago. Otherwise, given the current peak saint extinction level energy of Old Man Feng, even if he were to inject it continuously for an entire epoch, he would not be able to meet the minimum requirements for the summoning. After all, when Sumyu Bai performed the summoning himself, it had consumed nearly half of his divine power. The next moment, a vortex appeared on the jade slip, and a figure slowly condensed from it. The figure gradually shifted from ethereal to solid, finally appearing clearly above the bottomless pit. The person looked like a middle-aged scholar with an ordinary face, yet he carried an indescribable sense of vicissitudes and wisdom. He wore a simple cyan robe, and there were no powerful energy fluctuations on his body, as if he were merely a mortal. However, those eyes were as deep as if they contained the birth and death of the universe, with countless star trajectories flowing and vanishing within them. On his body, countless infinitesimal formation runes flickered in and out of existence, resonating harmoniously with the laws of the entire world. Junior Yi Yuan pays respects to Senior. Junior Bing Xuan pays respects to Senior. Greetings, Grandmaster. The two bowed in salute immediately, and Bing Xuan also arched its dragon claw toward Si Qingyu. Chapter 1119. For Supreme Secret Arts, friendly reminder. What was owed from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a combined 4-0-word-long chapter. Main text below. Junior Yi Yuan pays respects to Senior. Junior Bing Xuan pays respects to Senior. Greetings, Grandmaster. The two bowed in salute immediately, and Bing Xuan also arched its dragon claw toward Si Qingyu. There is no need for such tedious formalities. Si Qingyu waved his hand, glanced at Yi Yuan, and then looked at Sumyu Bai. Is this the good seedling for the path of formations you mentioned? Grandmaster truly has eyes like torches. Sumyu Bai immediately offered a compliment. He hadn't lied to old man Feng. The contents of this jade slip had indeed been completely memorized. Everything Si Qingyu needed to point out had been explained in detail. Don't let the short time he had possessed the jade slip fool you. The time flow within his internal small world was now 1,000 times faster than the outside world. In Si Qingyu's words, I have taught you everything I should. How much you can comprehend and to what extent you can apply it depends on yourself. When he heard this, Sumyu Bai immediately thought of old man Feng. Thus, he recommended old man Feng to Si Qingyu. To his pleasant surprise, the latter only pondered for a moment before agreeing. Slick-tongued, Si Qingyu glared at Sumyu Bai, his gaze returning to Yi Yuan. He is indeed a decent seedling. I am honored by your praise, senior. Seeing that he had received Si Qingyu's affirmation, Yi Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Not bad. In this tiny embryonic universe, to be able to comprehend the path of formations to such a degree with only a portion of a fragmented inheritance or talent for formations is much stronger than this brat's. You are indeed qualified to join my Zhuanshan lineage, Si Qingyu said slowly, nodding in satisfaction. As soon as these words were spoken, both Sumyu Bai and Yi Yuan were shocked. Join the Zhuanshan lineage, senior. Isn't the Zhuanshan lineage passed down to only one person per generation? Yi Yuan hurriedly voiced the doubt in his heart. If I join the Zhuanshan lineage, what will happen to Bai Yi? As he spoke, he shook his head firmly. Please forgive this junior for refusing. You are actually refusing? On hearing this, Si Qingyu frowned. Even on the universal continent, there were countless people who wanted to join the Zhuanshan lineage but could find no way in. He hadn't expected Yi Yuan to choose to refuse. This junior would also love to become a successor of the Zhuanshan lineage. A look of regret flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes. But only Bai Yi can carry the Zhuanshan lineage to greatness. Compared to him, I am far too lacking. Hearing this, Sumyu Bai felt a warmth in his heart. He immediately looked at Si Qingyu, preparing to speak, but saw the latter wave his hand and laugh. Who told you that the Zhuanshan lineage is passed down to only one person per generation? As soon as these words were spoken, Sumyu Bai and Yi Yuan were stunned. Was the Zhuanshan lineage not passed down to only one person per generation? The previous generation's Zhuanshan successor was the Master of Fate. But since these words came from Si Qingyu, their authority was naturally beyond question. You have misunderstood. Si Qingyu raised his hand, and the Zhuanshan treasure mirror flew out from Sumyu Bai's body, landing in his palm. Passing down to one person per generation refers to the Zhuanshan treasure mirror, because only by mastering the Zhuanshan treasure mirror can one become the sole direct successor and fully grasp the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage. As for non-direct successors, they can only learn one secret art. The Zhuanshan Divine Eyes, the Zhuanshan Great Formation, and the Zhuanshan Sealing Technique are all secret arts, and they are all supreme secret arts. Speaking of this, Si Qingyu gave Sumyu Bai a meaningful look and continued, in fact, the Zhuanshan lineage has a total of 4 supreme secret arts, and the 4th secret art, which is also the strongest secret art of the Zhuanshan lineage, is something that only a few among the successive direct successors have been able to comprehend. All the secret arts of my Zhuanshan lineage are within this Zhuanshan treasure mirror. Whether you can comprehend the final secret art in the future depends on your own comprehension and destiny. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the Zhuanshan treasure mirror turned into a streak of light, returning to Sumyu Bai's body. Sumyu Bai felt a shock in his heart. He had just witnessed for himself how powerful those secret techniques were previously. After that outsider used one, the Divine Dragon Emperor, who was at the early stage of the Saint Extermination level, saw his combat power on the status window skyrocket to the early stage of a lesser god. That was an entire rank of improvement, and it was a leap from the Saint Extermination level to the Lost Sovereign realm. What level could the secret techniques mastered by those 2 outsiders possibly be? In any case, they certainly wouldn't be top tier. Judging by the performance of those 2, they shouldn't be particularly formidable figures in the universe continent. so the probability of them mastering top-tier secret techniques was not high. Yet, the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage actually possessed 4 types of top-tier secret techniques. Sumyubai couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, wondering just how strong he would become once he fully mastered these 4 techniques. Whether it was the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil, the Zhuanshan Grand Array, or the Zhuanshan Sealing Technique, what he had mastered so far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Only by cultivating to the realm of Si Qingyu and Luo Wun could one truly claim to have fully mastered these top-tier secret techniques. Beyond that, there was an even stronger 4th secret technique, however. Ever since he comprehended the 3 techniques including the Zhuanshan Grand Array, the Zhuanshan Treasure Mirror could no longer be opened. He supposed it was because the myriad worlds, being a nascent universe, was not yet perfect, which restricted the capabilities of the Zhuanshan Treasure Mirror, as Sumyubai pondered. Si Qingyu turned his head to look at Yi Yuan, and with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, he said, "Now, do you still wish to refuse? This junior pays respects to Grandmaster." Yi Yuan immediately knelt on the ground, expressing his willingness. Nonsense. If he were to refuse now, wouldn't he be a fool? This was the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage. To hesitate for even a second would be a sign of disrespect toward his Grandmaster. Had he not seen that even the outsiders from the universe continent wanted to obtain the Zhuanshan inheritance? Even if he could only learn the Zhuanshan Grand Array secret technique, it would be more than enough for Yi Yuan. Once he joined the Zhuanshan lineage, he would no longer have to work in isolation behind closed doors. Si Qingyu nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Remember, once you have entered my Zhuanshan lineage, you must swear to protect the direct descendants with your life." As he spoke, he pointed a finger, touching the center of Yi Yuan's brow. Countless inscriptions instantly condensed, and the characters for Zhuanshan faintly emerged before fading away. After finishing all this, Si Qingyu raised his hand. "Rise out from this day forth. You are also a successor of my Zhuanshan lineage. This disciple will keep Grandmaster's teachings in mind." Yi Yuan's expression was sincere. The current direct descendant of the Zhuanshan lineage was Bai Yi. Even if Si Qingyu hadn't said it, he would have protected him with his life, as he had always done. Because Bai Yi represented the future of the human race, Grandmaster, there is one more favor I would like to ask of you. Sumyubai looked at Si Qingyu, who immediately lowered his gaze to the bottomless pit beneath their feet. "This is the real reason you summoned me out this time, isn't it? You want to seal this breach in the spatial barrier." Without the 2 of them having to speak, Si Qingyu had already discerned the problem they were facing. "Let's go. We'll talk once we're down there." Hearing this, Bing Xuan immediately flew over. "Senior, I will take you down." Chapter 1120. The Universe Continent and the Nascent Universe, with Si Qingyu present. Sumyubai did not put on airs by sitting on his throne this time, but instead stood atop Bing Xuan's head alongside him. A golden streak of light flashed, and the figures of the 4 vanished from above the bottomless pit. Bing Xuan's speed was immense, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the very bottom of the pit. The energy here was exceptionally dense, tyrannically expelling all the energy of the No.07 God-forbidden land. There was a qualitative difference between the 2 types of energy, much like the difference between common soil and precious jade. These energies were not active, but their mere presence caused the space at the bottom of the pit to vibrate slightly. It was as if the space of the No.7 God-forbidden land could not withstand this energy. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Ever since entering the energy-dense area, Sumyubai felt the incomplete heart of reincarnation beating a bit faster. It seemed to be cheering and leaping with joy. The heart of reincarnation seems to really like this energy. Sumyubai touched his chest and whispered softly, "That is normal, after all. This is energy from the universe continent." Si Qingyu spoke slowly. "Absorb this energy. It will be of some benefit to you." As he spoke, he shook his head. "It is a pity that there is too little of it, so it is not of much significance." Hearing this, Sumyubai immediately sat cross-legged on Bing Xuan's head and fully mobilized the power of the heart of reincarnation. In an instant, a vortex formed at his chest, frantically devouring the surrounding energy. The heart of reincarnation, an unknown great supreme treasure, was of a higher rank than the destruction rule realm and was not suppressed by the rules of the God-forbidden land in the slightest. However, This treasure had no offensive effects. Its greatest use currently was to continuously strengthen Sumyubai's divine body. Beyond that, it allowed him to utilize the ability of a divine realm which belonged to a rule sovereign even while he was still at the law sovereign realm. It was just that the divine dragon emperor, who had been controlled by the outsider previously, was too weak, so there had been no need to activate the divine realm. With the heart of reincarnation firing on all cylinders, it quickly devoured the energy permeating the bottom of the pit until nothing remained. Although Si Qingyu said the energy was too little to be of much significance, Sumyubai still felt that the power of the heart of reincarnation had improved to a certain extent. It was just a pity that since this was the God-forbidden land, his divine body was under a seal, so he could not feel exactly how much the heart of reincarnation had enhanced his divine body. You were born in this incomplete nascent universe. Although your upper limit will be restricted, it can also be considered a great opportunity. Si Qingyu looked at Sumyubai, his gaze falling upon his chest, as if he could see the heart of reincarnation beating within his ribcage. The upper limit will be restricted. An opportunity. Sumyubai frowned and immediately asked, I asked Grandmaster to enlighten me. Yi Yuan and Bang Xuan also leaned in to listen, as this was a matter closely related to them as well. The highest realm a living being can reach is inextricably linked to the universe in which they were born. Si Qingyu spoke slowly, explaining, the myriad worlds can be considered the most powerful form of a nascent universe, with an upper limit that can reach the rule realm. But even if you were to enter the universe continent now, you would still be restricted by this upper limit, unable to break through to a higher realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the two people and the dragon sank. This was the first time they had ever heard of such a problem. Even after entering the universe continent, there is no way to break through. Why would it be like this? Just as the three were feeling puzzled, they heard Si Qingyu continue. This is because the universe you were born in is still in its nascent stage and is not complete. Therefore, your foundations possess an inherent, significant deficiency, which cannot support you in breaking through to higher realms. If you wish to break through, aside from using the primordial Tao source fruit, which is extremely rare even in the universe continent, the only other way is to allow your nascent universe to become a complete universe. Only in this way can your innate deficiencies be mended, and the restrictions will be completely removed. Having said this, Si Qingyu pointed to Sumyubai's chest. Establishing reincarnation is a necessary process for a nascent universe to become a complete one, and the opportunity I spoke of lies within that. The two people and the dragon listened with the utmost focus. Upon learning that there would be no more restrictions once the myriad worlds were complete, all three let out a long sigh of relief. Now, hearing Si Qingyu speak of an opportunity, they pricked up their ears even further, terrified of missing any details. The space barrier has already developed a gap. It is time to tell you some things about the universe continent. Si Qingyu raised his right hand, palm facing upward, and gently opened his 5 fingers. Watch closely. As his voice fell, a brilliant golden light ignited in his palm. That golden light was only the size of a grain of rice at first, but it rapidly expanded and spread. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a phantom of a vast, boundless land. This is the universe continent. Si Qingyu's voice echoed at the bottom of the deep pit, the origin of everything, and also the end of everything. They saw countless fine threads suddenly extending from the edges of the universe continent. Those threads were crystal clear, looking like the roots of a plant, or perhaps a spider web. At the end of every thread, a point of light was tethered. All universes, whether nascent or complete. Si Qingyu extended his left index finger and gently tapped one of the threads. The thread trembled, and the point of light at its end lit up accordingly. Will eventually lead to the universe continent. The point of light gradually magnified, revealing the scene within. It was a newly born universe, where stars were just beginning to coalesce. And these universes are divided into 3 levels. Si Qingyu flicked his finger, and 3 points of light flew before him. The first point of light was very dim, looking like nothing more than a great world, primary nascent universe. His tone was flat. The nascent universe with the lowest upper limit. If it cannot become a complete primary universe, the upper limit for the living beings within it is only what you call the 10th order saint annihilation level. The second point of light was much brighter, much like a single realm within the myriad worlds, intermediate nascent universe, with an upper limit capped at the low realm. The third point of light was the most brilliant, on par with the myriad worlds. Finally, the high-level nascent universe. Si Qingyu looked at Bai Yi, for example, the myriad worlds. With a flick of his finger, that point of light rapidly expanded. Bai Yi saw familiar sights. The starry sky of the myriad worlds, various small worlds, secret realms, great worlds, and realms. The myriad worlds belong to the high-level nascent universe. Si Qingyu withdrew his finger. The living beings born within it can reach the rule realm, which is something the primary and intermediate nascent universes cannot achieve. But regardless of whether it is primary or high level, if a nascent universe cannot grow into a complete universe. As he spoke, Si Qingyu suddenly clenched his fist. Bang. Chapter 1121 3000 Universes. Bang. As Si Qingyu clenched his fist, the point of light representing the myriad worlds, the high-level nascent universe, shattered upon impact, dissipating into specks of starlight. It will eventually and inevitably head toward collapse. His tone carried a hint of emotion. Bai Yi stared at the dissipating starlight, lost in thought. The number of universes born on the universe continent is countless. Si Qingyu opened his palm, and in an instant, countless points of light rose from it. Like fireflies on a summer night, they were dense and packed, filling the entire deep pit. New universes are being born at any given moment. He waved his left hand, and several new points of light appeared out of thin air. But at the same time, nascent universes are also heading toward extinction. With a clench of his right hand, several points of light shattered simultaneously. Life and death were constantly being enacted in this void. Of course, high-level universes like the myriad worlds. Si Qingyu retracted all the points of light, leaving only the 3000 most brilliant ones, and continued his explanation. Are not many in number. He controlled the 3000 points of light, ranging them into an array in the void. And the number is always fixed. There are only 3000. Each point of light radiated a majestic vitality, only when one perishes. Si Qingyu reached out and crushed one of the points of light. The moment that point shattered, a new one immediately lit up in the distance. Will a new one be born? The newly born point of light was very faint, but it did indeed exist. The myriad worlds needed reincarnation to become a complete universe. Were the extinction and rebirth of these high-level universes on the universe continent not also a form of reincarnation? It was just that the reincarnation the myriad worlds needed was prepared for living beings, whereas the reincarnation of the universe continent referred to entire universes. Sumyu Bai and the others watched this scene in shock, feeling something indescribable in their hearts. Although they had been mentally prepared for the power of the universe continent, everything Si Qingyu described still exceeded their imagination. Initially, upon hearing that the myriad worlds was a high-level nascent universe and that there were not many such universes, they had felt a sense of relief. Who would have thought that this ancestor would immediately and calmly state the shocking number of 3000? The myriad worlds were already vast and boundless. Yet there were actually 3000 such high-level universes in existence. Just from these universes alone, how many powerhouses could be born? And this was merely the 3000 high-level universes. The universal continent also contained countless intermediate and primary universes.